Chapter 84, Price of Power. We surrendered. You dishonor yourself by turning around and putting us in chains. Melisandre watches on with a smile as Daenerys turns to the Myrinese who's spoken up. Stalking forward, the Dragon Queen doesn't mince words. She simply lashes out, her claws raking across the so-called Great Master's throat and spilling his lifeblood all over the floor. As he dies painfully, Daenerys stares down at him for a moment in disgust before turning her gaze to the others. If I dishonor myself by putting you all in chains, how much dishonor have you brought upon yourselves by perpetuating the slave trade all these years? No one else in the throne room dares to speak up, and after a long moment, Daenerys scoffs and flicks her bloody claws to the side before nodding to her Unsullied. Take them away until I decide what to do with them. Melisandre, Missandei, attend me. Melisandre's smile grows, even as her eyes flick to her charge's handmaiden. Missandei continues to look surprised whenever Daenerys pays her any special amount of attention, even though it's been months now since she was brought into the Queen's service. Still, as the Unsullied drag the former leadership of Meereen out of the throne room located at the top of the Great Pyramid, Melisandre girds herself for what is to come. This conversation promises to be more of a battle than the sacking of Meereen was, in the end. She's seen it all already in the flames. Oh, but even as she prepares, the Red Priestess cannot help but be pleased with their progress, and proud of how far her charge has come in such a short amount of time. Daenerys Targaryen truly is Azor Ahai reborn. She is their savior, the answer to all that plagues this world. Yunkai had been first. Admittedly, conquering the city had been a bloodbath, but it was a necessary one. Melisandre had seen through the flames what would happen if Daenerys left the city to its own devices after defeating their mercenaries in battle. She had thus advised the Dragon Queen to turn her attention fully onto Yunkai and show no mercy to the wise masters that lay within its walls. What had followed had been a slaughter. The city had burned, the slavers had died to the last, and the slaves had been freed. With nowhere to go, they had followed Daenerys, their breaker of chains, throwing themselves into worshipping her in the hopes that she would keep them safe, just as Melisandre had foreseen. Of course, the added benefit of Yunkai's resistance, and the fact that they hadn't tried to surrender until it was much too late was that Daenerys didn't bat an eyelash at sacrificing the wise masters to empower herself and her dragons further. As such, by the time they'd reached Meereen, things had changed. The Unsullied army that they'd procured in Astapor was blooded and ready for more action, but more than that, Daenerys was developing a personal reputation for power, as were her dragons. Each of the Dragon Queen's pets were much larger than they should be at this point. The biggest, the black-scaled Drogon, was so big that he would not even fit entirely within this well-appointed throne room. Seeing them flying overhead and the army of Unsullied bearing down upon them, the rulers of Meereen had thought better of their defiance and ultimately caved just as the siege was beginning. Despite being larger than both Astapor and Yunkai combined, they had seen the writing on the wall all the same, offering the terms of their surrender and opening the gates to allow Daenerys into their city. Fortunately, by that point it was already much too late for them, because before they had turned out to have the intelligence to surrender, the great masters had been foolish enough to needlessly provoke Melisandre's charge. First, they had scorched the earth around the city so that there would be nothing to feed the army of Unsullied bearing down on their walls. This, in and of itself, meant little given how quickly they'd turned over and showed their bellies once they saw the actual size of Daenerys' dragons. Second, they'd had their fleet set sail, perhaps hoping to have it bring back troops from other cities in Slaver's Bay, or just wanting to keep it out of her hands in the event that the city fell to her. This too means little in the end, because all of the slaves involved in Meereen's shipyards are still in the city, more than ready to build more ships if necessary for their savior. However, it was on the third step that they had truly fucked up. In a bid to perhaps demoralize or break Daenerys' spirit, the great masters had seen fit to nail 163 child slaves to mile markers along the coastal road that she and her army had to go down after burning Yunkai to the ground. At first, Daenerys had wanted to hop on Drogon's back and fly ahead to burn Meereen to the ground the first time she saw one, but Melisandre had managed to convince her otherwise. Mirine's days were numbered, but Arlor had showed her the correct path forward in the flames. And now here they were, not a single ounce of blood shed by any of Daenerys' people. Sitting down on the throne as the last of the Unsullied pushed the last of the great masters out of the room, Daenerys offers Missandei a quick smile as the Nothian woman moves to silently stand by her side. Then, she looks to Melisandre, claws tapping at the arm of the throne. "Well, I've done as you asked. Myrine surrendered, yet I've put the slave masters in chains all the same. I've even done the same to the Green Grace. What next? What would you have me do now?" Melisandre just smiles, not at all offended by her charge's aggressive tone. Daenerys was different now, and that was more than okay. The time since they burned her husband and stillborn child had been good to her, even if she might not see it that way. Still, she'd really started coming into her own. And more than that, thanks to the blood sacrifices and rituals that Melisandre had performed, the Targaryen queen was more connected to her dragons than ever before. Their power was her power, and her power was intoxicating. It was no wonder that she would be acting more draconic herself these days. For instance, if she wanted to, she could keep those claws of hers manifested almost at all times at this point. Now we bleed them dry and burn them all, my dear." Daenerys' eyes widen slightly, but she doesn't look too surprised, almost like she expected it. Missandei's reaction is more pronounced, her mouth dropping open as she speaks without thinking. But they've surrendered." The dark-skinned woman draws back a moment later, appalled at herself for her outburst momentarily. My apologies, I." But when she starts to try to apologize, Daenerys reaches out, her claws fading so she can slip her hand into Missandei's own before the darker-skinned woman can truly pull away. "Do not apologize. I value your counsel, Missandei, or I would not have asked you to stay. Speak your mind, just as I'm sure Melisandre will always speak hers." Chuckling, Melisandre shakes her head as she steps forward, steepling her hands together in front of her. "Their surrender is meaningless, I'm afraid. The moment that we no longer dwell on this soil is the same moment that they will happily return to their old ways. It is what would have happened in Yunkai too if we had not burned it to the ground." Missandei bites her lower lip, seeming more caught up in Daenerys still holding her hand than anything else at this point. The Dragon Queen, on the other hand, gives Melisandre a measured look. "Still, they did surrender, but you would have me turn them all into fuel for my ascension anyways." Melisandre doesn't back down, she merely nods, and doesn't bother mincing words. "I would, even the children." Now that surprises Daenerys, as Melisandre knew it would. The Dragon Queen's eyes widen much more, while Missandei lets out a horrified gasp. Before either young woman can respond, however, Melisandre continues on, her voice imperious and without hesitation. "My queen, we cannot stay here. Ruling Myrine is not your destiny, it is merely a stepping stone along the path. I have seen in the flames what happens if you allow yourself to be bogged down in this place. It is nothing pretty, and it does not serve your greater purpose whatsoever. And yet, I know that to see anyone in chains is abhorrent to you, that the practice of slavery is and will always be abhorrent to you." Daenerys, frowning now, nevertheless nods in agreement at that last part. Melisandre adopts a sad smile and shrugs expressively, knowing full well how it makes her ample bosom bounce. Even if they're discussing rather serious matters, she's not above using her body to make sure she has her charge's attention. The only way for Myrine to truly be free is if those who have perpetuated slavery generation after generation are no longer around to do so. And the only way for you to ensure that they no longer do so without being here is if you make sure they no longer draw breath before departing. Spreading her hands wide, Melisandre gestures pointedly. "You could merely have them all executed, but that would not serve our purposes. The demon tyrant of Westeros is more powerful than you can imagine. For all that you've made great strides these past months in harnessing your new strength, he is stronger still." That gets a clenched jaw from Daenerys. Melisandre had used this same argument before at Yunkai, after all. But then, to be fair, that's because it's true. You need more power to have a chance of overcoming him, my queen. Sacrificing the Grand Masters of Myrine kills two birds with one stone, by not only ensuring that slavery stays ended after we're gone, but also guarantees that you will have the strength to free Westeros from Axel Baratheon's tyranny at the same time. She can tell she's persuading Daenerys bit by bit, but of course, they're not the only two women in the room. At the Queen's side, Missandei can't hold her tongue, not that Melisandre expected her to. But the children. Melisandre just smiles, prepared for this. Missandei was the closest thing that the Red Priestess had to opposing counsel in the Queen's court, but that was by design. She'd maneuvered the Nothian woman closer and closer to Daenerys until the two were quite intimate with one another. This gave Daenerys someone else who she could trust and listen to, and in many cases, Melisandre and Missandei agreed on the correct course of action. However, there were some cases where Missandei would dissent, acting as the Dragon Queen's conscience, such as this case. However, Missandei was unused to arguing, to dissenting, to fighting back. She was, at her core, a submissive creature, trained to back down and lower her head in the face of authority. Staring her down now, Melisandre projects that authority, holding Missandei with her gaze as she speaks. If the children are allowed to grow up knowing that their fathers and mothers once reigned supreme over this city, it will only take them a generation or two to force things back to the way they were before. Slavery will always return unless you tear it out at the root. Missandei bites her lower lip at that but has no response, staying quiet, just as expected. Melisandre turns her eyes back to Daenerys. As well, the great masters of Meereen, from the oldest crone to the youngest babe, have the blood of Giscari emperors running through their veins. These scraps of power can do nothing for them, but altogether they can do much for you. So yes, even the children. And then she finally goes for the kill, clasping her hands together and letting out a weary sigh. Besides, do you believe the great masters thought of the children when they sought to welcome you on the road, my queen? At that, Daenerys' expression turns very dark indeed, and Melisandre knows she has her. Judging by the worried look on Missandei's face, she knows it too. Before the Nothian woman can speak up though, Daenerys is already nodding, her mind made up. Melisandre is right, all or nothing. There is no room for half measures, Missandei, and this place. We cannot stay forever. Yes, my queen. And there it is. Missandei does not have it in her to fight back. She truly is the perfect woman to play the part of Daenerys' conscience. Looking at her handmaiden for a long moment, Daenerys suddenly turns and gives Melisandre a sharp look, her nostrils flaring. Leave us. Melisandre keeps her expression somber, not a single smile anywhere to be seen as she bows low and departs from the throne room. She doesn't stick around close enough to eavesdrop or anything like that. Not only would Daenerys' enhanced senses detect her if she remained in place, she also simply doesn't have to. She'd already seen the conversation that the queen and her handmaiden would have in the flames the night before. Do you think me a monster for this, Missandei? Wano, my queen, how could I ever think you a monster? You are my savior. You are the breaker of chains, the dragon queen. I hate disappointing you, but Melisandre truly is right. This world. If I am to save it from the demon, tyrant, and the great other, I must prepare. And what better fuel for my flames than slave masters? To come here. Oh, of course, my queen, Tilda. As Missandei climbs into Daenerys' lap, the Dragon Queen grabs her and pulls her into a passionate, tongue-filled kiss, one that her handmaiden returns all too eagerly. Descending from the Great Pyramid to begin preparations for the sacrifice of thousands of Giscari nobility, Melisandre smiles a wicked smile as the two younger women share a moment of intimacy in the throne room behind her. Yes, Missandei made for excellent opposing counsel, and with this, Meereen would be nothing but a short pit stop on the way to ensuring that Azor Ahai completed her destiny. Once they had the ships, it would finally be time to sail for Westeros. Chapter 85, Winterfell. Jon. They're greeted at the gates of Winterfell, not by Jon's father, nor by the castle steward, but by Arya Stark in a dress, her eyes bright and her smile blinding as she hurries over the moment they ride in on horseback. Jon doesn't know how she found out they were coming, nor how she knew they'd arrived, but it doesn't surprise him that she'd snuck away to come and see them. Chuckling, He just barely manages to get his footing coming down from his horse before his younger sister slams into his chest, hugging him as tightly as she possibly can. "It's good to see you too, Arya." He hugs her back, but by the time the embrace probably should have ended, Arya is still clinging to him for dear life, causing Jon to blink and pat her back a bit awkwardly. Finally, she pulls back just enough to look up at him. "You have to save me from her, Jon. She's been absolutely awful since coming back from King's Landing. I'll take the black if I have to, just get me away from her." Jon's smile drops, replaced by a frown. Arya doesn't have to elaborate on just who she's talking about. There's only one woman that fits the description: Lady Catelyn Stark. And frankly, Jon can understand precisely why Arya is so upset too. For a few short months there, Lady Stark was down in King's Landing, supervising and chaperoning Sansa while his half-sister and the king decided whether they were right for each other or not. But that was all over now, with Sansa having married the king and been named the queen. Or rather, she'd been named a queen. Apparently she shared the title with Princess Aerion of Dorne, which honestly sounded greedy to Jon. It wasn't his place to judge, though. In the end, he'd sent Sansa a letter with his concerns and received a response in which she'd made it clear just how happy she was. Apparently, she and this Dornish princess were even best friends, strange as it seemed to him. Either way, as far as Arya was concerned, the biggest thing to come out of that marriage was that Lady Stark finally came back to Winterfell. Back to Arya, who had just gotten used to not having her mother breathing down her neck at every turn and siding with her septa on every single issue that cropped up. So yes, Jon could imagine Arya was suffering. Unfortunately, Benjen puts it best as he comes around from the other horse and reaches out to ruffle his niece's hair. "Ha, not on your life, sweetheart. The watch is no place for a woman, I'm afraid." Arya pouts mightily, shooting Jon an imploring look like somehow he was going to be able to countermand Benjen's words. Rolling his eyes, Jon offers his sister a smile and a shake of his head. "The first ranger is right, Arya, sorry." That causes Arya's face to fall in disappointment, and Jon immediately opens his mouth to try and offer something else to make her feel better. Unfortunately, before he can make any promises of spending time with her later, they're interrupted. "Benjen, Jon." Both Benjen and Jon straighten up at the sound of Eddard Stark's voice. Even if he's family, he's also the Lord of Winterfell. And they're not here for a family visit, but rather for business. Arya clings to Jon a little bit harder and tries to hide from her father's steely gaze, but in the end she can't resist peeking to see if he's looking at her, only to find that he is. "Arya, I'm quite confident that if I checked, I would find you were skipping out on some lesson planned by your mother and Septa Morden. Please don't make me check." Jolting, Arya finally detaches herself from Jon, and for a moment she's pretending to be a lady, all jerked motions and curtsies as she bobs her head. "Yes, father, thank you, father." With that, she races off. More specifically, she races off in the opposite direction of what Jon knows to be the rooms where Septa Morden always gave her lessons to the castle girls back in the day. Somehow, he doesn't think that the old Septa has changed her ways overly much. But Lord Stark doesn't call Arya out on it, smiling slightly as he watches her go. Then, he turns to the two of them and the smile drops. "Let's take this to my solar, shall we?" They're soon situated in his father's solar, with the Lord of Winterfell sitting behind his desk and Benjen taking the chair across from him. Jon is left standing, not that he minds very much. Honestly, he's a bit too jittery to want to sit right now, to say nothing of the soreness from hours of hard riding anyways. The Raven could only say so much, but I understand that there are wildlings massing north of the wall, and that there's a new king beyond the wall leading them as well. "Benjen, how bad is it?" The first ranger huffs at that, sinking a bit further into his chair. "It's certainly not good, Ned." Jon's father frowns at that, prompting Jon to clear his throat and draw the attention of both older men. After a beat, Benjen gives him a nod to continue. "Lord Stark." Before he can continue, his father cuts him off with a raised hand. "It's just the three of us, Jon. Please, you don't have to be so formal." Swallowing thickly, Jon hesitates for a second. Did he want him to call him Ned like Benjen did? Or "Father..." Judging by the surprised but pleased look on his father's face, that wasn't what he intended, but he also wasn't going to complain. Swallowing around the sudden lump in his throat, John focused on the matter at hand and continues on after a moment. Father, the wildlings aren't the problem. The problem is what's forcing them south. Eddard frowns at that, glancing to Benjen only for the other man to just nod grimly and gesture for him to continue listening to John. Bolstered by his uncle's support, wordless thought it might be, John straightens up and says everything he wanted to say to the Lord Commander back at Castle Black. When the first ranger and I went beyond the wall, we didn't just uncover proof of the wildlings massing. We uncovered proof that the others have come back. That sends a jolt of alarm through his father, but John doesn't stop, plowing forward relentlessly. In fact, both of us would be dead right now if it wasn't for the wildlings who saved our lives. Our camp was attacked by whites early on in our ranging, and they forced us to flee north with barely any supplies. The dead hounded us for over a day before we came across a band of wildlings who helped us fight them off and provided us with shelter. John has to stop to suck in some air and wet his lips, which is where Benjen steps in and takes over. It's true, Ned. Just a few hours north of the wall is crawling with whites at this point. We even managed to capture one with the help of the wildlings, brought it back to Castle Black and showed the Lord Commander. But you know how Old Man Mormont is. He'll focus on the threat he understands over the threat he doesn't any day of the week. Leaping back in before his father can even speak, John leans forward. But that's just it, Father. The wildlings aren't the threat, not truly, not unless we refuse to help them. That finally causes the Lord of Winterfell to raise a hand, stopping their back and forth in its tracks as he frowns harshly. To elaborate on that, refuse to help them, how exactly? John licks his lips and looks to his uncle, but Benjen shakes his head and gestures as if to say, this one is all you. Letting out a shuddering breath, John finds himself thinking of Ygritte and her smile as he straightens up and sets his jaw. We need to let them through the wall, Father. At the incredulous look on his father's face, John raises his hands. I know, but just think about it for a moment. The wildlings aren't coming to the wall because they want to invade, not this time. They're gathering at the wall because they're desperate and afraid. Every white attack culls more of their number and reinforces the enemy. Every body they can't burn turns into another corpse for the other's army. If we don't let them through, they'll have no choice but to assault the wall just to escape the White Walkers bearing down on them. Benjen pipes up again then, his voice grave. And you know the state of the watch as well as I do, Ned. It's like John's saying, these aren't just some savage glory hounds making a run for the wall like in the past. This is a battle for survival for them. Every last living wildling is coming to the wall. If they do decide to attack, the watch will be annihilated. We simply don't have the numbers to stop them. Silence falls after that. John and Benjen have said all they intended to say. Meanwhile, Eddard is silent, the Warden of the North sitting quietly as he processes it all. John twitches a bit, impatient, but he knows better than to interrupt his father when he's thinking. And you've seen the others. You've laid eyes on a White Walker, just like from the old tales. That brings a grimace to Benjen's face, while John squirms a bit. In the end, John is forced to shake his head. No, Father, it was only the whites for us, but there were dozens of them, hundreds maybe, and the wildlings we spoke to who saved us for no reason except to make sure we knew why they were coming south. They've seen them. They've seen the others. Of course, this was why they hadn't tried to argue their case with the Lord Commander. To a man like the old bear, wildlings were not to be trusted. They were the enemy, plain and simple, but Eddard Stark was hopefully not too stuck in his ways. I believe you. Benjen slumps in relief, while John literally crows in delight before getting a hold of himself. Unfortunately, they both celebrate a bit too soon. However, I cannot allow that many wildlings pass the wall. I do not have the authority. John's eyes widen in disbelief. Even Benjen frowns, the first ranger scoffing. You're the Warden of the North, ain't you, Ned? What other authority do you need? Expression grave, John's father sighs. Royal authority, Ben. That causes both John and Benjen to pause, even as Eddard leans back in his chair, clutching at its arms, until his knuckles go white as he speaks through gritted teeth. The gift and the new gift both belong to the Night's Watch. And I'm not a fool. I can tell that you didn't tell Lord Commander Mormont nearly as much as you've told me. Without his approval, I can't just allow the wildlings to come through the wall. And I certainly can't try to override him right now and risk having him or the king's friends mention this to Axel Baratheon himself. Wait, friends. Jon and Benjen's palpable confusion prompts Eddard to explain with a derisive snort. I suppose you didn't see them since they're camped south of Winterfell, and you came from the north. Some of the mountain clans from the Vale who fought in the war against your own Grage, and the Iron Islands were given land in the new gift by the king for their service. They've just finished making the long trek north and are preparing themselves to make the rest of the journey as we speak. Benjen's eyes light up in remembrance. Ah, actually, I think I remember the Lord Commander mentioning something about that months ago. Giving his younger brother a dry look, Jon's father snorts derisively. Yes, I imagine he would have informed you, just as I imagine it went in one ear and out the other, didn't it? After all, you're the first ranger, not the first steward. Benjen flushes, but grins all the same, clearly taking the admonishment as the brotherly ribbing it was intended to be rather than anything more serious. Jon looks back and forth between the two older men for a moment before grunting. That's fine and all, but the wildlings are still in trouble and the others are still coming. What are we supposed to do? Just let them all die so that their bodies can join the Walker's army of the dead. Or worse, let them destroy the Watch and take the wall so that when the White Walkers do come, there's nobody left to defend it. Frowning, his father considers matters for a moment, before finally shaking his head. No, it's as I said, what we would need is royal authority. Luckily, your sister is the queen of the 7 kingdoms. Jon blinks, causing his father to smirk. You are on good terms with Sansa, aren't you? That, Jon jerkily nods, flushing a bit in surprise. He didn't think his father knew that Jon and Sansa had long repaired their relationship. He was certain, after all, that his father's wife did not know. But apparently Eddard Stark was more observant than he gave the man credit for. Then we have our path forward, don't we? Benjen, you will take the mountain clans north and get them situated on their new lands. And if you can get any of them to offer even temporary support to the wall during this situation, then hopefully Mormont will take what help he can get. Jon, you will go to White Harbor and take a boat south to King's Landing, where you will convince your sister to give you an audience with the king. Letting out a weary sigh, his father rubs a hand across his face. If nothing else, Axel Baratheon is not the kind of man to shy away from a fight. I imagine just telling him about a king beyond the wall will get him to take action. Your true challenge will be convincing him that the wildlings aren't the real threat, Jon. Jon frowns but nods. While he didn't like having to go all the way to King's Landing to get help for Ygritte and her people, he just had to hope they could hold out a little bit longer. Swallowing hard, he gives his father a bow. Thank you, father. I promise I won't let you down. In response, Eddard Stark rises from his chair, walks around his desk, and yanks Jon into a tight, bone-crushing hug. For a moment, Jon doesn't know what to do. In the end, he hesitantly returns it, appreciating the embrace for what it is. Though, at the end, he's a little caught off guard when his father pulls away only to grab him by the back of his neck and stare him right in the eye. You never have, Jon. You never have. Jon's eyes are wide, his throat closing up as Lord Eddard Stark claps him on the shoulders. Now go and remember, winter is coming. Never have those words felt more chilling. Chapter 86, Alternatives. I'm not sure how much longer I should continue risking sex with the two of you. The confession falls from Axel's lips at a rather inopportune time. Namely, Sansa and Aerion are both on the bed kissing and fondling one another for his viewing pleasure. At the same time, Tyene is rubbing down his chest with oils and Margaery is between his knees, dutifully bobbing up and down on his cock and preparing him for the two queens. All 4 women pause at his words, making Axel wince slightly at their reactions. But then again, when was the right time to broach this subject? Perhaps when they were all wearing more clothing, he supposed. Alas, the thought had really only come to his mind, because as he was watching Sansa and Aerion kiss and rub their own oiled bodies against one another, his eyes couldn't stop lingering on the modest swells of their matching pregnant bellies. Neither is all that, distended yet, but the signs are visible now when they weren't mere weeks ago. Both women are starting to show as he'd had it put to him, and that makes Axel wonder if maybe they shouldn't be having sex anymore. Because what if, by fucking Sansa or Arianne, he wound up hurting one of the babies? Pulling apart from one another, Sansa's eyes are narrowed while Arianne smiles crookedly and shakes her head. Already finding us too grotesque and fat for your tastes, husband. Axel's eyes widen at his Dornish queen's teasing words. What? No, that's not what I meant. I'm thinking of your safety. I just don't want to hurt either of you. Or our unborn children. His queens exchange a glance at that, before Sansa looks back at him and scowls, looking every bit the beautiful, pale she-wolf as she crosses her arms over her bared chest. You've already told us we aren't allowed to fly with you anymore until after we've given birth. I refuse to give up all the pleasures of life just because I'm with child. That gets another wince from Axel. Yeah, he told them that soon after the warning from Grandmeister Marwyn. Honestly, the thought of accidentally flying one of them too high and depriving them of much-needed air scared him just a little bit, especially in their current states. Still, he's not going to back down here. Sansa can be quite the defiant, independent woman, but he's still the king and he'll put his foot down if he has to. Opening his mouth to do just that, he's cut off, however, by the most unlikely of sources. Tyene Sand, placing her hands on his shoulders and her chin atop his head. There are other forms of pleasure to be had, my queen. Pleasures to be had from his grace and his cock, even. Sansa's brow furrows in confusion, but Arianne lights up in excitement. Oh, that's an excellent idea, Tyene. You'll love this, Sansa. The northern woman frowns, eyes narrowed suspiciously. Just, what are you talking about, even? Grinning wickedly now, Arianne leans over and whispers something into Sansa's ear. Suddenly, for the first time since Axel met his beautiful red-haired queen, he's treated to the sight of her truly embarrassed and mortified. Her face goes bright red, and she turns into a stuttering, stammering mess of a woman on the spot. What? B, but that's T, that can't possibly feel good. Arianne just snickers. It feels good if you do it right, Tilda. When Sansa still doesn't look convinced, Arianne just rolls her eyes. I'll go first to show you how it's done, and if you still aren't willing to give it a try, more for me. Tyene, bring the oil. What follows is a very interesting show indeed, until Axel finds himself called over to the bed, Margaery's mouth having been more than efficient for nursing his erection and keeping him ready for action while they prepared. Tyene oils down his cock all the same, making a comment about how saliva actually made for a terrible lubricant. At the same time, Axel finds himself staring at Arianne's ass, his Dornish queen having turned and planted her face in the bed while lifting her dusky, dark-skinned derriere high into the air for him. Reaching back with both hands, Arianne holds her ass cheeks far apart, revealing the puckered, glistening ring of her anus to his eyes as she waits for him. Apparently, this was the big secret to having sex without having sex. Instead of the cunt, you fucked the woman in her ass. Please be gentle, my King Tilda. Despite my history, my tight little asshole has never had more than Tyene's fingers and some toys up it before. Nothing near to your size or power, Tilda. Axel swallows, but Tyene just smiles serenely. It will be fine, Your Grace, just take it slow at first. The anus is actually very accommodating, Tilda. With that, she guides his slippery, oiled erection forward until he's pushing against Arianne's asshole. In response, Axel's hands come down to grab hold of his queen's hips, even as she moans and shudders just from the contact. Carefully, very carefully, Axel begins to apply pressure, pushing forward with no small amount of hesitation and uncertainty. At first, nothing happens, but then there's a bit of give as Arianne's lubed anus starts to spread open before him. Bit by bit, it stretches around the head of his cock until it swallows the tip of his dick hole. And from there, Axel finds himself forging onward, shocked by the pressure and tightness. Fuck, that feels good. Arianne giggles, even as Sansa looks on with some uncertainty at the sight. She's not running for the hills, though. Instead, the she-wolf seems to be studying the scene, eyeing them both and watching their reactions intently to see just how it's going. It probably helps that Arianne is moaning up a storm. Tyene, still smiling serenely, looks at Sansa from over the top of her mistress, prostrating form as Axel sinks further and further into Arian's ass. So long as your partner loves and cares for you and all necessary preparations are taken ahead of time, there is nothing to fear, your highness. Unless you believe that the king would harm you, knowingly or unknowingly. Sansa stiffens at the lightest, gentlest note of challenge in Tyenne's voice. Honestly, so does Axel just a bit. Before he can reprimand Tyene for speaking in such a way to one of his queens, though. Harder, Axel, fuck me harder. Arian's moaning pleas break through the light tension, causing Axel to blink and look down at her. Had she done that on purpose or? Either way, it doesn't matter. He snorts in amusement and gives her ass a smack that sees the dark flesh jiggling in response, even as Arian giggles and moans all the more wantonly. Sansa, meanwhile, finally comes to a decision. All right, prepare me now. Tyene just continues to smile as she crawls around him and Arian and over to Sansa's side, container of oil in her hands. Axel tries not to get too distracted by the view of what follows, but it's rather difficult. To be fair, Arian has turned her head to watch Tyene prepare Sansa as well, so at least his Dornish queen has no cause to get upset with him for not paying her his full attention. Besides, it's not like he stops fucking Arian at any point anyways. He just maybe slows down once or twice as Sansa makes the most interesting expressions and noises while Tyene applies oily fingers to her innocent, virgin backdoor. Finally, though, Axel can take it no longer. Arian's ass is just too good, squeezing down tightly on his cock. And Sansa's quivering pale body and tits as Tyene plies her anus with glistening fingers is just too cute for words. Also, by now, he's pretty sure Arian has already come herself more than once. Her anal walls have tightened up a few times in a telltale fashion by this point. And so, with a heartfelt groan, Axel tips over the edge and proceeds to come deep inside of his pregnant Dornish queen, filling Arian's bowels with his seed. He never thought he'd be thinking those words, yet here he was all the same, enjoying the act of defiling his queen's anus far more than he ever could have imagined. Of course, Axel has two queens, and with the first one down for the count, moaning and shuddering from the aftershocks of her butt fucking, it's time to tend to the other one's needs. Axel expects Sansa to get into the same position that Arian did, but instead, after receiving some whispered advice from Tyene, the blushing redhead grabs Axel by the shoulders and guides him down to his back. He doesn't fight her, of course, laying down as she wordlessly instructs without complaint and without resistance. From there, Tyene helps Sansa into position, the pregnant northern woman soon hovering over his cock. They work together with their hands to stroke him back to full mast, which, all things considered, doesn't take very long at all. Back when they'd first started to show the first hints of a baby bump, both Sansa and Arian had had moments of insecurity where they thought he might think them ugly as their pregnancies progressed. But honestly, Axel just found them even more beautiful than before, and that feeling only grew as they both grew heavier with his children. Now, watching Sansa's breasts heave and her belly jiggle just a bit as Tyene helps her impale herself anally on his cock, it's truly a sight to behold. Reaching up with a grin, Axel makes sure to help out by holding Sansa's hips and anchoring her in place. Otherwise, she might just descend down his cock too fast and hurt herself. Just like with Arian, the experience of his cock slowly pushing into Sansa's anus is otherworldly. Their assholes are both so much tighter than your average cunt, it's not even funny. Without the oil, he's not sure he would even be able to get half an inch into either of them. However, thanks to Tyene's assistance and lubrication techniques, he soon buried just as deep in Sansa as he had been Arian. His northern queen shudders, her eyes fluttering as she gets used to the sensation for a moment. All the while, Tyene is whispering sweet nothings into her ear and fondling her breasts from behind. From what Axel was told, the more pregnant both of his queens got, the bigger their tits would get as well. Axel didn't know if he was imagining things, but he was pretty sure it had already started. It was harder to tell with Arian, who had already had rather large breasts, but Sansa. He thought Sansa's were at least a little bigger these days than they'd been in the past. Eventually, Sansa starts to move with Tyene's help, slowly beginning to ride him, except with his cock up her ass, instead of buried in her hungering twat like before. The redhead's confused moans are downright adorable as she seems unsure of whether she's enjoying herself or not. She doesn't seem to be in a state of pain or discomfort, though, and the more things go on, the more Sansa gets into it, until eventually she's bouncing up and down on his dick faster and faster, and really starting to let loose. Axel uses his grip on her hips to keep Sansa from ever truly going overboard, even as he enjoys the insane tightness of her asshole all the way to the end of the line. But just like with Aerion, he can't last forever. The experience is just too good, and before he knows what's happening, Axel is groaning and tipping over the edge. Not that he's leaving Sansa in the lurch. Much like with Aerion, she's reached a couple of climaxes by the time Axel spills his seed inside of her bowels. Enough that she's pretty out of it when Tyene finally helps her off of his cock. Axel is just starting to lift his head when she returns, though, the blonde Dornish kneeling between his legs and descending to begin cleaning his cock with her mouth and tongue. That gets a blink from Axel, who had been intending to get up and find a cloth or something to wipe himself clean. But Tyene just stares at him with those expressive, wide blue eyes of hers, and cleans every last inch of his dick right then and there. After all is said and done, neither Aerion nor Sansa are in a state for any sort of pillow talk. Their mutual first time with anal sex has left them exhausted, and they pass out together in minutes once everything is finished. Axel finds himself considering whether he still wants to do a bit more with either Margaery or Tyene, or to just lay down and cuddle with both of his queens, when Margaery suddenly places a hand on his arm, causing him to blink. "Your Grace, if it pleases you, I would beg a moment of your time alone tomorrow. There is something that I want to discuss with you, privately." The king tilts his head to the side, intrigued by the Tyrell woman's sudden skittishness. Margaery has seemed perfectly happy in her role for months now, so what could this be about, exactly? Did she think she could convince him to put a baby in her as well, perhaps? Or maybe she wanted to see if he would eventually name her queen too. Before he can bluntly ask her exactly what she wants from him, however, Tyene suddenly speaks up, having returned from putting away the remainder of the oils they'd been using. "Yes, I think that it would be best for all of us to finally have a talk." "Wait, what?" Axel watches in confusion as Margaery stiffens and scowls, whirling on the other woman with a glare. "I don't think I invited you, Sand." Tyene giggles and shakes her head. "No, you didn't, yet I must insist anyways. After all, there's plenty that you and your grandmother have not uncovered yet. You wouldn't want to present things to your king, unfinished, now would you?" That just leaves Axel more confused than ever before. Yet, when he looks over to Margaery, she's white as a sheet and staring at Tyene as though the Dornish woman had grown a second head. Tyene just smiles serenely, clasping her hands together before her in faux prayer as she bows to Axel before looking him right in the eye. "I think all of us, including the Queen of Thorns, have quite a lot to discuss, my king. Apologies, but I swear it is important." Well, fuck. Now he was legitimately concerned. Just what in the seven hells was going on here? Chapter 87, Illuminating. "All right, what's this all about?" As the king sits down at the table with them, it's clear that he's concerned. Which wasn't what Margaery and her grandmother had intended for this meeting. Not for the first time, Margaery shoots a frustrated glare over at Tyene Sand, who sits on the other side of the table with a knowing smile on her lips and a serene look in her eyes. Gods, she was just so infuriating. This zealous bitch better not ruin everything, especially after Margaery had been working her ass off for months now to make this work. She'd spent every free moment that she had learning at her grandmother's feet. That is, when she wasn't on her knees or bent over some surface taking Axel's cock, of course. This was supposed to be her big, triumphant moment, her and her grandmother, but instead Tyene had inserted herself into the conversation, which in turn led to Olenna giving Margaery a single disappointed look when they'd first sat down. Seething inwardly, Margaery nevertheless forces a smile on her face as she looks to the king. She just needed to focus. They'd talked about this. She knew what to say, even with Tyene getting in the way of things. "My king, House Tyrell has been out of your favor for quite some time now, and for good reason at that. My brother Loras convinced my lord father to foolishly tie our family's fate to the traitor Renly Baratheon, and it was only by your benevolent mercy that our family's punishment was not as bad as it should have been." Axel just stares at her, making Marguerite fidget a bit. Truth be told, she wasn't sure that all of this flowery language was really necessary. This was her grandmother's script more than anything, with Marguerite meant to play the soft, elegant, and beautiful flower, while Lady Olenna played the role of the thorns, like always. However, the feeling in the room was off with Tyene Sand's presence. The Dornish bastard was making everything so much harder than it had to be. Marguerite sucks in a breath and prepares to continue on with her role in this by trying to further soften him up, only to be cut off by the most unlikely of sources. "You've been without a spy master since the death of the spider, Your Grace." Marguerite's head whips around as Olenna suddenly inserts herself into the conversation. This was not the plan as they'd discussed it. She can't help but feel a little betrayed by her grandmother. When they'd plotted this entire conversation out, Olenna had made it clear that Marguerite was to do the majority of the talking. Her grandmother was only supposed to step in if absolutely necessary. Surely it was not already necessary, was it? Axel just grunts, his gaze locking on the Queen of Thorns now. "Indeed I have, Lady Olenna. What of it?" Sitting back in her chair, steepling her fingers together, Olenna purses her lips before doing what she's known best for, speaking bluntly without reservation or restraint. "You have willfully blinded yourself to the threats lurking in the shadows, Axel Baratheon." Oh, by the seven, she was going to get them killed. Or maybe just herself killed. Sansa would probably step in to save Marguerite. But even still, she didn't want her grandmother dead. Though, while the king does narrow his eyes, he doesn't actually seem to get all that angry. In fact, he doesn't say anything at all, prompting Olenna to continue on. "When the spider died, his network did not die with him. I believe he called them his little birds. But to strip away the obfuscation and niceties, Varys' spy network were children. Children one and all, their tongues cut out of their mouths, leaving them supposedly unable to spill their secrets to anyone else." Marguerite shifts in her seat, even as Axel frowns. It disgusted her a little bit. The practice was so distasteful, and honestly, it felt like it was rather over the top. Their tongues might be cut out, but they could still read and write. That was how they had delivered their findings to Varys and his messages to others, after all. So then what was the point of making them mute? It just felt so wasteful in the end. In the wake of Littlefinger's duplicity and the spider's death, I saw a chance to make myself useful. Seeing as I could not exactly replicate my granddaughter's methods when it came to worming my way into your good graces. Marguerite blushes hard at her grandmother's incredibly dry tone. Tyene continues smiling serenely. The king, not one to be embarrassed easily, just snorts in derisive amusement before narrowing his eyes. "And how exactly have you made yourself useful, Lady Olenna?" Letting her hands relax into her lap, her elbows perched on the arms of her chair, the Queen of Thorns smiles thinly. "I collected those discarded, mute children that were left behind by the spider's death. I brought them into my bosom, decrepit as I am, and gave them a new purpose under me. I tended to the shepherdless flock and made it my own. And of course, I brought my granddaughter here in on all of it, training her and teaching her these past few months." Axel narrows his eyes, frowning harder now. "And you did all of this under my nose. Why now? Why did you wait this long to let me know what you were up to? Why not tell me right from the start?" The Queen of Thorns scoffs. "And have nothing to show for it. I am an old woman, Axel Baratheon. I have lived a long time and seen hundreds of men underestimate me and others of the fairer sex. If I had come to you with nothing, you would not have taken me seriously. My granddaughter is little more than your cock-warmer. You would not have taken her seriously either." Marguerite's blush grows even stronger and she squirms in her chair more as Axel shoots her a look. Truthfully, she didn't think that he saw her as nothing more than a sheath like Olenna was insinuating. Sure, Marguerite might feel at times like she was the least among his women, but she still had a place by his side. She had his ear. She was sure of it. Unfortunately, her grandmother hadn't agreed with Marguerite's beliefs. At the very least, the Queen of Thorns hadn't been willing to risk their scheme on the chance that Marguerite was wrong about her value in Axel's eyes. Sitting quietly for a long moment, Axel finally lets out a sigh. "I suppose that we're having this meeting now means you finally have something to say that I will take seriously, yes?" Olenna nods sharply, projecting strength even now despite her advanced age. You suppose correctly, Your Grace. You'll be glad to know that the 7 kingdoms, by and large, are quiet. There are no rebellions fomenting and no lords trying to make a mess of things, not after what you did to your own Greyjay and the Iron Islands, and so soon after you dealt with Renly as well. But while those within the 7 kingdoms might fear and respect you too much in equal measure to make a move, those outside of our borders have no such qualms. HMPH, now who was being rather verbose with their prose, Margaery has to resist the urge to cross her arms over her chest as she listens to her grandmother talk. Honestly, Olenna was usually better about getting to the point. But fortunately, they were finally there anyways. To the north, beyond the wall, an army of wildlings larger than anything seen in almost 100 years currently gathers. They have a king beyond the wall at the head of their host, and it is said they are massing to push further and further south with each passing day. That gets Axel's attention. He straightens up and his jaw clenches. Why am I just now hearing about this? Chuckling, Olenna shakes her head. It is rather fresh information, Your Grace, and news takes time to travel. The first Ranger Benjen Stark and his nephew Jon Snow returned from the ranging that confirmed the wildling march quite recently. They rested at Castle Black for a single day before traveling south to Winterfell to take word to Lord Eddard Stark. As the Warden of the North, it would be his duty to send word to you. Growling, Axel leans forward. And why hasn't he? But Margaery's grandmother isn't intimidated. She just smirks. He has, actually. Jon Snow comes south even now, taking a boat from White Harbor to make good time to King's Landing. He comes to bring word of the king beyond the wall and the wildling army to you directly, Your Grace, in the hopes that your northern queen will convince you to provide assistance, even if you do not intervene personally. That seems to be a balm on Axel's budding anger, causing his fury to fizzle out before it can even start. After all, it's not that he hasn't been told. It's that he hasn't been told yet, because traditional methods of information are slow. This is why Axel needs a proper spymaster, to get him information long before it could come by way of rumor and gossipmongers, and certainly long before it could reach him through official methods. Axel sits quietly again for a long moment before finally giving Margaery's grandmother a look that has some real respect in it, and perhaps some understanding as well. What exactly do you hope to gain here, Lady Tyrell? Spreading her arms wide, Olenna's smile becoming more humorless and cutting than ever before. What do I hope to gain? I think it should be obvious, truth be told. I am an old woman, after all, Your Grace. Once I'm gone, someone else will have to take over what I've been rebuilding from Varys' network. That someone should be my granddaughter, so long as she keeps up her training. But until that time, I should think you would appreciate having a new spymaster. Specifically, a new mistress of whispers, one to tell you all of the things you're missing. Silence falls over the room at that. Axel staring at Olenna and Olenna staring back at him unflinchingly. Margaery licks her lips as she looks back and forth between them. This was it. This was their big moment. Sure, she would never be one of Axel's queens. That, Margaery had made peace with long ago. But her grandmother would not settle for her simply being one of Axel's concubines either. No, Olenna wanted more for Margaery. And truthfully, after training under her grandmother for months in the arts of spycraft, she'd found she had something of a knack for it. At this point, Margaery wanted it too. She wanted to be mistress of whispers on Axel's small council after her grandmother was gone. Of course, there's just one final fly in the ointment, isn't there? The addition to today's meeting that neither Margaery nor Olenna had been anticipating. They'd planned this all out as carefully as possible to really impress upon Axel that he needed their services. Only they hadn't accounted for Tyene Sand. This whole time, Margaery has been waiting for Tyene to interject and reveal why she was here. She'd hoped that maybe the sand would do so in such a way that she could turn it around on the other woman and make her look like a fool for daring to interrupt. Unfortunately, Tyene has remained silent and calm this entire time, her serene smile never faltering even a single time as Olenna laid out what they'd found for Axel. And of course she'd stayed quiet. After all, she didn't need to speak because she knew just by being present that eventually, Axel would ask for her input. Looking from Olenna to Tyene at long last, Axel raises an eyebrow. And what is your part in all of this, Tyene? Why are you here? Marguerite almost speaks up, almost says something about how Tyene has no part in it. But under the table, Olena's foot touches hers and keeps her quiet. And for good reason too, she realizes a moment later. She almost fell into the same damn trap that she was hoping Tyene would fall into, by interjecting and interrupting when it wasn't wanted or warranted. Flashing Marguerite an amused flicker of her eyes, Tyene hums as she then looks back to Axel. "I'm afraid that it's not good news, my king. Much like these fine ladies, I saw the absence of a proper spymaster in your court and moved to fill it. Your place as the blessed champion of the seven and a living saint cannot be denied. But it does not stop the ants from scurrying. As Lady Olena has said, the seven kingdoms are at rest. But the same cannot be said for those in Essos." Marguerite shoots a look to her grandmother at that, with Olena's lips thinning out again as she gives her the smallest shake of her head. Shit, the part of Very's network that they hadn't been able to make much of any progress with had been in Essos. While they'd started developing their own spies over on the other continent, the fact was they were pretty much starting from scratch over there and were still terribly behind. Essos? What's going on in Essos then? Tyene's serene smile finally drops, replaced by a furrowed brow and a frown. "Daenerys Targaryen, your grace." Axel twitches at that, while Marguerite clutches at the arms of her chair. Daenerys Targaryen? I'd heard rumors that she survived. But wasn't she in Karth after managing to struggle her way through the Red Wastes? What is she doing now? Shaking her head, Tyene sighs. "Apologies, your grace, but that is extremely outdated information. Though, in all fairness, it should be acknowledged that the Dragon Queen's speed is unprecedented." Dragon Queen? Marguerite's eyes are wide as she shares a concerned look with her grandmother. Of course, Tyene is just getting started. Since leaving Karth behind, the last Targaryen moved onto Astapor, where she claimed every Unsullied in the city before sacking it and killing all of the good masters there. Then, she moved to Yunkai and burned it to the ground. And then on to Meereen, where they opened the gates and surrendered to her. But that didn't help them. At the direction of her Red Priestess, Daenerys Targaryen sacrificed the great masters of Meereen, your grace, every man, woman, and child of slaver blood. By the seven. Marguerite's eyes are wide as she listens to Tyene speak, but the Dornish woman still isn't done. They call her many things at this point. Dragon Queen, Mother of Dragons, Breaker of Chains. They say that her eyes glow with an internal fire that blazes just beneath her skin, and that all three of her dragons are the exact same way. They say that every sacrifice she makes to the Red God empowers her and her dragons further. And they say that each of her dragons is of a size with the legendary V-Hagar at this point, if not the Black Dread himself. What? That wasn't possible. That? Marguerite shivers. She's seen the dragons' skulls deep in the bowels of the Red Keep. Just by themselves, they were frightening. She could only imagine how large the creatures that they once belonged to truly were, and to have three such creatures alive and well was terrifying. But no, it would be all right, wouldn't it? Axel had killed Euron's Kraken, after all, and that beast was said to be overly large as well. Plus, the king could fly unaided. No dragon could hope to escape him, let alone fight him. Terrible tidings, though if Daenerys Targaryen does not turn her burning gaze towards Westeros, I see no reason to care that much about the fates of these slavers. Surely, she should have her hands full ruling her new lands if she's conquered the three greatest cities of Slavers Bay, right? Tyene shakes her head, gaze lowering. "I'm afraid not, your grace. In this, I must admit my own error. I should have warned you about her movements after Astapor, but like you, I believed she might be content with slaughtering slavers and freeing slaves. I wanted to have a fuller picture of her motivations before I came to you with this. I thought she might remain in Slavers Bay and reform it, much as you reformed the Iron Islands." There's a pause as everyone, even her grandmother, Marguerite notes, finds themselves hanging off of Tyene's words. Unfortunately, the latest information is far more dire. Daenerys Targaryen is collecting ships, your grace, and she's building what she needs to fill the gaps in her fleet. She's turned her gaze in our direction, your grace. All signs point to her coming to Westeros sometime in the next few months. That was bad, very bad. Marguerite shoots her grandmother another glance, but it's a testament to how shaken even Olenna is by this news that she doesn't have anything for her at this point. Axel, meanwhile, seems to almost be made of stone as he takes this all in. He looks from Tyene to Olenna to Margaery and back again, silent as a rock for several long moments that feel like they stretch on into eternity. Finally, he sighs. "I suppose you would also like to become my mistress of whispers, Tyene." Tyene smiles and simply nods, causing Margaery to scowl. Sure, the bitch might have gotten further in Essos than her and her grandmother, but damn it all, Tyene already had a leg up in Margaery on the bedroom. She would be damned if she let her win here too. However, before she can figure out what to do or say to make sure they appeal to Axel more than Tyene does, the king abruptly rises from his chair. "Excuse me, please, I need a moment to think, but feel free to remain seated. I'll be right back." And then he walks right out of the room. Margaery stares after him with wide eyes before looking back to her grandmother. But the Queen of Thorns just looks quietly contemplative. Meanwhile, a glance at Tyene finds her smiling serenely again in a way that makes Margaery want to groan and sink down in her chair until she's under the damn table. She doesn't, of course, she has more decorum than that. But that doesn't change the fact that this might just wind up being the most uncomfortable weight of Margaery's entire young life. Chapter 88, Decisions. The moment he's out of the room, Axel moves with blazing speed to the nearest balcony before shooting up into the sky. To be honest, he does all of his thinking in the air these days. Floating hundreds of feet over the city with an amazing view in every direction makes for the best contemplation in Axel's experience. He's not angry or disappointed, even if he knows he probably should be. He's not even really afraid. No, the reason Axel needed to take a moment to himself is because he doesn't want the others to know what he's really feeling in this moment. He doesn't want them to know that everything that they just got done telling him had left him feeling one thing and one thing only. Excitement. Axel knows it's wrong. He shouldn't be fucking excited by the prospect of a king beyond the wall and an army of savage wildlings invading the homeland of one of his queens and threatening her birth family. He definitely shouldn't be excited by the thought of Daenerys Targaryen and 3 dragons all the size of Balerion the Black Dread either. He should be horrified, he should be terrified, not for himself, but for those who are weaker than him. The wildlings were a danger to the men and women of the North. They were a threat to House Stark and all of their bannermen that couldn't be ignored. And Daenerys could burn the whole of King's Landing down with her dragons if Axel wasn't there to stop her. Even if he was, what if he wasn't fast enough to deal with all 3 dragons? One could destroy the Red Keep, while the other 2 kept him occupied, if they were strong enough. If they were strong enough. That was the problem, wasn't it? The thought of testing himself against such creatures brings the twitches of an involuntary smile to Axel's face. It makes the blood pump in his veins and roar in his ears alongside the sound of his racing heartbeat. Clenching his hands into fists at his side, Axel slowly turns in a smooth circle, letting his eyes move over his lands in every direction. Eventually, though, he comes to a stop and looks to the north. He can't see the wall from this far away, but he can easily imagine it. From the sound of things, the wildling threat is not fully realized just yet. The savages have a king beyond the wall and are moving south in greater and greater numbers. But if they really were about to assault the wall at any point, then Axel is confident Lord Stark wouldn't have wasted time with sending his bastard down to King's Landing to ask for aid in person. Turning again, this time Axel orients himself towards the east. Daenerys, too, was a distant problem. Slaver's Bay, where she was apparently slaughtering the ruling caste of slave masters and sacrificing them to fuel her ascension, was halfway across the known world. And she was still collecting ships as well, even building what she couldn't find. It sounded like she was dead set on bringing an entire army over to Westeros, really. If Axel were in her shoes, he wouldn't want to leave a single one of her foreign warriors behind, from the look of things. Axel's nostrils flare as he considers what little he knows of unsullied warriors. They were supposedly the best of the best, but he had to admit, just knowing that they were slaves left his opinion of them low. How could a slave ever compare to a free man? And more than that, the Unsullied were said to be eunuchs as well. Axel knows it's not entirely accurate, but he still can't help imagining an entire army of soft, doughy berries in his mind's eye. Thousands of the bald, overweight man wearing ill-fitted armor instead of his silk robes and wielding spears in one hand and shields too small for their immense bulk in the other. It's enough to make Axel finally lose the battle against his smile, his lips curling up and spreading open to reveal his pearly whites as he lets out a chuckle at the mental image. It really is quite amusing, isn't it? Only, shaking his head ruefully, Axel lets out a rough sigh. He'd fucked up. All those months ago, when he'd gotten back from killing Euron and setting the Iron Islands to rights, he and Stannis had talked about replacing Varys, and Axel had pretty much blown it off entirely. Hell, he didn't even bother following up with Davos about whether the former smuggler might know any qualified individuals. To be fair, Stannis had put Davos in charge of ruling Dragonstone for him soon after Axel's wedding. Lord Seaworth and his entire family had been watching over Dragonstone and the surrounding area for months now. Along with his work with the Royal Fleet as Master of Ships, Davos had more than enough on his plate without hunting down a new Master of Whispers for Axel. Or at least, that was the excuse Axel had told himself for why he didn't follow up. But really, he hadn't gone out of his way to try to find anyone else either. He'd left the Master of Whispers position empty all these months because he hadn't thought it necessary. He'd been feeling downright unstoppable after killing Euron's Kraken and laying waste to most of the Ironborn fleet. To say nothing of his message to the drowned god and how that had gone, he had truly felt unassailable. But for all that Axel was invulnerable to pretty much all forms of harm that he knew about at this point, everyone around him was not. He might be unkillable, but his pregnant queens certainly weren't. And everyone else too was so very fragile. Going without a spymaster all these months was something like his father would have done in his general laziness and unwillingness to properly rule. Hell, if Varys hadn't survived the sack of kings landing back at the end of Robert's rebellion, Axel could easily imagine a world where his father did go without a Master of Whispers, leaving the position empty for years on end, if not indefinitely. The thing was, Axel was supposed to be better than his father. He was supposed to be cleaning up the mess that Robert left behind so that he could build something new on steady, fresh foundations. Instead, he was only now finding out about threats to his kingdoms that he probably could have known about ages ago. Fortunately, it wasn't too late to fix his mistakes. Far from it, in fact, and doubly fortunately. He had 3 women down below him in the Red Keep all too eager to help. Smiling a bit more fondly, Axel finally starts to drop from the sky, descending back to the balcony that he'd exited the Red Keep from. As his feet hit the ground, he takes sure steps back down the hallway, reaching the room where he'd left Margaery, her grandmother, and Tyene in no time at all. Stepping back into the room, Axel claps his hands together, making sure not to do so too hard, and grins as he looks at the 3 women, all still seated right where he left them. All right then. Looks to me like we have ourselves a few problems, but nothing that can't still be fixed, no? Lady Olenna, Margaery, the problem north of the wall. Is it at the point that I should fly up there immediately and lay waste to this wildling army right this moment? The Tyrell women exchange glances at that. Axel takes note of Olenna's ever so slight nod that prompts Margaery to take the lead and speak up for the both of them. We do not believe so, Your Grace. It would probably be best to let Jon Snow's ship arrive here in King's Landing so that he might be able to tell you more about the situation himself. Our sources tell us that he was an eyewitness to what's really going on north of the wall, which is why he's being sent in the first place. He'll know more, and you should have the time to hear him out and make an informed decision. Very good, Axel nods, giving Margaery an approving smile that makes her blush. All right then, thank you very much, Margaery. That makes her swell with pride and even sees her shooting a smug smirk over at her perceived rival Tyene. Not that the rivalry seems to go both ways. In fact, Tyene is as serene as ever, even as Axel turns to her next. Tyene, what of Daenerys and her dragons? Should I fly over to Meereen right now and slaughter them all before she can make it to Westeros? Tilting her head to the side, Tyene thinks about it, and thinks about it. Axel raises an eyebrow, just about to ask if she's all right, when she finally shakes her head. No, I don't think that would be for the best, Your Grace. Your might should be witnessed by all of Westeros, And more specifically, your best bet would be to defeat her in Dorne, so that my people can see just how powerful you truly are. Axel furrows his brow at that, not quite following on that last part. Explain. Tyene dips her head. While my father and the Dornish spearmen that accompanied him to the Iron Islands all witnessed your majesty, the rest of Dorne did not. And they are so used to lying and deceiving one another that many of them still don't fully believe everything that they've been told about you. Here, Tyene glances over to Margaery with a smile that causes the other woman to narrow her eyes. I imagine that much is true of those up at the wall and beyond it as well. Despite your enemies constantly being sent there, I would not be surprised if when Jon Snow arrives, he doesn't fully understand the depths of your power, your grace. Interesting, but he still didn't understand what she was getting at. Luckily, Tyene isn't done. Therefore, we can kill two birds with one stone. On your orders, my father and uncle can reach out to Daenerys Targaryen and offer her a place to land in Dorne, pretending like they wish to swear to her instead and betray you. In truth, when she and her fleet arrives, they will find nothing but your majestic self waiting for them, backed by the Dornish armies. Tyene's serene smile has returned, her hands clasped together almost in prayer as she outlines how it will all happen. Together, you will destroy the so-called Dragon Queen and her Unsullied, as well as her dragons. Not only will the threat never even come close to King's Landing, but all of Dorne will know you for who you really are, having seen your power firsthand with their own eyes. Axel frowns. But I've married a Dornish princess. Surely they'll see right through such a gambit, no? But Tyene shakes her head. Rumors abound about you over in Essos, your grace. There are even some who would claim that your queens are not happy with being forced to share their titles. Some call you a tyrant and say that you forced the issue. My father and uncle will lean on this rumor and claim that you have done terrible things to Aerion, explaining why they would want a change in rulership. Axel has to admit, it's not a bad plan so long as he ignores the insinuation that he would ever hurt one of his wives in such a way. He especially likes the part where they don't risk King's Landing or any of the Crownlands. Not that he would want Aerion's homeland to burn under dragonfire any more than he wants Sansa's homeland to be pillaged by wildlings, mind you. Still, he would sacrifice both the North and Dorne if it meant keeping his queens safe here in King's Landing. Fortunately, it shouldn't come to that. Following Tyene's plan, Axel would destroy Daenerys Targaryen in Dorne, and then he would go north and kill as many wildlings as he had to in order to make them turn back from the wall. Hell, if they were particularly smart, he would only have to kill one. Their so-called king beyond the wall would hopefully serve as an example to all the others and take the fight out of them. Admittedly, part of him hated this plan. Sitting tight and letting his enemies continue gathering it was a strategy, sure, but not one he particularly appreciated. And yet, he'd already made the mistake of sitting blindly for months because he refused to be proactive in finding a new master of whispers. If not for the actions of the women in front of him, he wouldn't even know about the wildlings until Sansa's half-brother arrived. And he wouldn't have heard about Daenerys until she was practically right on top of Westeros, given how slow normal rumors and news seem to travel across the narrow sea. Letting out a sigh, Axel nods to Tyene as he commits to doing things the smart way. Very well, thank you, Tyene, well done to you too. Tyene just smiles and dips her head. It was my pleasure, my king. He doesn't doubt that it was. The Dornish woman seemed to treat him more like a god than a king most days. She was reverent and worshipful of Axel in a way only those of the faith and the most devout tended to be at this point. Tyene had truly bought into the mythos that had developed around him by this point, though Aerion had confided that it was at least partly because she'd witnessed Axel during his 7 days and 7 nights of burning in the Great Sept. Still, if it were just him, Tyene, and Margaery, they might have celebrated in a carnal fashion right then and there. But of course, they aren't exactly alone. Something that the Queen of Thorns makes absolutely clear as she draws his attention by clearing her throat indelicately. There is still another decision to be made here, Your Grace. The position of your spymaster remains empty. You must choose a new master of whispers, or rather, a new mistress of whispers. Axel smiles, having been expecting her to say something like that. Eyes twinkling, he chuckles as he looks between the three of them. But why? Why would I choose? When I can just have you all, why have only one mistress of whispers? When I can have two, or rather two and a spare from the look of things. Letting his smile grow as they all look at him curiously, Axel just shrugs. Varys had nobody to keep him in check. Nobody to second-guess him or his work. I'm sure he kept secrets from me and both of my predecessors, but who was here to gainsay him? And look where that got us all. No, I won't continue making the mistakes of my father. I'll have two spy masters, two mistresses of whispers. He can see he's shocked the three of them. None of them, not even Tyene, saw this coming. Feeling rather proud of himself, Axel continues on. You'll work together and apart at the same time. You will not compete with one another, or there will be consequences. Instead, I want you to do your best to complement one another. I want you to make up for each other's blind spots and fill in the blanks when something doesn't make sense. Tyene can stay focused on Essos while Lady Olenna and Margaery focus on Westeros, but more than anything you all should be a team. Do I make myself clear? There's a pause before Olenna begrudgingly nods. You have more brains than most men I've dealt with throughout my long life, Your Grace. Axel snorts in amusement, though he suspects that might just be the highest praise he or anyone else will ever get from the Queen of Thorns. As for Margaery and Tyene, Margaery seems like she's just relieved to not have been entirely one-upped by Tyene this time around. And of course, Tyene is Tyene. She's just happy to serve, and Axel suspects she always will be. As all three women signal their agreement and Axel finally fills the last empty spot on his small council with not one, not two, but three bodies, he smiles. This was good. This was what ruling was about. And sure, today had been a lesson in how he could and was still making mistakes. But nothing he couldn't fix. Nothing he couldn't recover from. Daenerys Targaryen and her dragons were in for a bad surprise when they finally made it here to Westeros. He would crush them down in Dorne and show them the futility of trying to take his throne from him. And honestly, he could hardly wait to fight those dragons, as big as the Black Dread, and there were 3 of them. Fuck, that sounded amazing. Chapter 89, Missandei. Your fleet is almost ready, my dear. After that, Westeros awaits. Yes, I look forward to closing my claws around the demon tyrant's throat and ending him once and for all. Missandei of Noth stays quiet and unobtrusive, even as she watches the Red Priestess and her queen converse. The other 2 women stand on a balcony that overlooks Myreen's massive harbor, where a truly titanic fleet of ships can be seen filling Slaver's Bay in all directions. She stays back, of course, out of sight and out of mind until she's called upon. The perfect handmaiden, the perfect servant, that is ideal that she tries to embody for her queen. For as long as she continues to draw breath, Missandei intends to follow and serve Daenerys Targaryen to the best of her abilities, if it is to be her choice. Then she chooses the Dragon Queen, always. At the same time, Missandei can't deny having developed a significant level of distaste for her queen's chief advisor. The Red Priestess known as Melisandre just tends to unsettle Missandei in so many ways, chief among them being her unnatural youth. There's no denying that Melisandre is one of the most gorgeous women that Missandei has ever laid eyes on, but at the same time, there's something wholly unnatural about it that puts her on edge whenever she's in the Red Priestess' presence. Her beauty was unnatural, to say the least. You will get the chance soon enough, Your Grace. Axel Baratheon is secure in his strength, believing himself untouchable because of his demonic powers. And to the ordinary men and women of Westeros, he is. He could cut through an entire army and come out the other side without so much as a scratch. But then again, now, so can you. A shiver runs down Missandei's spine in remembrance. Her mistress was indeed more powerful than ever before, and her enemies here in Essos have learned that firsthand in recent weeks. It's been a little over a month now since they conquered Myreen and Melisandre, sacrificed all of the great masters in Daenerys' name. A month in which they'd focused solely on gathering together a great fleet of ships in order to sail to Westeros. But even knowing that they were trying to leave, there were those in Essos who refused to just let them go after all that the Dragon Queen had done. The scattered remnants of the slavers from the countryside surrounding Astapor, Yunkai, and Myreen had tried everything to retake their cities and reclaim their chattel, from hiring mercenaries to even luring in the Dothraki to do their dirty work for them. The latest attempt had brought a Dothraki Khalasar down on their heads, and for a moment Missandei had worried that her queen might hesitate in the face of her late husband's people. Having heard many stories about Daenerys, sun and stars, she'd wondered briefly if the mother of dragons might freeze up at the threat. Missandei needn't have worried, though. Daenerys had flown into battle on the back of her largest dragon, Drogon, and between him and her other 2 dragons, they had burnt the Dothraki Khalasar to ash in a single afternoon. That was over a week ago now, and there had not been another peep out of any of their enemies since. If anything, gathering ships had started to go even faster, with the number of ships they'd managed to requisition in the last week amounting to over half of their total fleet overall. The most crucial thing at this point was going over the ships carefully to make sure they weren't rotted or sabotaged in any way. As long as they were seaworthy, they would be accepted as part of the Queen's fleet. Daenerys wasn't exactly picky after all, she just needed the ships to get them to their final destination. And the letter from the Prince of Dorne. Are we to land at Sunspear and launch my invasion of the Sunset Kingdoms from there? Missandei's smile quirks up a bit at that. The Sunset Kingdoms was the name for Westeros primarily used in the Free Cities. It was just one of the little ways that her queen revealed where she'd truly been raised. Missandei found it rather cute in its own way. Of course, the other reason she smiles ever so slightly is because Melisandre looks uncertain. Missandei knows that she shouldn't take quite so much satisfaction in such things, especially when it had to do with key factors to the conquering of Daenerys' homelands. But the Red Priestess is so rarely unsure of herself, and that makes for a gratifying sight. I cannot say for certain, my dear. He did marry one of Dorne's princesses, after all. Missandei's eyes narrow, starting to frown now at how weak Melisandre's voice sounds. The Red Priestess is usually so much more confident in her words, especially when she can apparently just see everything to come in those flames of hers. Daenerys clearly feels something similar to her handmaiden, because she scoffs at Melisandre's tone. The rumors say that it was a forced marriage, and you yourself have told me time and time again that Axel Baratheon is a demon made flesh. Is it surprising that there are those in Westeros who recognize him for the monster he is? Is it surprising that those now bound to him by marriage are the ones to recognize the threat he poses and act accordingly? Missandei doesn't quite nod along with Daenerys' words, but she does agree with her queen. Of course she does. She's heard the same rumors about Axel's monstrous power and how he wields it to do whatever he wants over in the Sunset Kingdoms, including claiming 2 brides instead of 1. Some even said that he actually had more women than just his 2 queens, an entire harem of beauties that he's taken because he liked their looks and didn't care what anyone else thought. She can believe it, truth be told, especially with how much Melisandre had said of him to Daenerys in Missandei's presence, and the things Daenerys has in turn told her when they're alone together, just the 2 of them. Which is why it's so strange that for once, Melisandre doesn't seem to know what to say. Finally, she licks her lips nervously. The flames have been unclear of late, I'm afraid. The offer to land in Dorne uncontested and make our next move from there could be legitimate, Your Grace. But it could also be a trap. The flames were unclear. Missandei can't help her eyes widening just a tad. She'd been by Daenerys' side for months now, but she'd never heard Melisandre say something like that before. She'd always seemed to handle her visions from looking into fire with ease and aplomb, along with a certain supreme confidence. Missandei's queen and mistress, likewise, is thoroughly unimpressed. Her glowing orange eyes narrow as she turns away from the balcony to look at Melisandre directly. The flames are unclear? How can they be unclear? I am the Lord of Light's champion. You are his chosen priestess, meant to guide me down the correct path. The flames have never been unclear before. Melisandre grimaces and shakes her head. There is interference, I'm afraid. Others seek to stymie us to stop our efforts. Others, Missandei blinks. Who? But Daenerys isn't having it either way. I don't want excuses. You said it yourself, Westeros awaits. We need to know where we're going, Melisandre. Ask the Lord of Light again, and don't you dare stop until you get a proper answer. Melisandre hesitates, and for the first time, just for a split second, she looks almost tired. But then the moment passes and she straightens up, that same enigmatic smile she always has spreading across her oh-so-perfect features once more. "You're right, of course you are. I'll go commune with our Lord now, my dear. I promise I'll have a clear message for you before we set sail for Westeros." Inclining her head in a bow that Missandei privately doesn't think is nearly deep enough, the Red Priestess takes her leave, walking right past her without so much as glancing in her direction. Missandei doesn't mind though. She prefers to avoid the other woman's notice as much as possible. Still, it was surprising to hear Daenerys talk to her closest advisor that way. From what Missandei had seen and heard, her mistress had been leaning on the Red Priestess for a long, long time. It was obvious that that was the way Melisandre liked it too, preferring to have Daenerys hanging off of her every word. And yet, things had changed a little bit since the sacrifices a few weeks ago. It was one thing to sacrifice the adults, but while Daenerys had ultimately allowed Melisandre to convince her that they needed to sacrifice the children of Myreen's slave masters as well, it was obvious she wasn't happy about the decision, even now. Of course, that was more obvious to Missandei than most, she imagined. Mostly because the handmaiden had spent many a night holding her queen in her arms while Daenerys shuddered and whimpered her way through the resulting nightmares from what she'd been forced to do for her power. Though, it wasn't all bad. For all that her power was as great as it was terrible, the Dragon Queen had discovered another use for it beyond just killing and sacrificing her enemies. A use that was all her own, that Melisandre seemingly hadn't known about. It turned out that Missandei's mistress could use her blood magic to heal, fueling the recovery of others with the power she gained from the connection to her wonderful dragons. Of course, it did drain her and the dragons to do so, and Melisandre had ultimately tried to get her to stop. But Daenerys refused to relent. The draining was only temporary after all, and she'd been able to heal so many former slaves, even going so far as to restore entire, lost limbs and appendages. What a discovery that had been. My queen, please." They'd been passing through the streets of Meereen when a man, clearly a former slave, had come running up with a small form in his arms. A little girl, with wide eyes and a missing hand clearly cleaved off at the forearm. Melisandre had gestured to the Unsullied to block him, but Daenerys had stopped them. "Hold, good sir, what is it? Who is this?" "Am my daughter, your grace, the great masters." They took her hand for taking an extra piece of bread. "Please, they say you have power. Can you help her? Can you heal her?" Missandei had watched Daenerys' face go through so many conflicted emotions at that. It was mere days before that the queen had been forced to sacrifice the former ruling families of Meereen for power, down to the youngest of them. But that power was destructive in nature, as far as Missandei knew. Melisandre had stepped forward, leaning in to whisper in Daenerys' ear. But before she could give her counsel, Daenerys had moved away from her and towards the man. "I'll try." Alarm had flashed across the Red Priestess' face at that, but before she could say a thing, Daenerys was already laying her hands on the girl, draconic claws forming over her fingers as she called upon her power. Later, when it was just the two of them, Daenerys would tell Missandei that she didn't have a clue what she was doing. She was just working off of instinct at the time. But that was still more than enough. The little girl had whimpered and then lifted up the stump of a wrist, only to reveal it growing back right before all of their eyes. Everyone, Melisandre included, had watched on in shock as the arm, hand, and fingers all regrew bit by bit until it was like nothing had happened at all. The expression of disbelief on the Red Priestess' face had warmed Missandei for quite a while after that. After the man left with his daughter, though not before profusely thanking Daenerys and weeping in his relief, Melisandre had the gall to try and take the queen to task. "That was ill done, your grace. Now everyone will demand your healing." But Daenerys, staring down at her hands, had just smiled broadly. "Then they shall have it." And that had been that. Daenerys had indeed healed practically anyone who would ask for it these last few weeks. Anyone who could reach her anyways. And while this did leave her busy and even exhausted at times, Missandei could tell that it also fulfilled and satisfied her in a very real way. In the end, in spite of Melisandre's best efforts, she hadn't quite managed to kill Daenerys' heart. She hadn't managed to turn the queen into her soulless, unthinking, and unfeeling weapon just yet. And maybe she wouldn't if Missandei had anything to say about it. Sucking in a deep breath, Missandei quietly approaches her mistress, stepping up alongside her as Daenerys turns back to look out over the harbor. Her hands clutch at the balcony until her knuckles turn white from her grip, and so Missandei reaches over and places a hand atop one, gently prying it loose and then intertwining her fingers with her queen's. Daenerys lets out a shuddering sigh as she squeezes Missandei's hand gently, taking solace in holding it and in the skin-to-skin contact. They stay like that for a time in wordless silence, watching all of the workers down below doing their best to prepare the queen's fleet for the voyage ahead. Until finally, Missandei holds her tongue no longer. "Your Grace, I would not wish to overstep." Torn from whatever inner thoughts she's having, Daenerys looks over to Missandei before smiling softly. "You could never overstep, Missandei." Turning to her properly, the Dragon Queen reaches out with her other hand, taking a hold of Missandei's free hand and smiles wider still. "Speak your mind with me. I would have it no other way, you know that. You are not my slave, you are my handmaiden and dearest friend, and I want nothing but honesty from you." Missandei believes her, but at the same time, what she has to say might still be a step too far. And yet, at this point it feels like it needs to be said. She can't stay quiet any longer. "I fear that the Red Priestess does not have your best intentions at heart, my queen." Daenerys stills, violet eyes flicking over to the doorway that Melisandre had just left through. Her smile fades, replaced by a frown. "Melisandre, she's been my guiding light since my brother's death. No, since the wedding in Pentos, truth be told, I know she can be difficult at times, but she's trustworthy, Missandei, reliable." Missandei hesitates, but she's come this far, no point backing down now. "Only so far as the Lord of Lights will is concerned, your grace." That causes Daenerys to go silent. Missandei licks her lips, wetting them with her tongue for a moment before continuing. "I fear she doesn't see you as you really are. She doesn't see you as her queen, or Daenerys Targaryen, or even as a woman with your own thoughts and feelings. She sees in you her weapon, her tool, her chosen one." Daenerys grimaces, biting her lower lip and glancing to the side. That alone is enough to tell Missandei that she's had similar thoughts herself from time to time. I am Azor Ahai reborn, Missandei. I am the Lord of Light's chosen champion, so she's not wrong exactly." Missandei scowls, unable to help herself. "But she is. You are so much more than those things, my queen. You are the one who brought dragons back into the world, the mother of dragons. You are the one who broke my chains and the chains of so many others. The breaker of chains. You are a woman who has lost much but never let it break or defeat her. Azor Ahai is only one part of who you are, of the wondrous queen that I have chosen to follow." Looking taken aback by Missandei's outburst, Daenerys nevertheless smiles and lifts up a hand to caress one of her cheeks. Needless to say, Missandei happily nuzzles into her mistress' palm without reservation or restraint. At the same time, though, she's not done, her eyes growing serious again after a moment. "I fear she will use you up and discard you in time, your grace. I fear what she truly plans for you in the long run. She pushes you to do things you do not want to do, always urging you to gather more power even at the expense of your happiness, of your very soul, and all the while, she hides her true nature from us." That gives Daenerys pause, her lips pursed together, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Her true nature, Missandei." Huffing, Missandei pouts, knowing full well that her queen knows exactly what she's talking about. "The Red Priestess beauty is unnatural, your grace. She is like a painting made flesh, even. I do not know her true form, and that worries me. Magic is a blade without a hilt, yet she wields it with such ease. What would she do if you wanted more for yourself than what she wants for you?" Daenerys jolts, looking completely caught off guard by that last question, like she'd never even thought about it before. "Mort." She said too much. Blushing, Missandei puts aside nascent thoughts of trying to convince her queen to run away with her, to leave this all behind, to venture somewhere else entirely rather than Westeros. The Summer Isles would be nice this time of year, for instance, but no. She knows Daenerys would never go for it, not as she is now. And Missandei is a coward. She doesn't want to lose what they already have in the end. Instead, she reaches up and places a hand on Daenerys' cheek in turn, before leaning in and kissing her. The Dragon Queen responds swiftly and eagerly, positively devouring Missandei's lips. It's not long before they retreat back from the balcony and into the room to make use of the bed there. Part of Missandei hates herself for her cowardice, for not pushing harder to make her mistress see that she's being used by Melisandre. But at the end of the day, her place is to serve, so that's what she does. Chapter 90, Arrival. The journey to King's Landing is not what Jon would call very fun. He's never been on a ship out to sea before, and it wound up taking him half the voyage just to get his sea legs under him. Part of him wishes he could have just traveled the King's Road instead, but he knows full well how much longer that would have taken. Travel by ship, so long as it was a solid, reliable vessel, was far faster. And the threats north of the Wall weren't the kind of thing Jon could afford taking the slow route for. If he was to be the one to convince the king that the threat of the others was real, and that the wildlings needed to be allowed to come south before the army of whites consumed them, then he needed to move as fast as humanly possible. All the same, Jon is glad to finally step foot off of the boat and onto one of the docks in King's Landing's harbor. The city itself is massive, bigger than any other settlement he's ever laid eyes on before, not counting the Wall. And to be fair, the Wall was more of a fortification than a settlement. The sorry sight of Castle Black by itself certainly couldn't hold a candle to the city before him now. Only, before he can get more than a few feet down the dock, there's a scuffle on the ship right behind him. "Where do you think you're going, brat?" "Let me go, Jon." Jon was already turning around from curiosity, but he turns around a lot faster when the familiar voice of his youngest sister reaches his ears. Arya? How the fuck was he hearing Arya calling his name here in King's Landing? What he sees when he looks back at the ship doesn't make much sense either. It's the captain of the vessel that had brought him here restraining one of the deckhands, holding them back from running off of the ship. It takes a moment for Jon and the deckhand's eyes to meet, at which point he finally recognizes Arya in the scruffy, dirt-caked deckhand's face. Before he can even fully process this development, Jon's legs are already moving of their own accord, his sword clearing its sheath and pointed unerringly at the captain in mere moments. "That is Lady Arya Stark, daughter of the Lord of Winterfell. Unhand her immediately." The captain's eyes widen and he lets go of Arya like she's on fire. As she runs to Jon's side, the apologies start immediately, and through the captain's blubbering, Jon is able to piece together what must have happened. Somehow, Arya had snuck out of Winterfell, followed him all the way to White Harbor, and stowed away on the ship taking him to King's Landing. To hear the captain tell it, she got caught a week into their voyage, but was unrecognizable as anything more than a stowaway. So the captain put her to work earning her way, not even realizing that she was a young woman, let alone a noblewoman, let alone the younger daughter of the Warden of the North. By the end of the mess of a story, Jon sighs and sheathes his sword, rubbing the bridge of his nose with his fingers. "Apologies for the trouble, good sir, and for drawing my blade on you. From the sound of things, you did nothing wrong. Have a good day." With that, Jon steps back from the ship, Arya pressed closely to his side. When he looks down at her, she looks back at him with the biggest eyes he's ever fucking seen, practically begging him not to send her back. In the end, Jon just sighs and shakes his head. "Sansa will decide your fate." Arya both brightens up and shivers at that, before they turn and begin making their way off the dock. Of course, they barely make it 5 feet before Arya starts providing commentary. It stinks just as much as they all said it would. "Ha, you should have smelt it a few months ago before the imp got his grubby little fingers in the city's sewers. Was much worse back then. Stench is downright tolerable these days by comparison." Seeing as that's not Jon's voice, both he and Arya whip around, only to stare in surprise at the white-cloaked knight standing a few feet away. The Kingsguard had managed to sneak up on them somehow, despite being a clear foot taller than Jon and in full plate besides. There's a lot of noise around them that could perhaps explain away him being able to hide the sound of his approach, but damn it all, Jon still should have been keeping a better eye out. Arya's presence had distracted him though, leaving him not quite as attentive as he should have been. "You the crow, Jon Snow." The man's face, half covered in burn scars, twists into something of a sardonic grin at his own little rhyme, even as John swallows thickly. I am, and you must be the hound. It was hard not to know this man by sight. Everyone knew about Sandor Clegane and his burn scars, just as everyone knew he'd been knighted and then recruited to join the Kingsguard a while back as well. John thinks one of Sansa's letters even mentioned him being one of the king's favored sparring partners. That's me, yep. Didn't know you were bringing the queen's sister with you. Sounds like you didn't know either though, huh? Come on. Blinking, John looks to Arya, who blushes and is looking at her feet. But then he realizes he's being rather foolish just standing there staring, especially seeing as the Kingsguard has already turned and started walking away. As he and Arya hurry to catch up, John clears his throat. I'm here to speak with the king. Yes, we know. They knew his father must have sent a raven ahead, but John had hoped to talk to Sansa first to get her in his corner. In that regard, Arya actually might just prove to be a boon, he realizes. I hope to meet with Queen Sansa first, though before any sort of court appearance, especially with the unexpected presence of our sister. Where do you think I'm taking you? Wait, what? As though sensing John's surprise, the hound looks back over his shoulder at him and snorts derisively. Been coming down to the harbor every day for a week now waiting for your sorry ass to show up, Snow. Now quit dragging your feet and move, unless you're aiming to keep the queen waiting for you just as long. John blanches, and when Sir Sandor redoubles his pace, the northern bastard is quick to match him. The other man might have longer strides, but John has youth and vigor on his side. Not to mention, a true sense of urgency. He's a little caught off guard by them seemingly already knowing that he was coming, but it doesn't necessarily seem like a bad thing in the end. Arya, meanwhile, struggles a bit, though not as much as to be expected. She keeps a pace like her life depends on it, determination and resolve etched across her face. This does mean there's no time to talk though, either for John to admonish or Arya to beg for him to help her. Soon enough, they reach the Red Keep's front courtyard, and true to the hound's word. John's eyes widen as he's greeted by a broad smile and an even broader belly, even as he feels Arya hide her slim figure behind him instantly. His half-sister all but charges forward, arms spread for a hug. John, though, is struck by her pregnant state, his eyes fixed on her belly. Sansa, my queen, But Sansa reaches him and smacks him on the arm hard. None of that now, John. Sansa to you, especially when we're not in public. John wisely holds his tongue at that, but he does still look around the courtyard meaningfully, as it to say, but aren't we in public? Of course, before the queen can respond, Arya finally pokes out from behind John, letting Sansa lay eyes on her for the first time. Sansa, you're pregnant. Eyes bulging out of her skull, the gobsmacked look on Sansa's face is honestly almost worth the heart attack John nearly suffered down at the docks. Arya, what are you doing here, and why are you so filthy? Flushing, Arya kicks the ground. I ran away, please don't send me back. John and Sansa share a look at that, with John just shrugging in response to the question in Sansa's eyes. As far as he was concerned, this mess was firmly in her hands now. He was just a brother of the Night's Watch. She was a queen of the bloody 7 kingdoms. After a long moment, Sansa sighs. Sir Sandor. Your Grace. Please take my sister to Lady Brienne. Arya's face falls at that, no doubt conjuring up images of baths and dresses and embroidery circles. John, though, thinks there's something familiar about the name Brienne. Wasn't she? What, Sansa? But Sansa overrides her. At this time of day, Lady Brienne should be practicing in the training yard, correct? The hound nods. Good, tell her I want my sister's sword skills assessed, please. Arya looks like her name day has come early, eyes lit up in excitement, and smile as wide as John has ever seen it. She barely even looks back at the two of them as Sir Sandor leads her away. Sansa, a very pregnant Sansa, just huffs and rolls her eyes good-naturedly as they watch their sister disappear. Come on, we'll speak inside. Right, good, that was. Good. Arya was taken care of, and now John could focus on the reason he'd come to King's Landing in the first place. Nothing too big, just the fate of the Dam Realm. Yes, we should. I have dire news from beyond the wall, Sansa. "We know, John." But John shakes his head this time. They might have known he was coming, but he doubted they knew everything. And he wasn't just talking about Arya stowing away either. Indeed. "You don't know the half of it, Sansa." Sansa gives him a look at that, before leading him further inside. By this point, the stench of King's Landing has faded completely up here on the hill that the Red Keep is situated. But John barely even notices, his guts tied in knots by this point. He just hopes he doesn't botch this somehow. "Your Grace, thank you for meeting with me." Axel smiles, already liking the look of John just right off the bat. But then, to be fair, Sansa had had nothing but good things to say about her honorable half-brother. And Axel's own history, as a bastard, made him even more predisposed to the young man who was the namesake of the late Jon Arryn. Of course, Sansa said it was important, but first, tell me, have the mountain clans from the Vale settled into the new gift yet? Sansa sits in the background of this meeting, a show of silent support for Axel as much as she is for Jon. His northern queen hadn't told him everything Jon had told her, but she'd certainly been a little shaken by whatever the Night's Watchman had to say. Of course, she was even more shaken up by the unexpected arrival of her younger sister at Jon's side. Apparently Arya Stark had run away from home and stowed away on a ship. Might wind up being messy once they sent a letter to Winterfell letting them know where she was, but Axel would support whatever Sansa decided to do about that situation in the end. Still, the king would kick himself if he didn't at least ask after the mountain warriors that he'd sent north after Euron's war. Jon blinks before hesitantly nodding. "Yes, Your Grace, or at least, I think they definitely should have by now. My uncle Benjen Stark, first ranger of the Night's Watch, was tasked with taking the mountain clans north to the new gift by Lord Stark, while I was tasked with coming south to speak with you. I have every confidence that the first ranger will have done his duty to your satisfaction by now." Good, that was good. With that out of the way, Axel leans forward, steepling his fingers together and resting his elbows on his knees. "All right then. Now tell me what you know of this king beyond the wall and his wildling army. What sort of threat do they seriously pose, and what sort of timetable are we operating on here?" Axel asks because, well, at this point Daenerys and her dragons are less than a week away from Westeros. Tyenne's plan to lure the last Targaryen to Dorne has worked beautifully, with her responding favorably to House Martell's overtures. Just a couple days from now, he would be flying down to Dorne to help put the final touches on the preparations for her and her fleet's arrival. If the wildlings attacked in the next week or two, that would be rather irritating. But given that his mistresses of Whispers didn't think the problem was that dire or pressing, and that allowing Jon to come all the way here was fine, Axel had high hopes that that wouldn't be the case. Jon pauses in the face of his question, and then shakes his head. We have time before the wildlings will try to attack the wall, Your Grace. They're getting closer to the wall every day, but the truth is they don't want to attack it. They're just trying to survive." "Wait, what?" Axel furrows his brow, honestly confused now. "Explain." Sansa looks like she's already heard this, worried as she is. But it's clear she wanted Axel to hear it from Jon's own mouth. And so he does. He listens as Jon talks about the dead rising from their graves and hunting down the living. He listens as the northern bastard talks of arranging gone bad, where he and his uncle would have both died to whites if not for the intervention of wildlings. Jon goes on to explain how the wildlings talked of seeing others, of laying eyes on the White Walkers from the battle for the Dawn 8,000 years ago. Supposedly, the ice demons had come again to test the might of humans, and they wouldn't care what blood flowed through their veins or what side of the wall they were on either. To his credit, Jon Snow is honest about not laying eyes on any White Walkers himself. Only the Whites, dozens if not hundreds of them, all with glowing blue eyes and a hunger for the living that would not be beat. But he also seems to fully believe that the wildlings are telling the truth, that the others come south once again to threaten all that they hold dear. Axel doesn't immediately dismiss what Jon is telling him out of hand or anything like that. How can he when he himself walks the lands, the preeminent example of magic and mystical power returning to Westeros after so long? Between Euron's Kraken and Daenerys' dragons, what were zombies created and controlled by ice demons? In the end, it was all just the same bullshit, really. Leaning back in his chair, Axel frowns, thinking for a long moment after John finishes telling his tale. The night's watchman eyes him quietly, clearly not willing to speak up while Axel is pondering his words. Finally, Axel grunts. So the wildlings are gathering to demand passage through the wall, is that it? They don't want to invade the north, they just want to save their miserable frostbitten lives. John nods immediately, his eyes dark with determination. Yes, Your Grace. Axel snorts in response, smiling slightly. Would you be willing to stake your life on that, Jon Snow? To his credit, John doesn't hesitate. He nods sharply yet again, his jaw setting. I would. I fully believe the majority of them don't want any trouble. They just want to live, Your Grace. Even their so-called king beyond the wall. He's a former brother of the Night's Watch. He might have deserted, but he's no savage, I don't think. Tilting his head to the side, Axel hums. And the lives of every man, woman, and child in the north. Would you be willing to stake their lives as well? That finally gives John pause. He opens his mouth and then stops, hesitating to answer this time. Axel nods slowly, pleased with the response. It meant the other man wasn't a complete fool, at least. After letting the silence hang between them for a moment more, Axel continues on. Even if it is true, even if the others have returned, are raising an army of the dead as we speak, that doesn't make the living wildling army bearing down on the wall any less dangerous to the north, now does it? It certainly didn't make Daenerys and her dragons any less dangerous. Axel couldn't be everywhere at once, unfortunately. He couldn't fight multiple battles at the same time. Fortunately, the situation up at the wall didn't sound quite as sensitive as the one with Daenerys. He could make this work, even if it might end up being a little tight in terms of timing. No, Your Grace. Axel grunts, pleased at that response. So far, he liked Jon Snow a lot, but to really get the measure of the man, Axel abruptly stands up, catching the Night's Watchman off guard. Get up, let's go. As Jon rises, he shoots Sansa a confused look. Axel's Northern Queen just smiles and shakes her head in amusement, already knowing what's going on here. Axel, meanwhile, just grins. The nearest courtyard. You and I are going to have a spar, Jon Snow. That causes the other man to jolt. A spar, Your Grace. A spar. I'd hope you know your way around a sword given you have one at your waist. I do, yes. Then come on. I want to get the measure of you, and what better way than a proper fight? Jon doesn't say another word, just following Axel as Sansa trails behind them. A grin spreads across Axel's face as they go. He was spoiling for a good spar, and while Jon couldn't really give him any sort of true challenge, that didn't mean the other man wouldn't be able to impress him anyways. Axel was excited to see just what Sansa's brother could do. Chapter 91, Spar. Sansa isn't worried for Jon as she follows him and her husband to the nearest courtyard. It happens to be empty as well, rather than the yard where she'd had Sir Sandor take Arya to see Lady Brienne. The Kingsguard had finished that errand by now and returned to Sansa's side as well, making it just the three of them along with Clegane watching from nearby. And hadn't Arya's arrival been quite the shock? Sansa already knew how her parents would react when they found out where her sister was. They would demand Arya be returned to Winterfell immediately, or at least Sansa's mother would. Their father. He might be convinced to let Arya stay for a little while if the letter was worded properly. Leaning against a column, a hand on her gravid belly, Sansa smiles as she watches Axel grab two blunted swords from the rack and lob one through the air to Jon. To his credit, while he's caught a little off guard by the throw, Jon nevertheless manages to catch the sword, something that Sansa can tell gains him a bit more of Axel's approval. All right then, let's see what you're capable of, Jon Snow. Come at me with all you've got. Don't hold anything back now, you hear. Despite the orders from his king, Jon nevertheless hesitates as he sets aside his cloak and pulls off his sword belt. Moving a bit in a way Sansa knows is to help him limber up, the Night's Watch brother nevertheless frowns slightly as he turns to face Axel. I've heard a lot about you, Your Grace. If even half of what I've been told is true, then I don't stand a chance in this fight. Sansa winces a little at that. On the one hand, at least Jon is being honest. Axel likes it when people are blunt with him. On the other hand, she can guess Axel's response even before it comes. And, tell me, these 100 whites who attacked you and your uncle, did you stand a chance against them before the wildlings saved your lives? John blinks before slowly shaking his head. No, we didn't. They had us dead to rights if it wasn't for Ygritte and her comrades. Sansa perks up at that. Ygritte, eh? So John had met a wildling woman, and she thinks she hears something in his voice, something he's doing his best to hide. She wonders if Axel hears it too. If he does, her husband shows no signs of it. But you still fought, didn't you? Before the wildlings, before this Ygritte pulled your asses out of the fire, you fought. You didn't just lay down and die, I would hope. We fought. Axel grins a ferocious grin, his eyes glittering with excitement as he lifts up his sword and points it at Jon. Then fight me, Jon Snow. Show me a man who fights 100 whites even knowing he can't possibly win. Show me a man who refuses to lay down and die, no matter the odds. That, Sansa can tell, gets her brother well and good, just as Axel intended. Jon's dark eyes turn flinty and his jaw sets in determination. One moment he's still standing in place. The next he's moving forward, charging in with a shout as he swings his sword. He's fast for a normal man, but Sansa has watched Axel spar at this point, and she's even seen him hold nothing back from time to time at her asking. Compared to the speeds that Axel can move, Jon is. Well, it's actually not really even fair to compare the two, now is it? Axel blocks Jon's first strike, of course, and then he blocks the next one and the one after that. He stays completely on the defensive, but it's telling that he doesn't bother with any dodging. Instead, the King of Westeros stands his ground, letting Jon swing on him but giving no room, his feet anchored in place. Sansa can tell that this catches Jon off guard. But then, any mortal man would be shocked by an opponent that doesn't give way, that doesn't even react to your sword swings. Just from the speed of Jon's blows, Sansa can tell that there's plenty of strength in her half-brother's arms. He's certainly no weakling, and he wields the blunted sword well from everything that she knows. Of course, as much as Sansa enjoys watching men engage in swordplay, she's also well aware that she's not an expert on the subject matter. As such, as Jon continues to assail her husband and Axel continues to play the part of implacable, immovable fortress, Sansa turns her head towards Sir Sandor standing nearby. You have a better eye for this sort of thing than I do, Sir Sandor. How does Jon measure up? The scarred Kingsguard looks over at her for a moment before looking back to the fight. Sansa waits patiently for his response, knowing that he's not ignoring her so much as he's considering his answer. Even if he would never say it himself, Sandor Clegane was probably one of the strongest warriors in the Kingsguard at this point. He was definitely one of the finest knights in the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms. To hear people speak of it, Sandor Clegane had been a capable fighter even before catching the eye of her husband. But once Axel got his hands on him, the Hound had become the king's most frequent sparring partner. Axel had mentioned it a few times to Sansa, how he'd turned himself into a whetstone for Sandor's steel, honing the other man into a peerless swordsman. Of course, Sandor only saw the impossible peak before him and completely missed the fact that he'd left pretty much everyone else outside of maybe Sir Aerys and Lady Brienne in his dust in the process. All Sandor Clegane knew was that he would never surpass his king. It kept him humble in a way many other knights weren't. He isn't bad, Your Highness, very capable for his age. Sansa raises an eyebrow, even as the corner of her mouth quirks up in amusement as well. That was high praise from Sir Sandor, but there was clearly a but in there somewhere. And yet, huffing, the Kingsguard shakes his head. He has a temper. That surprises Sansa, and she glances over to Axel and Jon again, her brow furrowing incredulously. A temper? Jon? She couldn't recall a single time he'd flown into a rage throughout their entire childhood. He had always been perfectly composed, even as Sansa's mother had made life extraordinarily difficult for him, all because of things out of his control. Sure, maybe he could get surly from time to time, but a temper? She just couldn't see it. Although, now that she's looking at them a bit more closely, she can tell that Jon is getting irate. Axel is continuing to play his game of implacable defense. His feet haven't moved a single time since their spar started. In fact, Sansa isn't even sure whether he's moved his body outside of his arms. Not to mention, at this point, Axel has started wielding his sword with just one hand and nevertheless continues to manage to block and turn aside every single blow John makes. Even when the Night's Watch brother gets behind Axel and swings at his back, the king refuses to turn with him and instead manages some truly impossible blocks behind himself with that one arm. This has John huffing and puffing from exertion, but not just exertion. His face is scrunched up in concentration, but not just concentration. Sansa's eyes widen slightly as she sees true, honest rage on her half-brother's face for the first time in her entire life. And then, "Fight me, you bastard." Sansa's jaw drops open at Jon's uncharacteristic shout. It explodes out of him, clearly unintended judging by the way he jolts at his own voice afterwards. Beside her, Sandor lets out a rough chuckle, and out in the courtyard, Axel gives Jon what he asked for, suddenly moving. He doesn't move as fast as he actually can, Sansa notices, yet it's still faster than most mortal men. Jon barely manages to get his sword up to block the first blow. He stumbles back on the second and is forced into a full fighting retreat by the third. To his credit, her brother doesn't give in, doesn't give up, and doesn't even consider surrendering. His face sets into a look of determined concentration, even as he finds himself hunted and hounded, chased down, and ultimately beaten black and blue. Indeed, Sansa winces when the first of Axel's two fast blows finally slips past Jon's flagging guard. He starts to get tired, and Sansa's husband punishes him for it. Each blow that would have cut or killed if this weren't blunted steel represents a guaranteed bruise by tomorrow morning. And yet, Jon keeps fighting. He doesn't falter, and Axel respects that by continuing to strike at him. It gets to the point where Sansa can't take it anymore, and maybe that marks her as just another weak woman, but sometimes bull-headed men need weak women to tell them when they're being idiots. That's why Axel married too, after all. Enough. Axel stops mid-swing, a mere inch away from connecting with Jon's body again. Jon, panting and heaving and barely staying on his feet, stutters to a stop as well, looking over to her with a frown. But Sansa simply straightens up and lifts her nose imperiously. "As your queen, I say that's enough." Jon's frown grows, but Axel just laughs. "Well, you heard her. When the queen speaks, men must listen." Her half-brother shoots the king an incredulous look, but Axel just grins. "That was a good bout, Jon Snow. You are a true warrior, and I suspect you're an honorable man too. I'll talk to my Lord Stannis about sending supplies and men to the wall to help reinforce the Night's Watch starting tomorrow. And I'll also send a raven to Lord Commander Mormont, giving my royal decree that this Mance Raider and his little army will be allowed to approach the wall and shelter under it so long as they stay on their side of it for now. This will hopefully allow them to keep the Whites at bay, until I can deal with the problem myself in a couple more weeks." Jon looks pleased by that first part, but a little rankled by the second. But Axel just holds up a hand, cutting off anything that the other man might have said in protest. "It will have to be this way for now, I'm afraid. The wildlings and walkers that threaten the north are but one issue I find myself currently dealing with. The other is far more time-sensitive. Right, the issue with Daenerys Targaryen and the trap that Axel had prepared with House Martell down in Dorne. Sansa had to admit that, given everything Jon had said about the situation up north, Daenerys and her dragons were the more imminent threat for the time being. Her fleet was said to be less than a week away at this point, and Sansa shivered to think what would happen to the Dornish if Axel was not there to stop the last Targaryen in her tracks. No, as much as she might want to claim her homeland should take priority, Sansa was well aware that was just her bias talking. That's why, when Jon shoots her a quick questioning glance, as if to ask if she agreed with Axel, Sansa just smiles softly and nods in silence. Letting out an explosive breath and then grimacing as his bruised ribs make themselves known, Jon just grunts and nods to the king. "As you say, Your Grace, thank you." Axel grunts before reaching out and clasping Jon's arm in his own. He nearly pulls the other man off balance as he drags him close and speaks in a clear tone. "I am putting my faith in your judgment, Jon Snow. By forcing the Night's Watch to allow Mance Raider and his army to get so close, I make them far more vulnerable than they otherwise would be. Especially if it turns out that survival is not the main priority for this mass of wildlings. I only hope that the walker threat is real, and enough to keep them in line until I am free to deal with them myself. Of course he wanted to fly up there and handle things all on his lonesome, once the threat of Daenerys and her dragons was no longer looming over their heads. Sansa sighs and shakes her head in exasperation, already making plans to team up with Aerion and the others to hopefully convince Axel to at least take someone with him when he decides to fly north of the wall. Jon swallows thickly and bows his head after a moment. I understand, Your Grace. I believe they can be reasoned with. They are men and women just like us, not like the dead things that hunt them or their frozen masters. The free folk are not the enemy, I fully believe that. Humming, Axel smiles mirthlessly. I hope you're right, Jon Snow. Sandor, take our guest here to the rooms that have been prepared for him. I suggest a nice bath, Jon. Soaking in the right mix of warm water and herbs before the bruises start to develop is said to help with the healing process. Or so I've been told anyways. Axel grins wickedly at that, even as Jon snorts in dry amusement and lets Sandor lead him away. Sansa moves to join Axel at that point, prompting the king to look at her as he puts the blunted swords back on their rack. After a moment, her husband sighs and gives her a side eye. He's telling the truth as far as he believes it, I know that much. Sansa nods in agreement. Jon isn't the type to lie, not even for a girl. The way Axel doesn't react to that makes it clear he did, in fact, catch her brother's earlier slip in regard to this Ygritte woman. Instead of being surprised or confused, he just chuckles and shakes his head. Still, it's fortunate that we can put off that problem for a little while longer. I'm sorry, Sansa, and I would hate to have to choose, but if they did overlap. Axel grimaces, leaving the hard part unsaid. But Sansa hears it loud and clear all the same. If Daenerys Targaryen decided to invade Westeros the same day or week that the wildlings decided to attack the wall, Axel would have to prioritize Daenerys and her dragons first. After all, the wall might be able to hold against the wildling army, and if it didn't, the North probably could until he was free. Daenerys and her dragons, on the other hand, if they were allowed to run amok in the Seven Kingdoms, entire castles could burn. Stepping forward, Sansa draws her husband into a hug. I know, Axel, it's all right, we have time. In both cases, we still have time. Axel swallows hard and slowly nods. Yes, everything is going to work out in our favor. Daenerys and her fleet have fallen right into our trap and... Why, Your Grace, my king. Cut off, Axel blinks and turns with Sansa, doing the same as an out-of-breath assistant to Grandmeister. Marwyn comes racing up with a scrap of paper in his hands. A missive by Raven. Word, doubly word from Dragonstone, Your Grace. Axel's brow furrows, even as Sansa's heart begins to sink. She's not sure how she knows, but even before he grabs the message and reads it, she has a feeling what it will say. Even before Axel staggers, looking downright pale for the first time she's ever seen, she knows what will come from his lips as he turns to her, his eyes wide with horror. The Targaryen is on Dragonstone with all 3 of her dragons. She burned the half of the royal fleet docked there to cinders while they were still at anchor. Sansa grimaces, afraid that was what he was going to say. What of Lord Davos and his family? Axel's horror and pale pallor swiftly turns to anger and fury as he clenches his hand into a fist, crushing the slip of parchment in the process. I don't know, but she'd better hope she doesn't harm a single hair on any of their heads. Whatever she does to him and his kin, I'll visit upon her, her dragons, and anyone who follows her 100-fold. Chapter 92, Dragonstone. Home, at long last she was finally home. It felt almost surreal, really, to be here after all this time. Even before the conquest, before all the battles that led to the creation of both King's Landing and the Iron Throne. Dragonstone was her family's seat. Dragonstone was where House Targaryen had set down roots before the doom of Valyria, where they had fled when Daenerys predicted the destruction of the Valyrian stronghold. More than that, it was the birthplace of Daenerys herself. It was here, in this very castle, where Daenerys had been born, her mother's life claimed in the process. And though she was just a babe when they were forced to spirit her and her brother away on a ship to Essos, Dragonstone still resonated with Daenerys in a way she never could have imagined. She finally felt like she was right where she belonged. Her dragons agreed with her. She could feel them through the bond now, enjoying the island and all it had to offer. The people of Dragonstone were happy to have her here, the lords of the Crownlands eager to turn on the demon tyrant and help her slip past his net to sneak her fleet up here instead of sailing right into the trap down in Dorne. Of course, not everything is perfect in this moment. Daenerys sits on the throne of her forefathers and Missandei stands alongside her. But Melisandre has most definitely seen better days. It's strange to see the Red Priestess actually look tired for once. She's always seemed so perfectly in control of herself, down to every little detail of her appearance. And yet, the voyage has not been kind to her. Not to mention that uncovering the Dornish plot had visibly taken a lot out of her. Melisandre had almost failed on that front. She'd almost led them all right into the trap that House Martell and the demon tyrant were planning against them. Daenerys had to admit, it was disconcerting to see the Red Priestess struggle so much with reading the Lord of Light's portents in the flames after months and months of success. She'd always been so sure of herself before. Even now, Melisandre continues to concern her. The Red Priestess is currently bent over a brazier, staring into the flames while muttering to herself as everyone else looks on. It's not just Daenerys and Missandei and her unsullied guards that fill the room to watch the spectacle either. At the back of the throne room are numerous lords from the area surrounding Dragonstone. Her house's most loyal supporters had been just waiting for the chance to rise up. The minor noble houses from Cracklaw Point, House Velaryon from Driftmark, House Celtiger of Claw Isle. All good, strong men. Men who still held true to the House of the Dragon, even after all this time. Meanwhile, in the center of the room, forced to their knees with an unsullied assigned to each of them, are Lord Davos Seaworth and all of the members of his family who were on Dragonstone when she attacked. Watching them, Daenerys can see fear in their eyes, though she suspects the fear she sees in Lord Davos to be more a fear for his family rather than himself. Everything she's heard about her enemies, Master of Ships marks him as a strangely honorable individual, in the end. It doesn't make any sense, not a drop of royal blood, useless all of them. Daenerys tilts her head to the side, picking up on Melisandre's muttered whispers. She's pretty sure that nobody hears them, but her, and that's only because of Daenerys' enhanced senses. Her body thrums with power at this point, and that comes with certain benefits. Better hearing is just one of them. Still, despite what Daenerys overhears, Melisandre straightens up from the flames she was just stooped over and returns to her queen's side with as much grace as she can muster. Leaning in close, she speaks to the queen quietly. "I would advise burning them all, my queen. We must give proper thanks to Arlor for helping us slip right under the tyrant's nose, after all. A proper sacrifice would go a long way to repaying his benevolence." Daenerys lets out a low sigh at that. Even after she'd confirmed that Davos Seaworth and his family had no royal blood in their lineage, and therefore no power to be gained from their sacrifice, Melisandre was still trying to get Daenerys to burn them anyways. She's reminded of the conversation that she and Missandei had back in Meereen that day, before leaving Slaver's Bay behind, along with the conversations they'd had throughout the voyage since. Did the Red Priestess really have Daenerys' best interests at heart? Did they really want the same things in the end? No. Melisandre rears back as if struck, blinking and staring at Daenerys with wide eyes as her advice is weighed, and unceremoniously rejected. "Bring them forward." The Unsullied pull Lord Davos and his family forward and push them down on their knees closer to Daenerys. None of them had heard exactly what Melisandre and Daenerys talked about outside of Missandei, so their fear only ratchets up. Davos Seaworth clears his throat, straightening his spine. "Please, if you must kill me, I understand, but spare my children, the young ones if nothing else." His voice sounds so defeated, so convinced that his begging will amount to nothing. And yet he tries anyways. Daenerys decides then and there that she likes him, all the while wondering what sort of man Axel Baratheon truly was to leave his Master of Ships so broken and beaten. To reduce him to nothing but a whimpering dog, for shame. "I currently have no intention of harming you or your family, Lord Seaworth." The eyes of Davos and his family widen in disbelief at that, while Daenerys smiles benevolently. "You need not fear me or my Unsullied. I have heard a great many things about you, Lord Davos. The other lords of the houses surrounding Dragonstone speak well of you and your time as both their nominal liege lord and the master of ships. Lord Davos' jaw drops in shock, and he finds himself twisting around to stare at the noble lords standing at the back of the hall. He looks utterly flummoxed that they would speak up in his defense. Daenerys can't quite see why he's so surprised, though, truth be told. From what she's been told, Davos' predecessor was the usurper's brother, and while not apparently a demon like his nephew, he was a monster of a man who would rake you over the coals for even the slightest mistake. Hells, even Davos himself had suffered from Stannis Baratheon's tyrannical rule. The finger bones he kept in a pouch around his neck to this day were evidence of that. Daenerys giggles, drawing Davos' eyes back to her. He looks, completely baffled at this point, amusing. I understand what it must have been like, slaving away and doing everything you could to keep you and your family alive, first under the likes of Stannis Baratheon, and then under his monstrous nephew as well. You are not to be condemned for surviving this long, Davos Seaworth. Rather, you are to be commended. His mouth opens and closes, but no words come out. He's been struck speechless by her generosity. Smiling, Daenerys beckons to her feet. Please, bend the knee to me, Lord Davos. If you do so, you will retain your position as Master of Ships on MY's small council. Dragonstone will always belong to House Targaryen, but I will even allow you to continue stewarding my seat once I take King's Landing. You and your family will be safe under the protection of mine and my dragon's wings. Silence falls as the entire hall becomes positively charged with tension and nervous energy. Daenerys waits for Lord Davos to fall all over himself and start swearing fealty to her on the spot while thanking her profusely for freeing him from the demon tyrant. But instead, the man hesitates. For a long moment, he looks at her, and then his eyes slowly slide to his family, sweeping across all of their kneeling forms. Finally, he looks back and bows his head. I'm sorry, I can't. Whispers and murmurs break out among the lords at the back of the hall. Daenerys' smile drops, and she finds herself growing angry. Melisandre even leans in again, whispering in her ear about making an example of the fool for spitting on her generous offer. But Daenerys just stares at Lord Davos, unable to see anything but a whipped dog and a fearful man. And she realizes why he won't say yes, why he won't bend the knee. It's not out of any great loyalty to his current masters, not really. No, he's afraid. Not for himself, really, but rather for his family. He's afraid that Stannis and Axel Baratheon will slaughter them all upon hearing of his betrayal. Even here and now, with Daenerys offering him her full protection, he doesn't believe that she can keep them safe. Frankly, that would anger her if she didn't know just how powerful the demon tyrant was supposed to be. And Lord Davos was said to have witnessed his strength firsthand with his own 2 eyes when the Ironborn rebelled. Daenerys and her dragons might have burnt a fleet of unmanned ships at anchor in a show of force when they first arrived at Dragonstone. But Axel Baratheon was said to have sunk dozens of fully manned warships after single-handedly killing the largest croc in Westeros had reportedly ever seen. Letting out a breath, Daenerys forces her smile back onto her face and shakes her head. I understand, Lord Davos. Do not worry. I will give you another chance once the last remnants of the usurper's house have been burnt to cinders by my dragons. After Axel Baratheon and Stannis Baratheon both lie dead at my feet, we can revisit my offer. Davos Seaworth looks exceedingly pale as Daenerys gestures for her unsullied to pull him and his family away. He opens his mouth to say something, but nothing comes out. Perhaps he wants to warn her, but he's afraid to do even that much. It matters little in the end. Lord Seaworth and his family will spend a while in Dragonstone's cells, and once she's killed the demon terrorizing Westeros, the former smuggler will finally be free to bow his head and serve a ruler who will actually appreciate him and all that he's accomplished. With them removed from the throne room, the noble lords who had been waiting in the back watching all of this slowly come forward one by one and start giving their oaths and swearing their vows to their new queen. They seem happy to do so after her gentle handling of Lord Davos. Daenerys just smiles at the sight, even exchanging a look with Missandei to her right. The other woman smiles back and nods to her approvingly, lighting up Daenerys' world in happiness. Meanwhile, Melisandre fumes over to her left, but Daenerys pays the Red Priestess little mind for now. She was rapidly falling out of favor, truth be told. Hopefully, she would prove herself useful in the coming days or, well, they would just have to wait and see. Axel's first, second, and third instincts are all to fly over to Dragonstone the moment he receives the news so that he can put an end to this once and for all. In hindsight, it felt like he'd been a fool to even try to go along with the trap down in Dorne. Of course, Tyene was doing an even better job of castigating herself for her failure than he ever could. In the end, Axel couldn't even really be angry at the blonde Dornish woman, because she seemed to be ready to throw herself from the highest part of the Red Keep for failing him. He'd stopped her and told her that her life wasn't hers to give and that she wasn't allowed to die until he said so. That seemed to do the trick for the time being. Margaery wasn't doing much better. The Tyrell woman was pale as a ghost when she found out that several lords of the Crownlands, mostly those either located on the coast or on islands in the Narrow Sea, had betrayed Axel and sworn themselves to Daenerys. Westeros was supposed to be loyal according to Margaery and her grandmother's network. And yet. That said, he was still angry at Aryen's family down in Dorne. Given Axel highly doubted that anyone close to him had been the leak, he had to assume that someone in House Martell's camp had told the last Targaryen about the trap and warded her off. Of course, it was worse than that, wasn't it? Not only had Daenerys Targaryen avoided the trap they'd been preparing for her in Dorne, but she'd also managed to completely leap ahead in timing altogether, arriving in the Narrow Sea a week early and landing on Dragonstone before anyone on his side knew that she was there. Unfortunately, Axel couldn't just go over to Dragonstone and kill her and all of the traitorous lords who helped her. Maybe if she only had one dragon he could, but she didn't have just one dragon. She had 3, and if she knew what he was capable of, she would be a fool to keep them together. Rather, it was far more likely that she would send 1 or even 2 of her dragons to circle around in the night and aim to attack once he'd left King's Landing behind. And if that happened, Axel wouldn't be there to protect his pregnant queens or any of his subjects. The entire city, from everyone in the Red Keep to Flea Bottom, would burn. And so instead, Axel found himself staying up all night, floating above the Red Keep on constant vigil, peering out into the dark, just waiting for the first spark of flame to signal that they were under attack. It was all he could do if he wanted to protect those most precious to him, in the end. But the attack never comes. A day passes, and then another. And yet, while the Targaryen has solidified her hold on Dragonstone and word of her 3 dragons flying around the island and the surrounding area reach his ears, she never shows up. It's enough to drive a man mad. But Axel has found himself in a stalemate like this before, and he remembers how he handled it then. Maybe, just maybe, there's a way to cut down on the bloodshed and prevent Daenerys Targaryen from burning large swathes of his kingdom before he can kill her and all 3 of her dragons. And so, on the 3rd day since the Dragon Queen took Dragonstone, Axel Baratheon sends his enemy a letter. And he prays most vehemently to the 7 that she's not entirely unreasonable. Chapter 93, The Letter. I'm surprised he hasn't come after me yet. He can fly, can't he? I'm just a stone's toss away from King's Landing. Daenerys' words hang in the air as she stares down at the painted table. 300 years ago, this was where her ancestor had planned his invasion of Westeros. Aegon the Conqueror had had the more than 50-foot-long table carved out into the shape of the continent perfectly, depicting not just the coastline of Westeros, but also the mountains and hills and valleys. Of course, it was more of an art piece these days, rather than a proper map, because it had been made to show the 7 kingdoms as they'd been in Aegon's day. Before the conquest, before the unification, before 3 centuries more of history and living, and death. Daenerys' fingers trace over the city of Lannisport on the painted table, well aware that the settlement no longer exists as it once did due to far more recent events. Perhaps it will again one day, or perhaps not. Only time will tell. He fears you, my queen, he fears your power, and your dragons. Flicking her gaze up from the painted table, Daenerys eyes Melisandre carefully. It's so strange how much their relationship has changed of late. But then, to be fair, the Red Priestess has never looked more frayed. Still, she hasn't forgotten everything the other woman has done for her. Daenerys would not be here without Melisandre's guidance and tutelage. They say he was powerful enough to kill Euron Greyjoy's Kraken single-handedly, before sinking most of the Greyjoy fleet right afterwards. That does not sound like the work of a man who fears much of anything. Melisandre smiles at that, and while it's still a very beautiful smile, there's an edge to it that Daenerys can't help but notice. It's not perfect anymore. She's not perfect anymore. The cracks in the Red Priestess' beautiful mask have begun to show, but Daenerys reminds herself that the only reason Melisandre is so harried and tired is because of Daenerys herself. Everything she's done has been in service to her queen, after all. He does not fear fighting you, darling. Rather, he fears the numbers that you and your dragons represent. What if he comes to Dragonstone and finds that you are no longer here? What if you slip around him and burn King's Landing to the ground while he's gone? What if you spread all 3 of your dragons in different directions, letting them burn half of Westeros before he can stop you? Melisandre's smile has become more and more macabre as she speaks. Daenerys, meanwhile, finds herself unsettled by the thought. In fact, it makes her sick to her stomach. I wouldn't do that. I would never do that. The Red Priestess pauses, smile faltering for a moment before it comes back with a vengeance as she circles the table to take Daenerys' hands in her own. Of course not, Daenerys, but the demon doesn't know that, and he fears what he does not know, leaving him sat in King's Landing, waiting for you to make the first move. This gives us options, so many options. Daenerys frowns, questions bubbling to the surface of her mind. Like, for instance, why would a demon tyrant like Axel Baratheon even care if she burned parts of Westeros? Simply because it belonged to him? Was it a possession thing rather than actual compassion? But before she can ask Melisandre anything else, the door to the chamber of the painted table suddenly opens up, admitting Missandei, who strides into the room and offers Daenerys a deep bow. My queen, a message has arrived. Melisandre perks up, looking excited. Oh, more lords looking to swear loyalty to our queen. Missandei's eyes drift over to Melisandre, and Daenerys can immediately tell that her handmaiden and lover is quietly judging the Red Priestess' cracking facade far harsher than Daenerys has allowed herself to. No. Then she looks back to Daenerys, grave as can be. The message is from King's Landing, Your Grace. Daenerys' eyes widen, while Melisandre hisses and begins to circle the table again. What? Give it here, let me see. But before she can reach Missandei's side, the former slave has already stepped up to the table and slid the sealed letter across the painted table, finding a smooth enough path through the rolling hills, dipping valleys, and tall mountains of Westeros in just those few seconds. Her handmaiden truly is so very brilliant. The letter arrives in front of Daenerys a moment later, making Melisandre freeze in her tracks as she and Missandei both watch the Dragon Queen pick it up and pop open the seal. Unfolding the parchment, Daenerys reads to herself quietly for a long moment, her brow rising higher and higher as she does so. Axel Baratheon is offering me a trial by combat, him against me, winner takes all. Melisandre looks shocked. He aims to separate you from your dragons. But Daenerys shakes her head. No, they're part of it. The duel would take place over Blackwater Bay. Me and my dragons against him and him alone. Over such waters, there would be no way for land-based siege weaponry to interfere, and no way for ships to sneak up to help either side without us seeing them. For a long moment, Melisandre just stares. Finally, she shakes her head. I cannot promise you would be victorious, my queen. You would be better off rejecting this offer and leveraging your unsullied fleet and your extremely mobile dragons to bring war to Westeros. Force the demon to split his focus, allowing you to be where he is not, and grow more powerful off of the sacrifices of his vassals and their armies. Daenerys narrows her eyes at that, pursing her lips together. She very carefully doesn't glance at Missandei. Instead, she only has eyes for Melisandre at the moment. I thought that was what the sacrifices in Slaver's Bay were for. Estapper, Yunkai Mirin, good masters, wise masters, great masters. I slaughtered and burned them all for the power that I hold now. Are you telling me it wasn't enough? Are you telling me it was never going to be enough? Melisandre looks surprised. caught off guard by Daenerys' challenging tone. She tries to smile a placating smile, but Daenerys isn't sure she realizes just how much her lips are quivering. Oh, of course not, but the demon has not sat idle all this time, my dear. He's grown stronger too. What was enough a month ago has changed now. If the ruler of this place had been of royal blood, then he and his family might have been useful to you, but Davos Seaworth turned out to be utterly worthless in that regard. Daenerys frowns harder, but Melisandre doesn't notice. Instead, the Red Priestess has started pacing along her edge of the painted table. You need more power. And with the strength you already have, all you have to do is reach out and take it. You could go south to the Stormlands to take from the usurper's former lords, or west to the Westerlands to make House Lannister pay for what they did to your family. There's also surely to be royal blood aplenty in either the Vale or the Riverlands to be claimed at your leisure. Tilting her head to the side, Daenerys snarls. My leisure, how could that possibly work? The moment I make my move, the Baratheon king will come after me. Ah, but that's just it. He's too afraid to leave King's Landing undefended. All you have to do is leave one of your dragons here on Dragonstone. If he chases you to wherever you go, he will know the dragon will go to King's Landing and burn it to the ground. If he goes to Dragonstone to kill the dragon you leave there, then he will know you can circle back to King's Landing and burn it yourself while he's away. Melisandre comes back to her then, smiling an unsettlingly wide smile. He's trapped, your grace. He cannot risk his pregnant queens, and so he will let you burn half of Westeros to cinder and take their power for yourself. I have seen it in the flames, oh yes. This is the path forward. Daenerys had been under the impression that Axel Baratheon was a monster who cared little about the women that he'd taken into his harem. So little, in fact, that he'd forced two of them to share the title of queen instead of naming just one. A grave insult to both women, or so she'd been led to believe. And yet, she's beginning to have her doubts, especially since the overtures from Dorne had turned out to be a trap, and now, from Melisandre's own lips, Axel Baratheon was apparently capable of feeling love. Supposedly, it was enough love to let half of the realm burn just to keep his women safe. Enough love to offer her this duel to keep anyone else from having to die. Daenerys finds herself thinking back once more to that conversation she'd had with Missandei back in Meereen. What did Melisandre want? And what did Daenerys want? Melisandre wanted her to burn parts of Westeros to the ground. Sure, she might dress it up as the Dragon Queen getting revenge against those who turned on her family, but Daenerys knew better. It would rapidly turn into anyone they came across who had a drop of royal blood if Melisandre got her way. Just like it would have been Davos Seaworth and his family if they hadn't turned out to be lowborn. Daenerys didn't want any of that. She wanted to rule Westeros as her forefathers did before her. She didn't want to turn it to ash. No. Melisandre looks even more shocked than when Daenerys rejected her advice regarding Lord Seaworth and his family. But then, that was nothing. This was. But you need more power, Daenerys. You aren't strong enough too. Then find a way. Snarling, Daenerys advances on the Red Priestess, causing Melisandre to go wide-eyed and take a step back until she bumps against an outer part of the painted table. Look again, peer into the flames and look to see how I will win this trial by combat, because this is the path I choose to take. I will not burn the very people I have come to save. I will not sacrifice my future subjects just to deliver them from tyranny. My dragons and I will destroy Axel Baratheon together, and that will be how I win the Iron Throne. I refuse to consider any other way, so go and find out how I will win the day. Go and ask the Lord of Light what I need to be victorious. Now. Blinking rapidly, Melisandre nods her head up and down. Yes, of course, I will. I will go look. I will find a way, my queen. And with that, the Red Priestess flees the room, looking far less poised and composed than normal. Once she's gone, Daenerys turns her eyes back to Missandei and smiles a trembling smile. Help me draft my response. Smiling softly, looking so proud of her that it makes Daenerys blush, Missandei simply nods her head. It would be my utmost pleasure, my queen. She's agreed. The duel will happen in 2 days. Axel's words go down like a heavy stone among his women. Nobody is happy to hear them, though neither Tyene nor Margaery actually speak up. They're too busy beating themselves up over their failures. His queens, on the other hand. What if she's powerful enough to hurt you? What if she's powerful enough to kill you? Axel clenches his jaw at Arian's worried tone. The very thought makes him want to say some unwise things, but he bites back on the urge. After all, it's a fair question given everything that's known now. All three of Dinari's dragons are said to be bigger than the Black Dread was at his peak, and Dinari's herself is said to be a sorceress of no small amount of power. Every drop of royal blood that they could find in Slaver's Bay had been sacrificed to make Dinari's Targaryen stronger, and all for one purpose: to defeat him. Rather belatedly, Axel had realized that Thorozavmer had pulled one over on him, all those months ago when he'd questioned the drunken Red Priest. He'd gone looking for the man, only to find that Thoros had actually departed King's, landing shortly after their talk, within a week of it in fact, and nobody really knew exactly where he'd gone. He'd vanished without a trace. Probably because he knew sticking around would eventually invite Axel's wrath down upon his head. It all made far too much sense now. Euron had been telling the truth. It wasn't just the drowned god who wanted Axel dead. Other foreign gods were aiming for him as well. Perhaps even the talk of whites past the wall and others returning was even about him. Perhaps the Great Other wanted his head at all costs. Axel had gone to the Great Sept and prayed to the Seven for guidance. He'd prayed more vehemently than he had in a long time, in fact. If foreign gods were trying to kill him, then one would assume that his own gods would have his back. Right. But he'd received no response as far as he could tell. He was their blessed champion, and the most devout had even spread word that he was an avatar of the warrior thanks to his feats in battle. Yet, not a whisper. As he fails to answer Arian's question in a timely manner, Sansa scowls angrily, his red-haired queen growling as she stomps forward and grabs him by the front of his top. You would leave us widowed, you would leave your children fatherless, and for what? Your own pride. Axel's jaw clenches at that, and though he knows Sansa is speaking from a place of hurt and emotion rather than sense, he still can't let her words pass without a proper response. No, I'm not doing this for pride or out of arrogance. I'm doing this so nobody else has to burn like I did. That gets to her. Sansa's eyes widen and she lets go of him. When she goes to take a step back, however, he catches her, his hands sliding into her hands near effortlessly. He holds them for a second before letting one go and holding out his free hand to Arian. His other queen joins them, and Axel rubs his thumbs over the backs of their hands as he smiles apologetically. I'm trapped. There's 3 dragons and only one of me. If I allow this to become a real war for Westeros, then someone somewhere burns because of my foolishness. Maybe it'll be the Eyrie. Maybe Storm's End, or Winterfell, or Sunspear. They stiffen at those last 2, even if both are far enough away to be unlikely first targets. Then again, the Dragon Queen is unlikely to be very happy about House Martell's attempted subterfuge. And House Stark sided with Axel's father against her family during Robert's rebellion. Neither option is entirely out of the question, truth be told. Especially since the further Daenerys went afield, the less likely it would be that Axel could go after her and leave the rest of Westeros defenseless. This is the only way I can see to keep the bloodshed to a minimum. I have to go and fight her and her dragons alone. I have to beat them with my own strength, my own power. If I can't, then we never stood a chance in the first place. And if I fall, the Kingsguard will get you all to safety. Whether anywhere in the 7 kingdoms would still be safe from Daenerys Targaryen and her 3 dragons if Axel died, he did not know. But that was fine. He just wouldn't die. He would win. He had to. Pulling Sansa and Arian into a hug, he holds his queens close for a long moment before letting them go and turning to the other 2 women in the room. Neither Margaery Tyrell nor Tyene Sand have seemed to know what to say to him since Daenerys took Dragonstone. They've continued to inform him of anything their respective spies can tell them, such as the survival of Lord Davos and his family and the true size of Daenerys' dragons, but outside of that, they've been quiet. Letting out a sigh, Axel steps up to the 2 women. They might not be his queens, but that doesn't mean he doesn't love them all the same. Catching them both by surprise, he pulls them into a hug as well, whispering into their ears as he does so. If the worst comes to pass and I fall in battle, I will expect the two of you to protect my queens and unborn children to the best of your abilities as well. By any means necessary. They each stiffen at his words for a brief moment before relaxing again and nodding their wordless agreement. There really was nowhere on Westeros for anyone to run if Axel died. The Kingsguard getting his queens to safety would always be a temporary measure at best. But then, temporary might be all that was needed in the end. He could only hope, if the worst came to pass, that Daenerys Targaryen and her monstrous dragons weren't quite so immune to poison as he was. Chapter 94, Burn Baby Burn. My queen. It's not until the night before the duel that Melisandre returns to her side. When she does, Daenerys is surprised to see her looking almost like her old self again, her exhaustion wiped away and a smile on her ruby-red lips. Daenerys herself is spending a moment with her dragons within the caves beneath Dragonmont, the great volcano that the Castle of Dragonstone is built partially into. There is no room near the castle itself for dragons of Drogon, Regal, and Viserion sizes. They've all chosen to nest about a half-hour's walk away from the fortress as a result, though for someone like Daenerys, the journey is far quicker. Whether Melisandre found the rocky path up here difficult or not, she shows no signs of it. Instead, she looks as she once did, her pristine presence returned to her, and that supreme confidence Daenerys most associates with her back in full force. Reluctantly, the Dragon Queen steps away from where she was running a hand along Drogon's snout, causing the big black dragon to let out a huff, his nostrils flaring in disappointment. Giving him an amused yet exasperated look, Daenerys shakes her head before turning her full, undivided attention towards her Red Priestess and closest advisor. Melisandre, I hope you have good news for me. Melisandre just smiles mysteriously, beckoning for Daenerys to come to her. When the last Targaryen does so, the Red Priestess reaches out and takes Daenerys' hands in her own. I have looked into the flames, my dear. I have seen a way for you to defeat and destroy Axel Baratheon tomorrow morning. You will win if you can follow my instructions. Your victory will be guaranteed. Daenerys hums, tilting her head to the side. She doesn't immediately respond to Melisandre's excited words. Instead, you seem to be doing better. Letting out a tittering laugh, Melisandre waves a hand through the air before returning it to gripping one of Daenerys'. Nothing to concern yourself with, my queen. Our enemies sought to limit my sight. They sought to block the Lord of Light from showing me what needed to be done, first with the snakes down in Dorne and then with tomorrow's duel. But we persevered, and through that perseverance, our Lord was able to speak with me clearly once more. Melisandre squeezes down on both of Daenerys' hands at that, almost to the point of discomfort. Daenerys looks down to see the Red Priestess knuckles are white as she grips hard. My sweet child, I must know that your resolve remains firm. You are still determined to destroy the demon tyrant and retake your family's stolen throne, yes. It is your destiny to unite all of Westeros under the banner of the Lord of Light against the Great Other and his White Walkers, after all. So long as Axel Baratheon stands in your way, that will be impossible. Daenerys has not been a child for a long time now. Still, she nods all the same, her jaw clenching. I am determined, Melisandre. I know the threat we face. I won't let Westeros fall to ice. As you say, Axel Baratheon stands in the way of that, so he must go. For all that they might have had their disagreements in recent days, on that she and the Red Priestess are still fully aligned. The duel tomorrow. Daenerys had to win it. There was no other choice. She and her dragons would bring Axel Baratheon low where nobody else could. A Targaryen would once again sit upon the Iron Throne, and Westeros would finally be able to prepare for the coming of the White Walkers. But first, what do I need to do to secure my victory, Melisandre? You said if I followed your instructions, it would be guaranteed. Please, guide me as you always have. Melisandre's smile widens at the show of trust. But the first crack in the facade comes when she lets out a slow exhale before speaking. Of course, it will be one final sacrifice, my dear. One last time, you must be willing to show your devotion to the Lord of Light by reaching out and grasping the power he has already put in front of you. The power he has already put in front of her. Daenerys frowns, but Melisandre isn't done. Close your eyes, Daenerys. Focus on the sound of my voice. Reach out to your wonderful dragons and feel the bond you share with each of them. That wondrous connection set in place by the Lord of Light himself through previous sacrifices. Daenerys hesitates for only a moment before finally doing what she's told. She lets her eyes shut and reaches out, swiftly finding Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion in mere moments. By now, taking a hold of that connection has become all but second nature to her. She's been training with both this power and her beautiful draconic children for months now, after all. I feel them, I have the connection. Good, very good. Now do you remember drawing upon their power, making it your own? Do so now, fill yourself with that strength. Daenerys hums, doing as she's told. This is nothing she hasn't done a million times before. Her blood claws manifest, but Melisandre doesn't seem to mind them. More than that, she feels other draconic traits make themselves known as well. Horns atop her brow, scales beneath her clothes, a tail winding down under her dress, and finally, bursting out of her back through already prepared slits in her garments, her draconic wings. Blazing orange eyes open as Daenerys breathes in and out, a furnace of fire stoked within her chest. She feels so very powerful right now. And Melisandre has the brightest smile on her face, a light from the glow of Daenerys' eyes. Good, keep going, further, deeper. Take it all, my queen. Claim what has always been yours by right of birth. Take it, all? For a moment, Daenerys starts to do as she's told. She draws more from her children than she ever has before, pulling on their power until she hears one of them let out a discomfiting cry of pain behind her. Daenerys flinches, immediately pulling back. But despite her being the one with claws right now, Melisandre maintains her grip on Daenerys' hands, holding her close. Don't stop, Daenerys. Keep going. This is the power you need. If you're going to face Axel Baratheon, 4 must become 1. When Daenerys finally processes what Melisandre is truly saying, her eyes widen and the entire thing fizzles out. As soon as she understands that the Red Priestess means for her to drain her draconic children completely dry and take all of their power for herself permanently, she pulls back. Letting what energy she's already taken return back to her sons in a rush, Daenerys lets out a shuddering breath as her body returns to normal, the draconic features vanishing in the process. No, Snow, what are you doing? You have to keep going. With a snarl, Daenerys finally rips her hands free of Melisandre's grasp, taking a step back in anger. Not before you explain yourself, Melisandre. You would have me kill my children without even telling me beforehand. Melisandre's gorgeous features might as well be carved in stone as she stares Daenerys down. It is necessary, my queen. But why? Surely the 4 of us have a greater chance of defeating the Baratheon king than just me with all our power. But Melisandre just shakes her head. No, you cannot measure up to his strength as you are now. You cannot hope to surpass his power without this sacrifice. The Lord of Light showed me, Daenerys. You can destroy Axel Baratheon and the White Walkers alike with the power you gain from this. All you have to do is sacrifice your dragons, and you will be stronger than anything your enemies can bring to bear. Daenerys is barely listening, though. She's still too incensed that Melisandre would try to walk her through the process without even telling her what was going on ahead of time. You weren't going to tell me, were you? Not until it was already done. You were going to have me kill them unknowingly. Melisandre stiffens up, her eyes flashing. It is my duty to guide you, my dear. It has always been my duty. Snarling at that, Daenerys steps forward, stomping a crater into the ground as she goes. As cracks spiderweb out from the impact of her foot, Daenerys gets in Melisandre's face. No, your duty is to advise me. I am your queen. Not your pawn, not your tool, not your toy. You do not get to make decisions for me. Not now, not ever. Melisandre's composure cracks further, and much to Daenerys' surprise, she actually snarls back. I do what I must always. For all your years, you are but a girl playing with a crown, Daenerys Targaryen. You have always needed me to push you towards your destiny. You would still be back in Essos playing house with your little horse lord if it wasn't for what I did. What? When the words of the rant penetrate through the angry haze over Daenerys' thoughts, she finds herself stupefied. What did Melisandre mean by that? The Red Priestess also looks taken aback by her own words after a moment, and for the smallest of seconds she looks terrified. Then she smooths over her expression, acting as though nothing she said was at all disquieting. But Daenerys isn't that easily fooled. What does that mean exactly? What are you saying? Straightening herself up, puffing out her chest, the impossibly beautiful red priestess sniffs indignantly. All I meant was that I have been showing you the Lord of Light's path for a long time. You would not be anything but Khal Drogo's broodmare right now if I hadn't taught you everything you know about yourself, your dragons, and your sorcery. No, Daenerys can practically smell the deceit in Melisandre's words. There's something else. Something that the Red Priestess is hiding from her. Don't lie to me. What did you mean? What did you do, Melisandre? Nothing. I have done nothing but help you, my dear. Everything I've done has been to make sure you are on the right path. More obfuscation, more half-truths bundled with lies, but how does she make Melisandre tell her the truth? And then it hits her. Acting almost on instinct, Daenerys flashes forward, moving faster than the Red Priestess can possibly react. Her fingers close around the ever-present amulet around Melisandre's neck, and with a burst of draconic strength, she rips it off. Just as quickly, she takes several steps back, putting distance between them before the other woman can even realize the necklace is gone. Or rather, that's Daenerys' plan. However, the reaction to the amulet's theft is damn near instantaneous. Melisandre howls and then collapses to her knees as strength leaves her body, and she transforms in a handful of seconds into an ancient, hideous crone of a woman. No, the amulet. Return, my amulet. Watching carefully for a moment to make sure this isn't a trick, Daenerys eventually moves forward again, until she's looming over Melisandre. Not until you tell me the truth, Melisandre. What did you do? There's a long pause, the air filled with the sound of Daenerys breathing through flaring nostrils while Melisandre gasps raggedly, her decrepit and aged body clearly failing her quickly. This was her true form, it would seem. Just how old is the Red Priestess truly? 100 years? More. The Horse Lord and his son would have failed you. Daenerys freezes, staring down at Melisandre as she parses the Red Priestess meaning. Meanwhile, Melisandre continues talking. Daenerys almost wishes that she didn't. Khal Drogo did not have the strength to win against Axel Baratheon, and your pregnancy would have left you too weak to fight him as well. No. The plan had to change, but your husband would never have agreed. Men are stubborn, especially men like him. No. I did what had to be done. For the sake of your destiny, Daenerys, I made sure what needed to happen, happened. But I'm the one who went behind your back to seek out ill-advised care for Drogo. I'm the one who got my son killed. You can't have. Melisandre stays quiet, averting her eyes. Daenerys stares down at the decrepit old woman, seeing her true face for the first time. My amulet, you must return my amulet. Daenerys looks at her incredulously, and then at the amulet still in her hand. Then she snarls. This amulet. Melisandre finally raises her head, just in time to see blood-red claws form over Daenerys' hands, and close down on the amulet as she begins to squeeze. No, what are you doing? You. See crack. A long, jagged crack forms in the amulet's gemstone, and then a moment later the whole thing shatters. Daenerys keeps squeezing until the amulet is nothing but a twisted lump of gold and gem shards in her palm. Melisandre looks on in horror, speechless. But that's okay. Daenerys finds she has no use for the Red Priestess words. Not anymore. Drogon. Behind her, her beautiful draconic child, the closest thing Daenerys has to a son thanks to Melisandre's machinations, lumbers to his feet, moving forward until he's looming over them both. Daenerys feels him at her back, massive and all-encompassing, but she's not afraid. Not like Melisandre is. You can't, you need me, I am, Arlor's voice, you cannot turn your back on him. Daenerys scoffs. Turn my back on the Lord of Light? I'm doing no such thing, Melisandre. You said a sacrifice was necessary. If he truly disapproved of this, then he would have already stopped me. Melisandre's eyes widen in horror as she realizes Daenerys is right. The Dragon Queen smiles grimly and takes a deep breath. Drogon, Dracarys. A torrent of dragon fire flows out of her son's mouth and covers Melisandre in the span of a single moment. The Red Priestess screams as she's burnt to a crisp before she can so much as blink. What's left behind is barely a skeleton, as charred black as it is. that doesn't stop Drogon from leaning over Daenerys for a moment to scoop up what little remains of Melisandre into his great big maw. The crunching of ashen bones fills her ears as Daenerys lets out a sigh and reaches back, running a hand over black scales. Melisandre had betrayed her. But ultimately, this changed nothing. Daenerys would still kill Axel Baratheon tomorrow. For turning Jorah Mormont into an assassin, he deserved nothing else. And she would still unite all of Westeros under her rule to prepare for the coming of the White Walkers. The Iron Throne was still hers by birthright after all. She was the last Targaryen. She was Azor Ahai reborn, and nothing and nobody was going to stop her. Chapter 95, The Duel. They meet in the middle of Blackwater Bay, as agreed. There will be no witnesses to this duel, but then to be fair, that was apparently par for the course when it came to duels between dragon riders. Indeed, Axel had spent the last day or so doing research, reading every account that he could get his hands on that described such fights. What he'd learned was that battles like this often happened without an audience, and there was little to actually be said about the tactics of dragon riders, let alone someone who controlled 3 dragons instead of just 1. In the end, he was just going to have to wing it. Still, she's brought all of her dragons at least. That was one of Axel's greatest worries, that she might try to trick him by accepting his challenge and then send 1 or 2 of her dragons off to wreak havoc elsewhere. But no, all 3 are here before him now, and what majestic beasts they are too. One has scales of green and bronze, another scales of cream and gold, and the last is black with streaks of red. All 3 are utterly massive, each about the size that Euron's Kraken had been, though not as big as the sea dragon that Axel had killed and left on the shore of Pike. Their eyes are alight with an unnatural orange glow though, and more of that orange glow spider webs across all 3 of their bodies as well, as if their very veins are filled with the sun's energy. Just looking at them, Axel immediately gets the sense that these creatures are each far stronger than the Kraken he fought. But then, he'd expected as much. Meanwhile, their mistress sits upon the back of the one with black scales, her silver gold hair and violet eyes making her lineage obvious even without the presence of her dragons. This was the last of House Targaryen. This was Daenerys Stormborn. She's gorgeous, admittedly. She easily makes the top 5 most beautiful women he's ever laid eyes on, and Axel won't deny that part of him wistfully wishes things could have turned out differently. If only there was a world where they could have talked things out instead of this. Of course, for all his wistfulness, Axel has not come to this battle unprepared. Euron Greyjoy's Valyrian steel armor has been refitted by a blacksmith called Tobho Mott, one of the only men in all of Westeros capable of working Valyrian steel. He'd done good work, resizing Euron's suit of armor for Axel's larger frame by melting down a few of the Valyrian steel daggers from Euron's hoard to fill in the additional spaces. He knows he cuts an imposing figure wearing the full set of armor with its rippling patterns all across the metal, Stoneheart sheathed at his side. Not that Daenerys Targaryen seems to be all that intimidated as she stares at him from the back of her biggest dragon. They gaze at one another in silence for a moment, Axel floating in the air unaided. The green and cream-colored dragons begin to circle around him, and he tenses up, ready to immediately move if it looks like they're trying to go past to King's Landing. But no, they're just making sure he has nowhere to run, cutting him off from all sides, while at the same time flying in such a way that they don't have to use too much of their stamina just flapping in place. The massive black dragon, on the other hand, simply stays right where he is, his gigantic wings moving up and down in massive beats as he maintains his position. Axel watches as Daenerys lifts herself up out of her saddle and moves into a standing position on the dragon's back. He's half tempted to launch himself forward right then and there and take her out immediately. He could snatch her off of the dragon's back and slam her into the ocean below in a split second, before any of her beasts could react. Maybe he could drown her faster than they could stop him. But no, he holds steady, still very aware of the danger to King's Landing. Even if it's far enough in the distance to barely be a speck on the horizon, he still doesn't intend to risk it. Of course, it turns out that Daenerys is not just putting on a show. A moment after she stood up on the black dragon's back, she starts to glow just like her dragons do. Her eyes blaze orange, Her hands are suddenly covered in claws, and draconic horns grow from her skull as wings spread from her back. Axel's eyes narrow at the transformation, his lips curling down into a frown. The much too libidinous part of him softly notes that she's even hotter than before like this. But that's not all. Slowly, but with clear skill and experience, Daenerys pushes herself off of her dragon and flies under her own power, approaching him while the dragon with black scales joins its brothers in flying circles around them. Daenerys stops about 100 feet away from him, her wings flapping and her upper lip curling into a sneer as she calls out. "Axel Baratheon, the usurper's bastard, I have come to put an end to your tyranny." His jaw clenches and his hands curl into fists. He doesn't really care about being called a bastard. He doesn't even care that she calls his father a usurper. But tyranny? Now that's some bullshit. Daenerys Targaryen, you should have stayed in Essos. Your Red Priestess and her god have led you and your dragons to your deaths. That, Axel can tell, hits a nerve. The orange glow in her eyes intensifies and she snarls, her claws snapping at open air. Melisandre has nothing to do with this. What I do today, I do because you forced my hand. I would have SDAYED in Essos if you hadn't ordered me and mine killed. All that I have suffered, I suffered at your command. Wait, what? Axel can't help but furrow his brow in confusion. Did she truly believe that? Was she delusional? Either way, he's not going to just let that stand. I don't know what you're talking about. I've never done anything to you or anyone you cared about, oh, Dragon Queen. I would have been more than content to live, and let live if you had simply stayed in Slaver's Bay and continued to kill slave masters while freeing slaves. Daenerys lets out a bark of disbelieving, humorless laughter at that. So eager to play the fool, are you? Or maybe you just forget your cat's paws that easily. Do you not remember Sir Jorah Mormont? He told us everything before he was executed. It was your Master of Whispers who gave the command, Baratheon. Varys the Spider ordered the death of me and my dragons. You really expect me to believe he did so without his king's approval? That, oh for fuck's sake, really, Varys? Axel almost wishes he could reach back in time and throttle the damn eunuch. All of this. No, it wasn't just because of the assassination attempt, was it? That was just the excuse. Still, Axel refused to be blamed for something he truly did have nothing to do with. Believe me or not, but Varys acted on his own initiative, Targaryen. Not just without my knowledge, but in direct defiance of my orders, which were to leave you alone. Look at me. Look at the power I wield. I have no need for assassins. If I truly wanted you and your dragons dead, I would have gone over to Essos, tracked down your husband's Khalasar, and done the deed myself. Daenerys falters at that, and for a second Axel thinks she might believe him. Ironic given that if he did fall here today, assassins and poisons were exactly what he was relying on to deal with the threat she posed in the event that he was somehow not enough. It wouldn't be very honorable, but he would make sure his queens survived to give birth to his children, by any means necessary. The Dragon Queen's surprise doesn't last for long before she shuts off again, snarling at him. I don't believe you, and it doesn't matter anyways. For Westeros to live, you must die, Axel Baratheon. I am Azor Ahai reborn, and you are in my way. Axel lets out a huff of laughter. Just what had that Red Priestess put in this woman's head? She truly believed herself some sort of savior, didn't she? Spreading his arms wide, Axel grins. Come then, seize your destiny. That's all she needs to hear, in the end. Though rather than plunge forward herself, she spits out a single word. Dracarys. It was at least a little clever of her, admittedly. Get him talking, get him focused on her, and have her dragons circle around him like a bunch of vultures, ever moving. Except her beasts were clearly more intelligent than the old writings on dragons said. Either that, or the obvious magical connection between her and them allowed for far deeper communication than even the Targaryens of yore could rely on. Either way, in the instant before Daenerys even gives her command, all 3 dragons have already stopped dead. One behind him, one to his left, one to his right. And the second that the word, Dracarys, leaves her lips, they all let loose massive streams of dragon fire directly at him. Axel is already gone, not that they notice. He flies straight up and dodges completely. He doesn't know whether he's immune to dragon fire or not after the wildfire explosion, and more importantly, he doesn't know what the melting point of Valyrian steel is. He's vaguely aware of the fact that Valyrian steel was said to be originally forged by dragonfire, and he has no desire to have his armor melted off of him or his sword reduced to slag at his side. As the streams of dragonfire finally abate, the air clears and Axel stares down at Daenerys imperiously. The Dragon Queen takes a moment to figure out where he's gone before looking back up at him, her eyes wide in shock, and the very first inkling of fear. Axel smiles mirthlessly, even as he puts down the faceplate of his helmet. My turn. He launches himself towards her, a move that immediately forces Daenerys to retreat. Her dragon wings beat, shooting her backwards. And as expected, one of her dragons whips himself into the fray, the cream-colored one launching himself at Axel's side without hesitation, his jaws opening wide enough to swallow Axel whole. Of course, that doesn't happen. Mostly because Axel rears back the fist holding Stoneheart and slams it into the rows of dragon fangs as they come close enough. His Valyrian steel-clad knuckles rake across the dragon's teeth, shattered several, and sending the beast careening back from the strength of the blow. The next dragon comes in from his other side while this happens, though, showing their greatest strength in this duel. They have the numbers. There are 4 of them and only one of him. And yet, even as the dragon, this one the green one, tries to bite down and shake him back and forth, Axel reaches up and grabs hold of its upper lip. And twists. They might have numbers, but despite being stronger than Euron's Kraken, they still aren't as strong as him. With absolutely zero leverage, Axel nevertheless rights himself, rotating the dragon who is currently fruitlessly trying to gnaw at his Valyrian steel armor onto his side in the process. Stoneheart still rests in his hand, and in that moment, Axel is perfectly positioned to slam the blade of it up through the roof of the dragon's mouth and into its brain. He could have killed the beast right then and there. But he refrains. Instead, he brings his fist down on the edge of the massive dragon's eye socket, causing it to let out a screech of pain that echoes for miles around and finally forcing it to release him from its jaws. To their credit, as a group his enemies don't let up, even as the green one flies back in retreat. The black one takes its turn, aiming to grab him with talons rather than chew him with fangs. Axel just snorts derisively, dodges around the talons like a particularly slippery eel, and then slashes the tendon on the back of one of the black dragon's legs to send it also flying away with its own roar of agony bellowing forth from its maw. They aren't strong enough. It's not something he just realizes, but rather something he comes to understand after those initial passes. Daenerys Targaryen and her dragons, for all their power and all the blood she sacrificed, are not strong enough to beat him. Oh, they're certainly tough, powerful, deadly, and dangerous, but they aren't going to be able to win. This trial by combat is practically already won. This fight is already over. His queens, his people, his city are all safe. With that realization, Axel begins to relax just a little bit. And while he could have gone for the kill, instead he begins to play with his food just a teensy, tiny bit. But then, to be fair, he'd always wanted to wrestle with dragons. From the very moment that he'd first heard of Daenerys hatching them all those months ago, Axel had fantasized about this very fight taking place. Now that he knows they aren't strong enough to hurt him, let alone kill him, he can't help but want to savor the moment a little bit longer. And maybe, just maybe, he's enjoying the look of despair and realization on the Targaryen's face as she learns, inch by inch, beat by beat, clash by clash, just how outclassed she and her dragons really are. To his credit, Axel isn't completely sandbagging. He still doesn't want to risk any sort of suicidal rush to take out everyone he loves or something when the end finally comes. But that's easy enough to handle. He just starts corralling Daenerys and her dragons back towards Dragonstone. A punch to the snout of the dragon with black scales sends it flying back a few thousand feet. He grabs the tail of the cream-colored one and spins for a moment before outright throwing it even further before it's finally able to right itself. The green one comes at him with its maw wide open, still trying to eat him, so Axel just grabs hold of it by the jaws and flies it backwards, pushing it away. Daenerys stays closed the entire time, though she seems too afraid of his strength to approach. He could have gone after her at any time, but so long as she wasn't trying to flee, he really had no reason to. Fighting her dragons was just so much more fun. Soon they're almost over the skies of Dragonstone itself. The island is only a few miles away now, with Axel having forced Daenerys and her dragons into a fighting retreat that has left scales ripped away, fangs busted, and claws lost to the waters of Blackwater Bay. And Axel is just getting started. Chapter 96, The Duel PT, 2. He's too strong. As Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion try their damnedest to kill Axel Baratheon to no avail, Daenerys watches on from the sidelines. The more she watches, the more a sense of hopelessness and despair well up inside of her. The Baratheon king was toying with them. He was playing with her dragons like they were nothing more than particularly rambunctious dogs. Oh, that wasn't to say he wasn't being rough. All three of her draconic children are bleeding into the water below at this point. Scales, fangs, and claws all have lost at least a handful of each of the three. And what do they have to show for it? Practically nothing. The Baratheon king remains untouched, clad in Valyrian steel armor and wholly unscathed. The only thing he seems to avoid is dragonfire, and Daenerys suspects that he only does so to protect his precious Valyrian steel from potentially being brought to a melting point. Ultimately, she'd almost died right at the start of the fight. After dodging 3 streams of dragonfire with ease, Axel Baratheon had shot forward faster than Daenerys could react, coming within feet of her before Rhaegal had interrupted him and headed him off. Since then, the Baratheon king has made no other attempts on her life, though. Instead, he's been content to face off against her dragons, leaving her to watch the battle from afar. It wasn't supposed to be that way. Daenerys had always intended to launch herself into the fight right alongside her children, to fight 4-on-1 against the usurper's bastard. But in the moment, fear held her back. He was too fast, too strong, too tough. And she didn't hold a candle to him. If none of her dragons could so much as crush him in their jaws, then her own claws were useless. If they could barely keep up with his speed with their titanic wings and the burning furnaces in their chests, then he would dance circles around her too. More than that, Daenerys knew if she died, the connection between her and her dragons would be cut, and they would be dramatically weakened. She was the linchpin here, the weakness that anyone with half a mind for strategy would realize they should take out immediately. And yet, Axel Baratheon left her alone, because he didn't need to rely on strategy. He didn't need to find a weakness to exploit. He was too strong for such things. Was everything Daenerys had done to get to this point truly pointless? She'd sacrificed children, and this was all that it amounted to. Her and her dragons were being thrashed above her family's ancestral seat after their opponent hadn't even been subtle about pushing them all the way back here. Had Melisandre been right? Had the only way to win been to sacrifice her sons? No, she refused to accept that. She refused to fall here. She refused to let the demon win. Enough. Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion all let out matching cries as they break away from Axel Baratheon. Much to Daenerys' relief, he lets them all go, watching as they fly back to her, to their mother. With a flicker of a thought, Daenerys forces them into a full retreat, though she can feel their reluctance, especially from Drogon. Nevertheless, her command is absolute. All 3 dragons fly down to Dragonmont, retreating to the caves located within the volcano's greatest heights. Still close to her, but far enough away that Axel Baratheon would hopefully not be able to put an end to what she was about to do next. Going to surrender. Daenerys' eyes narrow into slits at the Baratheon's cavalier, almost jovial tone. He's pulled up the faceplate of his helmet and has the gall to smile at her, acting like he's not even winded. He probably isn't, Daenerys is forced to admit. Hell, he hasn't even been using that sword of his all this time. It's made of Valyrian steel, just like his armor, and if he'd so desired, he could have lopped off any part of her dragons that he wanted to with it. Instead, he'd been holding it in such a way so that the blade lay flat along the back of his arm, using nothing but the pommel and his fists, and winning anyways. No more. You'd like that, wouldn't you? I'm sure you'd love to have me at your mercy, you brute. Daenerys ignores the twinge in her loins at her own words. She's always had a weakness for strong men like Axel Baratheon, after all. But just because he reminds her of Drogo in some ways doesn't mean she's going to let herself go down that mental path. Instead, she checks, and when she finds that her dragons are safely tucked away, she begins to put her plan into action even as the Baratheon king looks offended. What sort of lies has that red priestess been feeding you about me? I don't force myself on women. Not ever. Daenerys frowns. He might be telling the truth for all she knows. Melisandre had certainly lied about enough things, and his Dornish queen's family certainly didn't seem as ready to betray him as they'd initially thought. But in the end, it didn't matter, and Daenerys is ready. Has anyone ever told you that you talk too much? Axel opens his mouth to respond, but Daenerys is already there. She enjoys the sight of his eyes widening in honest surprise as she barely has to twitch her wings to launch herself forward far faster than she's ever moved before. Her claws rake across his face as he belatedly begins to pull his head back and catch upon his flesh for the first time. It's not quite the full flaying of his face that she's hoping for. In fact, only her longest claw, the middle one, actually manages to truly dig in. But the result is still something that sends her heart soaring as Axel pulls back, staring at her in disbelief. Slowly, he brings his free hand up and runs a hand across the profusely bleeding gash in his cheek. She'd wounded him. She'd made him bleed. Well now, that's interesting. Interesting? Daenerys laughs, sure that he's just covering for his terror. She leaps forward through the air again, claws ready to do damage now. Axel responds by moving just as fast as she does, slamming his faceplate back into place and lifting up an arm to block her strikes as she furiously attacks with everything she has. No, not everything she has, everything they have. Melisandre, it would seem, had taught her one last thing after all. Daenerys didn't have to sacrifice her dragons for more power. She just had to make sure they were out of harm's way. By sending all 3 of her dragons down to the volcano below, Daenerys could freely draw upon Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion's inner flames without worrying about them growing too weak to hold themselves aloft in the air. So long as she didn't push too hard, they would merely come out the other side exhausted and drained, but not dead. And she could always help them recover later, once the Baratheon king was dead. What's this? You're so much stronger now, stronger even than your dragons, so this is your true power, huh? Come on then, show me more. Of course, it would be nice if the Baratheon didn't sound so enthused about it. She's fighting him on equal footing now. They're exchanging matching blows, her claws slamming him back, his fist punching into the scales beneath her dress with punishing force. She doesn't have Valyrian steel armor, and her garments aren't rated for this kind of wear and tear. Her armor lies under her dress in the form of her dragon scales, and ultimately her dress doesn't survive the fighting. It rips away piece by piece, and Daenerys is soon left fighting naked. But she doesn't mind. Her entire body is covered in dragon scales, from her neck all the way down to the talons that have enveloped her feet. Her tail has also grown, allowing her to whip it around and slam the spiked tip into Axel Baratheon's side, sending him careening through the air hundreds of feet whenever it connects. Finally, he's forced to escalate. His Valyrian steel sword flicks out from its place against the length of his arm and into a proper grip in his hands. Daenerys narrows her eyes but also can't help grinning, knowing that she's pushed him to this. Of course, that grin lasts right up until the first clash between his sword and her claws. Daenerys howls as one set of her claws are shorn from her hand, leaving untouched pale digits underneath. He doesn't actually injure her, but it still feels real, the pain lancing through her mind. She gives as good as she gets though, at least, slamming her other set of claws into the side of Baratheon's head, grabbing onto his helmet and ripping it off to toss it into the churning waters of Blackwater Bay below. He stopped bleeding from his cheek by that point, but Daenerys doesn't care. She just reforms the claws he cut off and goes back for more. His sword punctures her scales here and there, but again, she doesn't care. She can fight through any injury with the power that dwells within her and her dragons. Every slice, every thrust, every wound, it heals almost instantly, allowing her to keep going. They're evenly matched, which frankly is just ridiculous. Daenerys has sacrificed hundreds if not thousands of slavers to gain this power. More than that, she's relying on all 3 of her dragons to empower herself even further. All Axel Baratheon has is a sword, a suit of armor, and his own body. He's no sorcerer from what she knows of him. He truly is a demon, to be so demonstrably but also naturally powerful. But she can win, she can do it. She just needs more speed, more strength, more power. As she draws a bit further on her connection with her draconic children, Daenerys gets what she needs. She gets faster. She gets stronger. Then, the next time Axel's sword meets her claws, he's not able to cut through them like previously. The look of shock on his handsome face is absolutely delicious as Daenerys traps his sword and then slams her tail into the side of his head. His blade is ripped from his hands as he's sent careening back, blood pouring from his skull in the process. A fatal injury? For a moment, Daenerys dreams to hope even as she flicks his sword into the waters below. But then he rights himself, and all she sees in his eyes is raw fury and determination. He's not done yet despite being disarmed. But that's okay because neither is. Daenerys' eyes widen and her blood goes cold as she feels the connection between her and one of her dragons suddenly flicker and threaten to go out on her. Her head immediately twists in the direction of the caves where she's sent her children, allowing Axel to score a free hit with his fist across her scales, crushing a few of them and causing her to cry out and rear back in pain. But her pain is nothing compared to the fear she feels as she's forced to draw further on her connection to her draconic children in order to heal the wound, only to feel how close to death they all are. Daenerys has let it all get away from her. She's pulled too much from her dragons. She's drawn too deeply from the pool of power they all share. Their life forces are fading, and she almost didn't even notice, so caught up in trying to win. She was no better than Melisandre. In a split second, Daenerys loses her nerve. She turns and bolts, the fight forgotten as she puts every ounce of her remaining speed in getting to her children's sides. All that matters is keeping them alive. The Baratheon doesn't follow her. Not immediately, anyways. Daenerys is able to slip into the caves where Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion have all curled up around heat vents where lava from the Dragonmont caldera below rises. She's alone when she arrives, panting for breath. The heat doesn't bother her one bit, and she rushes over to her children with tears streaming down her face. I'm so sorry. There is no anger, that's the worst part. Her dragons croon at her as she focuses on giving the power back to them. More than that, she calls upon the healing aspect of her magic, fixing their injuries, mild as most of them were, healing their wounds. That's how Axel Baratheon finds her, fussing over staunching the bleeding coming from some torn-up scales on Drogon. The Baratheon king doesn't seem affected by the heat either as he walks into the cave, weaponless. But then, his body is his weapon. His fists alone are worth 1,000 armed warriors. Her dragons try to rise, growling their defiance, but Daenerys pushes them back through the connection, forcing them to stay down. To submit. Axel had been astonishingly playful with them for some reason. Maybe he could be convinced to spare them after he finished her off. Interesting, I didn't know that blood magic could be used to heal. Can you heal others like that too, or just yourself and your dragons? Daenerys twitches, stiffening up as she slowly stands. Her draconic features have faded away, the power she's expended to keep her dragons alive and heal them up having left her. Empty. But she can still stand on her own 2 feet at least and face her death with her head held high. Even if she is very aware of her nudity at this point in time, naked before her enemy. A humiliating end is in store for her, Daenerys is sure of it. I can, but what does it matter? I know there's only one way for this to end. All I ask is that you consider making it quick, and also consider letting my children live after you kill me. I can impress upon them a need to submit to you. You'll need them against the great others' forces once I'm gone. She throws out that last bit with no small amount of vitriol in her voice. She was supposed to be Azor Ahai reborn. Defeating the great other and the White Walkers was supposed to be her destiny, or maybe that was just another one of Melisandre's lies. Still, if she could bargain for the lives of her children, it was worth trying to warn him. Axel Baratheon is watching her quietly, blood caking one side of his head still, yet not seeming to be much of a detriment. Daenerys straightens her spine and speaks clearly, doing everything in her power to keep the waver from her voice. The others return. They're coming south from the lands of always winter as we speak. The White Walkers and the Whites will spill over all of Westeros and plunge the land into eternal ice if you are not prepared and... I know. Daenerys stops, taking the words like a punch to the gut. What? A brother of the Night's Watch arrived in King's Landing some time ago with a similar story. The wildlings have banded together in a bid for survival, fleeing to the wall to try and use it as refuge. The Whites hound their every step, and walkers are said to command them. I would have already flown north to take care of it, if I didn't have to deal with you. Oh well. She meant to stay standing, to keep some small modicum of her pride until the end, but hearing that, combined with the exhaustion overtaking her, Daenerys collapses to her knees, the strength leaving her legs. The Baratheon king has the gall to look at her with concern, even as Daenerys just stares forward at nothing in particular. I see. Was she ever truly Azor Ahai? Was she ever the savior of Westeros that she thought she was? No, it was all a lie, wasn't it? She was never anything but Melisandre's pawn all this time. She'd slaughtered so many people, burnt entire cities to the ground, sacrificed literal children on the altar on Melisandre's instruction. Axel Baratheon was never a demon or a tyrant, was he? It was her. She was the monster. She was Melisandre's monster. Suddenly, a shadow covers her, and Daenerys looks up into blue eyes to see Axel staring down at her wordlessly. Her vision swims, both from exhaustion and tears in her eyes. Do it, kill me. Axel just grunts. I'm not going to kill you, Daenerys Targaryen. Daenerys blinks, baffled. You have to, I'm the monster. I'm the D-demon, I'm the TH threat. Snorting derisively, Axel drops into a crouch so that they're eye to eye. He has really beautiful eyes and a handsome face, or maybe that's just the exhaustion talking. You don't seem very threatening right now, and I don't have to do anything. Perks of being king of the 7 fucking kingdoms. I decide what's right and what's proper. He sounds amused by his own words, but he's not done yet. You're strong, Daenerys Targaryen, and I like wrestling your dragons, rather than dying pointlessly here in this cave. How about you become one of my women instead? What? Chapter 97, The Dual PT, 3. How about you become one of my women instead? Maybe it's the head wound talking, but Axel stands by his words all the same. Sure, it was rather wild to finally meet someone who could actually match him blow for blow. And yeah, he was a little upset about losing his helm and sword to Blackwater Bay. Later, he would make an attempt at retrieving them, but he wasn't really sure if he'd be able to find either piece of Valyrian steel equipment or not in the murky depths. That didn't matter in the face of this latest discovery, though. If Daenerys Targaryen could heal people with her magic, well, that was rather interesting, wasn't it? Even if it might be blood magic gained from the sacrifice of thousands of people, it was still pretty cool. After all, they weren't his people. They were just slavers from what Axel understood. The naked Targaryen woman kneeling in front of him and trembling with emotion doesn't seem to agree, though. Why you? Why would you want me? I'm nothing but a monster. She sounds so broken. Her dragons are similar, all of them laying flat against the ground of the large cave, the glow in their eyes dim as they watch his interaction with their mistress. Axel just huffs, shaking his head. Lord Davos and his family, they're all still alive, correct? Daenerys blinks at him in confusion before slowly nodding. That's good. Axel had been told they were alive, but it was better to check that nothing had changed since that information had reached King's Landing. Good, if you'd hurt any of them, this would be a lot harder. But if they're still alive, then your greatest crime is sinking half of the royal fleet at anchor. Most of the ships would have been largely uncrewed too. The lives that were lost in that sinking, well, you can make it up to Westeros with your healing magics. How does that sound? Staring at Axel owlishly, the naked, soot-covered Targaryen looks more like a lost bird in that moment, rather than a rival claimant to his throne. Seriously, this was the woman he'd been so afraid of? Then again, she had come very close to killing him, he had to admit. Closer than anyone had ever done, even Laura's Tyrell back in the trial by the 7. Although, a thought does come to his mind, as he awaits her answer. Oh, but I should probably clarify that that red priestess of yours will have to go. Probably best if she dies, though I suppose I could be persuaded to let her leave if she can promise her god will stop trying to manipulate people like you into trying to kill me. That gets him another blink, followed by an involuntary snort from Daenerys' nostrils. She's already dead. I killed her last night. The vicious satisfaction in her tone makes it clear that there's a whole fucking story there, but Axel figures it's probably best not to pry too much. Instead, he takes in that information and simply nods his head placidly. Perfect. Then really, there's nothing left to hold you back. Become my woman. Swear yourself to me, Daenerys Targaryen, and I promise I'll take care of you and yours. A twitch of life returns to the despairing woman at that last bit. She gets just a spark of hope in her violet eyes at the word yours. If I submit myself to you, you won't hurt any of my people. You'll let them live. Axel nods easily, thinking she's talking about the Unsullied she brought over from Essos, only for Daenerys' gaze to sharpen as she presses harder. Including the lords who betrayed you to let me take Dragonstone out from under your nose. They would be spared as well. He stops and grimaces at that, before ultimately shaking his head. They'll either take the black or go to the block, I'm afraid, but I won't attaint any of their houses. I'll allow their heirs to take over for them, as a favor to you. Sure, he wanted Daenerys and her healing magic on his side. He especially wanted another fight against her, both with and without her dragons, just to see how far she could really go. But he couldn't just leave treacherous lords like that unpunished. Axel had long since learned his lesson on that front. Daenerys looks mulish for a moment, her brow furrowing as she pouts in a way Axel tries not to find too adorable. She's still technically supposed to be his enemy, after all. Finally, though, the Targaryen woman slowly nods. All right, I'll do it. Axel rises to his feet as Daenerys leans forward, prostrating herself before him and pressing her forehead to the volcanic rock beneath them both. I submit to you, Axel Baratheon, King of Westeros. I submit to your power and will become your woman. His eyes widen in shock as Daenerys suddenly seizes up, going from on her knees with her forehead pressed to the rock to spasming onto her back and shaking uncontrollably. Her agonizing screams echo through the cavern, and are in turn echoed by her dragons, who all begin to roar in pain and agony as well. What is this? What is happening? Axel drops to his knees, grabbing hold of Daenerys to keep her from slamming her head into the rock beneath her over and over again as her entire body experiences these sudden seizures. He's able to steady her long enough for her to look up at him, even as the glow in her eyes begins to intensify once more. And the veins beneath her soot-covered skin also begin to glow brighter and brighter. It's the Lord of Light. He's angry with me. The glow in their eyes and across their bodies had been orange back over the open water. Now Daenerys and her dragons have all started to glow a bright, angry red. It dawns on Axel what must be happening, even as Daenerys further explains through gritted teeth and trembling lips. I was supposed to be his champion, his Azor Ahai, but I've betrayed him. She's like Euron Greyjoy, the champion of a specific deity hellbent on killing Axel. The things that Red Priestess had Daenerys doing hadn't just empowered the Dragon Queen, they'd given the Lord of Light a claim on her soul, just like the drowned god apparently had on Euron Greyjoy's, if the Ironborn man was to be believed. Except, there was obviously a difference in power or connection going on here, because where Euron had been able to talk shit about his patron deity uninterrupted, Daenerys was experiencing the backlash for her decision to bend the knee to Axel. Apparently, her god considered this a betrayal most foul. As well, unlike with Euron, Axel was loath to give his enemy back to their god this time. He wanted Daenerys for himself. He wanted her for her healing, her dragons, and her beauty. And maybe, just maybe, because a part of him resonated with her. How many years had he feared himself to be a demon, a monster, and now here was this woman who believed the same of herself. How could Axel not sympathize? How could he not want to save her? And yet, it felt like there was nothing he could do save for cradle Daenerys to his chest and hold her firmly in place so that she doesn't shatter her skull open on volcanic rock with how hard she's seizing up. All the while, her dragons are experiencing their own seizures, roaring in pain and agony, whipping back and forth in their respective death throes. Axel. Looking down into her glowing red eyes, Axel sees Daenerys staring up at him, her mouth struggling to form words. But then, at this point, the red glow is building in the back of her throat as well. Our deaths will be cataclysmic. You must run. You must Get away, please, my people. Look after my people. They're going to explode. That's what she's saying. Daenerys and her dragons are going to explode, and given where they are, they might just take the whole of Dragonstone with them. Certainly, the blast will destabilize Dragonmont and cause it to erupt at a bare minimum. Axel doesn't care. He snarls, holding Daenerys tighter. They were enemies mere minutes ago, but she'd sworn herself to him all the same. She'd named herself his woman, and Axel has always loathed being parted with what he considers his. No, I'm not leaving you. I don't fear the Red God's power. Axel tosses his head back. You hear me, Arlor? If you do this, I will hunt you down. I will go to ESSOS, and I will destroy your temples and slaughter your followers wherever I find them. I will wipe the worship of you off of the face of the world. Threatening an eternal blood feud had worked with the drowned god, or so it seemed. Certainly, Asha had had no difficulties with the Iron Islands since Axel's little display in the Sunset Sea. Maybe it would work with the Lord of Light as well. That was his thinking anyways. Unfortunately, when he looks back down at Daenerys, the red glow has not diminished. If anything, it's continuing to worsen. She smiles weakly up at him, looking surprised but also flattered at the raging on her behalf. Axel? Axel can't help but feel a strange sense of despair wash over him. Along with pity for his enemy, his eyes squeezing shut and tears leaking from them in the process. Daenerys Targaryen had been nothing but a pawn from start to finish. She'd been manipulated before she even had a chance. It could have been him just as easily as it was her too. What if that Red Priestess had come to him instead of her? What if Axel had been raised anywhere other than the Vale by honorable men like Nestor Royce and Jon Arryn? He could have been just as great a monster as Daenerys thought herself to be if things had been even a little bit different. It was only through his upbringing at the Eyrie, only through the teachings of the Seven, that Axel had turned out half as good a man as the ones who raised him. Axel's eyes snap wide open. The Seven. If the drowned god and the Lord of Light were real enough to send Euron on a quest to Old Valyria and punish Daenerys for her betrayal, then the Seven who are one had to be real as well, right? Looking up at the ceiling again, though he doesn't know why other than that it feels right, Axel growls and gives perhaps the most abrasive, antagonistic prayer of his entire life. Save her, I know you can hear me, I know you are watching. The Red God might have laid claim to her soul, but you held claim first. She was born here on Dragonstone. She is a daughter of Westeros. Her family has lived here for generations. House Targaryen has worshipped the Seven for over 300 years. She belongs to you. Sucking in a deep breath, Axel looks down at Daenerys' writhing, glowing form in his arms and clutches her all the closer to his chest as he continues on. It feels as though she might come apart at any moment. As though her and her dragons are mere seconds away from exploding and perhaps taking him with them. If I am truly your champion, if you put me here to do good in your name and spread your worship to every corner of Westeros and beyond, then do this for me. This one thing. If I have any credit with you, if I've done anything right in your eyes, and I know I fucking have, then give this to me. Give her to me. Save Daenerys Targaryen and her dragons. Make the fucking Red God back off. Looking back up again, Axel snarls, even as tears streak down his cheeks. Show me you're real. Give me a fucking sign that I'm not alone. The only response is some rather concerning rumbling from all of the thrashing that the dragons are doing. As well as the woman's whimpering sobs, the glow only seeming to get worse and worse. Axel grimaces, preparing for the explosion to rip into him, fully ready to survive it and then take the fight to Arlor, no matter the cost. He closes his eyes shut tight and holds Daenerys close, waiting for her end to come. And yet, it never does. A second goes by, and then another, and another still. The shaking slowly begins to subside as the thrashing and seizing of the three massive dragons they're surrounded by begins to die down. Daenerys, as well, stops spasming in his arms quite so much. Slowly, Axel opens his eyes, scarcely able to believe it. But his sight reflects what his senses of touch and sound have already shown him. The red glow is receding rapidly from Daenerys' veins and eyes. The impending explosion fails to materialize as the manifestation of the Red God's anger dies down right before their eyes. Finally, Daenerys blinks, staring down at herself in shock and then up at him with that violet gaze of hers. How, I can feel his absence. I didn't even know he was there before, lurking within me and my dragons, but I can tell he's gone now. My power is my own now. Mine and my dragon's lives are our own. How? How have you done this? Axel stares back at her blankly for a long moment before a disbelieving laugh bubbles out of his throat. I don't know, I didn't do anything, really. I just prayed. And the 7 answered. Through nothing that Axel or Daenerys had done, because in truth there had been nothing they could do. Daenerys Targaryen had nevertheless been saved. It was a miracle, a real miracle in the end. Axel looks up at the cave ceiling, but really he's looking beyond it, a rueful smile spreading across his face. The rueful smile slowly spreads into a wide, triumphant grin as he lets more laughter leave his lips, joined soon after by a giggling, clearly delirious Daenerys. They were alive. Everyone was alive. The 7 who are one were real. His gods were as real as the drowned god or the red god. And when the going got tough, they just proved they would have his fucking back. Chapter 98, Days Later. Even days later, the whole situation feels downright surreal to Daenerys. She should be dead, after all. And not just because Axel Baratheon should have killed her and her dragons to remove the very clear and present threat they represented to his rule. No, she should be dead because she'd apparently sold her soul to the Lord of Light somewhere along the way, and swearing service to Axel had rather effectively caused the Red God to turn on her. Daenerys had felt her demise approaching. It was as though Arlor had reached out and wrapped a hand around her heart, pumping power into her while squeezing harder and harder. She should have exploded, her and her dragons both. Axel Baratheon was impossibly strong and powerful, but he was still just a physical being. There was nothing that he could do to save Daenerys or her sons. Or so she'd thought. Then, just when all was lost, the pain and pressure had alleviated. Axel had prayed to the 7 who are one, the gods of her homeland and her house, and they had answered him. They'd saved her from the Lord of Light's wrath. They'd forced Arlor to retreat while somehow allowing her to keep all of the power she'd gained at Melisandre's feet. And now here Daenerys sat in well-appointed chambers days later, deep within the castle of Dragonstone, still trying to come to terms with everything that had happened. She'd killed Melisandre less than a week ago. She'd fought Axel Baratheon the very next day. And then she'd lost, and she'd surrendered to him. To be fair, even if she'd kept fighting at the expense of her children, Daenerys isn't sure she would have been able to win. And even if she had managed to pull a victory from the jaws of defeat and kill Axel Baratheon, she's come to realize it would have been a Pyrrhic victory at best. Her dragons would have died, and while Daenerys would have been more powerful, she would have still found herself dealing with a furious and belligerent Westeros that had little love for a return to being ruled by House Targaryen. Melisandre had lied to her. Axel Baratheon was nothing like Daenerys had been told. He was no demon. Demons didn't pray to the gods for the salvation of their enemies. He was no tyrant either. Tyrants didn't spare their enemies, and they certainly didn't try to negotiate instead of fight. Obviously, the Crownland lords of the Narrow Sea who had snuck her to Westeros were disappointed to learn about her defeat. It wasn't as though Daenerys had hid the possibility from them, to be fair. Everyone had known that she accepted Axel's offer of trial by combat. But they'd certainly hoped she'd win. And she'd failed them ultimately. But Axel had stayed true to his word all the same, at least from what she'd seen. He had given the lords who had betrayed him the choice of the Black or the Block, but let it stop there, allowing their houses to keep their lands and elevating their heirs in their places. It was mercy compared to what he could have done to them. Mercy that no demon tyrant would ever show men who had turned their cloaks on him and sided with his enemy. More than that, her unsullied and fleet had been left untouched. Daenerys herself had stepped in there, telling them all about her surrender, and that she was now Axel Baratheon's ward for lack of a better word. She had told them all to stand down and await further commands, but truthfully, Daenerys had no idea what to do with them, or if it would even be her choice. After all, she still didn't fully understand what her place in Axel Baratheon's court would truly be. Obviously, she was bound to him deeper than even oaths of fealty could go. Oaths were just words in the wind, But the moment they'd shared in that cave up on the Dragonmont, where he'd prayed for her salvation and saved her life, that was more than just words. Except he was already married and twice over at that. He already had 2 queens, just like Deanery's distant forebearer, the Conqueror himself, and she doubted she would be made the 3rd. The Dragon Queen was no more. She was just Deanery's now, just a woman, Axel Baratheon's woman to be exact. She didn't mind it as much as she probably should have, being his woman. Even if she knew what it was likely to entail, she found herself trepidatious but not truly afraid. Axel was a powerful man, but he'd also turned out to be a better person than she'd ever been. It wouldn't be so bad, giving herself over to him, she supposed. As such, when the door to her chambers finally opens to reveal the king himself, Daenerys is prepared. She stands with her back straight and nothing but a shift to cover her body. As she meets Axel's eyes, she reaches down and begins to grip at the shift, ready to pull it over her head and expose her naked body in full. "I'm ready, Your Grace." Except, Axel takes one look at her and shakes his head. "No, you're not." "What?" Daenerys blinks her violet eyes in stupefaction, caught off guard by his rejection. Was that what it was? Before she can question him further, however, the blood drains from her face as Axel steps aside, revealing that he hasn't come alone. "I'm not here for anything like that. I'm here to deliver you a gift. You've been drifting for days now, so I thought you could maybe use a friend." Missandei of Noth stands in the doorway, staring at Daenerys with a tremulous smile on her lips. The dark-skinned woman looks unharmed and untouched, which makes Daenerys happier than she could have possibly imagined. Not that she thought Axel would do or have anything untoward done to Missandei, but at the same time, you never knew in these situations. "She is your handmaiden, I'm given to understand." "Why, yes, she is." "Good, then I'll leave you to it." Daenerys can only stare with wide eyes as Axel just leaves. He doesn't want anything from her right now. He doesn't have questions or demands. She's supposed to be his woman now, isn't she? So why isn't he taking the liberties he's owed of her? Of course, that thought while in the same room as Missandei makes feelings of guilt and shame well up inside of Daenerys' chest. Her throat sticks, and she has to swallow hard to get past the lump there, even as Missandei rushes over to her the moment the king is gone. My queen, I'm so glad that you're okay. I feared the worst, even when I heard that he let you surrender." Daenerys shakes her head, struggling to find the words for a moment even as Missandei takes her hands in her own. She hadn't? Truth be told, she and Missandei hadn't talked since before Melisandre's death. Daenerys had spent the entire night out on the Dragonmont, not returning to the castle even after Drogon had burnt the Red Priestess to a crisp and consumed the ashen bones that remained. "I killed Melisandre." Missandei's eyes widen and remain wide as it all comes spilling out of Daenerys' lips. Everything she'd learned about Melisandre and her manipulations, all of the evils that the Red Priestess had visited upon Daenerys and her loved ones. And then, of course, what she'd done in her rage. Stealing the amulet and Melisandre turning into an old woman, breaking the amulet, and having Drogon burn Melisandre alive. By the time she's done speaking, Daenerys is heaving for breaths and sobbing into Missandei's chest, even as the darker-skinned woman holds her close and embraces her tightly. Good. Sheer vindictive satisfaction meets Daenerys' confession. Missandei just smiles at her grimly. "You did the right thing, my queen. Melisandre was a rot. She had to be excised." Yes, as was the Lord of Light, nothing but a parasite in the end. After all, if the Red God was truly the source of her power, why did she still have it after his removal? Daenerys feels a little lighter in the face of Missandei's assurances, but not too light, given the rest of it. Why you cannot call me queen anymore, Missandei." Her handmaiden, lover, and closest confidant looks mulish at that. Daenerys growls and clings to Missandei a little harder. "I'm serious, you mustn't, you may. You may address me as my lady if you wish, but even then, I am nothing now, Missandei. I am nobody, I am." She falls quiet for a moment, struggling with the words. Funny how just minutes ago, she was almost happy to be Axel Baratheon's woman. It was certainly better than being his enemy. But now, she's face to face with her lover, the only woman who has shared her bed since the death of her son and stars. Dinari's tongue feels heavily laden in her mouth, and of course, Missandei notices that something is wrong. She grips Dinari's arms back, furrowing her brow as she gently tugs them both over to the bed and makes them sit down. "I will do as you say, my lady, but what is wrong? What do you struggle to say?" A whimper leaves Dinari's lips rather than the words she knows she has to speak. Until Missandei, always so perceptive, cuts straight to the heart of the matter. "Does this have to do with how you reacted to the Baratheon king's arrival before you knew I was present, and why you are so underdressed at the moment?" Dinari's freezes at that. Of course, Missandei might have been a slave, but that did not make her stupid or unobservant. In fact, she was actually extremely intelligent at the end of the day. Strangely enough, realizing that Missandei already has her suspicions makes it easier. There was no hiding the truth from her handmaiden and lover. Not now, not ever. "Yes, part of the terms of my surrender involve me becoming one of the king's women. I have been waiting for him to lay claim to me these past few days." Silence falls as Missandei processes that. Dinari's expects anger. Or maybe not anger, but certainly sadness and even heartbreak. She doesn't want to hurt her lover, truly she doesn't. But at the same time, she would be lying if she said she was doing this solely to save Missandei and the others who had followed her to Westeros. To her surprise, rather than get upset, Missandei actually sounds relatively calm when she finally speaks again. She also sounds very, very serious. "And how do you feel about that, my lady? Do you want to be his woman?" Here is where Dinari's lowers her head in shame, feeling the heat rising to her cheeks as she blushes in embarrassment. She's always had a weakness for strong men. Drogo taught her as much, but where Drogo had been her first true love, Axel Baratheon promised to be so much more. Still, she knows she's betraying her handmaiden with this. The other woman has every right to be upset, and Dinari's waits for the tears with a fresh lump in her throat. Only for Missandei, sweet submissive Missandei of all people, to suddenly reach up and tuck a pair of fingers under Dinari's chin, lifting her head and forcing their eyes to meet. To Dinari's shock, Missandei isn't upset at all, at least outwardly. Instead, she just smiles at her. "Well then, it seems that we'll have to work together to make our new master happy, won't we?" Choking on her spit, Dinari's is the one who rises to her feet instead, backing away a step in disbelief. "What? No, Missandei, I would never ask that of you. Slavery is illegal in Westeros anyways. Axel would never demand your servitude either, even me. He still has yet to touch me. I think he might be waiting for me to come to him if anything." "You don't have to ask anything of me, Dinari's. I am yours now and forever. And if that means sharing a bed with you and this Westerosi king, then I will do so. Gladly." Dinari's stops, trembling as she wrings her hands and stares at Missandei with wide eyes. You can't possibly mean that." Rising to her feet, the darker-skinned woman steps over and takes a hold of Dinari's hands again. "With all the essence of my being, mistress." Blushing harder, Dinari's bites her lower lip. She couldn't possibly be so lucky. She was supposed to be dead. She didn't deserve such a happy ending. Besides, he might not even go for it. What if he doesn't want to share me with you?" Missandei chuckles and shakes her head in amusement. "This king who brought me to you, instead of simply taking you as you say was his right. This king who has 2 queens and is said to have a harem of concubines besides. You think he will not want to have us both kneeling at his feet, mistress? Truly." Well, when Missandei put it that way. Leaning forward, the Nothian woman presses her forehead against Dinari's, causing an explosive breath to leave the Targaryen's lips. "Even after everything, we still have each other. I stand by your side, now and always, my lady Dinari's. Together, we will tackle this challenge like every other." Yes, together. Dinari's shuts her eyes as tears streak down her cheeks. But at the same time, a smile alights upon her face. And her soul feels just a little bit lighter as she embraces Missandei, and they hold one another oh so very close. "Missandei, the hot hunky king who seems to actually care about your mental state and brought me here just to make you happy. That king? Nice." Chapter 99, Returning Home. Stoneheart was pretty much gone. So was the helm, but it was the sword that hurt the worst, Axel had to admit. He'd made a couple goes at trying to find it, But for all his power, speed, and strength, there were some things even he couldn't make happen. Seeing in the dark, murky depths of Blackwater Bay was apparently one of them. While he could fight underwater as he'd proven against Euron's Kraken, fighting in the depths was far different from searching along the bed of an entire bay. He could have blamed Daenerys, he supposed, but ultimately, he wasn't really angry at her. She was trying very, very hard to kill him at the time after all, and he admittedly had waited far too long to take the fight against her seriously. In the end, losing Stoneheart was Axel's own hubris coming back to bite him in the ass. That said, he had every intention of replacing the Valyrian steel sword with something new once he got a free moment to go speak to Tobho Mott in King's Landing. The Qohoric blacksmith might have been a master armorer first and foremost, but he knew how to handle weapons too. Axel was imagining getting himself something a little bit bigger than the longsword Stoneheart had been this time around. After all, first with the Kraken, and then with Daenerys' dragons, he kept finding himself fighting these large fucking monsters. And sure, he'd simply used his entire body and speed to punch multiple holes through the Kraken, while with the dragons, he hadn't even tried to cut them too badly. But there was something to be said about having a big enough Valyrian steel sword to slice a wing or tentacle off of an ornery beastie. You know, just in case. Still, even if he hadn't initially taken the duel with Daenerys and her dragons quite as seriously as he maybe should have, he'd taken the days following her surrender and submission very seriously indeed. He'd made sure that Daenerys had her handmaiden while avoiding her attempts to bed him. He'd made sure that she had her foreign army stand down, and he'd sent multiple letters to kings landing with orders to prepare for their inevitable arrival. Put simply, they were going to need a place to house Daenerys' dragons eventually, and not just house but restrain them. Admittedly, Axel had a pretty good feeling about the Targaryen woman's loyalty at this point, what with her killing that red priestess and then being betrayed by her foreign red god. The Seven themselves had stepped in at his behest and saved Daenerys and her dragons from certain death. Axel figured that scored him major points with the last Targaryen, and he didn't exactly expect her to go on some maddened rampage anytime soon with what he'd seen these last few days. At the same time, it was better to be safe than sorry. That's why Axel had sent a letter to Stannis and the rest of his small council about recruiting as many laborers as possible to begin renovating the ruins of the long-abandoned Dragon Pit post-haste. Everyone in King's Landing knew about the Dragon Pit, of course. It was this huge, cavernous, ruined building that sat atop one of the 3 major hills in Westeros' largest city. Of course, it had been abandoned and left to languish for over 150 years at this point, given that the dragons it had once housed had all been gone from the world for about that long. With no more use after the death of the last dragons, everyone had all but forgotten about the place, allowing it to fall into greater and greater disrepair. Frankly, Axel was surprised that none of his predecessors had ever tried to do anything else with the hill since the death of dragons, but in the end, it did make a certain sort of sense. Until him and his father, every king that had come before them had been a Targaryen. And given House Targaryen's true power had come from their dragons in the first place, it was probably something of a sore spot for them. Though one would think, if they really thought they might get to use the Dragon Pit for actual dragons again, someday, that they would have at least tried to fix the place up. In the end, Axel was just glad that nothing had ever replaced it, because now, for the first time in all those years, the Dragon Pit was going to have a purpose again. Through his letters, he had ordered the royal coffers opened for the grand project. He didn't just want the Dragon Pit restored, he needed it expanded, because all of Daenerys' dragons combined were of a size that the old Dragon Pit had never needed to house before. Finally, though, with his orders given and all of that started, it was time to depart from Dragonstone. Daenerys' dragons, who he learned were named Drogon, Regal, and Viserion, consented under Daenerys' urging to allow themselves to be chained up in the caves under the Dragonmont. There, they would be fed and cared for until such a time as they could be moved to King's Landing. Axel himself put the chains on them just to be sure and was confident that they should not be able to escape without their mistress, assistance. Nor would they try without her urging either, he was fairly certain. Certainly, Daenerys could give them her power, in the same way she could take from them to empower herself. However, that had a limit in range, one that the distance from Dragonstone to King's Landing easily overcame. And so a week after Axel Baratheon left King's Landing for his trial by combat over the waters of Blackwater Bay, he returns to the city on a ship with Daenerys Targaryen, her handmaiden Missandei, and Lord Davos Seaworth, and a couple of the man's sons at his side. The crowd that turns out to greet them at the harbor is even larger than the one that had formed by the time Axel arrived at the Red Keep all those months ago, when he made it to King's Landing for the first time with Jon Arryn at his side. The small folk are barely held back by a revitalized, stronger, and far more honorable city guard, every last one of them hoping for a chance to get a glimpse of their king and his prisoner. Horses as well as a wheelhouse are brought forward, with Daenerys and Missandei beckoned inside the latter, while Axel mounts a stallion at the front of the procession. From there, they begin to make their way into the city, following the muddy way from the docks towards the center of the city. Axel, of course, has his head on a swivel, even as he picks up some of the things the small folk are saying, just like last time. The king returns, he won again. Of course he won, blessed by the seven he is. They say he spared the Targaryen and her dragons. Spare, he tamed them. Why do you think they have us fixing up the dragon pit after all this time? I bet they tried to bathe him in dragon fire, but the moment they realized he wouldn't burn, the Targaryen lost her nerve and surrendered on the spot. That last one makes Axel snort in wry amusement. It's funny, he hadn't actually known if he was immune to dragon fire or not back during his and Daenerys' duel, because he dodged every flame for fear that it would mean the ruin of his Valyrian steel armor. However, his curiosity could not be denied forever. One of the last things Axel had done after chaining up Daenerys' dragons had been to have the biggest one, by a few inches anyways, Drogon, breathe flames on him. Daenerys had been hesitant to give the command, but Drogon was smarter than he looked and quickly realized what Axel was asking for. The big black dragon had coated Axel in dragonfire, completely of his own initiative, before Daenerys could even say Dracarys. It had ultimately tickled. Axel had come out the other side covered in soot and ash from his completely destroyed garments, but he himself was entirely unharmed. The flames from Drogon's maw hadn't so much as singed his hair somehow, and his flesh. His flesh was left completely untouched as well. Of course, that was the first time Daenerys had witnessed him naked as well, something that left the Targaryen woman blushing like mad. But seeing as he'd already seen her in a similar state after they'd fought, and even held her naked form in his arms when they both thought she was about to explode on him, Axel figured it was only fair. Making it to the center of the city, their procession turns onto the King's Way, and the Red Keep looms in the distance, even as the crowds lining the streets grow even larger. The unburnt. The avatar of the warrior walks among us. The unyielding stag. With those larger crowds comes Axel's fawning worshippers. To be fair, this street as well as the God's Way have a near constant stream of pilgrims from the faith of the Seven on them pretty much any time of any day of the week. After all, it was on this road that he'd walked from the Red Keep while still burning with wildfire. His footprints can even be seen off to the side of the procession, blocked off and protected from trampling by reverent members of the faith. From this road, he turned onto the God's Way and walked all the way to the Great Sept of Baelor, continuing what some called the Path of the Unburnt. It was all a bit much in Axel's opinion, though he certainly wasn't going to try and stop them from loving him more. And that last one? Hess, unyielding stag. He kind of liked that one if he was being honest. Had a nice ring to it, didn't it? Before he knows it, though, they've already reached the top of the road to the Red Keep, arriving just outside of it with what feels like more than half of King's Landing following in their wake. On his own horse at Axel's side, Lord Davos leans in close and clears his throat. Might be worth saying something to the people, Your Grace, just a quick word. A sense of vertigo hits Axel then, as he's blasted into the past for a moment. Jon Arryn had said something so very similar to that in almost the exact same way in the exact same spot, all the way back during Axel's first procession through the city. Just as Jon was right then, Davos is right now. Giving the master of ships a quick smile and nod, Axel dismounts from his horse and moves to the side of the wheelhouse. The door opens and Daenerys steps out, helped down by a hand from Axel. A hush falls over the crowd as most of the people who might have caught a glimpse of Deaneries down at the docks definitely haven't made it all the way here. No, at this point, the majority of small folk watching on are just now laying eyes on the conquered Dragon Queen for the first time. Axel and Deaneries had discussed the appearance she needed to give off when they arrived in King's Landing. She was a powerful woman by nature, but that sort of feeling wouldn't do when she was now his conquered and defeated foe. As such, Deaneries is wearing a very feminine silver dress left behind by one of her female ancestors back on Dragonstone. It leaves her pale shoulders bare and accentuates her beauty and softness over her true nature as a warrior capable of making even Axel bleed. Combine that with her short stature alongside his much greater height and a gaze fixed to the ground, and the image of Daenerys Targaryen that everyone sees is a soft, repentant, and all-around innocent-looking maiden. Obviously, this won't fool most. It certainly won't fool the important people. But for the unwashed masses, it gives just the right feeling, especially combined with the words that leave Axel's mouth. "My people, I return victorious. I return triumphant once more." A massive cheer, near-deafening in volume, fills the air in response to his words. It takes over a minute for the people of King's Landing to stop cheering as Axel smiles on, watching them all run themselves ragged. Eventually, though, he holds up a hand and they slowly fall quiet from that single gesture. Still, I imagine many might be confused by the fact that my enemy stands beside me, unchained and unharmed. There is a simple answer to that. Daenerys Targaryen was never my enemy. Complete and utter silence. Everyone looks shocked by such a declaration, which, given the things they must have been hearing from the faith or just on the street, Axel doesn't blame them. Still, he keeps up his bright smile, placing a gentle hand on Daenerys' back. This woman of Westeros, this daughter of the Seven, was led astray by a red priestess of the Lord of Light. She was tricked, manipulated, and abused. She was a victim of foreign gods who sought to use her as a weapon against me, and against all of you. He didn't really mind throwing the red god under the wagon here. Not after all the bullshit the fucker had tried to pull back on Dragonstone. It's a sad, sad day when the drowned god seems to accept defeat more gracefully than you. But hey, the drowned god hadn't thrown a hissy fit on the same level as Arlor. Axel knew full well which of the two deities he was on better terms with at the moment, even if both were on his shit list. One day, he would have to make good on his promise to go and destroy all of Arlor's temples too. After all, he'd said he would if the bastard didn't back off. And the only reason Daenerys still drew breath was because of the Seven, not because the Red God stood down. Daenerys Targaryen, once the wool had been pulled from her eyes, surrendered to me completely and unconditionally. She has fully renounced all ties to the Lord of Light and his Red Priesthood, and she has been welcomed back into the light of the Seven, who are one once more. She has also renounced her and her house's claim to the Iron Throne now and forever. She has bent the knee to your king and agreed to serve Westeros under MY leadership from now until the end of her days. As Axel pauses for a half a beat, he can feel the tension in the air as everyone hangs off of his every word. He's building up to something, obviously, but he still has to stick the landing. "My people, welcome our lost dragon home." Luckily, they all love him, so a few words is all it takes. Even louder cheering than before fills the air, everyone screaming and roaring their excitement that he's managed to tame Daenerys Targaryen and her dragon somehow. But then, at this point, Axel is pretty sure they're used to him managing such insane things. They're all very, very happy, though. As he turns to lead Daenerys into the Red Keep, the others trailing behind them, Axel can only hope that his queens and small council will be just as understanding. Chapter 100, Talk. Daenerys Targaryen is very, very beautiful, and her handmaiden is quite the looker as well. Those are the first thoughts that run through Arianne Martell's mind when her husband the king finally steps into the front courtyard of the Red Keep with the two women in tow. Everyone is there waiting for them, of course, from her and Sansa along with Margaery and Tyene to Axel's hand and the rest of the small council. Most of the Kingsguard are out here as well, along with plenty of the castle staff. It's a very crowded affair. Axel doesn't quite miss a step as he enters the courtyard, nor does the triumphant and cocky smile on his handsome face drop either. Really, it would take someone who actually knew him to see the minuscule reaction to laying eyes on all of them for the first time in a week. Arian happens to be one such someone, and so she sees the flicker in Axel's confident grin and the ever-so-slight stiffness in his walk all the same. He especially has eyes for her and Sansa as he approaches, and Arian can already tell that he's more worried about how they'll react than anyone else. Even Stannis Baratheon, who could very well resign as Hand of the King if Axel can't give a good enough explanation for his actions to the man, barely gets more than a glance and a passing nod of acknowledgement for now. It's Sansa and Arian that Axel walks right up to, his hands reaching out for theirs. Arian doesn't hesitate, and she's glad to see her fellow queen doesn't either, both of them reaching out in tandem to meet his fingers and intertwine them with their own. The smile on Axel's face becomes a bit more relaxed at that point, as well as just a little softer. For a single moment, he just holds their hands. And then, before anyone else can muster the courage to interrupt, he turns to his small council and speaks. I imagine many of you have things to speak with me about. For now, I will need a moment alone with my queens. Margaery, Tyene, please see Lady Daenerys and her handmaiden Missandei to their rooms. Everyone else, we will talk soon enough. There's a note of finality in his voice and just a hint of steel in his tone at the end there. It's a small reminder of just who they're dealing with here. Axel Baratheon isn't just the king of Westeros. He's the man who survived the Strangler and a wildfire explosion and fought a Kraken besides. And now he's the man who won a trial by combat against a Targaryen sorceress and her 3 dragons. Never mind that the Targaryen sorceress is standing among them in a shoulderless silver dress that makes her look far more innocent and maidenlike than she actually is. Never mind that all 3 dragons are still alive and back on Dragonstone, along with a foreign fleet filled with an army of Unsullied. When you could do the things that Axel Baratheon can do, you got away with a lot more than any other king ever could. Frankly, they're lucky that he's a far better man than his predecessors, because Arian shudders to think what the state of Westeros would be if either Robert Baratheon or Aerys II Targaryen had the sort of power that Axel had. In the end, he gets his way, because of course he does. Margaery and Tyene break off to escort Daenerys and her handmaiden into the Red Keep. The small council and everyone else can only watch on as Axel, still holding Sansa and Arian by the hands, carefully and gently leads his very pregnant queens into the Red Keep as well. Being one of those pregnant women, Arian allows herself to be led, sharing a glance with Sansa that results in a nod from the redhead. When they finally arrive at their destination, their shared bedchambers with Axel, he helps them both over to the bed and has them sit down. Then, standing before them, he finally lets the mask drop, his smile dropping into a grimace. I'm sorry, I know you both must be quite upset with me. Arian and Sansa respond by giving his hands sharp tugs. Now, obviously, they don't have nearly the physical strength to pull him anywhere he doesn't want to go. But Axel is currently very predisposed to giving them whatever they want, even if it's asked for wordlessly. And so he lets them gently but firmly push him down to sit on the bed between them. Then, before he can say another word, Arian reaches up with her free hand, cups Axel's cheek, and turns him in her direction. She kisses her husband then and there, tenderly and lovingly. His surprise makes it so that his half of things is perhaps less than engaged, but Arian doesn't mind just this once. Nor does she keep kissing him until he gets with the program. Instead, she lets go after a moment, pulling back so that Sansa can do the exact same thing on the other side. The northern woman's kissing is a lot more ferocious and a fair bit rougher, her current state having not dulled her fiery attitude and icy determination even remotely. Arian just smiles until Sansa pulls back as well. Dazed and confused, Axel looks between them both for a long moment before shaking his head with a smile and a huff. I don't deserve the 2 of you. That Arian can't help but scoff at. Don't be ridiculous. You're the only man in the entire world who deserves either of us, Axel Baratheon. Sansa nods sharply. She's right, no one else could ever possibly measure up. Axel just laughs in disbelief at their semi-serious egotistical comments. Seeing this, Arian meets Sansa's eyes out of Axel's line of sight, and winks before proceeding with fanning the flames just a tad. Honestly though, You couldn't find a new concubine that was a little less pretty. I understand if Margery and Tyene aren't enough to satisfy you while we're this fat and heavy, but I would have preferred you pick up a mistress that didn't put our beauty to shame even when we aren't pregnant. That causes Axel to gape at her for a moment, only for Sansa to sniff haughtily from his other side. Speak for yourself. If it wasn't for all this weight I've been forced to put on, I would certainly give this Targaryen wench a run for her money. I know my worth and I know my beauty. When I'm not heavy with child, of course. Looking between the two of them, Axel begins to sputter. Why, you both don't really believe that, do you? Neither of you is ugly, no matter what. And you're pregnant, not fat. You both are still as gorgeous to me as the day we first met, and I won't have you putting yourselves down just because you're pregnant with my. Axel cuts himself off, finally noticing the wide grins on both Aerion and Sansa's faces. At long last, he realizes he's being had. The two of you are messing with me. Huffing, Sansa reaches over and pokes him in his ribs, though she's careful not to do so too hard and risk hurting her finger on their husband's invulnerable body. Yes, it's no less than you deserve too. Aerion nods sagely from his other side. My fellow queen is right. You thought we'd be upset because you spared Daenerys Targaryen? Don't be ridiculous, I saw that coming a mile away. Mouth agape again, the King of Westeros looks back and forth between them with wide eyes. Then, you're upset because... Rolling her eyes, Sansa growls. Maybe because you left us a week ago for the trial by combat, leaving us fearing for your life as well as our lives, and the lives of our unborn children if you were somehow felled by the Dragon Queen's sorceries. And then we had to find out by way of Raven that you'd won and were on Dragonstone setting everything to rights. Nodding again, Aerion pouts, playing the sad, doe-eyed queen to Sansa's fire and fury. We weren't even sure if the missive was from you at first, Axel. Some thought it might be a trap to lull us into a false sense of security. It was only when you sent further word and no dragons showed up to burn down King's Landing and claim the Iron Throne for their Targaryen mistress that we started to believe. Wincing, Axel hangs his head sheepishly. Sorry, I can see how that might have been. Frustrating. Snorting derisively, Sansa gives their husband a dry look. Frustrating? When you know that your husband can literally fly the length of Blackwater Bay in less than an hour, and instead of coming to tell you himself, he keeps sending messages by Raven? Yes, that was a teensy bit frustrating, Axel Baratheon. As Axel hangs his head even more at that, Aerion gives her fellow queen a look to tone it down. But Sansa just gazes right back at her, reminding Aerion that they were not the same person and definitely not always of one mind about these things. Indeed, Sansa had actually been ready to command for a boat to be prepared to take her over to Dragonstone after that first letter, so caught up in her anger and fear that she'd been willing to risk everything to get to the bottom of what was going on. Aerion had been the one to talk Sansa down from that rather poor idea, and she'd also been the one to help temper Sansa's anger over the rest of Axel's insanity once further word reached King's Landing in the days after. Still, even if Sansa is angrier at their husband than Aerion is for the very, very dumb things he decides to do sometimes, they are still unified in the end. So after a moment, Sansa softens her face and lets out a sigh, running her free hand through Axel's hair. Tell us what happened. The king leaps on that like a lifeline, straightening back up and beginning to tell them the whole sordid tale. Some of what had occurred had made it to King's Landing by way of letter over the past week, but obviously Axel had left a lot of details out. He does not do so now, happily telling them all about the fight from start to finish along with what had happened afterwards. Aerion admittedly shares a bit in Sansa's renewed anger, when Axel admits that he didn't finish the duel as fast as he could have or even try to kill any of Daenerys' dragons, once he realized that her and the three of them were no match for him. Admittedly, him pushing the fight all the way back to Dragonstone to make sure King's Landing was safe was good of him. But at the same time, it apparently allowed Daenerys to pull off a maneuver that nearly cost Axel his life. When he confesses that Daenerys managed to not just draw blood from him, but give him a head wound so serious he almost passed out over Blackwater Bay, Aerion and Sansa both can't help but interrupt the story to check him over. By now, though, he's already fully healed. The only sign of his injuries at this point is that a bit of the hair on the side of his head was scraped off along with the flesh and hasn't had the chance to regrow yet in the same way his skin has. Of course, Daenerys Targaryen apparently being strong enough to actually harm him isn't even the craziest part of the story. When they get to the part where she accepted his offer of surrender only for the Red God from Essos to try and kill her and her dragons, Aryen's mouth drops open in shock, and it only gets progressively more open as Axel describes everything that happened after that. Aryen hadn't really doubted the Seven's existence for a while now, if ever. She'd always believed in them, of course, she just hadn't been the most devout follower of their teachings. But given all that Axel was capable of, and the strangeness surrounding him burning in the Great Sept for 7 days and 7 nights, Aryen was willing to acknowledge that the Seven were definitely around and maybe even more active than she thought. But this was more than she'd expected. The way Axel told it, the Seven who are one had stepped in and stopped the Lord of Light from killing Daenerys Targaryen and her dragons. They'd saved her, at Axel's request. I know I should have quickly flown back to King's Landing to tell you both that everything was okay. I let myself get caught up in everything going on over on Dragonstone. I'm sorry. Sharing another look with Aryen, they both lean in at the same time and kiss him on both of his cheeks in unison. Apology accepted. Axel smiles at her after Aryen chirps that out, though he winces again when Sansa speaks up with a dry tone once more from his other side. Did you really have to ask the Targaryen to be your woman, though? Honestly, Axel. As Axel laughs sheepishly, Aryen just giggles. Of course he did, Sansa. That's just the sort of man our husband is. He's insatiable, a bottomless pit of lust that wants to ravish each and every beauty who dares to catch his attention. Man, she is quite the beauty, isn't she? That handmaiden of hers, too. Here, Axel outright grimaces, looking surprisingly guilty. Yes, about that. I'm actually starting to regret being so forward about things. Aryen raises an eyebrow. Oh. From what I can tell, Daenerys and her handmaiden were already in a relationship before all of this. I feel like such a monster for getting in the way of their love. Aryen considers that briefly. She's only laid eyes on the 2 women once so far, to be fair. Leave that to us. Both Axel and Sansa give Aryen curious looks at that, prompting her to giggle and wink. Sansa and I will get to the bottom of things and find out just what's going on. You can count on us, Tilda. Before Axel can protest, Sansa is already nodding. Agreed, we'll see what there is to learn about the Targaryen and her. Friend, don't try to protest, husband. After all, you're going to be busy enough keeping your entire small council from resigning with the headaches you've given them. Axel pouts, but doesn't try to argue the point, meaning that he knows full well just how rough things are going to be with the members of his small council when he finally starts meeting with them on the morrow. Chapter 101, Talk PT, 2. The first thing Axel does the very next day, after spending the night cuddling with his queens of course, is wake up nice and early and make his way down to the Street of Steel. Why? Well, to commission a special project from Tabhomat. After finding out what sort of resources the Kohoric blacksmith will need to create what Axel is envisioning, the king slips over to the royal treasury, pilfers some Valyrian steel from his own coffers, and brings it back to Mott with nobody being any the wiser. Better to have as little people know about how much Valyrian steel is in Mott's smithery as possible, Axel figures. Of course, after that's all said and done, the whole thing taking about an hour in full, Axel goes and finds his master of coin, intent on telling him what he's done. Tyrion, as it so happens, is an early riser as well, though whether that's normal or not, Axel doesn't know, because he ultimately finds the Lannister dwarf not in his office, but over at a freshly constructed foreman's office next to the dragon pit. The moment Axel sets down amidst the early morning workers, a hush falls over the area, one that causes Tyrion to look up from the plans he's currently leaning over. A frown immediately overtakes the dwarf's face, though he quickly wipes it away and lets his expression go blank as he bows at the waist from where he's standing atop a chair. Your Grace, so kind of you to join us. Axel sweeps his gaze around at everyone else and isn't all that surprised when they all scurry away to whatever their current tasks are, leaving him and Tyrion mostly alone as he approaches the table. All right, Tyrion, don't hold anything back now. You've done a spectacular job as Master of Coin these past several months. Give it to me straight, how much have I screwed you over? Tyrion grimaces, glancing down at the papers in front of him again. It will cost a lot of gold to renovate enough of the dragon pit for even one of the Targaryen's dragons, your grace. Gold that you do have, but still. Is it worth it? Might be better to just keep them on Dragonstone or something. That was a fair suggestion, honestly. And it was something Axel had thought about too. Technically, there was something to be said about keeping Daenerys and her dragons as far apart as possible. But at the same time, if her dragons decided to break free of their current captivity completely of their own accord and run amok, Axel might not hear about it for days. No, it would be better if he could have both Daenerys and her dragons right where he could see them. And on the other side of the coin, he wanted to be able to give Daenerys rewards for good behavior as well. Axel didn't really think that the Targaryen woman meant any harm to him or his people at this point. And given the amount of self-loathing she had now, he doubted she really wanted to take over the Seven Kingdoms anymore either. Letting her have even one of her dragons close to her here in King's Landing would go a long way to building on the loyalty he'd started to ingrain in her when he saved her life with his impassioned plea to the Seven. Plus, once he was certain that she and therefore her dragons were loyal, he could count on them to defend King's Landing or other parts of Westeros while he was off doing other things. Axel doesn't want to tell Tyrion all of that, so he does his best to keep things a little simple while giving the Master of Coin what he needs to know. I have tamed the last Targaryen, Tyrion. I know it might seem unbelievable, but consider for a moment all of the other impossible things you've seen me accomplish. Tyrion grimaces but nods, conceding that point even as Axel continues on. Daenerys and her dragons might have started as our enemies, but now they are mine. And that means her dragons will need a place to stay. I know it will cost us quite a lot, Tyrion. But we have the coin to spend, yes. The Master of Coin doesn't look happy about it, yet he slowly nods again. Yes, for now, so long as the project doesn't go too far over budget. Axel chuckles. Well, you're always telling me that we need to invest back into the city's population, right? We saw a bit of an economic boom just from your restructured sewer system. All the coin that the people of Flea Bottom made off of those projects went right back into improving their lots in life. Shouldn't the same happen here with the Dragon Pit? Tyrion pauses for a moment, before getting a certain gleam in his eye. It should, Your Grace. Although if we wanted to make sure some of that coin made its way back to us more directly. He trails off, clearly not wanting to overstep his bounds. But Axel still knows exactly what Tyrion is talking about. The Master of Coin had brought forward a proposal a while back that had been immediately shut down by Stannis Baratheon. Axel's uncle had taken one look at the idea and said absolutely not, and Axel had been of a similar mind at the time. But now he finds himself reconsidering. Sure, he didn't want to let another Baelish crop up, but Tyrion was not Petter Baelish. He was a much better Master of Coin and far more loyal to boot. I'll talk to my uncle about it, Tyrion. See if I can't get him to come around to the idea of opening up some crown-sponsored brothels in King's Landing after all. Tyrion brightens up considerably. Indeed, the dwarf's idea did hold a certain amount of merit. The places where Baelish's old brothels had been located were still in ruins from where Stannis turned down the buildings and dug the land up looking for buried gold. They'd stayed ruined because technically the land was owned by the crown, and so nothing could be done with it without the crown's approval. Tyrion had proposed rebuilding and reopening the brothels once more, seeing as apparently each of Baelish's old establishments had been positioned perfectly for such ventures in certain high-traffic locations across the city. Given that the only other brothels in King's Landing were rather dingy ones down by the docks, and all of them had a bad reputation, there probably was a lot of coin to be had in such a business venture. But of course, Stannis didn't see it that way. He saw no value in brothels, and even less so in having the crown run such things. Still, men and women both liked to fuck, and if it wasn't going into their coffers, the coin would just be going somewhere else. Thank you, my king. If you can convince him, I swear that I can make a success of the venture, just as I have everything else. Axel chuckles at not just Tyrion's confidence, but also his determination. The half-man had so much more to prove compared to everyone else, and Axel had no problem whatsoever using that raw resolve to his benefit. "I'm sure you will, Tyrion. For now, keep up the good work here on the dragon pit, though try not to stay out in the sun too long. You're the master of coin after all, you can afford to delegate a little bit." Tyrion just nods and Axel turns to leave, only to remember why he came here in the first place. Wincing a little bit, he turns back to the dwarf and clears his throat. There was one more thing. Fortunately, Tyrion is more exasperated than angry to hear about Axel's little commission down on the Street of Steel. In the end, he just marks down the expenditure himself, agreeing with the king that it was probably best to keep the knowledge of just how much Valyrian steel was currently in Mott's smithery between the two of them. With that taken care of, Axel finally leaves the dwarf and the dragon pit behind and flies back to the Red Keep, expecting to have a conversation he's been putting off for over a week. Only, before he can find Stannis and have a sit-down with his uncle at long last, Axel is waylaid by another member of his small council altogether. "Your Grace." Blinking as he finds Grandmeister Marwyn standing in front of him, Axel slows to a stop and tilts his head to the side, eyeing the other man curiously. "Grandmeister, to what do I owe the pleasure?" But the stout man shakes his head. "No pleasure, I'm afraid, just wanted to give you a warning." That has Axel's eyes narrowing, his lips curling down into a frown. What kind of warning, exactly? Stamping his Valyrian steel rod into the ground at his feet, the Grandmeister grunts. "There are some who won't be happy that dragons are back in Westeros, Your Grace, especially after they worked so hard to kill them off in the first place." "Wait, what?" Axel goes perfectly still for a moment, before stomping right up to Marwyn and towering over him. "Excuse me." Marwyn doesn't look remotely intimidated even as he gazes up at his king. There are rumors and postulations that the nature of confinement in the dragon pit itself was what led to the stunted growth and eventual extinction of dragons. Respectfully, my king, that's a load of horseshit. You need to keep a watchful eye out and... Enough, Axel doesn't want to be a tyrant, but he's really fucking tired of riddles and vague, cryptic hints. With a snarl, he grabs the Grandmeister by the front of his robes and lifts the man into the air before pushing him up against the nearest wall. Marwyn lets out a grunt as he's cut off mid-sentence. To be fair, Axel doesn't slam him even a fraction of how hard he could have. But he also isn't going to put the shorter man down until he's satisfied with his answer to this next question. "You have not been too much of a nuisance since you took over your role, Marwyn the Mage. And you've even offered useful advice from time to time like that bit about air thinning out the higher one flies. But my patience has its limits. Stop talking in riddles. Cease with your vague, generalized warnings. Speak plainly or I will be very, very done with you, Grandmeister. Who are you saying killed the dragons? Who will have a problem with their return? No more half measures. No more cryptic hints. Tell me the truth, plain and simple." To his credit, Marwyn doesn't look remotely panicked or even all that upset. In fact, Axel thinks he sees some respect in the other man's eyes as he slowly nods. Very well. The Citadel, Your Grace. It was the Archmeisters who secretly decreed that all glimpses of magic and unnaturalness should come to an end. It was the Citadel who sought to destroy House Targaryen's monopoly on aerial violence at the behest of their Hightower masters. But they've gone further than that too. As I said to you a while back, I would not be surprised if not every poisoning attempt from when you were a child came from Cersei Lannister. Axel grits his teeth. They're all in on it, every last one of them. Here, Marwyn hesitates before shaking his head. I don't think so, no. Certainly not every single Meister in the Citadel or across the Seven Kingdoms. After the last of magic left these lands, the conspiracy to do away with it went dormant as well. Otherwise, I doubt I ever would have been allowed to become an Archmeister in the first place. I've ran afoul of some of the descendants of that way of thinking over the years. I can't tell you how many still remain, though, or exactly how they'll react to the Targaryen witch and her dragons. All I have are my suspicions. Axel growls for a moment, before slowly setting Marwyn back down on the ground. You can't, can you? Then consider that your next directive, Grandmeister. When Marwyn raises an eyebrow, Axel just scoffs at him. I don't care if I have the authority to order you around about this or not. You will do everything in your power to keep the Citadel from making any moves on King's Landing. Do you understand me? If you do not, if anything does happen, I will hold you personally responsible and respond disproportionately." Marwen's second eyebrow raises to join the first, and Axel thinks he sees the corner of the Grand Meister's mouth quirk up for a moment. "Disproportionately, Your Grace." Axel grins. "Yes, as opposed to proportionately. I'm not playing games here, Marwen. I have bigger things to worry about right now than a bunch of old men in robes who think they can control MY kingdoms from the shadows. Find them out and stop them, or else." He knows he's being rather heavy-handed, but fortunately, Axel has learned that's precisely the right way to talk to the Grand Meister. Indeed, Marwen the mage only hesitates for a moment longer before bowing low at the waist. "As the king commands." Axel turns to walk away at that, intent on going and finding Stannis. Before he can, though, the Grand Meister calls out one final time. "Oh, and if it pleases Your Grace, I would love a chance to study your tamed Targaryen and her dragons sometime. I would like that very much." Axel snorts in amusement and doesn't dignify the request with a response for the time being. They would see just what came in the days to follow and whether or not Marwen earned such a privilege. For now, Axel needed to know if he needed to go and find a new hand. When he finally locates his uncle, Stannis is seated with the hand of the king's pin in his hands, toying with it and staring down at it in contemplation. Not a good start, but Axel figures he deserves this much in all honesty. Still, "If you feel that you must resign your post, I would understand and accept it, uncle." Stannis stiffens in his chair, glancing up to where Axel has appeared soundlessly in the open doorway of his study in the Tower of the Hand. Smiling crookedly, Axel steps inside, moving carefully like his uncle is a wild animal who might spook at any moment. Or not even spook, but blow up at him. That's what he's expecting from Stannis Baratheon at this point, all things considered. After all, there was history aplenty between not just the last generations of the Targaryens and Baratheons, but also between Stannis and Daenerys specifically, even if it was one-sided. Daenerys, after all, has never laid eyes on Stannis in her life before yesterday in the Red Keep's front courtyard. Nor had Stannis laid eyes on her. But her and her brother's escape from Dragonstone and Stannis' failure to capture or kill them back at the tail end of Robert's rebellion had nevertheless haunted Axel's uncle for decades afterwards, mostly because of how Axel's father had reacted. So yes, he's expecting Stannis to be very, very angry that he spared Daenerys' life, which is why he's so surprised when his uncle simply slumps back in his chair, looking more tired than anything else. "You would be better off finding a more capable hand than myself at this point, Your Grace, and perhaps one with a clearer mind as well." Axel is completely caught off guard by the defeated tone of voice. What was Stannis even talking about? Approaching the desk, Axel furrows his brow in confusion and curiosity. "I expected you to be angry with me for sparing the last Targaryen and her dragons, not this." Shaking his head, Stannis scoffs. "I was, at first, and then I realized how ridiculous my anger was when I finally laid eyes on the Targaryen woman. No, not woman, just a girl, really." Daenerys was no girl. She was a woman grown, but the way Axel had her dress and told her to act had been designed to make her look like some innocent maiden, despite the fact that she was a widow, the mother of a stillborn babe, and a dragon rider who had conquered entire cities to boot. Apparently the production had worked on the last man Axel expected it to work on. Stannis fucking Baratheon. All these years I've hated her and her brother for escaping me. I've blamed them for Robert snubbing me at every opportunity. But then I saw Daenerys Targaryen in the flesh and realized just how misplaced my hatred was. She wasn't the reason my brother slighted me again and again and again. Axel slowly nods. "No, she wasn't. My father was just an idiot like that." Stannis jolts at the casual insult delivered to his older brother. Axel just smiles crookedly, prompting Stannis to snort in derisive, dry amusement. But maybe I was an idiot too. If I wasted all of this time and energy hating Daenerys Targaryen, what else have I been wrong about? What else have I wasted all of my time and energy railing against? Seriously, Was his uncle, who was infamously a stick in the mud, actually becoming self-aware and, dare Axel say it, introspective? Seeing an opportunity, Axel clears his throat and shrugs. Well, I did just go and speak with Tyrion a bit ago. He's been doing a good job getting the work on restoring the dragon pit started, but he's concerned about how expensive the overall project might wind up being. He's asked me to talk to you about his old proposal regarding crown-sponsored brothels rebuilt where Littlefinger's old establishments once stood. For a moment, Stannis stiffens and a sneer starts to take over his face, a snarl building in his throat. But before he can express his objections to the idea in full, he suddenly catches himself and a moment later deflates. Then, Axel's uncle does something that Axel never in a million years expected Stannis to do. He laughs. To be fair, it's not a happy laugh, nor is it victorious or celebratory or mirthful. It's the laugh of a defeated man who is just done with it all. Why not? If not us, someone else will do it, I suppose. I've spent all my life holding men to the same standard I hold myself, only for them to disappoint me time and time again. They might as well start paying us for the privilege at this point. On the one hand, Tyrion would be ecstatic. On the other hand, Axel doesn't honestly know how to fix this melancholic frame of mind that his uncle finds himself in, and before he can figure it out, Stannis holds up his badge of office. You're going to need to replace me, my king. Not right now. I'll do my duty for a while longer yet. But a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, whenever you find someone to take over, I want you to replace me. Axel doesn't know what to say. Fortunately, Stannis does. I've spent the last 20-something years here in King's Landing or off on Dragonstone, but neither has ever truly been my home. The day that Lord Arryn said you were making me Lord Paramount of the Stormlands was the happiest day of my life. That causes Axel's eyes to widen, but Stannis still isn't done. And so, if you wanted to, say, bribe me to accept the Targaryen woman and the dwarf's brothels and all the rest of this insanity, consider that my payment. When the time comes, you let me go, so that I might return to Storm's End, to the place of my birth, and rule the lands of my ancestors until my death. Good Lord, his uncle was serious. Him using the word bribe in a positive context for the first time in his entire life made that abundantly clear. At the same time, though, Axel finds he can't really blame him. Stannis was a man who had had his worldview consistently shattered multiple times since Axel had been crowned. Before that, he spent his entire life seeking the approval of a brother who was incapable of giving it for whatever reason. Axel didn't know who the fuck he was going to replace Stannis with, though, at this point. Davos? He has to push down the urge to laugh at that particular impulsive thought. But he does know one thing. He has no problem agreeing to his uncle's terms. You have a deal, uncle. I promise one day soon, you won't have to be my hand anymore. Stannis nods slowly, exhaling long and low for a moment before finally reaching up and putting the pin back on his chest. Then, he gives Axel a distinct look. Until then, I still have a job to do, I suppose. And I hope my king knows what he's doing, bringing a sorceress with verified blood sacrifices to her name into our city. Axel winces, feeling the oncoming talking, to just getting started. But after everything else, he's more than willing to bear with it at this point, the two of them talking back and forth about just how loyal Daenerys Targaryen really was and what Axel's plans for her and everything else were moving forward. It's a very productive meeting, all in all. Chapter 102, Forgiveness. Unbeknownst to those below, Sansa Stark watches her siblings dueling from an upper balcony in the Red Keep. They're a fair distance away, but she can still make out both Arya and Jon from all the way up here, as well as Lady Brienne and Sir Sandor. Hiya. Arya lunges forward, and in a twisting motion that Jon doesn't see coming, manages to sweep his blade out of his hand, causing it to fly out of the air and impale itself in the ground nearby. Rather than capitalizing on the opening, however, Arya looks just as shocked as her half-brother by the successful maneuver, before a moment later leaping up and down and shouting at the top of her lungs so that even from this far away, Sansa can hear her. I did it, I actually did it. Sansa smiles, even as Jon huffs and shakes his head with a rueful grin on his own face. Brienne says something that makes Arya pause and then immediately stop celebrating and focus back up. A few moments later, and they've reset to go again, though Sansa can tell immediately that Jon isn't holding back as much anymore, and Arya is going to learn quickly that her win wasn't as earned as she thought. Still, if nothing else, Sansa expects her younger sister will take it on the chin just like everything else. Having Arya in King's Landing is a mess to be sure, but everything else that's been going on recently has really put it into perspective. Sure, Arya belongs in the north up in Winterfell with the rest of their family. But her running away from home is nothing compared to the threat that was posed by Daenerys and her dragons, or the threat that is still posed by the wildlings and their king beyond the wall, especially if they were telling Jon the truth about the return of the others. Regardless, Sansa has sent a raven to Winterfell at this point, making sure that it was marked such so that her father would see it first. She knew that the response was almost certainly going to be a demand for Arya to be sent back home immediately, but she couldn't very well keep knowledge of her sister's whereabouts or health from her parents forever. Even if her mother could be overbearing, she would almost certainly be worrying herself sick over what might have happened to Arya. And her father would also be doing everything in his power to track Arya down. No matter what Arya truly wanted out of life, it wasn't fair to either of them to keep them in the dark. Still, for now there was no response to Sansa's raven, so she could happily allow Arya to continue training with Lady Brienne. And with Jon and Sir Sandor joining their practice sessions, Sansa's sister was learning quite a lot about how to wield a blade. Fuck. Down below, Arya lets out a curse as Jon gets the better of her, one that has Sansa snorting in amusement and makes Lady Brienne squawk. The larger woman immediately orders Arya to run around the edge of the courtyard 10 times as penance for her cursing. To her credit, though, Arya doesn't even complain. She merely knuckles down and immediately does as she's told. Sansa watches for only a moment longer before turning back from the balcony and stepping back into the royal bedchambers. The scene that greets her inside has not really changed since she stepped away. Smack, smack. Smack, smack. Well, you two, are you ready to forgive yourselves yet? Whimpering mules and reddened asses greet Axel Baratheon's questioning tone as the King of Westeros stares at Margaery Tyrell and Tyene Sand. The two women are currently bent over the bed with their hands tied behind their backs, their dresses hiked up around their waists, and their buttocks on full display. As Sansa moves to sit next to Aerion, the two pregnant women share an amused glance with one another. Funnily enough, this disciplining was not because Tyene and Margaery failed to see Daenerys' takeover of Dragonstone coming. Technically, they both had their part to play in the intelligence failure. Margaery and Olenna's spy network was stronger here in Westeros, while Tyene's was stronger in Essos. The Tyrell women had been convinced that nobody in Westeros was planning to betray Axel anytime soon. After all, who would dare? Meanwhile, Tyene had been convinced that she knew exactly how far away Daenerys and her fleet was, and that the trap down in Dorne was perfectly set with no possibility of error. And then several coastal Crownland lords had gone and betrayed their king and Daenerys, and her fleet had managed to sneak all the way to Dragonstone ahead of schedule. Yes, in the end both Tyene and Margaery had been wrong, but as it turned out, it was mostly because of forces outside of their control. We failed you, Your Grace. We need to make it up to you. Axel huffs and rolls his eyes, shaking his head at their answers. You didn't fail me. You were caught off guard by actual fucking magic. Daenerys has told me herself that the only reason they didn't fall for the trap in Dorne was because the Red Priestess Melisandre beseeched the Lord of Light and received visions on how to slip through your nets. Tyene and Margaery share a mulish glance at that, but Axel isn't done yet. She also apparently knew exactly which lords of the Crownlands to contact, and which to not so that none alerted us ahead of time. They only sent messages to lords who of course held Targaryen loyalties, and who would leap at the chance to turn their cloaks if they saw the possibility of a Targaryen resurgence. Because of course that was the cause of their near downfall. Daenerys didn't just have 3 massive dragons on her side. She didn't just have sorcery either. Apparently, she had a woman who could see the future and navigate perfectly through the choppiest of waters to get Daenerys to Westeros safely. Growling, Axel reaches out and palms both Tyene and Marguerite's bared asses, giving them a solid squeeze apiece that makes the two women yelp from the stinging sensation. Then, he leans forward between them, his tone becoming gentler. Yes, you both failed me, just as I failed you. Tyene goes to protest that, but Axel silences her with a kiss. Then, he kisses Marguerite as well for good measure, leaving them both speechless after he's done. Sansa can't help feeling a small bit of jealousy at the sight. Axel really is a very, very good kisser. But as tempted as she is to call him over, so she can receive a kiss as well, Sansa knows that it would disrupt the moment that he's currently having with Marguerite and Tyene. So instead, she simply exchanges a commiserating glance with Aerion, and the two pregnant queens settle in to continue watching the show. If you can't forgive yourselves, then how can I ever forgive myself, How am I supposed to be a proper king if we're all too busy wallowing in our failures together? Amusingly enough, that seems to get through to them like nothing else did. Though Sansa has to admit, Axel's idea of spanking them both silly, not as punishment for their failures, but because they refused to accept forgiveness or that it wasn't entirely their fault. It was rather inspired. I suppose you're right. How were we supposed to fight against divine foresight? That's so unfair. Tyene looks at Marguerite then and smirks. We will just have to do better next time, until even divine foresight cannot beat us. Marguerite looks surprised for a moment by the olive branch, and then smirks right back. HMPH, I suppose we will. Sansa shares another glance with Aerion, even as Axel smiles down at both women. Did Tyene and Marguerite just finally find common ground over this situation? It was something that the two queens had talked about privately with one another a number of times over the last several months, but they'd never quite figured out how to make it happen. Marguerite and Tyene could be civil, sure, but they never really got along. Now though, well, even Axel seems to think this means they're friends now, because he suddenly flips Tyene over onto her back and then deposits Marguerite on top of her. Both young women freeze at the sudden change in position, until a moment later Marguerite is moaning up a storm as Axel sinks his cock into her from behind. Good, now I can give you both your reward. The both part becomes clear in a second when Axel pulls out of Marguerite and then thrusts into Tyene, before pulling out of Tyene and thrusting back into Marguerite. He starts off slow, but it becomes apparent rather quickly that that's only because he's easing them both into it after spanking their asses red like he did. Soon enough, Axel is moving between Marguerite and Tyene at faster and faster speeds, until it's almost like he's fucking them both at the same exact time rather than alternating between them. Certainly, the way that they both moan and shudder at one another makes it clear neither is being neglected in any way. Sansa can't help but smile when Marguerite and Tyene, staring into one another's eyes as waves of pleasure overwhelm them, finally give in to their urges and come together in a proper embrace. Their mouths smash against one another, and their tongues soon start to dance as Aerion giggles at Sansa's side. PLAP, PLAP, PLAP. PLAP, PLAP, PLAP. As the sounds of flesh slapping against flesh fill the room, Axel giving the two women all the pleasure they could ever want and bringing them to the heights of ecstasy, Sansa watches on with a smile, glad to see that things are finally on the mend. Of course, not everything is perfect just yet. There's still much to do. For instance, Sansa's eyes move over to a certain section of the wall, and her lips curl up into a wicked smirk at what she sees there. It's barely visible if you don't know what you're looking for, and she's confident that Axel has no idea about it, but she and Aerion, well, they know. Reaching over, the northern woman touches her fellow queen lightly on the arm, and once she has Aerion's attention, she tilts her head over at the wall quietly. Aerion looks over at where she's gesturing, and her own eyes go wide as she notices what Sansa has noticed. A bright yet also wicked grin spreads across Aerion's face, and she can't help but giggle some more. Sansa just smirks, at the sight of a set of beautiful violet eyes peeking into the room and staring right at the bed where Axel is currently fucking Marguerite and Tyene. Of course, eventually Daenerys' eyes sweep back over to Sansa and Aerion, only to go wide when she sees that they're both looking right at her. A moment later, and the violet eyes disappear, the open slot in the wall closing back up immediately. When Sansa and Aerion had given the last Targaryen instructions for how to spy on them, and Axel in bed, Sansa hadn't been sure that anything would come of it. For all her purported power, Daenerys had seemed largely timid during their meeting with her. She had also looked incredibly caught out by their advice, like she could scarcely believe they were suggesting she peep on them and the king having sex. And yet, she'd come and looked in on them all the same, making it abundantly clear that at the end of the day, Daenerys was just like them. She liked women well enough, but what she really wanted was a big fat cock. Hess, and the funny part was, she didn't even know yet that Axel Baratheon's cock was the biggest, fattest, and best cock of all. Sansa and Aerion exchange an amused look with one another, knowing that it's only a matter of time before Daenerys and her handmaiden join them and the others in Axel's bed. And sure, there's a little spark of jealousy in Sansa's gut considering she's growing more and more pregnant by the day, and Daenerys is extremely beautiful. But really, it's no more than the spark of jealousy that comes from watching Axel fuck Margaery and Tyene while she's in this pregnant state of hers. Speaking of which, Axel has flipped the two over at this point, putting Margaery on her back and Tyene on top of the other woman. He's still fucking them both senseless, though, his hands roaming over Tyene's ass just like they had on Margaery's. Sansa bites her lower lip at the sight, and after a moment finally gives in to the urge to begin touching herself. After all, Aerion is already doing much the same beside her. She can't wait to have this baby, and shed all this extra weight, so that she can once again climb Axel like a tree and have her husband fuck her silly. Daenerys can hardly believe that she actually followed their instructions, and to get caught too. Her face is bright red all the way back to the guest rooms she's been assigned. As she squirms out of the secret passage, though, she's immediately set upon by Missandei. "How was it? What did you see? Oh, you saw something good, didn't you, my lady?" Damn it all, Missandei was waiting for her, so Daenerys had no time to compose herself. Squirming for a long moment, she eventually lowers her gaze. I got caught." Missandei blinks before frowning slightly. "By the king." Daenerys shakes her head, though. As far as she knew, he hadn't known she was there. "And no, by the queens, they saw me watching as he fucked their close confidants on the bed. It was Lady Margaery Tyrell and Tyene Sand. And they were kissing each other as Axel Baratheon took them both at the same time." Missandei gasps, eyes wide and mouth open at the description. Oh my, but didn't the queens tell you how to reach the royal bedchambers in the first place, so even if they saw you, why did you leave? That, Daenerys flushes in embarrassment. That was a rather good question, wasn't it? Technically, she could have kept watching since the only ones to catch her were the ones who expected to see her in the first place. But no, she shouldn't, right? It was just two. "You're the king's woman now, my lady. And if the queens want you to watch, then you should watch." Maybe Missandei has a point, but at the same time, seeing Axel fucking those women like that has lit a fire in Daenerys that won't be quenched by mere watching. She realizes then the real reason she came back here, because she knew Missandei would be waiting for her. Her handmaiden's confidence evaporates when Daenerys turns her amorous intent upon her, and Missandei ultimately barely gets out a squeak before she has the dark-skinned woman on her back on the bed. From there, they don't talk much more about what Daenerys witnessed. In fact, they don't talk at all. Chapter 103, Daenerys. "Your Grace." Axel does not freeze, he swears he doesn't. But he does tense up a little bit as the familiar voice of Daenerys Targaryen reaches his ears. Turning slowly to regard the former Dragon Queen, Axel lets out a low breath and then smiles. "Lady Daenerys, what can I do for you?" If she's at all upset still about losing every ounce of authority she once held, Daenerys doesn't show it as she approaches him. Standing before him, the violet-eyed woman frowns slightly and seems to muster up her courage. "You've been avoiding me." Hey now, that is not what he's been doing. "I have not been avoiding you. I've been giving you time to settle in." But his gentle, chiding tone doesn't have the effect he's hoping for. Daenerys shakes her head, still frowning. Pouting, really. "I've been settled for days now, Your Grace. It's been a week, and in that time you've let me spend more time with your pregnant queens than we've spent together. The very same pregnant queens you were so afraid for that you were ready to let me burn other parts of Westeros, just to make sure they stayed safe. Axel tenses up at that, his nostrils flaring and his eyes narrowing into slits. He takes a threatening step forward, causing Deanery's breath to hitch as the distance between them closes. "Excuse me, and how exactly do you know that? Did he have spies in the Red Keep? Who would have possibly overheard him talking to Sansa and Arianne about his fears? The only other people in the room had been Margaery and Tyene, but surely." Melisandre, it was Melisandre. Axel's catastrophizing immediately stops, and he groans as the name that drops from Deanery's lips answers all of his questions right then and there. That red priestess bitch and her fucking future sight? Axel was glad she was dead, but he constantly found himself wishing that he could have killed her himself. "The fact remains that you allowed a monster like me in close proximity with your queens, but have been avoiding interacting with me yourself. Why? Am I not one of your women now?" And there it was. That was the reason Axel had been avoiding Deanery's for the past week. Fine, he'd admit it. Yes, he was keeping away from her. Yes, he was focusing on his queens, his small council, and his court over prioritizing her. All because at the end of the day, Axel found himself questioning whether it was really right for him to have made Deanery's surrender contingent on her becoming his woman. Contrary to the rumors, Axel Baratheon did not force himself on women, especially women who were already in love with another. His queens had told him they would look into things and that everything was under control, but they'd been irritatingly tight-lipped beyond that. As such, Axel was forced to just continue under the assumption that Deanery's and her dark-skinned handmaiden were in a loving relationship, and that his demands were tearing that apart. Letting out a sigh, Axel shakes his head. "Perhaps I was hasty to demand something like that of you. You can still be one of my loyal subjects without being my woman, Lady Deanery's. I can rescind that requirement for your surrender, and we can move forward without that awkwardness between us." "No." Axel blinks as Deanery's response is resoundingly negative. "Wait, what?" Of course, she flushes a moment later, seeming embarrassed. "Rather, I only mean that you would be a fool to give a monster like me any leash whatsoever, Your Grace. As one of your women, you can keep a much closer eye on me than as just one of your subjects." Scowling, Axel crosses his arms over his chest and shakes his head. "You are not a monster, you know. You are a woman who was led astray by a master manipulator. I know something of that myself. My Melisandre was a weasel of a man named Petyr Baelish, and he very nearly got away with destroying everything before I caught him." Deanery stares at him with wide eyes as Axel continues. "We have both been tricked, fooled, and thoroughly used Deanery's, but that doesn't make either of us monsters. You must rise beyond past mistakes and simply do better in the future. That is the only path forward in the face of failure." The last Targaryen's mouth opens and closes for a few moments, but before she can muster up a response, a panting page comes running up. "Your Grace, messages for you." Blinking, Axel takes the two short missives, reading one and then the other as a smile begins to spread across his face. On a whim, he looks to Deanery's. "It seems I have errands in the city. Care to join me, Lady Deanery's?" Caught off guard by the invitation, Deanery's looks shocked for a moment before quickly nodding. "I would love to, Your Grace." "Then let us be off." They make good time to Tobho Mott's blacksmith on the Street of Steel. Axel can tell that Deanery's doesn't quite understand what's going on, so as they step inside, he gives her a grin. "Do you recall a sword someone flung into Blackwater Bay during our fight?" Immediately, she goes bright red and ducks her eyes, making it obvious that she still feels quite guilty over that despite the fact that it happened when they were trying to kill each other, and was therefore fair game. "I apologize, Your Grace. I know how valuable Valyrian steel is, and I promise I will do everything in my power to repay you and—" "You don't have to worry about that. You have other things to focus on making up for. The sword is nothing." Deanery's gapes at him. How can Valyrian steel be nothing, Your Grace?" Before Axel can answer her, Tobho Mott comes out of the back of the smithery with a massive bundle in his arms. The thing is longer than the Cohoric blacksmith is tall, but while he struggles with it because of how unwieldy and huge it is, he doesn't struggle with carrying it. Probably because of how lightweight it is as well. Here you are, your grace, possibly the greatest weapon I have ever had the pleasure of forging. Grinning, Axel moves to the table that Tobho moves to, watching with the eagerness of a boy as the blacksmith sets down the wrapped object and steps back. I will leave it to you to unwrap, your grace. It has been made exactly to your specifications. He has no reason to doubt the Kohoric blacksmith's word at this point, so Axel's hands are almost shaking with excitement as he reaches out to pull the cloth away from the biggest fucking sword that he's ever seen. The rippling patterns in the metal give away its status as Valyrian steel, of course, but this is no longsword like Stoneheart was. It's not even really a greatsword like House Stark's Ice either. No, this is something bigger than even a greatsword, something that would be absurd and unwieldy for anyone, even with the lightweight nature of Valyrian steel metal. Of course, there was also the fact that it was perhaps the single most valuable Valyrian steel weapon ever created due to just how big it was, and how much of the precious metal went into its construction. Daenerys comes up beside him, silent and wide-eyed as she stares down at the blade as well. Axel chuckles and glances over at her. Oh, had I not mentioned it, Euron Greyjoy successfully traveled to Old Valyria and came back with an entire ship's hold of Valyrian steel. All of which I took for myself when I killed him for his impudence. Losing Stoneheart was a pain, sure, but it was far from my only source of Valyrian steel. Grabbing the sword by its pommel, Axel lifts it off of the table with one hand rather easily. The thing is, he has no clue what to even classify it as. As far as he knows, a greatsword is the largest type of sword found on Westeros, and indeed perhaps in the entirety of the known world. But this thing is even bigger than a greatsword. It's truly colossal in size. Perhaps that's what he should call it. A colossal sword, a new sword type that only someone of his strength and power can wield safely. As Axel peers at the blade, Tobho Mott clears his throat. As requested, your grace, it is Valyrian steel all the way through, from tip to pommel. The wrapping for the hilt is the best leather I have and should be the only thing you eventually need to replace. May this sword serve you well. Axel grins wickedly, still staring at the sword. Oh, I'm sure that it will, Master Mott. Well done, very well done. Finally getting over her shock, Daenerys chances a tentative question from his side. What will you name it, your grace? That, Axel honestly doesn't know. After a long moment of thought, he shakes his head. I won't rush into that sort of thing. This sword hasn't even been blooded yet, nor seen battle. I'll ponder its name for a while yet. It would need a glorious name, given it was the first of its kind. Axel wasn't so silly as to think he would start a whole new trend or anything like that, but it was still meaningful, a one-of-a-kind weapon that had never been made before as far as he was aware. Instead, he takes the sword and wraps it in a cloth sheath before fitting it onto his back with the straps that Tobho Mott has provided for him. It feels a little strange, admittedly, with the tip of the blade mere inches from the ground behind him and the massive pommel sticking out over his shoulder. But it also feels good to be properly armed again. So very, very good. Turning to Daenerys, Axel grins. You know, I received 2 messages back at the Red Keep. Care to come with me and see how the renovations to the Dragon Pit are coming along as well? Daenerys' eyes widen in excitement before she gets herself under control. Chuckling and feeling to good after getting his new sword, Axel doesn't even bother waiting for Daenerys to answer. He scoops the lithe Targaryen woman up in his arms and blasts out of the blacksmith and into the air, making her yelp as she suddenly finds herself being carried through the sky. They land on the Hill of Rhaenys just under a minute later, where they find that the Dragon Pit is still far from finished. However, the Dragon Pit as a whole is a massive construction that spans the entirety of Rhaenys Hill, and Axel had ordered it more than just restored. He's ordered it expanded. Still, in the weeks since he sent the orders to do so from Dragonstone, laborers have been hard at work. And at this point, one section of the Dragon Pit has been finished. A section big enough to house one of Daenerys' 3 dragons. They're taken on a short tour of the accommodations, with Daenerys looking around in wonder as Axel watches her. She looks so innocent like this, overawed as she is by her surroundings. Finally, though, he pops the question. What do you think? Would you want to bring one of your dragons over from Dragonstone to house them here in King's Landing? Deanery's head snaps in his direction at that, with Axel growing a little self-conscious as he scratches his cheek and coughs. I mean, I understand if you don't want to separate them, but the full renovations of the dragon pit will probably take a lot longer than this. I had them focus hard on this first section, just so that we'd have a place for one oversized lizard, if you wanted it. Yes, I would, but no, you can't possibly trust me with that sort of thing. You know what I can do if one of my dragons is in close proximity? It would be the height of foolishness to allow me access to my powers, why your grace. Axel scoffs and picks Deanery's up again. She squeaks even as they lift off the ground and orient in the direction of Dragonstone. You mean like your healing powers? The very powers that I'm expecting you to utilize to make up for your actions against Westeros by healing the injured and ailing here in King's Landing and elsewhere. Deanery's opens her mouth, and then closes it as they fly through the air, passing over the bay where they had fought a life and death struggle just a couple weeks before. Axel just grins. Didn't think of that, did you? You were always going to have access to one of your dragons, Deanery's, and I trust you. I trust you to have learned from your mistakes, from your failures, and to do better in the future. You'll make sure my trust isn't misplaced. Right. For a long moment, Deanery's is quiet. Then, finally, she nods into his chest. Why, yes, I'll make sure of it, your grace, I swear it. They arrive at Dragonstone a bit after that. Or rather, at Dragonmont. Axel doesn't bother announcing himself, not wanting to make some big production out of things. He lets the keepers taking care of the 3 dragons know that he's taking one of them, of course, and then allows Deanery's to pick. In the end, she goes with Drogon, as Axel expected. Drogon was the one she'd rode into battle after all, and while all 3 of her dragons are massive, he is the largest by just a little bit. The favored draconic son. They fly back side by side, with Deanery's on Drogon's back and Axel slowing down to keep pace next to them. It turns the trip back into a longer thing, and by the time they get back to King's Landing and then get Drogon situated within the completed portion of the massive dragon pit, the sun has already begun to set and nightfall has arrived. As he and Deanery's exit out of the dragon pit, Axel is feeling pretty good about himself. But apparently Deanery's is feeling even better, because suddenly she grabs him by the front of his garments and pulls him down to her level, dragging him into a deep, tongue-filled, passionate kiss. Axel blinks, caught off guard by both the kiss and the strength. She's clearly leaning a little bit on her power in order to yank him forward, but he doesn't mind. In fact, he likes a strong woman in a body like Deanery's, he finds. It gives him all sorts of ideas. Finally, the kiss ends and Deanery's growls. I am your woman, Axel Baratheon. It is far time that you acted like it and had me in your bed. So tonight, I want you to take me and make me squeal your name, please. Axel swallows, finding the mental imagery that provokes to be quite enticing. At the same time, he can't help but ask. What about your handmaiden and lover, Missandei? Deanery's blinks, before smiling coyly. Is that what has held you off all this time? You truly are a much more honorable man than Melisandre ever allowed me to realize, and also rather silly, besides. Missandei will be joining us in your bed tonight, my king. As will the rest of your women, who will all watch as you conquer me and my lover to your heart's content. Oh, so this is what his queens meant by they take care of it. Well now, Axel grins wickedly and wraps Deanery's in his arms, lifting off the ground and heading in the direction of the Red Keep. After all, how could he say no to a suggestion like that? Chapter 104, Tamed. Finally, after Drogo's death, Deanery's never thought she would be looking forward to bedding a man again, let alone submitting to one like this. And yet, here she was. She'd been waiting for this for 2 weeks, one of which had been spent spying on Axel Baratheon and his women from secret passages far more than she ever imagined she would. She was ready. More than ready, she was eager. Deanery's was pretty sure that Axel hadn't intended today to be some sort of seduction leading to this very moment, but it might as well have been. Flying with her in his arms, taking her to see her dragons, allowing her to have Drogon with her here in King's Landing. When the time finally comes, when Axel finally steps into the bedchambers, Deanery's doesn't hesitate to step forward and shuck off the see-through shift she's wearing. Beneath it, her body is naked and bared, and glistening with oils massaged into her flesh by a combination of Missandei and Tyene Sand's hands. She has an audience to her submission, of course. As she told Axel, all of his women are here, from his queens to his concubines, to even her loyal handmaiden. But to his credit, the Baratheon king only has eyes for Daenerys in this moment. His gaze seems to feast upon her naked flesh, sliding down over the swell of her breasts to the curve of her hips and thighs. As he moves deeper into the room, Daenerys moves to meet him, and drops to her knees before him the moment that she's close enough. Her hands come up to begin wordlessly pulling open his breeches, something that the king just watches her do in silence. Until finally, Daenerys reaches in and wraps her hand around Axel's mast. Carefully, she extracts his thickening cock from its confines. Her nudity has already made him start to grow hard in her grasp, and as she gazes up at him with violet eyes, Daenerys smiles, stroking him the rest of the way to fully erect with both hands. This was not something she ever did for Drogo. Initially, her Dothraki husband wanted one thing from her: a child. He'd rutted her practically non-stop in the early days, uncaring for her own feelings, eager to plant his seed in her womb as many times a day as he could. Eventually, their relationship had evolved into something else, and Drogo had become her sun and stars, while Daenerys became the moon of his life. But this act of sublime devotion and adoration wasn't something either of them had ever really thought to do, unfortunately. Daenerys has watched the others engage in acts of oral sex enough by this point, though, to get the gist of it, though. Even Axel's queens, pregnant as they are, still use their mouths to pleasure their royal husband after all. Emulating their techniques along with some tips Missandei has taught her, Daenerys leans forward at long last, and spreads her lips wide around Axel's cock in sweet, sublime submission. This is the truth of Daenerys Targaryen. At her heart, she is no leader. Queen, don't make her laugh. She'd been fooled into thinking she was for a time, certainly. Daenerys had been tricked by both well-meaning servants and also those of ill intent into thinking that she was meant to rule. But no, her place was here, on her knees, submitting to a proper king. If not for Melisandre, perhaps she would still have Drogo, her son and stars, to kneel to. But the Red Priestess had ruined that for her. The Red Priestess had taken that from Daenerys, and frankly, she was glad the witch was dead. Not that Axel is in any way second best, Daenerys must silently admit. As she slides her lips up and down his cock, she can't help but admire his sheer size, girth, and power. His shaft throbs in her mouth, pulsating against her tongue in a way that makes her let out a muffled moan as her violet eyes flutter, threatening to close shut entirely. She loses herself in the lurid act for a time, forgetting where she is, the audience of onlookers. Honestly, she even forgets about Axel himself for a brief moment. All that matters is his cock. All that matters is worshipping it with all her heart. He should have killed her, really. She'd more than earned death for all she'd done. But it's not even Daenerys' own life that she's grateful for. It's the fact that he spared Missandei and the Unsullied. And most critically of all, he spared her dragons. By all accounts, he should have killed them all dead. The Kraken that Euron Greyjoy had commanded wasn't shown similar mercy, after all. Axel Baratheon was far stronger than her and her dragons, and it was only by nearly killing her precious draconic children herself that Daenerys could even hope to equal his strength. But her power was temporary at best if she didn't want to sacrifice her sons. Axel's power was eternal. Daenerys is pulled out of her thoughts for a moment by Axel's hand coming down on her head. He gazes down at her with bright blue Baratheon eyes, the usurper's eyes from what she'd been told, and he smiles even as he guides her up and down his cock a bit more, forcefully. Gag, gagged, gagged. She chokes a bit, gurgling and gagging as he pushes down the back of her throat slowly but surely. Daenerys doesn't mind, though. She enjoys the rough treatment. She enjoys having the chance to make it clear just how far her submission extends. Axel could have killed her dragons and imprisoned her until she broke. He could have used the likes of Missandei to compel Daenerys to do whatever he wanted, even with her children dead. But he hadn't. He'd kept them alive. He'd kept her alive. And truth be told, he'd set her free. His words from earlier in the day flit through Daenerys' head in that moment. We have both been tricked, fooled, and thoroughly used, Daenerys. But that doesn't make either of us monsters. You must rise beyond past mistakes and simply do better in the future. That is the only path forward in the face of failure. Shivering, Daenerys redoubles her efforts. Her tongue slides along the hot underside of Axel's meaty cock, and her throat convulses around the bulbous head of his member as it pushes deeper again and again. Until finally. Here it comes, Daenerys. Daenerys' eyes snap open at the warning. She tries to prepare herself as best she can, but as previously mentioned, she's never done this before. She thinks she knows what to expect, but seeing is different from experiencing. His seed explodes into her mouth, and all Daenerys can do is swallow and try not to drown. In the end, it winds up coming back out of her mouth and spilling down her chin and onto her glistening breasts. The last Targaryen makes a mess of herself in her failure, shame filling every pore of her being as she fails to swallow more than a third of Axel's load. The rest of it winds up on her body instead of in her belly. When Axel finally pulls out of her mouth with a pop, Daenerys is left gasping for air and with a dire need to apologize for her incompetence. However, before she can, Missandei is already there. The king doesn't say anything, so clearly he doesn't mind, but Daenerys is still caught off guard by how swiftly her handmaiden and lover appears kneeling next to her. Just as naked as she is, Missandei's mouth slams into Daenerys, at first, before she quickly goes from kissing her to swirling her tongue all over Daenerys' face. Before she knows it, the dark-skinned woman is cleaning her up in an expert fashion, working her tongue this way, and that from Daenerys' cheeks to her chin all the way down to her messy breasts. All the while, Axel watches wordlessly from just a foot away. But he doesn't stroke his own cock. No, Missandei does that too. Daenerys' eternally loyal handmaiden wasn't lying when she said she would share this burden with her mistress. Even as she's cleaning Daenerys up, Missandei is also reaching out behind her, a hand wrapped around Axel's cock and stroking it up and down to keep him hard and ready for another round. Until finally, she pulls back, her tongue swiping the last traces of what she's doing from her lips as she gives Daenerys a wide smile and a reassuring nod. Again, Daenerys doesn't even get the chance to respond before Axel is picking her up off the ground, lifting into the air. Instinctively, she wraps her arms and legs around his body, clinging to him as she feels his cock slide up under her. He's so big, so thick and hard and ready to take her. Leaning in close, Axel finally breaks his silence, but Daenerys is fairly certain that his voice is too low for anyone but her to hear what he actually says. "I'm not going to hold back as much with you. You can take more of me than my other women can. Prepare yourself." She shivers at the words, feeling an anticipation fill every fiber of her being. Yes, she could call upon power that would allow her to take more of Axel far faster and deeper and harder than any of his other women could handle. No wonder he was going to fuck her like this, though. If he'd fucked her on any surface like a bed or wall or dresser, there would have been damage. The furniture in particular wouldn't have survived. Wrapping her legs more securely around his waist, Daenerys nods to make it clear that she heard him. And then, she reaches out to her connection with Drogon, drawing upon some of that power to reinforce and steady herself. It's not enough to make any of her draconic features manifest, but it is enough to make her eyes glow orange and her veins fill with fire beneath her pale skin, even as Axel sinks her down on his cock. Despite his words, he starts off almost painfully slow at first, sliding her down his length inch after inch. Daenerys is grateful for it, though. How long has it been since she felt the touch of a man? Months and months now, really, but it feels more like years and years. And Axel is no ordinary man. His shaft fills her up deeper than she can ever remember being filled before, until at long last her pussy lips kiss the base of his member. He's fully sheathed inside of her quim, and Daenerys is in turn fully impaled on Axel's big, fat cock. The king gives her but a moment to adjust, and then he starts to truly fuck her. His hands on her ass cheeks, groping and squeezing both quite roughly, he starts to slide her up and down his cock, rocking his hips faster and faster from below. Plap, plap, plap. The sound of flesh slapping against flesh quickly fills the room, and then escalates further, getting louder and more frantic by the second as Axel picks up the pace second by second, minute by minute. He's testing her limits, Daenerys recognizes. He's seeing just how much she can take of his true strength and speed. The answer, paradoxically, is both a lot and not enough. By the time Axel finds her limits, the castle floor beneath his feet is creaking ever so slightly. Daenerys, meanwhile, is wantonly moaning her heart out, in between high-pitched squeals, cries, and shrieks of pleasure as he hits some particularly deep spot within her cunt and sends even more aftershocks of bliss and ecstasy through her frame. And yet, even though her eyes and veins glow orange with her power, Daenerys knows that this is but a fraction of Axel's might even now. More than he's ever dared to visit upon his other women, of course, but still not anything compared to what he could truly unleash. She takes some solace in understanding that if he really went all out, this room, and indeed the entirety of the Red Keep, might not stay standing. It wasn't just her. It was also the environment that was found wanting. But it was also her. Even now, she's not good enough. Even as he makes her come upon his massive cock more times than Daenerys can count, part of her is disappointed in herself. Even as her glowing eyes roll back in her skull, the pleasure completely overwhelming her, she feels inadequate. This was her only purpose left now, to be Axel Baratheon's woman, to serve him in any way he commanded of her, whether with her healing, her dragons, or her body. And yet, she couldn't give him the release he no doubt truly craved. She couldn't let him unleash himself on her fully. He still comes, of course, eventually. With one last grunt followed by a heartfelt groan, Axel Baratheon unloads what Daenerys imagines to be the first of many loads of his seed, directly into her gushing cunt. He fills her up and paints her insides white, leaving her shuddering in eye-rolling ecstasy one final time upon his cock in the process. Then, it's done. Or at least, she's done. He spent her completely for the moment, and as he pulls her off of his cock, Daenerys feels limp and exhausted. She'll recover soon enough, but for now, she's not surprised when she gets dropped onto the nearby bed. Nor is she surprised when she watches with lidded eyes as Missandei sinks down to her knees before the King of Westeros and begins to use her skilled tongue and mouth to clean off their combined juices. Her handmaiden had said they were in this together, after all, so it would seem they were, till the end of the line. Fortunately, they aren't done just because Daenerys is spent. Axel steadily makes his way through his other concubines, and Daenerys is even able to join back in before he gets around to properly taking Missandei. They get to enjoy Axel's cock together as a result. The night is very long and the next morning Daenerys is very sore, but also incredibly satisfied. She knows Axel is wrong. She is a monster at the end of the day, and there's no getting around that fact. But she's Axel Baratheon's monster, and that she can be most content with. Chapter 105, Healing. Just a few weeks ago, Axel was getting ready to deal with Daenerys Targaryen, her dragons, and an entire foreign army. Now they were standing together outside of the Great Sept of Baelor, where a gathering of ailing and injured smallfolk had been assembled at Axel's command. The city guard are out in force to make sure nobody starts anything, while a couple of his Kingsguard stick close to him and Daenerys, and the High Septon who stands nearby. The man is currently speaking to everyone at the top of his lungs, clutching at the edge of his podium as he says exactly what Axel told him to say. Lady Daenerys was tricked into committing many foul and sinful acts at the behest of foreign gods, but as our good king has said, she was and remains a daughter of Westeros. And are the Seven not merciful? Are they not just? House Targaryen has returned to us, not with madness and flame, but with their head bowed in supplication, for even Lady Daenerys recognizes the blessed power of King Axel the Unburnt, champion of the Seven, avatar of the warrior. Well, almost exactly what he'd been told to say. That last part with all the titles was all the High Septon. Still, Axel simply smiles as the small folk cheer for him. With a hand on Daenerys' shoulder as he towers beside her, they give off a certain sort of image. Him in Valyrian steel armor, her in a soft white dress with her head bowed in penance. Some of the most devout had put forward their own ideas for how Daenerys might be able to cleanse herself of the sin of consorting with foreign gods like the Lord of Light. The Walk of Atonement had been mentioned a few times as the most reasonable and clear-cut way of handling things. When Axel had heard exactly what it entailed, however, he had put his foot down and rejected the idea entirely. There was no world in which Axel was about to let them shave Daenerys bald and then force her to walk the city streets naked. Not when she was his woman. After all, the sight of her nude form was for him and the other women who shared his bed and them alone. Fortunately, there was another way to handle everything, a way that Axel had decided upon all the way back when he first saw Daenerys healing her dragons in that cave under Dragonmont. All he had to do to get the Faith on board was agree to allow the High Septon to give this sermon, and of course host the first of many such healing events right here outside of the Great Sept. Given that Daenerys had in fact been saved by the Seven, Axel didn't mind that too much truth be told. Whatever other doubts he might have had over the years as to whether the Seven existed or not, there was simply no denying that they'd helped when he'd begged them for their aid. Finally done speaking, the High Septon nods to them, and Axel in turn nods to the Kingsguard, currently holding back the first of many small folk waiting in a ling nearby. Carefully, the woman in question hobbles up to them both, dragging a broken foot that healed wrong behind her as she goes. Seeing this, Daenerys bites her lower lip and tugs at Axel, having him lean down so she can whisper in his ear. "I can't. We need to re-break the foot and set it right before I can heal it properly, my king." Ah, that's unfortunate, but also makes a certain sort of sense to Axel. For a moment, he considers having the woman wait and calling up someone with an easier malady to be the first healing. However, that would only confuse things and diminish it just as much as, well, maybe this can still be salvaged. Nodding to Daenerys, Axel kneels down as the woman is helped into a chair before them. She looks absolute flummoxed to have the king himself kneeling before her, and her eyes go wide when he reaches out and takes a hold of the lame foot. Daenerys, realizing what he's about to do, hurriedly kneels down as well, beginning to call upon her power. There are whispers and murmurs from all over the plaza as the gathered crowd see Daenerys' eyes and veins begin to glow with orange fire. Axel ignores them, meeting the eyes of the small folk woman and giving her a smile. "There will be pain before there is healing. Do you understand?" She nods, speechless in his presence. Axel gestures to one of the Kingsguard to give her a folded cloth to bite down on, and once she has it secured between her teeth, he looks to Daenerys to make sure she's ready. When Daenerys signals that she is, Axel doesn't hesitate any longer. Snap! The sounds of the woman's bones breaking all over again echo through the hushed plaza, even as her screams are mostly muffled by the cloth she's biting down on. Axel is as careful as he can be, and he has to admit there's something strange about using his monstrous strength to help instead of harm. Like a meister's blade instead of a butcher's knife. He fixes the positioning of the woman's foot, trying to make it look as correct as possible, while Daenerys brings her hands up to the destroyed ankle, a glow emanating from them. Watching her work is as fascinating as ever, but even more so seeing her use her healing on a person instead of a dragon. In mere moments, the woman's muffled screams reduce to pained mewls, which in turn become trembling whimpers as the healing takes effect, and the only pain left is in her mind. Soon enough, Daenerys pulls her hands away and nods to him while biting her lower lip. Clearly she's nervous about whether it worked or not, but Axel has faith. With a smile, he rises to his feet and offers the small folk woman a hand up out of the chair. Looking from her healed foot to his face with wide eyes, she takes it and allows him to pull her to her feet, which she stands on correctly and without issue for the first time in who knows how long. Thank you, your grace. Thank you, thank you, thank you." Axel just chuckles. Of course, Lady Daenerys and I were happy to help. He doesn't say anything as foolish as "don't thank me," "thank her," or anything like that. The whole point of this little song and dance is to tie Daenerys' healing to him and his rule. This was something that pretty much everyone around him had said was absolutely necessary if he was going to keep her around and make her useful. Allowing Daenerys to go out and heal to make up for her past was one thing, but allowing her to do so in her own name rather than the name of the king, now that would have been something else entirely. Even Daenerys herself had made sure that he was coming along for this first event. She was just as afraid as his small council and queens that he might lose some of the overwhelming love that Westeros had for him if she started using her powers in public without his explicit backing. Axel wasn't too worried, though. Daenerys was his now. He had her measure and understood her far better now that they shared a bed. At the end of the day, the so-called Dragon Queen really just wanted to submit to a man she loved and who would love her back. Axel Baratheon was sure that he could fill that hole in her heart. He was glad to, in fact. After letting the small-folk woman thank them both profusely for a few seconds more, Axel surreptitiously gestures for the Kingsguard to gently usher her over to the Goldcloaks, and then send the next person in line up. The second patient turns out to be a mere illness that Daenerys can wash away with a wave of her glowing hands, clearing up their sweaty pale pallor in moments and leaving them breathing evenly for the first time in weeks. From there, things settle into a steady rhythm as Axel watches on. Sometimes the High Septon or another member of the most devout will step up to their podium off to the side and say a few things about how the Seven have blessed Daenerys with this power, just as they blessed Axel. Sometimes they'll read out passages from the Seven-Pointed Star to the somewhat captive audience crowded outside of the Great Sept. Meanwhile, sometimes Axel is just standing aside, and sometimes he's as involved as he was with the first one. The important thing is that he's present, and that his helping from time to time with the more difficult cases makes it look to those watching as though Daenerys couldn't necessarily do this without him. That isn't true, of course, and eventually there will probably come a point where Axel doesn't attend every single one of these events. But for now, word will likely spread through King's Landing that the Blessed King has granted his former enemy a fragment of the power the Seven have bestowed upon him, allowing her to make up for her past crimes. It's all a performance at the end of the day, but the people that Daenerys is healing are still being helped, and that's the most important thing in Axel's opinion. The pageantry might be an unfortunate necessity, but the healing is real. They're about 2 hours in, with no signs of stopping anytime soon when there's an interruption, however. Fortunately, it's nothing too big. Only that Lord Commander Ares steps up beside him and whispers in his ear that Jon Snow is asking for an audience with him. It's not like Axel has forgotten about the problems in the north, to be clear. But last he'd heard, the wildlings and their leader Mance Rayder had made it to the wall and were taking shelter in its vast and immense shadow. They still weren't actually allowed through the massive fortification in great numbers yet, but Axel had actually okayed them to start sending through their women and children just a few days ago. Still, in the end he simply nods and steps away from the event, moving back a bit. Not quite out of sight, his presence is still necessary, but he's definitely out of earshot of anyone as Jon Snow is brought to him. Axel raises an eyebrow at the look of concern on Jon's face. "What is it?" Jon swallows thickly. "Fresh word just arrived from beyond the wall, Your Grace. There are more and more white sightings near the camp that you allowed the free folk to set up. They're being picked off, and even hunting parties a dozen strong have gone missing. At this point, they're going to be slowly whittled down to nothing if something isn't done soon." Frowning, Axel shakes his head. "I have done something, have I not? They're receiving supplies from both the North and the Night's Watch, and I've even allowed them to send through their women and children." That brings a grimace to the Night's Watch brother's face. Jon squirms for a moment with whatever he's about to say before finally just saying it. "That edict might not be as effective as you might have hoped, Your Grace. Which, truth be told, might in turn work in your favor if you really are worried about wildlings invading the north." Axel narrows his eyes, his frown deepening. "Explain." "Put simply, the free folk aren't going to just let their children be taken from them. And their women more often than not are warriors just as much as their men. They call themselves spearwives and are more than welcome to take up arms and fight alongside the male free folk. In truth, because of everything they've been put through in recent months, there are far more spearwives at this point than any other kind of female wildling. The free folk women who did not take up weapons haven't survived to reach this point." That, Axel huffs, shaking his head in stark bemusement. "So you're saying that my latest edict could have allowed them to send a sizable portion of their army through to the north in the form of these spearwives, and for whatever reason, they haven't gone for it?" Jon looks serious as he shakes his head right back. "Not for whatever reason, Your Grace. I believe a man like Mance Rayder could have easily thought of such a gambit. The only reason he has not tried to take advantage of your generosity is because the White Walker threat is very real. The king beyond the wall does not want to stab us in the back. He wants to work with us to fight against the others. I fully believe that. Letting out an explosive breath, Axel regards Jon Snow for a long moment. The other man has not once wavered in his beliefs that the wildlings are on the level. And to be fair, everything Axel has seen so far points to them telling the truth as well. Even Daenerys was told by the Red Priestess Melisandre and her Lord of Light that the Great Other was coming to bring ice and death to Westeros. Jon was right in the end. The wildlings were not their enemies, but at the same time, they were also not his subjects. Axel needed. He needed to do what he should have done the moment he heard Daenerys was in Slavers Bay gathering a fucking fleet. He needs to go see what's happening beyond the wall himself. I'll fly north tomorrow, see what there is to see myself, and make further decisions from there. Enough of this second-hand information that comes much too late. Sansa's brother looks surprised, and then pleased as well as determined. Take me with you, Your Grace. Axel blinks and gives Jon an amused look. You did hear me, right? I'm going to be flying north, Jon Snow, and I'll be flying fast to get all the way up there quickly. But Jon won't be dissuaded, and in fact he turns out to be most persuasive. I understand. I'll cover myself in layers of fur if I have to, but please carry me north with you. As a brother of the Night's Watch, my place is on the wall to begin with. The only reason that I came south to King's Landing in the first place was to convince you that the threat is real. But more than that, I've had experiences with the free folk. I can help, so please, my king, allow me to accompany you. He's impressed by the other man's inner steel, Axel has to admit, and technically they did have a harness of sorts so that someone could fly with him safely and securely. It had just never been used for a trip this long before. But, well, needs must. So in the end, he sighs and nods. Very well, go get ready. Have your sister help you bundle up for the occasion. She and Arianne have the most experience flying with me at this point, though only Sansa has experience flying as fast as we'll be flying tomorrow. Jon furrows his brow at that, looking like he wants to judge Axel, but also recognizes that Axel is his king. In the end, Axel just laughs and waves Jon off. Your sister is hard to say no to, Jon Snow, but I made her stop once we knew for sure she was pregnant. Now go, and be ready for the ride of your life. Finally, Jon nods and departs. Axel, meanwhile, returns to Daenerys' side. He has a lot less he needs to do to prepare after all. He can tell everyone he's leaving once they're done healing for the day. Lost in thought considering the wall and the wildlings and their leader, Axel doesn't notice Daenerys stealing glances at him, and at Jon Snow's retreating back. Chapter 106, Needy Dragon. Take me with you. Axel looks at her in confusion for a moment before understanding Dawn's. Then, he huffs. You eavesdropped on mine and Snow's conversation. Daenerys sees no reason to hide it. She just nods, having overheard every word. From the sound of things, the walkers and their whites were getting closer and closer to the wall. The Great Other was making his move, and Axel Baratheon was going to fly north tomorrow to deal with things. Don't get her wrong, healing for hours and hours today had actually been quite satisfying in a way. Much like back in Slavers Bay, there was no real monotony to it. Every new patient was a different person with their own ailment or injury. They all needed her help in a different way, and they all had their own gratitude to give her once she was done. Truth be told, Daenerys could have spent the rest of her days just healing the small folk of King's Landing, and she probably would have been content. Fulfilled, even. It was so much easier than having the fate of the world on her shoulders. But, at the same time, despite everything Melisandre had done to her, Daenerys knew the Red Priestess had been preparing her for something. Axel was only ever supposed to be one of the obstacles in her path. Her true destiny, at least according to Melisandre and her Red God, was to defeat the Great Other and his White Walkers. Of course, Daenerys wasn't delusional enough to think that she was really Azor Ahai reborn or anything like that at this point. Axel was so much stronger than her and her dragons that it wasn't even funny. Daenerys could match his power for a couple minutes at most, and any longer ran the risk of killing her draconic sons. But that didn't mean she couldn't be of use to him. Her and her dragons, well, what better way to fight ice than with fire? You might have need of me and my dragons up at the wall. I suspect the others will be susceptible to dragon fire. And if not them, then their undead armies will be at the very least. For a moment, Axel seems to consider it, but then he shakes his head, making Daenerys frown. No, this is a scouting mission, Daenerys. I'm flying north to assess the situation and find out for myself just how bad things really are. Eventually, you and your dragons might be needed, but not right now. You just slow me down. That, Daenerys jerks back as if physically struck. The worst part is, she can't exactly refute him. It's funny to look back at when they were still enemies and realize Axel truly had nothing to really fear from her and her dragon's numbers. Sure, there were 3 dragons, and that meant they could split up and be in different parts of Westeros within hours, but Axel Baratheon could fly so fast that he could be in any part of Westeros within the hour at most. Put bluntly, he just hadn't known how fast her dragons could fly, and that had led to him acting with an overabundance of caution against her. But Daenerys suspected that neither Melisandre nor even Arlor had known how fast Axel really was either, or the Red Priestess would never have suggested her plan of splitting up Daenerys' dragons in the first place. If they had gone with that strategy, the moment Axel started moving they would have already lost, because they would have forced him to be as lethal as he possibly could be. It wouldn't have been like the duel over Blackwater Bay, where he toyed with her and her dragons. He would have fought to kill as fast as possible in Daenerys, and all 3 of her sons would have been dead within the day. Truth be told, he and her children had gotten lucky. Very, very lucky. Still, Daenerys can't help but continue to argue her point. You can't afford to leave me behind, Axel. You need to take me with you. That brings the king to a stop in the Red Keep corridor where they're currently standing. He looks at her with a raised brow and gestures wordlessly for her to explain herself. Straightening up, Daenerys thrusts out her chin. You've given me back one of my dragons, Your Grace. If you leave now, who's to say I won't use Drogon to fly over to Dragonstone and retrieve Regal and Viserion as well. And then, there will be nobody left to stop me from taking over King's Landing and crowning myself Queen of the 7 Kingdoms while you're gone. You can't afford to leave me unattended. There's a long pause at that as Axel just stares at her. Daenerys thinks she's making a pretty good point, all things considered. Sure, she and her dragons have nothing on Axel's power, but there's not a doubt in her mind that she's the second most powerful being in Westeros aside from him. If he. Violet eyes widen as Axel suddenly steps into her personal space. Daenerys finds herself walking backwards until she's trapped between him and the wall behind her, her mouth opening but no words coming out as he looms over her. Really, that's how you want to play this? Daenerys tries to say something again, only for Axel to smack his palm against the stone beside her head, making her freeze up as the wall behind her shakes from the blow. Not in fear, though, and Axel smirks at her knowingly, clearly able to tell as much. Before she can speak, his other hand is suddenly cupping her crotch through her dress, palming her pussy mound, and giving it a good, hard grope. The last Targaryen gasps as the king finds her quickly growing moist at his touch. Grinding the heel of his palm against her cunt through the dress, he fondles her for several long moments as Daenerys gets more and more aroused in the process. Until eventually, she's grasping at his wrist and forearm for support while grinding her slit against his hand and humping his fingers, all the while groaning and moaning. With a grunt, Axel just flips her around, pushing her face first into the wall. He hikes up the back of her dress, and Daenerys eagerly arches her back and thrusts out her naked ass towards him, half expecting him to fuck her right there in the castle corridor. She doesn't really care who sees, she just wants to feel his cock again. But instead, Daenerys gets Axel's fingers once more. Exploratory and domineering, his digits drive into her sex from behind, lifting her up onto her tiptoes as he hooks his fingers inside of her and yanks upwards. Whimpering, Daenerys squirms as she finds herself trapped between the wall and her king. As he fingers her roughly with his digits, plowing away at her now sopping pussy, Axel leans in close, right next to her ear, and growls. What was that about trying to overthrow me, Daenerys? Shaking her head, Daenerys whines. But that just makes Axel bring his other hand down on her pale ass, spanking her right then and there. Smack. Tell me, if I leave you here in King's Landing, are you going to disobey my orders? Are you going to try to steal my throne? And no, my king, I won't, I can't, I'm nothing, I'm nobody. Axel growls, fingering her even harder and making Daenerys cry out in an ugly fashion at how good it feels. He knows exactly how to treat her. He knows how to tease her. "You're not nothing or nobody, Daenerys Targaryen, you're mine, and don't you ever forget that." "Why yes, yes my king, I'm yours, oh by the seven I'm why yours." Axel's fingers curl again, raking across her insides in just the right way. More effective in that moment than even that though are the two words he murmurs right into her ear as he does so. "Good girl." Daenerys comes undone right then and there, a pitiful whine emitting from her lips as she combs all over Axel's fingers, shuddering and quivering and quaking her way through the resulting orgasm. Then, the king follows up by pulling his digits out of her quim and bringing them around to her lips, where Daenerys doesn't even hesitate to open up and begin dutifully and submissively licking them clean of her own fluids right there on the spot. There's no coming back from that. They both know he more than has her measure at this point, and that she can't possibly convince him she'll do anything he wouldn't approve of while he's gone. When his fingers finally leave her lips completely, Daenerys turns around and slumps back against the wall, hanging her head in shame. Only to be caught off guard, and surprised when Axel tucks those same fingers under her chin and makes her look up and meet his gaze. "I'm counting on you to watch over my queens while I'm gone, Daenerys. You will obey them as though they were me, but you will also protect them with all your power." Daenerys shivers before straightening up as a sense of duty washes over her. "Why yes, of course, I promise I won't let you down." Axel just chuckles. "I know you won't." Then he pulls away, and much to Daenerys' shock, he begins to walk away. Surely he can't mean to leave her like this, right? Leaning against the wall in a puddle of her own juices, her dress sliding back down over her hips and legs but not actually hiding how disheveled and aroused she is. "W8, where are you going?" Axel looks back at her and snorts in amusement. "I'm leaving in the morning, my dear. I have a lot of people to explain myself to before I go. Go and find your handmaiden and have her draw you a bath. She can take care of your needs while she's at it." That, Daenerys can only whine piteously again as Axel turns and continues walking away. While she loved Missandei with all her heart and sharing a bath with the other woman did sound like quite a nice time, it was nothing compared to Axel's cock, which she hadn't even gotten so much of a glimpse of in this encounter. He'd done that on purpose, gotten her all riled up, made her cum, and then left her hanging. Fuck, the denial was arousing her even more. She was such a mess. He's telling the truth, to be fair. Axel definitely would have gone further with Daenerys, but he does have a lot of people to talk to tonight before he departs in the morning. And so, he leaves the trembling Targaryen in a puddle of her own juices to recover herself and stumble her way back to her quarters. As anticipated, most of the people he tells are just sort of resigned to the way he does things at this point. For instance, it might as well be renamed the Queensguard by now for how much the Kingsguard can actually do to protect him. Axel might have let a couple of them accompany him into the city for Daenerys' first healing event, but the reality was, they were much more useful protecting his queens and unborn children rather than wasting time standing guard over Axel himself. As such, Lord Commander Aerys takes the news that Axel is flying to the wall with only Jon Snow as company on the chin. Stannis does as well, really. Although the Lord Hand doesn't look like he believes Axel when he says that he's only going up there to assess the situation. He doesn't look like he believes it one bit. But he's at least mollified by the orders Axel gives him to prepare letters calling the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms to war if it proves necessary. If the White Walkers are really menacing the wall, if the others have come again and are attacking Westeros at the behest of their deity, this great other, then all of the Seven Kingdoms will have to rise up in defense of their lands. There's still a chance that Axel will be able to handle it himself, though. Hell, he turned out to be far stronger than Daenerys and her dragons at first, so who was to say how he might measure up to literal ice demons from the ancient history of the world? Axel and Jon Snow would take a trip up to the wall, speak with the wildlings and their leader, and find out what there was to find out. If need be, then Axel would have Stannis order the Seven Kingdoms to call their banners. If it turned out to not be necessary, then the letters would never be sent. In the end, the individuals Axel has to spend the most time placating are, as always, his queens. It's not that Sansa and Aerion want to necessarily stop him from going, but they're still not very happy about it. So of course, Axel spends the entire night sharing their bed and cuddling with his two queens, making sure that they know they are loved. Tomorrow he might be leaving them, but Axel has every intention of returning all the same, and perhaps with a couple of trophies from the others as well. Chapter 107, Flying North. They depart from King's Landing the next morning. Axel has Jon bundle up in a couple of extra layers and as many furs as they can possibly get their hands on. Then, they strap Jon to Axel back to chest and then strap supplies to Jon's chest for good measure. With Axel's still unnamed colossal sword strapped to his back, they're all set to go. Once they're in the air, Axel begins to test his limits with Jon strapped to him. Sansa's brother is positioned in such a way that he can reach back and tap Axel if he needs him to slow down enough for them to speak, but other than that, Axel starts flying and he slowly but surely picks up speed. With Jon's face mostly covered by the furs, they're able to make good time. Not as good a time as Axel would have made on his own, but Westeros flies past beneath them all the same. They pass over Harrenhal and the God's Eye within half an hour and are zooming up along the King's Road, faster than any dragon could ever hope to fly. The twins are the next major landmark, the fortified crossing appearing on their left after another hour of flying. And then Moat Cailin is right after that a mere 30 minutes later. 2 hours in, Jon finally taps Axel and Axel slows down to a snail's pace, still moving north, but at a speed where the wind isn't liable to wash away any words that might come out of his passenger's mouth. Jon's voice nevertheless sounds hoarse as he calls out from below. "Your Grace, I would appreciate us stopping for a break soon, perhaps at Winterfell." Axel hums, considering that for a moment before shaking his head. Of course, Jon can't see that, so he also has to respond with actual words. "Not Winterfell. I'd prefer as few people as possible know that I'm up here, visiting. Besides, do you really want to give Lord and Lady Stark a chance to question you on just how their youngest daughter made her way to King's Landing?" Axel hadn't gotten involved in that whole mess for a reason. He was the king, and he was supposed to be above such things, or at least that was his excuse anyways. Really, he just wanted to leave it in Sansa's hands so that he didn't have to be the bad guy for either side. His queen had it all well under control, though from what he'd been told last. Still, there was no denying that the Lady Stark in particular apparently had it out for Jon, and would be more wrathful than her lord husband by far if he were to show his face in her vicinity anytime soon. Not that Axel would let Jon be killed or even injured for any reason while he was in his care, of course. And yet, even though Sansa's brother must know that, after a long moment of silence, he nevertheless agrees with Axel. "No, Your Grace, quite right. Then, maybe just somewhere with water so we can take a moment to breathe and I can walk around, please." That's more than reasonable. The longest flights that Axel has done with any passengers at this point were with Sansa back before her pregnancy was known. And even she had been rather shaky when after a couple hours in the air with him, despite absolutely loving every last second of it. Eventually, they settle down along the White Knife, a river that leads all the way from the lonely hills down to White Harbor. Southeast of Winterfell, by a few hours on horseback, there's no real danger of anyone coming across them for the short amount of time they'll be on the ground. Jon certainly relishes in the chance to unstrap himself from Axel's chest and unstrap the pack from his own chest. He also sheds a layer or two, despite it being much colder up here in the north than it was down in King's Landing when they left earlier this morning. Axel barely feels the temperature, of course. He stands there in his armor, accepting the food and water that Jon offers him and watching as the Night's Watch brother then goes down to the White Knife to refill their water supplies. When Jon comes back, Axel tilts his head to the side. "When we get to the wall, I can drop you off at Castle Black if you like. I'll have to talk to the Lord Commander eventually, and I suppose you can prepare the way for me." Jon grimaces at that idea, shaking his head. "If it's all the same to you, Your Grace, then I'd rather come with you to the wildling camp. My familiar face might help, so long as the free folk that saved my and my uncle's lives still live, I suppose." That second part, Jon sounds worried and even a little melancholic. Axel is reminded of a conversation he and Sansa had, in which his wife had been convinced that Jon was sweet on a wildling woman. Ygritte, that was the name Sansa had bandied about. Grinning, Axel can't resist prodding. Ygritte right? I'm sure she still draws breath. She was capable enough to save your sorry ass after all. Jon jolts, looking at Axel wide-eyed and shocked. This prompts a laugh from the king, who shakes his head in amusement. You've given too much away, Jon Snow. My queen was able to put the pieces together after you inadvertently dropped one too many hints. Flushing, Jon looks down at the ground for a moment, and then back up, jaw clenching. I still believe the threat from the others are real, your grace. I haven't been lying to you, and I'm a brother of the Night's Watch. It doesn't matter what I feel or think. My vows prevent me from such things. Axel snorts derisively and waves a hand through the air. Bah, vows of celibacy are always worthless, in my opinion. The men who swear them come in two types. The first are the honorable sort who take their vow and keep to it until their dying day. The second are the dishonorable sort who take the vow and then fuck on the side anyways. But do you know what that leads to, Jon Snow? Furrowing his brow in confusion, Jon slowly shakes his head. It leads to a whole bunch of children, bastards, and the like, born to dishonorable sorts who have no intention of giving them a proper upbringing. Tell me this, why are there 19 castles along the wall, but only 3 currently in use? Frowning, Jon grunts. Because the Night's Watch is in decline, your grace. And why is it in decline, Jon Snow? Because the honor of serving in the Night's Watch has been tarnished. It's little more than a glorified penal colony, your grace. And that's because the honorable men who joined the Night's Watch over the past 8,000 years have held to their damn vows and stayed celibate. Imagine a world where the men of the Night's Watch were allowed to take women as their wives, allowed to raise families. Imagine a world where the Night's Watch didn't have to rely on second and third sons or on murderers and brigands. The entirety of the wall might currently be manned in such a world. The gift and the new gift wouldn't have stayed empty all these years either. Axel jabs a finger north. The mountain clans of the moon that I sent to the gift will be the first of my plans to reform the Night's Watch. None of them will be expected to give up their families or the right to wield their cocks. None of them will be expected to swear vows of celibacy, but they'll defend the wall all the same, because it will be their home as much as it is yours. Jon's mouth opens and closes wordlessly, and Axel can tell he's shocked the other young man into something of a stupor. When Sansa's brother finally gets his wits about him, he shakes his head, baffled. But the vows, your grace, it wouldn't be proper. That brings a grin to Axel's face. Heh, would he ever stop getting the chance to use this line? I'm the damn king, Jon Snow. I decide what is and isn't proper. The Night's Watch isn't going to just die off, not while I have a say in things. But that means it has to change. And what better way than for honorable sorts like you to take wives like this Ygritte of yours and pop out a few sons and daughters that you can raise to be just like you? Silence reigns as Jon Snow seems to mull over Axel's words. But then, he knows by now that Sansa's brother can be a little broody. In the end, whether he chooses to personally take advantage of Axel's reforms or not will be up to him. But he's certainly not going to convince Axel that they aren't necessary. Even if they're able to send the others packing again, Axel doesn't know if they'll be able to take down the Great Other permanently. And that means the wall will need to be manned far better than it is now going forward. As the silence drags on, Axel just snorts derisively. Take 10 more minutes and then we're getting back in the air. We're burning daylight. To be fair, they're actually making plenty good time at this point. They're 2/3 of the way to the wall and it's not even past midday yet. Still, Jon doesn't try to argue, and soon enough he's strapped back into place against Axel's chest, and they're rising up into the air once more. They pass Winterfell less than a half hour after that, and around that time Axel finally manages to lay eyes on the wall as well. It truly is as spectacular as all the stories say. 300 miles long and approximately 700 feet tall from what Axel recalled. It went from the west coast of Westeros to the east without stopping, though to be fair it was made at the thinnest part of the entire continent save for perhaps the neck. Regardless, based on their conversation, Axel doesn't bother aiming for Castle Black as they approach the massive structure. Instead, he flies them right over the wall itself near the Shadow Tower, its most western castle, and then descends hundreds of feet on its northern side. From there, he begins traveling along the wall's length, hunting down the wildling camp. It doesn't take too long to find it, though. It's less of a camp and more of a settlement at this point, given just how many wildlings are huddling in the shadow of the wall, relying on its immense size to protect them. Grunting, Axel considers briefly setting down outside of the camp and approaching normally. But that's not really his style. Instead, he goes for the center of the camp, coming down from the air and landing with enough weight that the ground shakes and snow explodes up in every direction. He frees John from the straps even as he hears shouts of anger and fear all around him. In short order, they're both surrounded as John begins to shout himself, trying to calm tensions. "Hold, I am Jon Snow of the Night's Watch, and this is the King of Westeros, Axel Baratheon. We have come to speak with the king beyond the wall. We have come to speak with Mance Rayder." Axel just watches on in amusement, his eyes moving this way and that as he assesses who may or may not be a threat. Not to himself, of course, but rather to Jon. There are a few archers with bows in their hands, but none of them have arrows notched yet, clearly disturbed by his armor. And perhaps the crown upon his brow as well. There are also some other interesting individuals that catch Axel's eye. One of them is a woman with golden hair done up in a long braid that is draped across a shoulder. She's gorgeous in a particularly fierce and primal way. She's also wearing all white, interestingly enough. White woolen breeches, white leather boots, a white bearskin cloak, and even a white tunic with bone fastenings. She definitely draws the eye in a way Axel can't admit, though eventually he tears his gaze off of her when another of the interesting wildlings begins stomping forward. This one is wearing a mask and chestplate of bones, and he's moving towards Jon with silent, wicked intent. Jon doesn't see him, busy trying to convince everyone that they mean no harm as he is. Maybe the Bone Man is just going to try to embarrass Jon Snow because he's a member of the Night's Watch, or maybe he's planning something worse. Whether he intends something humiliating or legitimately threatening to Jon's life, it doesn't matter. Letting out a single breath, Axel reaches up and whips his colossal Valyrian steel sword off of his back faster than anyone can blink. The point of the massive blade is leveled at this bone-wearing individual in an instant, cutting off his path to Jon and causing the entire camp to go silent as Axel shakes his head. "Don't." The bone-covered wildling tenses up, his eyes narrowing and his lips curling back in a snarl as he bares his teeth. Axel is neither amused nor impressed, simply raising an eyebrow. He didn't come here to kill anyone, but he will if he has to. However, before anything else can happen, the golden-haired wildling in white speaks up. "This isn't a fight you can win, Rattleshirt. I would heed his words." The appropriately named Rattleshirt glares at the woman, and Axel almost wants to take his head just for that. "Pa, this is the Kneeler King who has barred us from stepping past the wall. If we take him prisoner, they will be forced to let us through." It's not a bad plan. If one actually thought for even a moment that Axel could actually be beaten by any number of wildlings, he could easily kill every single person in this entire camp. He won't, of course, but he might just kill Rattleshirt to set an example if the man keeps running his mouth. No. A hush falls over the gathered crowd of wildlings as another makes himself known. Stepping up alongside the golden-haired woman, a man who Axel can only assume is Mance Rayder shakes his head. "King Axel has come to treat with us in good faith. Bring bread and salt that we might establish guest rights." Axel smiles, still holding his blade aloft. "Actually, shall we make it a proper meal? It's been quite the journey and it is about midday, is it not?" Mance Rayder eyes him for a moment before nodding sharply. Rattleshirt growls but moves away, while others also start to disperse, some to get ready to eat and many others to spread word of Axel's arrival to the rest of the sprawling wildling camp. Looking into Mance Rayder's eyes, Axel sees an intelligence in the king beyond the wall that isn't shared by all of his subordinates. The man knows he's dealing with someone, or rather something, that is beyond him and his people. Privately, Axel suspects that the offer of bread and salt isn't really to protect him from the wildlings, but rather to protect the wildlings from him. Chapter 108, Breaking Bread. Axel Baratheon was fucking insane. Technically, Jon had already had an inkling of that fact, all things considered. And not just because the king had revealed his plans to reform the Night's Watch either. After all, Jon himself had had some thoughts in that direction from time to time. There was no denying that the Night's Watch was a mere shadow of its former self at this point. Nor that allowing so many criminals and traitors to take the black had thoroughly diluted the once honorable and glorious organization down to practically nothing. But while Jon was now wondering if he might be able to convince the king to stop offering the black as a way to escape execution for the scum of Westeros in the future, he had never once considered the possibility of changing the vows themselves. The vows, they were what made them brothers of the Watch. To change them would be a step too far. Right. Then again, Axel Baratheon was the king. He decided what was too far. Not bad at all. Jon watches from the sidelines as Axel feasts with Mance Rayder and other wildling leaders. None of them quite seem to know what to do in this situation. Seated among them wearing armor and a crown with the biggest sword, any of them are likely to have ever seen a man wield. The king of Westeros cuts quite the imposing figure. Yet his cheerful disposition and all-around boisterous attitude make it clear he's neither worried nor trying to be overly intimidating. Of course, in not trying to be intimidating, he's still managing to be very, very intimidating, or at least provocative anyways. Jon can see the aptly named Rattleshirt glowering at Axel even now. At least the bone-covered wildling isn't glowering at Jon, but it's still a little disconcerting. Meanwhile, the king beyond the wall looks like he isn't quite sure what to think of Axel, as his royal counterpart eats his fair share of the hastily prepared feast, and then some. Mance Rayder hadn't always been a wildling from what Jon had heard. Once upon a time, he'd been a brother of the Watch, in fact. A deserter. But these days he had somehow rallied all of these people together, creating the biggest army that the free folk had ever made. None of that mattered in the face of Axel Baratheon, however. Jon now knew from personal experience that the rumors about Axel were all true. And the free folk should at least be wary after seeing the man fly under his own power and wield a sword that was longer than he was tall. Jon just hoped that. Snow. Jolting from being elbowed in the side, Jon looks over and has to quickly control his reaction as Ygritte sits down next to him. He also has to resist the urge to sigh in relief. While he'd been confident in Ygritte's skills as a huntress and a fighter, there was never any guarantees, especially north of the wall. Until this moment, he couldn't be sure she was still alive. Swallowing down the gratitude he feels at the fact that she is still breathing and carefully putting his earlier conversation with the king out of his mind, Jon slowly nods. Ygritte, good to see you well, is Tormund. Ygritte's side eyes him for a moment before snorting softly, her lips curling into a half-grin. Yes, no, Tormund's still kicking, enough about that. The fuck are you doing here, and with him too? She nods her head in Axel's direction, causing Jon to sigh. The king wanted to come and assess the situation himself, to strip away any biases and find out what was really going on with his own two eyes. Ygritte hums, her own eyes narrowing thoughtfully. Just him and you, arrogant one, isn't he? Shaking his head, Jon grabs Ygritte by the arm, startling her. He would never do this sort of thing under normal circumstances, but he needed her to understand. We left King's Landing this morning, Ygritte. We flew from King's Landing, all the way in the south, up here to the wall, in just a few hours. The king did that all by himself, no dragon, carrying me the entire way. Her brow furrows and her lips purse as she parses that. Jon just huffs. He's not arrogant, Ygritte, he's confident, and it's earned. If things come to blows, please don't do anything. Let him handle it, he'll keep it contained. Or at least Jon hoped Axel would keep it contained. If someone like, say, Rattleshirt, tried something, then hopefully only Rattleshirt would actually die. Though now that guest rights had been observed, Jon also hoped that nothing would happen whatsoever. Ygritte just gives him a strange look, probably wondering why the fuck Jon thinks that she would ever let a kneeler king handle it if her own people started something. But before she can actually speak her incredulity, Axel's voice cuts through the air again. All right then, guest rights are observed, and so long as none of yours try to harm me or the man of the Night's Watch, I shall do no harm in turn. Let's get down to business, shall we? Mance Raider. King beyond the wall, yes. Most eyes were on Axel Baratheon already, but those that weren't are definitely on him and those around him now. Back straight and head held high, Mance slowly nods. That's right. And you are Axel Baratheon, first of his name, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, and Protector of the Realm. Axel nods along, smiling grimly. They've tacked on a shitload of other titles in recent months, but I'm rather glad to be so far north that they haven't reached your ears yet. This causes the blonde wildling, in all white, to snort in amusement. You kneelers and your titles. Even this King Beyond the Wall is one of your titles. To be clear, Mance is not our king. He is simply our leader. There's some shifting at her provocative words, but Axel doesn't seem at all upset. In fact, he outright grins at her, flashing his teeth as he turns his full attention in her direction. You're not wrong about titles down south. It gets rather ridiculous after a time. I'm partial to a few, but at the end of the day, I prefer names. Might I have yours? Jon blinks when the wildling woman, who had looked so composed and put together a moment ago, actually rears back a little bit and blushes at Axel's words. Technically, he should be upset on his sister's behalf. But unfortunately, Jon knew far too much about the number of women who shared Axel's bed with his sister, as well as just how okay his sister was with the arrangement. Vivel, my name is Val. Murmurs start up at that, and even Ygritte leans in close and whispers in Jon's ear. Shit, not sure I've ever seen a man able to disarm Val that easily. Then again, for a Kneeler king, he is a prime piece of meat, isn't he? Jon flushes, tamping down on the anger and jealousy that Ygritte's words make him feel. He has no business getting mad at Ygritte for admiring the view. Not only are they nothing to each other, but how many times has Jon himself snuck admiring glances at Ygritte whenever he thought she wasn't looking? Regardless, perhaps because of Val's stammering, or maybe because he's just tired of the distraction, Mance Raider clears his throat and draws Axel's attention back over to him. She is my wife's sister, King Axel, nothing more, getting back on track. You've come a long way with little support. I wonder what brings you to the other side of the wall with just one crow. Val doesn't look too happy about being so blatantly dismissed by Mance, Jon notes. She nevertheless sits back and watches the two men converse though, her eyes intense like a hawk's, but not another word of interruption spilling from her beautiful lips. Chuckling, Axel looks around the camp for a moment. What else? I'm here to see for myself how bad things are, and whether or not I should let you all through my wall. That gets a significant reaction from the watching free folk. Jon himself wishes that Axel wouldn't be quite so provocative about things. But at the same time, he's not stupid. He can see that the king is doing it on purpose specifically to try and see how everyone will react and if they'll force him to defend himself over mere words. Those like Rattleshirt snarl and growl, some of them looking ready to cross blades right then and there. But Mance clears his throat and holds up a hand, causing everyone to settle down as he gazes at Axel somewhat impassively. If you do not allow it, King Axel, then every man, woman, and child here be forced to die trying either way. Mance's words hang in the air, a dread silence falling over everyone listening in on the diplomacy. Axel stares for a long moment before his lips curl into a grin and he slowly nods. I like you, Mance Raider, I like you a lot. Very well then, tell me about the others. Talk to me about the White Walkers you and your kind have seen. I'm here to hear it all. In fact, once you're done, anyone here who has seen a walker with their own two eyes, I want to hear from you as well. Feel free to go and retrieve those who can give testimony. I'm not going anywhere. Jon watches as some of the wildlings actually do as they're told after a moment's hesitation, racing off to other parts of the massive free folk encampment to find those who have had such experiences. Mance, meanwhile, pauses for a moment before beginning to speak of what he's seen and heard himself, his voice low and grave. What follows is as enlightening as it is harrowing as Jon listens in on different members of the free folk telling Axel Baratheon all about how they've managed to survive up until now. There's nothing particularly glorious about it, truth be told. A couple of the more boastful wildlings might have tried to embellish their stories in other circumstances, admittedly. But here and now, with the weight of others' tales settling over them, Everyone is brutally honest about just how fucked everything has been for them for months and months now. The others have been systematically hunting and destroying the free folks' way of life for a long time at this point. They've forced the wildlings to come together to survive, but even that wasn't enough. There have been no real battles with the White Walkers, only skirmishes that usually ended in full retreat. In the end, Mance had been the one to bring them all together because there was nobody else. It was just as Val had said. He wasn't some king beyond the wall aiming to invade Westeros like his predecessors. He was just the only one who had the skill and gave enough of a damn to stop the free folk from being completely wiped out by the encroaching armies of the dead. Axel, for his part, seems to really be listening. He gives first Mance, and then every wildling after him, his full, undivided attention. Not once does the king call any of them liars or question their honor by trying to poke holes in their stories. He simply hears them out one by one, encouraging more and more of them to speak out with his somber reactions. During this time, as everyone is giving their testimony and telling their own story, Tormund arrives as well. He comes and sits on the other side of Ygritte, giving Jon one of those wild grins of his along with a nod of acknowledgement. The red-haired man is savage and ferocious and untamed, but he's also a good man, Jon knows. Without Tormund and Ygritte, after all, he and Benjen would be dead. Finally, the camp falls quiet as the last wildling finishes talking and nobody else steps forward. After a few beats of silence, Mance clears his throat again. "Well, you've heard everything we have to say, King Axel. What will you do now?" Would he let them through the wall? Would he allow them to flee to safety with those they had left? Jon can't help but lean forward along with the gathered free folk, all of them anticipating Axel Baratheon's answer. For a long moment, the king looks thoughtful, and then he nods and rises to his feet. Rather than say anything, he then proceeds to kick off the ground, rising into the air. Everyone stares in wonder, especially those who had only come after Axel and Jon first arrived and had yet to see the king fly. Beside him, Jon hears both Ygritte and Tormund curse in surprise. "What will I do now? I'll go find these White Walkers and see if I can't put an end to them myself." Axel's hand goes to the handle of his massive Valyrian steel sword, and Jon realizes he's serious. Though, before he departs, Axel's eyes find Jon, and he smirks knowingly when he catches Ygritte at Jon's side. Jon blushes hard as Axel looks back to Mance. "I'll be back soon enough. In the meantime, anything done to Jon Snow will be revisited on every man in this encampment. Keep your people in check, Mance Rayder." And with that rather ominous threat delivered, the king is gone, disappearing faster than the eye can really track. Jon blanches, almost wishing Axel hadn't singled him out like that right before leaving, because now every eye in the camp has turned to the crow in their midst. Before anyone else can speak, Val calls out, "Crow, is your Kneeler King full of shit, or can he actually kill the others?" Even Mance Rayder looks like he's waiting for Jon to answer as everyone stares at him intensely. Swallowing thickly, Jon considers his words for a moment before slowly nodding. Down in the south, they call him a number of things because of his deeds. They call him the Unburnt because someone set him aflame with wildfire, and he burned for 7 days and 7 nights without dying. They call him Kraken Slayer because he killed a kraken bigger than half a dozen ships over near the Iron Islands. They call him Dragon Tamer because he wrestled 3 dragons to submission in midair. And then convinced their mother, a sorceress queen from across the narrow sea, to bend the knee to him then and there. Jon looks around and swallows thickly when he realizes they're all hanging off of his every word at this point. They say he is blessed by the 7 who are one, the gods of the south. They call him the champion of the 7 and the avatar of the warrior. So, if anyone has a chance at killing the others, then yes, I think it would be him. After a moment, everyone turns and begins talking to each other about what just happened. Ygritte and Tormund, meanwhile, pepper Jon with questions he tries his best to answer. All the while, Jon's eyes trace the path Axel took through the sky. He was all those things that Jon just said, to be fair. But at the same time, he was also something else. Axel Baratheon was completely and utterly insane. Chapter 109, The Others. Listening to the stories from the wildlings had been as galvanizing as it was heart-wrenching. Sure, Many south of the wall might call them savages and try to argue that they weren't worth the air they breathed, but Axel didn't think that was true. Not of all of them, or even most of them anyways. Much like the mountain men of the Vale, the wildlings north of the wall were simply people doing their best to survive. And the others had come along and waged a war of annihilation on them. For every story of survival, there had been one of tragedy. More than half of the wildlings who Axel had heard out back in their encampment had lost someone close to them at this point. Pretty much all of them knew someone who had been lost, even if it was on the most basic level. Frankly, the wildlings that were left were the good ones if Axel was going to entertain that idea. The ones who ate human flesh, who hunted other wildlings, who fought and never compromised. Well, they hadn't lasted long enough to reach this point, and they never would have accepted joining up with Mance in the first place. The wildlings had small, clan-like communities. They were usually very spread out from one another and tended to war with each other more than they warred with the Night's Watch or even raided south of the wall. Ultimately, though, the walkers and their whites had changed that. You were either living or dead at this point, and so the living had banded together to survive. And those who refused to band together, who tried to go it alone, they joined the others' army of corpses. As he flies through the air, soaring high above the true north and squinting down at the forest below, Axel's jaw is set into a harsh frown. He had to admit, he didn't know what to really make of this enemy. For all that Euron Greyjoy and Daenerys Targaryen had been manipulated into fighting him by gods who seemingly wanted Axel dead, they were still people. Still human, even if Daenerys had left a lot of her humanity behind along the way. But the others were never human to begin with. White Walkers were said to be demons of ice, cold, and death. Axel had heard all of the same stories that everyone else did about them, how they were said to hate every creature with hot blood in its veins, how the wall had been constructed to keep them out. Of course, everyone south of the wall treated those as bedtime stories, childhood fables meant to set youngsters on the right path. Don't tarry in the dark or the others will get you. Obey your parents and go to sleep or the others will get you. That kind of thing. Most thought the wall was to keep the wildlings out, but even before meeting the desperate lot of them back at their encampment, Axel had long since recognized how silly that was. He just hadn't ever questioned it until Jon Snow started talking about whites and ice demons and a threat to the realm beyond some simple savages. Jon Snow? Axel imagined that Sansa's brother would be fine with the wildlings. He had seen the red-haired woman that was sat next to him and had to admire Jon's taste. Presumably, that would be Ygritte. If Axel had his way, one day maybe Jon would have the chance to get with the wildling woman. But for now, he needed to focus. He needed to find this threat and deal with it with extreme prejudice. There are traces of movement once or twice in the icy forest below, but nothing like what Axel is looking for. It could just be animals, even. So he keeps going, flying further and further north, until eventually, he finds it. Rather hard to miss it, actually. The forest ends and beyond its edge, white snow and ice flow outwards. However, amidst those plains of ice and snow, something discolors the otherwise pure white landscape. A mass of moving bodies for as far as the eye can see in every direction. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions of bodies. Each and every one of them a reanimated corpse with rotted flesh and glowing blue eyes. Axel narrows his eyes and draws his colossal blade from his back as he approaches the army of dead men. But no, it's not just dead wildlings that greet him when he closes in. There are all sorts of creatures amidst the sea of bodies. Giants, mammoths, snow bears, shadow cats, direwolves. Hell, there are some things Axel can't even put a name to, though in most cases that's just because they're so rotted that they barely have a semblance of a body in the first place. They're still moving though, still writhing, and as he comes closer, every last one of them stops shifting about and looks up sharply. A sea of glowing blue eyes stares up at Axel as the army of whites gazes at him unerringly. Axel looks back at them, his jaw clenching for a moment at the sheer unnaturalness of it all. Dead things should stay dead. Those who passed on deserved their rest, but the others apparently perverted the natural course of things. They had no respect for the dead. They didn't even care if a corpse was mostly decomposed, judging by the number of exposed skeletal whites Axel can see. For a moment, he's tempted to put himself among them. to swing his sword and cut through 100 wights with every single blow. It would be easy, and he doesn't think for a second that any of this so-called army could possibly harm him. But they aren't the true enemy. They're nothing but fodder, and they can't even reach him from where they are, forced to simply stare up at him as Axel hovers a couple 100 feet in the air over the tallest giant wight's head. Lifting his eyes from the roiling mass of undead, Axel looks back behind him curiously. There are so many corpses here. They could have overrun the wildling encampment by now with ease. Hell, they could have overrun the wall and poured into the north by now. And yet, they aren't advancing. As he looks up and down the line of them, he sees a handful of wights break away from the greater mass from time to time and slip off into the forest he just flew over. But that's it. There's no greater movement from the larger army. It's like they're waiting for something. But what? Well, he's not going to get answers from a bunch of corpses. Turning his gaze back north, Axel begins moving forward once more. He flies over the roiling sea of bodies for what feels like an eternity, but in reality is probably only a couple of minutes. Even still, it really puts into perspective just how many reanimated corpses there are below him. Finally, though, he finds what he's looking for. Or rather, who? On a hill near the back of the undead army, he finds the others. White walkers clad in eldritch armor and wearing inhuman faces. Glowing blue eyes, yes, but also unnatural blue flesh and ethereal appearances. Not to mention wielding crystal weapons unlike anything Axel has ever seen before. They're waiting for him. Even before he arrives, they're staring at him, watching his approach from further than he had been able to notice them with his own eyes. Pursing his lips, Axel hovers over them, glaring down. Among the walkers is a particular other who stands out from the rest. Mostly because horns grow out of his bald head like a mockery of a crown, but also because the others surround him like he is their leader, like he's in charge. Tilting his head to the side, Axel grunts before calling out. "I don't suppose you lot talk, do you? The great other order you to gather this army and come kill me? Don't worry, I'm used to it by now, but you might want to turn back and go home. It won't end well for you. It never does for those who make themselves my enemies." Axel isn't really surprised when they don't respond with words. Instead, the one he's marked as their leader reaches to the side, and one of the other walkers hands him a massive spear of crystalline ice. Axel narrows his eyes as the horned other hefts up the spear like a javelin, and launches it through the air at him right there on the spot. For a brief moment, Axel is tempted to catch it and throw it back, but honed battle instincts warn him not to, and instead he dodges at the last second. The throw is fast, don't get him wrong. The ice spear moves faster than anything Axel has ever seen before, but it's not fast enough for him. Seeing both the leader and other White Walkers all reaching for more spears, Axel half sneers, half grins as he snarls. "Fine then, be that way. I'm certainly not fucking complaining." In a flash, he's among them. In the blink of an eye, his beautiful, nameless Valyrian steel sword cleaves through two of the others at their waists. It goes right through their armor, Axel is pleased to note, and right through their unnatural flesh as well. They die on the spot, though not as men should die. Instead, they collapse into ice and snow, leaving nothing but their armor and crystal weapons behind in moments. Axel just grunts as he dodges ice spear after ice spear, crystal sword after crystal sword. Well, it seems you die easily if nothing else. I imagine if I kill all of you, then the whites should go back to their rest, no? For the sake of your people, wherever they are, I certainly hope so. Because I'd hate to have to hunt down and kill every last one of them too. Even as he speaks with a conversational tone, Axel is swinging his sword and cutting down more of the assembled White Walkers. There are dozens of them, to be fair, and to their credit, they do finally start to react to his presence in their midst. Those crystal swords of theirs are even strong enough to block Valyrian steel. However, they aren't strong enough to withstand his strength. Axel's sword cleaves through other after other, killing walker after walker as he steadily makes his way towards the center of their little group, the leader with his crown of horns. Meeting icy blue blazing eyes, Axel grins savagely as he cuts down more and more of the walkers, carving a path directly towards this king other. He might not know for sure that the creature is the linchpin to all of this, but it certainly seems like a safe bet. Kill it, kill all of them, end the threat. Simple as that, right? Axel is maybe a dozen feet away from the king-looking other, just about to lunge forward and cut the bastard down when the walker suddenly opens its mouth and begins to scream. Not a normal scream, though. No, this is something else. Eyes widening, Axel screams right back. In pure agony as one of his hands goes to an ear, the worst pain he's ever experienced beating through his skull. Poisons, Valyrian steel, wildfire, Daenerys Targaryen. The list of things that have been able to harm Axel throughout his life is incredibly short, and some of them have even been taken off as he managed to gain immunity to them, one way or another. But none of them hurt nearly as much as the other's scream hurts him now. The other remaining White Walkers move in on him, crystal swords and ice spears at the ready to finish him off, but Axel isn't down for the count yet. He snarls and swings his sword like a madman around him, catching and killing a few while the others are forced to dodge back again. And then there's something in the back of his mind, some melody that begins to play. As it does so, the pain from the Walker leader's high-pitched scream starts to ebb and Axel starts to come back to himself. He doesn't fully understand it, but he grins viciously as he's able to steady himself and place both hands back on the massive hilt of his colossal sword. The moment of victory is short-lived, however, as just after he takes another step towards the screaming other, more of the walkers around them open their mouths and begin to screech as well. The pain redoubles, and then triples and quadruples. Axel's eyes widen, bulging out of his skull as he staggers back, stumbling away. You fucking bastard. Every breath is agony, every waking moment is torturous pain. His head is pounding, his brain feels like it's boiling alive in his skull, but he can still end this. He just needs to kill them all. He just needs to. SHUNK. Axel's eyes bulge again as he doubles over the ice spear that just slammed through his Valyrian steel armor and buried itself in his chest before punching out the other side, out through his back. For the first time in his life, Axel Baratheon chokes on his own blood. It comes up through his throat thanks to a punctured lung, spewing from his mouth onto the snow before him. He has never been hurt this badly. He has never been injured so grievously, not even by Daenerys. Perhaps that's why when the melody in the back of his mind, which helped earlier, starts to whisper something else to him, he listens. Flee, 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 flee. Stumbling back, one hand still clutching at his sword, he's not losing another fucking weapon. Axel reaches down and grabs the ice spear in his gut. He learns then, through the haze of pain and blood, that he was smart not to try to catch one of them before. Else he would have wound up with a hole in his body a lot earlier. Whatever magic is imbued in the spear tries to repel him, pushing his hand back at first. Grasping the ice is an exercise of true, honest determination like Axel has never experienced before. It takes every ounce of his power, every iota of his remaining strength, merely to rip the ice spear out of his body. From there, he punches off of the ground, into the air. How he flies with the White Walkers screeching echoing through his skull and a hole through his chest, he doesn't know. But he does it, and fortunately there's a range on the high-pitched scream that means he's away from the noise. By the time he's fleeing back over the mass of undead he'd passed on his way over. For the first time in his life, Axel Baratheon is forced to run from a battle. Chapter 110, Val. So Snow, you went all the way south, did ya? To plead our plight to the Kneeler King himself. Ha, who knew you had such a soft spot for us? As the crow flushes and stammers a response, Tormund just laughs boisterously at the effect his words are having. Ygritte grins from close by, arms crossed over her chest and eyes lingering on Jon Snow. From a further distance away, Val watches all of this in mild amusement even as she sits with the aftermath of meeting the king of the Kneelers. He was different from what she was expecting, truth be told. But then, what had Val been expecting? Certainly not a man half as tall as a giant, wielding a sword bigger than himself while clad in armor that looked nothing like anything she'd ever seen before. No, when it came to her idea of a Kneeler King, Val had imagined some soft, pathetic weakling of a man who sat upon his cushy throne and gave orders to the Kneeler knights to do his bidding. Instead, Axel Baratheon had come all the way here himself to see what there was to see. No, more than that, he'd flown all the way here. Val had heard some rumors about that shit. They said that the Kneeler King had powers, that he was stronger than 100 men, had single-handedly killed dozens of monsters, and could fly through the air as fast as swift as a bird. Val hadn't really believed such rumors, obviously, and she was pretty sure Mance hadn't either. Now they both believed. Axel Baratheon had turned out to be more than just a man. Though he was also very much a man as well. Val bites her lower lip as she reminisces. The Kneeler King was hunky beyond belief and carried himself like a true warrior despite his finery, strange armor, and the crown upon his brow. More than that, though, he'd listened. He'd sat with them, and not only had he heard Mance out, but he'd let the rest of them tell their stories too. There was something strange about that, but not necessarily in a bad way. Fuck, when was the last time any man actually listened to her without wanting to fuck her in exchange? Maybe that was the Kneeler King's plan. Maybe he was trying to seduce her. By being kind? Val huffs to herself as she watches Ygritte and Tormund's continued ribbing of Jon Snow from afar. Yeah, even she knew she was being ridiculous with that one. More likely it was just that she wanted that to be Axel Baratheon's plan. It wouldn't be half bad to be stolen by a man like that, even if he was a Kneeler. If Val thought she had a chance, she might try to steal him herself. Sort of like she knew Ygritte was tempted more and more with each passing moment to do with the crow. Jon Snow better watch himself. If he wasn't careful, those vows of his wouldn't hold much longer. The look in Ygritte's eyes made it crystal clear that she was Val's head twitches, a whistling sound filling the air. It sounded like an arrow, but it just kept going and going, until... KBOM. Val's eyes widen as the earth shakes beneath her. She manages to keep her feet, and so do Ygritte, Tormund, and their pet crow, but it's definitely a near thing. Meanwhile, Val thinks she sees a massive plume of snow just a couple 100 feet away in another part of the camp. Without thinking about it, she draws her bone knife from her waist and begins racing over as everyone else converges on the point as well. It's the Kneeler King. Val stiffens as the voice of Rattleshirt cuts through the air. She redoubles her pace, eyes narrowing into slits, and arrives just in time to witness what happens next. Rattleshirt is standing over a body in the snow. And that body is wearing strange, yet familiar armor, while also clutching a massive, familiar sword. Letting out a bark of laughter, Rattleshirt spits on the snow before moving forward. He plants his foot on the fallen man's chest, causing a roar of agony to rip from the down man's lips. Not so tough now, are you, Kneeler? Let's see that sword of yours shall double you work. It happens so quickly that Val's eyes almost can't track it. The man on the ground is Axel Baratheon, of course. He seems to be injured, and he's only holding his massive sword with one hand. Rattleshirt, being the asshole that he is stepping on the injury, grinding his foot down on it to further weaken Axel. Yet even in such pain, even in such a disadvantageous position, Axel Baratheon's sword flashes. And Rattleshirt's head flies through the air as his body tumbles to the snow, decapitated. Val curses as the other free folk nearby, many of them followers of the Lord of Bones, all begin to roar in outrage and move forward. Before they can reach the Kneeler King and get themselves slaughtered, however, Jon Snow finally arrives, the crow drawing his own sword at his side and standing in defense of his leader. Back, all of you, the king was defending himself. No one comes closer. Obviously, Rattleshirt's warriors aren't really interested in listening to orders from some crow. But Ygritte and Tormund move into position on either side of Jon a moment later, Tormund with his axe and Ygritte with her bow. They don't say anything, but they also don't really have to. Their support for Jon Snow is obvious. At the same time, though, Val can't help but notice all three of them throwing looks down at Axel Baratheon, able to see more easily the injury he's sustained. Even Ygritte and Tormund look ill at whatever they're seeing, which only makes Val more intrigued. Striding forward, she makes her presence known at long last before things can truly devolve into a fight. Hold, all of you hold, the Lord of Bones broke guest right, and paid for it with his life. None will lay a hand on the Kneeler King. I declare him under my protection, and anyone who tries to touch him will have to answer to me personally. That quiets the crowd. Technically, Val is no one special among the free folk. She has no fancy titles like they have south of the Wall, nor does she lead a clan or even a band of warriors. Her reputation stems from two sources: her own willingness to geld any man who tries to take her when she has not given explicit permission, and her relation to their leader's wife. Val had told the truth when she told Axel Baratheon that King Beyond the Wall was a southern construct. She wasn't some princess or lady just because Dalla was Mance's woman or anything like that. But at the same time, the title, King Beyond the Wall, did still hold some meaning to the free folk. And combined with Val's own reputation as a spearwife, it gave her sway she probably shouldn't have under normal circumstances. At the same time, she's invoked guest right as well. Technically, an argument could be made that Axel Baratheon had left Guest right behind when he departed from their camp earlier. But it hadn't even been a full hour since he'd gone, and no one would try to make such an argument in good faith. Not that Val didn't believe some of Rattleshirt's people would try later to make such an argument in bad faith to Mance as to why the Kneeler King should die. They most definitely would. But for now at least, thanks to her reputation and Axel's 3 protectors, and the fact that the fallen warrior had killed Rattleshirt in the blink of an eye, nobody actually wants to try anything. In the end, they all back down after a few moments of Val staring at everyone. The moment this happens, Jon sheathes his blade and turns back to his leader. My king, it's me, Jon. What did this to you?" Creeping closer, Val finally gets a good look at the state Axel Baratheon is in with her own 2 eyes, and almost immediately regrets laying claim to him and making as many enemies as she had in the process. Because unfortunately, the Kneeler King is dying. He must be. There's a fucking hole through his chest that goes all the way out his back. Val can see blood-stained snow on the other side of the gaping wound, and she knows instantly that Axel Baratheon can't be long for this world, her jaw clenching as she finds her mind whirling at the ramifications of this. No. Val's head twitches, her eyes darting down when a word actually passes through Axel's lips. The man was still capable of speech? Ridiculous. And yet, fuck it. Making a decision, Val flares her nostrils and then starts shouting orders. Send the WISEWOMEN to MY tent. And you 3, pick him up and come with me. The next hour or so is a flurry of action, though not on Val's part. All she really does is direct Jon Snow and Tormund to her tent as they carry the injured Kneeler King between them. And then she watches as the Free Folk's Wisewomen, their best healers, gather around him to see what might be done. Through some severe coaxing on the Crow's part, and probably a weakening on the Kneeler King's part, they're able to get Axel Baratheon to let go of his sword, though Val also makes sure it stays in her tent within her sight at all times. From there, they also remove his armor as well. Jon Snow names it Valyrian steel, which is apparently a mystical metal of some sort. The Crow sounds absolutely shocked that something was able to punch through it. But then, he also seems shocked that Axel was injured by anything as well. Mance visits at some point to get an idea of what's happening. His jaw is clenched, and his eyes are wide and wild as he stares at the state of Axel. Val can tell his mind is also racing about the implications of this. If the Kneeler King dies on them, they're completely and utterly fucked. Their only option will be to take the wall by force and flee south through all the Kneeler lands as fast as they can. Val can see Mance considering whether or not to kill Jon Snow then and there and start plotting the destruction of the Night's Watch to save their people. Their eyes meet at one point, and Val shakes her head. Not yet. Not while Axel Baratheon still drew breath. In the end, Mance tilts his head in silent acknowledgement, his own eyes very clearly demanding a promise from her. The moment Axel dies, she will make sure he knows. Val nods her wordless agreement to this unspoken command and watches as Mance slips out of the tent, probably to put out some of the fires caused by Rattleshirt's demise. Val, meanwhile, stands watch and waits. She waits for Axel Baratheon, their last hope of survival, to die and seal all of their fates. And yet, to her surprise, his last breath never seems to come. Even as an hour turns into several hours, even as the Wisewomen do everything they can for the Kneeler King, Axel Baratheon continues to live. Eventually, the Wisewomen say they can do no more and depart, leaving Val with just Jon Snow, Ygritte, and Tormund still in her tent. Getting Tormund to leave is easy enough. Snow, and by extension Ygritte, are going to be a lot harder. But then, Val has some private questions for the Crow anyways. He should be dead, Snow. How does he still live? John grimaces, staring down at Axel's body as his chest rises and falls. The wound has been packed and bandaged by the Weiss women, but the Kneeler King's face is pale and his skin is as cold as ice. The massive wound going all the way through him. There's no way he survives it. Right. I don't know if he can die. My sister told me about it, how he burned for a week straight. It wasn't normal fire either. There's this thing down south called wildfire. It produces green flames that burn for unnaturally long periods of time. They don't go out so long as they still have a fuel source, I think. Taking a breath, still staring down at his king, John continues. Wildfire is what killed the king's father and his true-born sons. His grace was actually Robert Baratheon's bastard, and was only elevated to the throne because Robert and both his sons, Joffrey and Tommen, burned to death in a wildfire explosion. Val frowns, humming as she takes this in. The king, though, when one of his enemies used wildfire against him later on, it didn't work. He didn't die. Instead, he burned for 7 days and 7 nights. And when the green flames finally came to a close, when the wildfire finally stopped consuming his flesh, he was whole again. Looking her in the eye, Jon Snow clenches his jaw and purses his lips. He won't die, he can't die, he'll survive even this. We just need to give him some time. Well, that worked for Val. Then leave, go and get some rest. If your king isn't going to die, you have nothing to worry about. He will still be here in the morning. Of course, the crow doesn't like hearing that. What? No, I can't. I have to stay by his side, I have to. In a flash, Val's bone knife is in her hand, cutting Snow off. This is my tent, Crow, and I do not sleep in my tent with men I do not approve of. Unless you consent to me gelding you here and now, you will leave. I suppose, given your oaths, you might not care if I take your cock and balls from you. As anticipated, that ultimatum gets Ygritte involved. Grabbing Jon by the arm, the other free folk woman gives Val a sharp nod as she begins pulling him towards the exist. The crow, meanwhile, is too busy getting flustered and stammering about how he would never try to force himself on anyone to really stop the redhead from doing so. In moments, Val is left alone, with Axel Baratheon. Looking at him, she sighs and shakes her head. A man who couldn't die? What was he then? Unkillable. But if Axel Baratheon was supposed to be this invulnerable monster, what the fuck had happened to him? Val hated how she was beginning to hold out hope that he might survive long enough to tell her. Chapter 111, The Seven. Awaken, champion. The first thing Axel Baratheon notices when he wakes up is that there's no pain. The second thing he notices is that he's not really awake at all. Not unless he's dead and this is supposed to be his afterlife. All around him, he sees nothing but a white void. And when he looks down, he doesn't seem to have a body either, hence the lack of pain from his recent injury. Maybe he is dead after all. You are not dead, you are merely unconscious. Looking forward, Axel finds himself face to face with nothing in particular. Yet somehow, he intuitively knows exactly who and what he's speaking with. The Seven. Yes, we understand you have been hoping to have a conversation with us for some time. We took this opportunity to reach out to you, knowing you had many questions for us. We hope to provide answers where we are able. Well, they weren't wrong. He did have a lot of questions. But Axel has to admit he can't focus on anything but the present. What just happened between him and that White Walker? It consumes him. The Night King, he is the Great Other's champion, as you are ours. So they did claim him as their champion. Given they'd helped him with deaneries, Axel supposed it made sense. But back to this Night King, what in the world was that scream? Why had it hurt so much? The Night King took advantage of an unknown weakness to both you and us. No doubt he did so at the behest of the Great Other. The same physiology that allows you to fly also leaves you vulnerable to certain high-pitched sounds. If we had known ahead of time, we might have been able to protect you. As it was, we were only able to assist in a limited capacity. The voice, the melody in the back of his head, they'd been with him then. He really was their champion all along then, huh? All of this power came from them. No. What? A jolt goes through Axel's non-being at the immediate rebuke. Your power is your own, champion. Your strength, your speed, your power. All of it comes naturally to you. We name you our champion not because we had a hand in creating you or empowering you, but because you are the most powerful being to ever claim us as your gods. Before you came along, we were powerless to interfere." Axel would blink at that if he had eyes. They were powerless, but they were the seven who are one. They were literal divinity. How could they possibly be powerless? To understand that, you must first understand the history of this world. 8,000 years ago, the long night came. Eternal winter arrived from the frozen north. The Great Other sent his children along with ice and snow and terrible, dark magics that allowed them to command and control all they slew. The children of the forest and the first men united in order to drive the others back with flame and dragonglass. He mentally twitches at that, filing away the mention of both dragonglass and flame as weaknesses to the others. Fire made sense, but dragonglass, he never would have guessed it. The long night ended with the battle for the dawn. The Great Other was defeated when his forces annihilated and he himself left without power. However, it did not come without a cost. The children of the forest were decimated, and the gods of Westeros at the time, those that you would call old gods, gave everything they had to shield their followers from the Great Other's evil. In the end, a great working was raised in the form of your wall, a monumental fortification of ancient magics. Not just mortal magics, but divine as well. The old gods were the seven saying what Axel thought they were saying. Yes, the old gods have not truly existed in a divine sense for the past 8,000 years. Only fragments of their power and will remain behind in their heart trees. There is no mind behind them, though. No divine intelligence remains to direct those slivers of ancient intent. So that explained why the old gods hadn't made a play on his life like the drowned god or the Lord of Light, Axel supposed. They quite literally couldn't because they weren't really around anymore. Oof, Sansa and her family weren't going to like hearing that. Maybe he just wouldn't tell them. In the end, when the wall was finished, it drained the magic from the lands to its south. The construction sucked up all the power that it could, including divine power. This left the continent you know as Westeros as the equivalent of a desolate wasteland to entities such as us. Wait, really? That causes Axel to do another mental blink. He didn't think of Westeros as anywhere near a desolate wasteland. It was a beautiful place of many different and diverse environments, was it not? But then, the seven were likening it to a desolate wasteland only for the divine. So then, why had they ever came here in the first place? Why indeed? Our exodus here was not by choice. 6,000 years ago, 2,000 years after the battle for the dawn, we suffered a major defeat at the hands of our enemies across what you refer to as the Narrow Sea. As a consequence, we were stripped of much of our power and forced into the divine wasteland that Westeros had become. This was considered a death sentence by our triumphant foes, but we were not ready to lay down and die just yet. That wasn't how the histories said it went. Everything he'd been told and everything he'd read said that the Andals came over to Westeros as conquerors, traveling across the sea and taking over most of the southern half of the continent from the first men who had been there first. We pushed for our followers to make the journey to Westeros with the last scraps of our power. We pushed for them to set down roots and build new homes in the place we'd been exiled to. And we pushed for them to build places of worship, temples to our names that could be used to strengthen us and keep us from falling into obscurity. Then again, if that were the case, then why was there no Andal Empire over on Essos? The hills of Andalos, where the Andals were said to originate from, shared nothing in common with the Andals of Westeros. Not a single trace of their culture, or worship to the Seven, remained on Essos. It lined up with what the Seven were telling him right now, Axel supposed. Unfortunately, it was not enough. In a place as desolate and unfriendly to the divine as Westeros, our followers and their worship were not enough. Enough to sustain us, yes, but not enough to empower us. Only enough to keep us alive for a time. Oh, they certainly seem to be a lot more than living now. Our enemies considered this fitting when they realized what had happened. They knew even if we could survive indefinitely, that one day the Great Other would return. They expected us and all of Westeros to fall to the Great Other and his armies while acting as the early warning for the rest of them to heed. Bait, they were essentially being used as bait. A barely breathing, unmoving body set out before the great beast's lair so that when it finally exited hibernation and began to eat, the screams would alert everyone else that it was awake again. An apt description. Yes, our enemies saw no reason to move to finish us off when we seemed to pose no further threat to them. Until now. Until you, champion. Him. Indeed, only when you came along and started worshipping us did we begin to receive more energy. Enough to do more than just survive. Enough to begin to act, if in small ways here and there. It is your faith, your belief in us, that gave us the strength to help you where we could. This terrified the remnants of our ancient enemies who exiled us to Westeros in the first place. The one you know as the Lord of Light was one of them. That was paradoxically difficult and easy to believe. On the one hand, it lined up with everything Axel had observed so far. On the other hand, it sounded utterly ridiculous. If all of their followers, hundreds of thousands if not millions of Andals, couldn't empower them with their worship, how did one man, even as powerful as he was, equate to enough on his own? Because you are no mere man, champion. Your father was one of ours, there is no doubt about that. But your mother came from the stars. You yourself are starborn, champion, and that comes with more power than you can ever imagine. Starborn? Fuck, every answer they gave him only prompted more questions. But no, he needed to focus. He needed to ask the right questions. Or rather, the most time-sensitive questions. What was happening out in the real world right this moment? Was the Night King and his army of corpses on the move? Were they bearing down on Axel while he lay somewhere, wounded and unconscious? The last thing he remembered was the wildlings. He'd instinctively flown to their camp and he thinks he killed someone. But the Seven have already said he's not dead. Do not fret, champion, there is still time. Just as our other enemies moved too fast, so too has the great other as well. He has sent forth his champions and his armies too early. The wall could not stand forever, the power that built it had to eventually run out. But it has not run out just yet. The wall could not stand forever. That was a chilling thing to hear. But then again, the massive fortification was already 8,000 years old. It will take months more for the Night King to force his way through the dregs of the wall's magic. Months for you to recover, months for you to rally your armies and prepare for battle. To the great other, these months are nothing but the blink of an eye. His folly is not understanding what you, champion, have proven yourself capable of accomplishing in the span of mere months. Months that wasn't the worst news, Axel supposed, though it did put him in a race to the finish. Every moment was precious and he couldn't just spend it all here, in his mind, talking to his gods. He needed to wake up. He needed to get moving. It will do you no good, we're afraid. You are still gravely wounded, and those trying to help you have used medicines that will leave you delirious and barely capable of stringing two thoughts together in the waking world. Axel would be the judge of that. He could handle a little chest wound, and he was immune to poisons as well, so what were some wildling drugs going to do to him? No, he needed to wake up. Now. It's very well. Suddenly he's awake. Suddenly, the pain is back. Val finds herself tending to the Kneeler King's wound and trying not to admire his impressive physique too much. It's been 2 days now since he'd crashed into the snow and taken off Rattleshirt's head. 2 days in which the free folk Weisswomen had said he was getting neither better nor worse. Enough time for them to start teaching her some things so they didn't have to move their old bones across the camp to her tent every few hours to do the work themselves. Everything Val knew about injuries said that Axel Baratheon should already be dead at this point. Even as she unpacks his wound and then repacks it, she wonders if there's any real hope for his survival. He hasn't woken up in all this time either, forcing them to drip water and mush into his mouth and massage his throat until he swallows it so he doesn't die from starvation or thirst. It was all so damn hopeless. He was. Val's eyes widen as she's caught off mid-sentence by a hand suddenly gripping her wrist. Her head snaps up from his wound to look right into the Kneeler King's striking blue eyes. Except, they're glassy and glazed over right now. He looks at her, but it's clear he's not all there. Though that doesn't stop him from mumbling. Beautiful. Swallowing as heat rises to her cheeks, Val wonders if she should call for the crow. She can't exactly go and get him right now, not with Axel Baratheon holding her wrist in an iron grip that she knows she cannot escape without breaking bone. But Jon Snow is probably nearby, so if she calls out, he might hear her. Then again, raising her voice might also startle the Kneeler King laid out in front of her. And given what he'd done to Rattleshirt, she didn't necessarily want to do that. Not that Val was afraid. If anything, she found such violence rather arousing. "To make you my woman, if you want." Val blinks owlishly. In the end, though, she can't help herself. "Yes, I'll be your woman. All you have to do is claim me." Smart, not in the slightest, and she knows it. Fuck, what if he tried to claim her right here on the spot while he was half dead? But Val can't help herself. And, in the end, it seems to be the right call. The Kneeler King's lips curl up into a bright, sunny smile at her easy agreement. It's a very nice smile. Val can't help but think to herself. Unfortunately, a moment later he passes out again, his moment of strength leaving him and his hand falling away from her wrist, allowing her to continue tending to his terrible wound. As she finishes repacking the hole in his chest, Val purses her lips together. The crow will be happy to hear that his king has woken up, if only for a moment. But Val can't help wondering if it's still just a false hope in the end. It would be nice to be his woman, though, she finds herself thinking. She liked what she'd seen after all, before he'd gone and got himself impaled by something. Coming back to consciousness in the white void, Axel can't help but feel frustration, especially as his scant memories of waking up in the real world slip through his fingers like a particularly murky dream. He thinks he remembers someone tending to his wound, but beyond that, nothing. And while he knows it's irrational, Axel also can't help but be a little angry at the Seven for being right about him being gravely wounded and too delirious to wake up just yet. It was just so damn frustrating. Couldn't they just use some of that power his worship had given them to heal him up already? Unfortunately, it is not that simple. We have been using everything we have to help you in what ways we can for some time now, but we are still terribly limited. Oh, how so? The first time we were able to support you directly was when you burned. We are sure that you noticed the unnaturalness of burning for 7 days and 7 nights. Yes, actually. Axel could indeed acknowledge how utterly baffling that was. So they'd saved his life then? They'd kept the wildfire from consuming him entirely. No, you would have survived the wildfire on your own merits if we had not intervened. Indeed, you would have stopped burning after 2 or 3 days if not for our interference. If Axel had eyes, they would be narrowed right now. While he appreciated the honesty, he now found himself wondering exactly how the Seven were claiming to have helped him when they were actually admitting to making sure he burned longer. If we had not interfered, you would have been left scarred, disfigured, and permanently hairless. Your body would have survived and you would have eventually healed, but you would have been reduced to a mass of ruined flesh, in constant pain for the rest of your days. So, we stepped in and redirected the wildfire's flames, nudging them with what little power we had at the time and turning them towards something more rejuvenating. By utilizing the symbolism of having you burn for 7 days and 7 nights, we were able to leave you completely unblemished and stronger than ever before. You helped in your own way by instinctively going to our place of worship and kneeling before one of our statues. All right, all things considered, that was pretty good. They'd done him quite the favor there, and Axel could admit he appreciated their help. But Baelish's assassination attempt was many months ago at this point. Surely, they'd gained even more power and influence since then, right? Indeed, we did not have to intervene whatsoever when it came to the drowned god's champion and his sea monster. You were able to handle the threat posed by those enemies all by yourself, giving us more time to marshal our strength until it was necessary again. Unfortunately, it was still not quite enough when the time finally came. Not quite enough. Axel narrows his eyes, curious what they mean by that. The servant of our lore, the one you know as Melisandre. We sought to obfuscate her visions of the future, to hide Westeros from her gaze so that you might trap her and her pawn down in the south as you initially intended. Unfortunately, we failed. She was able to peer through in the end regardless of our efforts, though it was enough to crack her veneer and turn her dragon pawn against her, thankfully. That actually made a lot of sense. Daenerys had mentioned to Axel at some point how haggard Melisandre had begun to look as they approached Westeros, and how it had ultimately been part of what allowed Daenerys to begin questioning the Red Priestess. The Lord of Light was nothing but a minor deity 6,000 years ago, when we were first exiled from the lands across the sea. He was but a servant to the gods of the Valyrian freehold. But after the doom came and wiped them from the world as surely as the old gods of Westeros, he was able to grow his power all the more and become quite the formidable foe indeed. Axel would clench his jaw if he had one right now. He still had a promise to keep where the Red God was concerned. One day, he would go to Essos and he would destroy every temple to the Lord of Light that he could find. By the time he was done, there would be nothing left of Arlor's worshippers. This is a just cause, and one we will wholeheartedly support you on, our champion. Fortunately, the Lord of Light has overstepped. Just as we did not have the power to reach out across the sea and fully obfuscate the eyes of his priestess as we wanted to, he did not have the power to reach over to Westeros, not with us renewed as we are. Oh, now that sounded interesting. Fortunately, the Seven were happy to explain. If it were not for your worship empowering us, the Lord of Light would have faced no opposition here on Westeros. Through his Red Priestess, he could have done anything he wanted. But with the death of the one you know as Melisandre and his champion turning her back on him, we had an opportunity. In trying to destroy Daenerys Targaryen for her betrayal, Arlor overstepped and wasted much of his power in those final moments before we intervened and cut him off at the last possible second. Well, shit. Indeed, you do not need to worry about the Lord of Light or his followers traveling to these lands anytime soon. He took quite the blow when we welcomed our lost dragon daughter back into our warm embrace at your urging. He lost everything he'd poured into his champion when we stopped him from accessing her and made sure that her power would remain her own. Axel was going to choose to believe they were telling the truth about all of that. In the end, it wasn't like he had a better option at this point. And looking back, everything they'd said so far seemed to line up with what he'd experienced. They really had been helping him for longer than he'd known. Although, something they'd said before sticks in his mind even now. What did it mean for him to be starborn? What did it mean that his mother came from the stars? Were they saying his mother was a goddess? Was he some sort of half-god? No, to be starborn is to be from beyond this world. Your mother was not a goddess, but nor was she within our domain. She came to this world from the empty expanse above, a place commonly believed to be nothing more than an abyss in which nothing can survive. And yet when we finally traced back your origins, we discovered that she arrived from that very same abyss. And it was to that abyss she returned when she left you with your father. Damn, Axel thought he'd heard and seen it all by this point, but they were talking about something beyond the world. The empty dark of the night, only kept from being pitch black by the stars spread throughout its canopy. That was where his mother had descended from. That was where half of him came from. No wonder he was fucking weird. He really wasn't entirely human. Hell, for all he knew, he might actually be half demon after all, or even something worse. You are not anathema, our champion. Even desperate as we were, we would not have taken your offerings and accepted your worship if your heritage was something we could not countenance. Still, you should know now that in all the history of our existence, we know of only one other entity that came from the abyss above our world. Again, he'd be narrowing his eyes here if he had them. Who were they talking about, exactly? The Great Other. He and his servants are no more of this world than your mother. But while she came and went after producing you, he has stayed. Even in the wake of his failure to subjugate this world with his armies, he has remained in the frozen north, carefully marshalling his power for a second attempt. Axel had to admit, being told that his mother shared company with the greatest evil that the world had ever seen was a little disconcerting. But the Seven had already said that he was not anathema, right? So. Indeed, neither you nor your mother were cut of the same cloth as the Great Other. In fact, we have come to believe that without you, any permanent victory against the Great Other and his servants would be doomed. You, starborn as you are our greatest opportunity of finishing the Great Other off once, and for all and not just sending it into dormancy for another 8,000 years. Right, no pressure. There was just one problem with them pinning all of their hopes on Axel. How was he supposed to get up and make use of the handful of months he had left if he was laid out on death's door? The Night King was draining the magic from the wall and destroying the barrier holding the army of dead back right this fucking moment. Axel needed to heal up, but he'd felt like he was in just as much pain as before. It was one of the few things he actually remembered from his short stint awake. The champion of the Great Other used a most terrible weapon on you, we're afraid to say. By all accounts, you should already be dead. The magic of the crystal spear is such that any living thing struck by one is meant to lose their vitality in moments, sucking them dry of all remaining life force until they are just another corpse to be commanded by the great other servants. Well, that didn't fucking sound good. You, however, are starborn. We do not fully understand what you are capable of, only that your unique physiology is allowing you to fight the effects of the spear to a standstill. With the weapon removed, you may even heal from the wound on your own in time. But as you said, we do not have the time to wait. Oh. We have already called upon the one that can help you heal from this predicament. They cannot fly as fast as you, though, so it will take some time for them to arrive. Not much longer now, though, we expect. Who are they even talking o? Oh. Chapter 112, Soren. Dipping down below the clouds once more, Daenerys finally sees the wall in the distant horizon. Rather than feel relieved, however, her heart only races all the harder in her chest, pounding away like it wants to rip itself straight out of her ribcage. At the same time, exhaustion is causing her to start to droop a bit yet again. Feeding more power into Drogon and cycling it back through herself to keep her eyes from drifting shut, Daenerys urges the massive black dragon forward, even as she grinds her teeth together. She had never really understood how big Westeros truly was, but having been flying the length of it for a day straight now, Daenerys had a new appreciation for the continent's size. Still, she couldn't stop. They couldn't stop. Not until she was at Axel's side and healing him. Not until she'd confirmed that he was even still alive after the premonition that she'd received. Axel. Daenerys had come awake with a shout, the king's name on her lips as she bolted up in the bed she'd been sharing with Missandei. It was the middle of the night, but of course her handmaiden and lover was just as much of a light sleeper as she was. Why, Daenerys, what's the matter, what's wrong? She'd already been throwing the blankets off of herself and rising to her feet by the time the question hit her ears. Grabbing the closest thing to toss over her head and make herself halfway decent, she'd looked back at Missandei with wide, horrified eyes. It's Axel, he's wounded. Dying maybe, I have to go to him, I have to help him. Missandei might have tried to say something in response if Daenerys hadn't already been out the door a moment later. All thought of Axel's last instructions to her had gone out the window the moment that she'd had her dream. In it, she'd seen Axel get hurt. She'd felt his pain and agony as though it were her own. And she'd heard voices telling her that Axel needed her, that she was the only one who could help him. Needless to say, the Kingsguard were not been amused by Daenerys' demands to be allowed to see the queens at such a late hour, especially when Sansa and Aerion were both so far into their pregnancies. Fortunately, the two had taken to sleeping in the same bed in Axel's absence, and Daenerys had not been quiet in her panic and frustration. Valyrian steel was almost drawn on her, but before things could escalate to that point, the door to the royal bedchambers had opened, and Queen Sansa had poked her head out to ask what was going on. From there, she'd had the Kingsguard stand down so that she and Queen Aerion could hear Daenerys out. She'd feared they wouldn't believe her, even as she told them what she'd dreamt. She'd feared they might forbid her from going, and then Daenerys would be trapped, forced to choose between listening to the voices and helping Axel, or obeying the highest authority in his absence. Luckily, that had not come to pass. Once she'd explained herself, and even confessed that she suspected the message to have come from the Seven themselves, Axel's queens had conferred among themselves for a moment before coming to a decision, one that Sansa had executed on. Lord Commander. My queen. Have two of your fellows gather some supplies for Lady Daenerys here. Have two more go ahead to the dragon pit to let them know that the lady will be going on a late-night flight. As you say, your grace. Sansa had then turned to Daenerys, her eyes ice cold as she stared at her intensely. Go and get properly attired. You'll do Axel no good if you're half dead from exposure when you finally make it up there. Daenerys swallowed down the instinctive protest, feeling like there was no time. But no, Queen Sansa was right. Just before she could scurry away, however, Queen Aerion had stepped out into the hall and taken hold of Daenerys' shoulders. Go and help him, Daenerys. Make sure he comes back to us okay. The trust behind that order had hit Daenerys like a hammer to the chest, but she'd managed to nod in agreement until the Dornish queen had let her go. From there, everything was a blur. Missandei had helped her dress in proper attire for riding on dragon back, and 2 of the Kingsguard had shown up at her chamber door with a supply pack. From there, they'd escorted her to the dragon pit, where Drogon was already unchained and saddled for the excursion. Daenerys had mounted up and been off in 15 minutes, flying out of King's Landing hours before the first rays of sun hit the morning light. She turned herself northward and pushed every ounce of power she could into Drogon's wings and furnace of a chest. And then they'd flown. But would they be fast enough? Daenerys had received no further communication from the Seven since her dream, though to be fair, she also hadn't slept in over a day either. She couldn't afford to stop, so she'd handled her and Drogon's need for food and water by simply cycling the energy between them, keeping them both topped off for a while longer. Would such a tactic last forever? No, of course not, but they had to move, they had to keep going, and of course, they had to at least try and avoid being seen. Technically, neither queen had told Daenerys to avoid causing a panic, but she wasn't an idiot. She understood full well that if anyone saw a dragon as massive as Drogon flying overhead, they would be terrified out of their minds, whether they be lords or smallfolk. It probably hadn't even been long enough for every corner of Westeros to hear about her defeat and subsequent taming, after all. That's why most of the trip, Daenerys had kept Drogon above the clouds, using them as cover from the ground below and only diving down every once in a while to make sure that they were still going in the right direction. As the sun had risen, it had been a rather beautiful sight, making her feel like she was flying over a veritable ocean of white. Slowly, the sun had moved across the sky, until ultimately setting again. Now it was nighttime once more, and Daenerys found herself closing in on the wall. Would she have preferred to come in during the day to not appear as threatening? Perhaps. Was she going to wait for the sun to rise again and risk Axel's life? Fuck no. Passing over the top of the wall, Daenerys immediately sends Drogon into a dive down the outward-facing portion of the 700-foot-tall structure. Fortunately, it's not too hard to spot what must be the wildling encampment pressed up against the side of the wall. Too many torches to be anything else. She's not sure how exactly she knows that Axel is with the wildlings instead of the Night's Watch, but she can feel it in her soul that she's almost to him if she just keeps going on her current path. Any detour, any distraction could cost them everything. She cannot stop, she cannot hesitate, and she definitely can't second-guess herself. Of course, as Drogon comes in for a landing, there are shouts of anger and fear and plenty of scurrying and retreating. Daenerys is careful to keep Drogon from squishing anyone, but beyond that she can't bring herself to care about propriety right now. Axel Barethon, I am here for Axel Barethon. Where is the king? Drogon lets out a roar to back her up, clearly feeling her frantic energy and panic through their bond. Wildlings surround them in a loose, very wide circle, weapons held at the ready but nobody foolish enough to strike the first. Daenerys' hand comes up, claws manifesting as she catches an arrow out of thin air with a snarl. Scratch that, somebody was foolish enough. Though when she looks to where it came from, the archer in question looks pale-faced and stupefied, clearly not having meant to loose the projectile. As such, rather than throw it back into their throat, Daenerys scoffs and snaps the arrow one-handed before leaping down from Drogon's back and standing tall. Claws and horns manifest as her eyes blaze with orange power. I am not here to fight you. I am not here to kill any of you. I ask again, where is the king of Westeros? There's a heavy pause, and then eyes start sliding over to one tent in particular. At the same time, a blonde wildling slips out of the tent. Clad in all white, her jaw is clenched, and there's a pale white bone knife in her hand. Her eyes widen at the sight of Daenerys and her dragon, before hardening as her nostrils flare upon Daenerys moving in her direction. Who are you? What do you want? She looks ready to defend her tent even against certain death. If Axel is in there, Daenerys will cut her down to get to him. But, at the same time, Daenerys tries to restrain herself. She tries to hold back her initial monstrous instincts. Axel would caution temperance. He would ask her to try talking first. I am Daenerys Targaryen, mother of dragons, breaker of chains, and loyal servant to King Axel Barethon, ruler of the 7 kingdoms. I am here to help my king, and if you stand in the way of that, I will not hesitate to cut you down. There's a long, pregnant pause as the wildling woman stares at her for a moment. Before finally, she nods sharply and steps aside. He's inside, it's not good. Daenerys just grunts and moves past her, purpose in every step. That's why I'm here. Of course, when she finally gets a good look at Axel, some of her confidence does desert her. She'd known he was going to be injured. She'd felt his pain and agony through the vision the Seven had sent her, somehow. But all of that was nothing compared to seeing him in the flesh like this. Pale and clammy, looking like death warmed over, weaker than she's ever seen him before, Axel Baratheon seems like a step away from breathing his last breath. And all because of the wound in his chest. Hurrying forward, Daenerys drops to her knees at Axel's side, staring in horror at the savage medicine used to try to heal him. They'd packed the fucking wound with what looked like dirt of all things. Her claws quickly rip away blood-soaked bandages and scoop out the wildling medicine, only for the blonde from before to appear at her side and start screeching. What are you doing? The Weiss women say that's the only thing keeping him alive. Daenerys shoots her a simple glare and scoffs. The only reason she doesn't tear out the bitch's throat on the spot for distracting her is that it seems she's been caring for Axel all this time. I'm here now, the king no longer has need for your primitive methods. Before the wildling woman can respond to that, Daenerys is already lifting up a hand and calling upon her power. Immediately, a golden glow emits from her hand and onto Axel's flesh as her other hand continues to clean out the wound. The hole goes all the way through him, much to Daenerys' horror. Whatever had managed to pierce his impervious flesh had gone through his chest, through a lung, and all the way out his back. Fuck, they were lucky that whatever weapon did this hadn't pierced his heart, just a couple inches further center end. Slowly, the flesh begins to heal. Slowly, the wound begins to fill in with actual blood and organs, and other things that are supposed to be there instead of dirt, and whatever the fuck else they'd packed his injury with. From the side, the wildling who had apparently been watching over him watches in shocked silence. Daenerys can't help but feel a little smug, even as she pumps as much energy as she possibly can into Axel. Maybe this was her destiny. Maybe this was what she was truly given this power for. Daenerys had to admit she liked that a lot better than what Melisandre and the Lord of Light had wanted from her. Finally, Daenerys pulls her hands back. Axel is completely healed, and she finds herself swaying a bit from exhaustion. That had taken almost everything she and Drogon had left to pull off. Who are you? Daenerys snorts derisively as she shoots the wildling woman a distinctly unimpressed look. Hadn't she already said? Though, there was one thing she'd left out, wasn't there? Smiling softly down at Axel, Daenerys chuckles to herself. I'm his woman, and that's all I need to be. There's a pause as she basks in the moment, even slipping her hand into one of Axel's own and intertwining her fingers with his. And then, WL so am I. The wildling bitch just has to go and ruin it. Shooting the blonde an angry glare, Daenerys growls. Excuse me. I am Val of the Free Folk, and your king asked me to be his woman while I was tending to him these past days. He asked me, and I said yes. All he has to do now is claim me. Daenerys' mouth opens and closes before ultimately she just works her jaw for a little while. She wants to call the woman a liar, but frankly, that sounds so much like Axel that she can easily believe he would do something like that, especially seeing how it was eerily similar to her own recruitment. Fuck, I did say that, didn't I? Axel's voice suddenly cuts through Daenerys' anger like a hot knife, causing her to whip back around even as his fingers close over hers, and he squeezes her hand in his. My king, you're awake. Daenerys ignores how the wildling woman, this Val character, moves to Axel's other side. She only has eyes for the king right now, even as he groans and shifts a bit on the furs he's laid out on. Yeah, I'm awake. And that's thanks to you, Daenerys. You saved me, thank you. Pride swells in her chest, as Daenerys blushes hard in the face of such praise. Oh, of course, your grace. The Seven sent me to you. I apologize for not being able to stay at my post in King's Landing, though. I will take any punishment you see fit for that. Axel just rolls his eyes at her and grins, making it clear that Daenerys is going to have to figure out her own method of self-flagellation to make up for leaving his queens undefended. Then, He looks over to Val, who tenses up as his gaze falls upon her. "And you, Val, I have you to thank for helping to keep me alive until Daenerys could reach me. So thank you, truly." Val just grunts, averting her gaze and fighting a blush of her own as Daenerys glares at her. "And you are right. I did ask you to be my woman in a moment of embarrassing delirium. Still, you are very beautiful. And I will extend the offer to you again, now with the caveat that you understand what you are getting into. You see, I already have 2 queens who would come before you and multiple other concubines alongside you. You would be one woman among many, I'm afraid." Not to mention wildlings loved their freedom. A satisfied smirk begins to spread across Daenerys' face as she waits for the wildling woman to stomp away in a huff, angry at being tricked or something like that. As though she was not the one who had clearly taken advantage of Axel in his addled state. Now she was finding out that it wasn't as perfect as she thought, and so she would. "I will still accept. Claim me as your woman and I am yours." Daenerys can't help but gape for a moment before seething even as Axel looks flabbergasted. But finally, he just nods wordlessly, offering Val his other hand. As she takes it, the wildling bitch gives Daenerys a victorious smirk from across his healed body. This bitch. Chapter 113, Inspiration. "You could even claim me right now, if you wanted." Val's words hang in the air for a moment before Daenerys squawks indignantly. "What, you harlot, he just recovered from the brink of death, he needs his rest." Actually, Axel feels fine. Daenerys' healing is all-encompassing, and he's already slept for days at this point. He feels like he could do just about anything right now. More than his rest, what Axel needs to do is get a move on. However, before he can say that, he stops himself. First, because a glimpse out through the flaps of Val's tent shows him that it's currently dark out and likely the middle of the night. And second, because looking at Val and Daenerys, he realizes that both of them are the ones who actually need their rest. Daenerys had very clearly flown straight here from King's Landing and hadn't stopped even once. She was at the end of her rope, having burnt her stamina down to the nub of a candle, only to then heal him like she had. Val, meanwhile, had given up her sleep to look after him and tend to his wounds these past couple of days. He wouldn't be surprised if she had gotten less than 4 hours of proper sleep in the last 50 or so hours. They're both dead on their feet and trying not to show it. Daenerys because she wants to be useful to him even now, and Val because she doesn't want to miss out on her opportunity. Axel still doesn't fully understand why the wildling woman is so taken with him all of the sudden. Fuck, she's seen him at his absolute weakest, the closest he's ever come to hitting rock bottom. And yet, she still wants to be with him. Either way, in the end it doesn't matter. Nobody is being claimed tonight. The 2 of you are going to sleep. Both Daenerys and Val stiffen and open their mouths, but Axel cuts them off, rising from his bed and reaching for them, pulling them to him. "No arguing, this isn't a debate. Come here, both of you, rest." He pulls them down onto the furs with him, tugging Val to one side and Daenerys to the other. Both are tense as he does so, and there's a certain filthiness to all 3 of them. None have had a bath in some time after all, nor are they clad in what one could consider sleep clothes. But it doesn't matter. Axel makes them tuck themselves into the crook of his arms, holding them both close to his chest. And within moments of laying their heads down, both women are out like a light. Despite their unspoken protests, despite their reluctance, both Val and Daenerys fall asleep in seconds, their breath evening out as they slumber against him. Axel, of course, is not remotely as tired. He's not going to fall asleep so easily. In fact, he's probably not going to fall asleep at all. Still, it's much too late in the night for him to get anything done, and with months of time left before the Night King brings down the wall, they have time. Vanishing little of it, but they do have it. For now, he just lays back and stares, first at the tent ceiling, and then at Daenerys and Val, and then around the tent itself. His eyes alight upon his Valyrian steel sword after a moment, resting as it is off to the side. Val had kept the colossal-sized blade safe for him. That alone made Axel rather fond of her, truth be told. Staring at the rippling patterns in the sword's metal, Axel realizes he never did quite come up with a name for it, but he has one now. It feels right, even as it drops from his lips like a promise and a curse at the same time. A winter's end. The Night King and his White Walkers would not prevail. The Great Other would not prevail. Axel would make sure of that, and he wasn't going to let anyone get in his way. The next morning, Axel meets with Mance Raider and the other wildling leaders once more. They gather for a morning meal, and just like the last time, hundreds if not thousands of wildlings gather around, all of them watching on. Except this time around, the illusion has been broken. They've seen Axel fall. They've seen him weak and broken. The wildlings know a secret that nobody in the entirety of Westeros, save for maybe Daenerys, knows. Axel Baratheon is not invincible. Truthfully, he expects to see more derision, distrust, and suspicion on their faces. He expects them to question everything about him now that the unbeatable veneer has been washed away. Instead, he sees a lot more respect than he was expecting. You've seen them now. More than that, you've survived them. Mance Raider's voice rings out through the clearing despite having its own raspy quality to it. Axel suspects that the king beyond the wall hasn't slept much these past couple of days either. Still, his words cause a wave of shuffling and murmuring. Axel straightens up but nods all the same. Yes, I flew north for as long as it took. I found the White Walkers and their army. More than that, I found their leader, the Great Other's champion. There's some curious looks at that, causing Axel to smile grimly. Just as I am the champion of the Seven, so too is the Night King the chosen of the Great Other. He comes to destroy us, all of the living, in the name of his patron deity. You were all just unlucky enough to be the first people in his path. The wildlings whisper among themselves, though Mance just looks at Axel quietly. Axel gives him a slight nod before turning and addressing everyone around him. I found the Night King and his walkers and we fought. I was overcome. I barely escaped with my life. I could not defeat them alone. These things I cannot deny. Winter comes for us all. It comes in the form of demons and dark gods, in the form of our cherished and honored dead returning to do their bidding. If we are to defeat them, then we must band together. No matter where we come from, no matter our origins, the living must act as one. Never mind that they were wildling savages. Never mind that he was starborn, with a parent that came from the dark abyss of the night sky itself. Each and every one of them had a pulse. Each and every one of them had breath in their lungs. That was all that mattered when their enemy wished to steal that breath and turn it against them. There's a ragged cheer at Axel's words, but he is not their king, not their ruler. They are not technically his people. In the end, most eyes turn to Mance, and Mance in turn only has eyes for Axel. Finally, he speaks. You will let us through the wall then, all of us. Axel grunts, nodding sharply. I will, however there will be a cost. Mance doesn't look surprised. The wildlings watching on aren't happy though. Axel knew they wouldn't be. Perhaps he should have saved the motivational speech for after this next part, but alas, too late to go back and do it over again now. The people south of the wall, my people. They fear you. I need your help to make them see you as I see you. One of Jon's friends, the male wildling Tormund, calls out to that. And how exactly do you see us, Kneeler King? It's challenging and provocative, or at least it's meant to be. But even as others shout in support of Tormund's question, Axel just smiles. And his smile makes them all go quiet, surprisingly enough. I'll tell you what I see when I look around me. I don't see savages. I don't see a threat to my people. What I see are survivors. I see individuals and I see families. I see clans and I see tribes. I see people, the same people as my own, who have come together in the face of great adversity and remained defiant even as death itself nipped at your heels. That gets a more positive reaction. Everyone likes to be talked up after all. More wildlings than last time cheer on Axel's words. Even Tormund looks pleased by his answer. But the man also looks to Mance, and so do most others. Mance, who slowly nods even as his face remains as expressionless as ever. What do you need from us, Axel Baratheon? He thinks Mance might be on his side in all of this. The king beyond the wall was a former brother of the Night's Watch after all, and that meant he'd come from the south of the wall, lived as a kneeler himself. He likely already knew what Axel would ask for. He was giving Axel the room he needed to persuade everyone else, or perhaps the rope to hang himself. Letting out an explosive breath, Axel speaks honestly. If you are to come south with me, then you will have to kneel. The uproar is immediate, but it was to be expected. Axel shouts over the rumbling murmurs, making his voice heard. It need not be permanent, however. That gives them all enough pause to let him finish his explanation. If you are all willing to accept the customs south of the wall just for as long as you find yourself south of the wall, then we can make this work. It will be a performance of sorts. Your leaders will be named lords. Your clans and tribes will be called houses. But nothing needs to change for any of you. You will still follow your current leaders. You will be safe on the right side of the wall. The only thing that will change is that your leaders will answer to me. Looking Mance directly in the eye, Axel finishes his proposal. Bend the knee to me, Mance Raider, and I shall name you Lord Paramount of the Gift, the lands directly south of the wall. Your fellow leaders will become your lords and ladies, and all the people that follow you will be under your protection, and through you, under my protection as well. Axel had already given away some of the lands of the new gift to the mountain clans of the Vale who wanted to resettle there. However, both the gift and the new gift were massive stretches of land that were largely unsettled because they belonged to the Night's Watch and the Crown. And the Iron Throne was far, far away in the south, while the Night's Watch took no wives and fathered no children. There was plenty of room for the wildlings to settle there, and like I said, it can be temporary. It doesn't have to be permanent by any measure. The moment that the Night King is destroyed, the second that the Great Other is defeated and the lands north of the wall are safe again, you are welcome to return to your homes, to your ancestral lands. If that is your wish, I will not stop you. I will not try to keep you. And I swear to you all, here and now, that for as long as I live, I will never try to rule the lands north of the wall. That gets a mixed reaction. To be fair, it's an easy promise to make. Nothing north of the wall is worth ruling, let alone living in. And yet some are still clearly suspicious of his intentions. Others almost give off a sense that they don't want it to be temporary. Still more seem to pick up on that second group's feelings and don't look happy by the idea of letting their guard down for even a second and allowing him to split them all apart. In the end, though, as Mance Raider looks around and gauges the overall reaction of those currently watching, the king beyond the wall eventually seems to come to a positive conclusion. He nods to himself before stepping forward, his voice hardening and rising into the air as he makes himself heard. Axel Baratheon speaks true, the living must band together, and we cannot stay here. All of us knew that when we first joined together and made our way south. All of you knew that when you named me your leader. We knew we had to get past the wall to escape the others. His words hang in the air for a second before Mance shakes his head. But what then? What were we to do once we made it past the wall? Continue to flee? Run all the way south until the ocean itself stood before us and the walkers came behind us. There's some murmuring at that, though it seems more contemplative and introspective than negative. Mance turns to Axel and gives him a determined look. You intend to fight, don't you? You intend to man the wall and fight the Great Other and his champion right here. Axel straightens up and nods. I do, I will. With whoever will fight by my side, I swear I will make my stand here and defend the living, to my dying breath if necessary. He almost says something inflammatory, like offering them all ships across the narrow sea if all they want to do is flee. But he can tell that this isn't the time for provocation. Mance is building up to something, and a moment later, he shows as much when he drops to a knee right then and there in front of everyone. Then I will bend my knee and swear fealty to you, Axel Baratheon, first of his name, protector of the realm, lord of the 7 kingdoms. A hush falls over the crowd. Axel smiles and steps forward until he's properly in front of Mance. I accept your oath, Mance Raider, Lord Paramount of the Gift, Lord of House Raider. Rise and prepare to carry out your duties in my name. He offers the older man a hand and Mance takes it, standing back to his feet. And with that, it's done. Even with all that talk of Mance not really being their king and the wildlings being far freer than those in the south, everyone still falls in line. Whether that's because they're terrified of the others, they actually like the plan, or they just understand which way the wind is blowing, it doesn't matter. The other wildling leaders swear their own oaths, and Axel accepts them, naming them lords and ladies as he promised. This conversation started between the king of Westeros and a bunch of wildling savages. It ends with a whole new section of Westerosi nobility. And sure, it might turn out to be temporary. but Axel would deal with that when the butcher's bill came due. For now, only one thing mattered: protecting Westeros from the Great Other's minions. Everything else could wait. Chapter 114, Delivering the News. Creepy fucking tunnel. Heh, hey Snow, is this where we get betrayed? They gonna bury us in here. Jon rolls his eyes, knowing that Tormund is mostly just trying to calm his own nerves. The wildling man is normally so boisterous and fearless, but the long, winding tunnel that connects the north of the wall to Castle Black is clearly messing with his head a bit. Looking over, Jon just huffs. No, Tormund, I highly doubt that they're going to collapse the main tunnel on us. For one, I'm here. Tormund scoffs. Yeah, but you're half-free folk already, Snow. Hang around us much longer, and it won't matter what color your cloak is. Bristling, Jon grits his teeth and doesn't rise to the bait. For two, both the king and Lady Daenerys flew over the wall to go to Castle Black ahead of us. They're probably the main reason that the Night's Watch opened the gate in the first place and are letting us through. So long as they're on the other side to keep an eye on things, nothing is going to happen to us. Tormund doesn't look convinced, causing Jon to roll his eyes again. If the king wanted you all dead, you'd already be dead. He could have even had the dragon burn the remains so the others couldn't raise you all as whites. The deal he made with Mance Rayder is legitimate, Tormund. You can trust in that at the very least. Harsh, maybe a little, but then Jon knew by now that the free folk liked harsh. Tormund's jaw clenches, but he nods sharply all the same, clearly accepting Jon's words as the truth. To be fair, Jon means every last one. And isn't that fucking crazy? Even if it winds up being temporary, Mance Rayder is now Lord Paramount of the Gift. The free folk are going to be tasked with helping to garrison a few of the numerous empty castles along the wall. And for the first time in history, they're not really the free folk anymore. They've practically all bent the knee, even if it was only their leaders. Jon kept expecting something to happen, like a rebellion or something, but nothing big enough to reach his ears had taken place. It took them a day to pack up their camp and get ready to move out. Then, it took a day and a half to journey along the length of the wall to the main gate to Castle Black. Now here they were on the third day, and everyone seemed to actually be playing this straight. No betrayals, no backstabs, nothing of the sort. Jon could only hope it would last because the others weren't going to stop and let them get it out of their systems if they decided to fall to infighting. Axel probably wouldn't let that happen though, and honestly, despite seeing him at death's door, Jon had more respect for the king now than he did before. Not to mention, Axel almost seemed to come back stronger, if that was even possible. Light ahead. Jolted free of his thoughts, Jon looks forward, straightening up and nodding to Tormund. Ygritte wasn't nearby, unfortunately, having broken off to help some of the free folk Weisswomen instead. But she was somewhere behind them and would be through to safety soon enough. A few minutes later, they exit the tunnel and enter the courtyard of Castle Black. Already, Jon can see a train of free folk being guided out through the courtyard's open gate and down the road. Which makes sense because Castle Black is not at all equipped to handle this many people. Instead, they'll have to move out into the gift and be directed to somewhere nearby where they can settle down and set up camp again. Hopefully, it will be the last time they'll have to do so because of the others and the whites nipping at their heels, however. With the wildlings now on the other side of the wall, things were finally looking up. Jon breaks out of the free folk convoy and makes his way over to where he sees the king standing with Mance and his uncle off to the side. Benjen Stark doesn't look entirely happy with Mance's presence, but then that's not too surprising given that they'd served together before the man's desertion. Still, Jon is surprised not to see Lord Commander Mormont anywhere. Ah, there you are, Snow. Come over here, will you? The king notices him approaching and beckons him closer, so Jon double times it over to them. With a broad smile, Axel grabs Jon by the shoulder. I want this one in charge of any necessary communications between the Night's Watch and my new subjects, Lord Commander, just so that there are no misunderstandings. Jon blinks, caught off guard both by Axel assigning him such an important job, and also the fact that he's calling Benjen Lord Commander for some reason. Clearing his throat, he speaks up. Apologies, Your Grace, but my uncle is the First Ranger, not the Lord Commander. There's a pause at that, as all three men turn to John. A bit of grief spreads over Benjen's features. I'm afraid that's incorrect, John. I am the Lord Commander now. Gior Mormont passed away in his sleep over a week ago. The cold took him. Oh, John blinks, hit rather hard by the news. He and Gior Mormont hadn't necessarily been any closer than the old bear had been to other members of the Night's Watch. But even still, the Lord Commander had been like a steady rock despite his age. To hear that he was gone, not from a battle but just found dead in his sleep? Damn. After a beat of silence, Benjen clears his throat. I've had L'Oncle sent back to House Mormont on Bear Island. His uncle was now Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. It doesn't really change anything, but it's still a lot. Of course, they don't exactly have time for John to process it, or at least, Axel doesn't think they do. Right then, with that out of the way, I trust assigning Jon Snow to that role is fine, Lord Commander. Benjen slowly nods as he looks at Jon, who in turn straightens his back and tries not to slouch. Yes, I think you're right that he's the best one for the role, Your Grace, so that there are no misunderstandings, as you said. Axel smiles wickedly, and suddenly Jon wonders how much he's trying to avoid misunderstandings, and how much he's trying to push Jon into breaking his vows and betting Ygritte. Wonderful, then that's settled. Ah, if only everything we have to do to prepare was so simple. What I wouldn't give for an easy source of dragonglass to drop into my lap next. The king's words hang in the air for all of a moment before a tentative, hesitant, yet familiar voice calls out. Did you say dragonglass, why, Your Grace? Jon turns with the others to see Samwell Tarly standing nearby looking nervous. Before Jon can even decide if he should step in, Axel has already moved towards the anxious man and is towering over him. That I did, do you know something? Sam swallows, glancing to both Jon and Benjen in a bit of a panic. It's Benjen who steps forward, clearing his throat. This is one of our stewards, Your Grace, Samwell Tarly. Samwell, if you have something to say, then say it. Benjen's stern but gentle tone works wonders on Sam, prompting him to slowly nod. All right, I've been reading old records for the Night's Watch for a long time now, and I recall there being mention of the Night's Watch once receiving dragonglass from certain locations in Westeros. Axel narrows his eyes. Which locations? Your Grace? Dragonstone mostly. After all, dragonglass is just another name for what the Meisters call obsidian, a type of volcanic glass formed in, well, volcanoes, Your Grace. There's a pause for a moment as Axel chews on Sam's words, and Jon watches his friend sweat buckets despite the icy temperatures all around them. Until finally, Axel's lips curl up into a wide, wicked grin. Perfect. Without saying another word to Sam, the king turns on his heel and calls out. Daenerys. Jon had, of course, noticed the Lady Daenerys' massive dragon dominating a portion of Castle Black's courtyard earlier. And Daenerys was with it too. Someone else who was nearby, interestingly enough, was Val, the wildling sister of Mance Rayder's pregnant woman. If looks could kill, Val would be dead a dozen times over from the glares Daenerys was shooting her. But the free folk woman seemed to be doing a good job of ignoring the dragon mother. Regardless, Axel flies over the massive train of free folk moving through the courtyard and lands on the other side. Jon watches them converse for a moment before turning back to the others. He realizes then that he's home. His trip to the south has come to an end. He's accomplished all his goals by getting Ygritte and her people to safety. It's far from over, of course. The others are coming, and according to Axel, they only have months left until the wall itself might be torn down if nothing is done about their magic. Still, one step at a time, and at least Jon no longer has to deal with Axel's insanity anymore. No, he just has to somehow keep his brothers in the Night's Watch and the free folk who are settling in the gift from killing one another. Yay. After speaking with Daenerys and making a promise to Val that he would return to the wall soon, Axel lifts off of the ground again, taking one final look at just what he has wrought. Men of the Night's Watch stand to the sides and observe as the greatest amount of wildlings they've ever seen in one place make their way through the wall and out of Castle Black into the gift. It's always possible that all of this will explode in his face. He wants to believe that the wildlings can be trusted, but he's also prepared for them to ruin it. Still, Axel is confident that Mance at least wants to make this work. He expects that the former king beyond the wall and his closest followers will take care of their own problems, more often than not. They had better, because Axel has enough on his plate as is. Daenerys has orders to begin the flight down to Dragonstone, where she will unchain her other 2 dragons and begin transporting as much dragonglass as possible up to the wall as she can. She might wind up doing that for much of the next couple months, in fact. And how will those on Dragonstone know that Daenerys is not only to be trusted, but also obeyed? How will they know to start mining as much dragonglass as they possibly can even before she arrives? Well, that's where Axel comes in. No more passengers, no more hesitation, no more holding back. As both he and Daenerys rise into the air, her on the back of Drogon and him flying unaided, Axel looks over and meets his tamed dragon queen's eyes. She looks back at him and blushes lightly before giving him a submissive nod and then directing Drogon to begin flying south. Axel watches her go for a moment, and then he finally moves. In a split second, he's past her. Another second, he's breaking the very air itself as he flies. This is Axel Baratheon's true speed, and as he leaves the wall behind, he comes upon Winterfell in minutes rather than hours. Coming down in Winterfell's courtyard at least a little slowly, Axel clears his throat. "Lord Stark, your king has need of you." It takes a painfully long time for the Warden of the North to present himself, but admittedly that's only by Axel's standards. Soon enough, Ned appears out of one of the castle's exits, looking astonished by Axel's presence. Of course, the Lord of House Stark knows that Axel can fly, so he at least has an inkling of how Axel has suddenly shown up like this. "My king, what brings you to Winterfell all alone, and do you have word of my youngest daughter?" Axel winces at the mention of Arya and waves a hand dismissively. And then he decides to just bullshit up an excuse on the spot. "I know she snuck off without your permission, but she's safe and sound and keeping your eldest daughter company. My queen is getting closer and closer to giving birth. Having her sister by her side will help, or so Sansa says." That, of course, works immediately on a softie like Ned. His face immediately turns understanding, and he slowly nods. "That, of course, very well then, but what brings you here?" And so Axel tells him. He tells Lord Stark all about the threat of the others right there in the middle of Winterfell. Plenty of people are listening in, as evidenced by when Axel points out the hole punched through Valyrian steel armor by the Night King's ice spear. "Almost got me, went clean through to the other side, but I got better. Call your banners, Lord Stark. Summon your levies, Warden of the North. Winter has come, and it will take all of Westeros to see it put back in its place." Eyes wide as he stares at the hole in Axel's chestplate, Lord Eddard Stark slowly nods. It will be as you say, your grace." Axel smiles and begins to rise into the air. "Good, I know I can count on you, Lord Stark. It's everyone else that we'll have to see about." Ned opens his mouth, perhaps to question that, but Axel is already gone, whatever the other man's words might have been winding up lost on the wind. After all, the Lord of Winterfell was only Axel's first stop today. Land flies past as Axel moves faster than he's ever moved before. He feels a little bad about having Stannis write up all those letters before he left for the Wall a few days back, though they'll probably still make use of them as backup, he supposes. Still, if there's one thing that Axel knows, it's that they don't have time for letters. They don't have time for the back and forth, the disbelief, the suspicion, and the doubt. That's why Axel himself is going to travel to every major castle in Westeros and make certain that the lords of the Seven Kingdoms are getting ready for a fight. By the end of today, all of Westeros will be preparing for war. And if they aren't, they'll have to answer to him. Chapter 115, Succession. A scream of agony rips its way out of Sansa's lips. She'd thought she knew pain. She'd thought she knew suffering. But this was beyond anything she could have imagined. "You're okay, Sansa. You're doing so well, just keep pushing, okay." Through hazy eyes, Sansa looks over at her fellow queen and lets out a snarl. "Easy for you to say, you haven't popped yet." Aerion bites her lower lip at that, her hands running over her own gravid belly. Both of them are so fucking fat at this point, Sansa can't help but think rather deliriously. Or no, not fat. Axel wouldn't want her to call them fat, but by the 7 are they pregnant. Only Arian is still a couple weeks away supposedly. Sansa, though, the baby is coming, right now. The Grand Maester and his assistants are here, along with half a dozen septas and a bunch of other people besides. Arian is seated halfway across the room, present but not too close to the action given her own condition. Meanwhile, "You really are doing well, my queen, so well." Sansa's eyes flicker over to the woman who is beside her, Margaery Tyrell. The Rose of Highgarden has a smile on her rather pale face, but it's not exactly reaching her eyes at the moment. Probably because Sansa currently has Margaery's hand in a death grip, squeezing the hell out of it whenever the pain gets to be too much. Which, at this point, is pretty much all the time now, and fucking good. Let someone else experience a fraction of her pain. Fuck, childbirth sucked, why couldn't it just be nice? Why couldn't it be as fun as the process was? Scowling suddenly, Sansa leers at Margaery, leaning forward as much as her current state will let her. "You're next, Margaery." Her lady-in-waiting blinks owlishly at that. I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. I'm next for what?" Sansa grins viciously. Margaery probably thinks she's just delirious, which to be fair she is, but also, she's dead serious. You're next for this. I'm going to have Axel fill you with his cum until your womb is fit to burst. You're going to bear his child and feel this agony just the same as I am right now." Margaery blanches at that. Arian sighs. Everyone else involved is smart enough not to say anything or comment on the conversation. Good, they're not important. Dropping back into her pillows, Sansa lets out a sigh as she stares at the ceiling above her head. The worst part about this wasn't the pain, truth be told. No, the worst part was that Axel wasn't here. Oh, Sansa got it, of course. It had been several weeks now since Axel had decided to fly up to the wall and assess the situation himself. Several weeks since he'd then subsequently returned to King's, landing with a hole in his armor and extremely grim tidings. Not just any armor either. A hole in Valyrian steel armor. Through both sides. Now, there was no damage to Axel himself thanks to Daenerys' healing. Not even a fucking scar. But Sansa could imagine it well enough all the same from seeing the state of his armor and hearing what he'd gone through. In the end, it was one of the main reasons she'd decided she was fine with this new wildling woman that Axel had apparently claimed. And to be clear, it was not a guarantee that she would be despite her and Arian's rather casual approach to Axel's propensity for collecting concubines. Wildlings were not good people, or so Sansa had always been taught growing up, but this wasn't like with Jon where her mind was poisoned by her mother. No, everyone in the North knew how bad wildling raiding parties could be. There hadn't been a wildling army that marched on the wall in over 100 years, but that didn't stop small groups from slipping through and burning farms and pillaging villages. Sansa had grown up hearing very real tales of the North suffering at the hands of wildling savages, so when she'd found out that Axel had allowed them through the wall and also apparently claimed one of their women, she'd been leery. But in the end, he'd talked her around, just like he always did. These wildlings were a bit better by virtue of being led by a man who actually wasn't a wildling at all, but rather a deserter from the Night's Watch. They were also a little more palatable by virtue of being reasonable enough to bend the knee to Axel and submit to his authority. Sure, the only other option was certain death, but some of what Sansa knew about wildlings in general said that there were entire tribes of the savages who would gladly choose certain death over submission. And finally, when it came to Val in particular, the wildling woman had apparently protected Axel's body while he was on death's door, even having him brought to her tent so she could tend to him herself. So yes, Sansa had begrudgingly accepted the wildling woman's place in Axel's harem, even if neither she nor Arian had a chance to meet this Val yet. A fresh spasm of pain as the babe in her womb shifts about breaks through Sansa's thoughts, and another agonized scream rips its way out of her throat. She'd been doing so well for a second there, taking her mind off things, but it couldn't last forever. And indeed, as the pain gets worse and worse, Sansa can only whimper and cling to Margaery's hand while pushing with all her might and hoping it will be over soon. And then, "Sansa, we're here." Axel's voice cuts through the pain and the haze over her mind like something straight out of her wildest dreams. Sansa blinks as she looks at her husband with unseeing eyes for a moment. Then, she focuses on him and scowls. Get out. That catches him by surprise. Wobbit Sansa. No, get out. You did this to me, you bastard, you. She knows she's being ridiculous. She knows she's being irrational, but fuck it, she doesn't care at this point. It hurts so damn much and. Sansa blinks as the pain slowly begins to bleed away. She gasps as her body starts to feel a bit numb. That's bad, right? Panic clutches at her throat as she fears that this heralds the end of her life, dead in the birthing bed from her first child. Except when she finally looks down at herself. It's to see Daenerys Targaryen hovering over her with glowing hands. The same glowing hands that the former Dragon Queen has been using to heal the people of King's Landing whenever she has the time for months now. Grand Maester Marwyn stands off to the side, eyes narrowed as he watches the scene. Fascinating. Meanwhile, Axel sits next to Sansa and offers her his hand with a smile. I can still go if you want, but I can also stay, if you want. For a moment, remembering all the pain she'd been in a few moments ago, Sansa is tempted to send him out of the room anyways, out of spite if nothing else. But, no, with a huff, she slaps her hand down onto Axel's, giving it a good squeeze. At the same time, she lets go of poor Margaery, allowing the Tyrell to retreat while she tries to shake feeling back into her stark white fingers. From there things are almost too easy. Sansa lays back while Axel talks to her and Daenerys works her literal magic. And all that Sansa has to do in the end is push when she's told to push. Until finally, she feels something down below. Give. Before she can ask what's happened, an infant's cry splits the air and her child is lifted up from the bed. She's done it. She's given birth to Axel's firstborn. A healthy boy, your grace. She's given birth to Axel's firstborn son. Sansa's eyes dart over to Aerion, who smiles at her from across the room, content as can be. There's not an ounce of jealousy, envy, or anger in her fellow queen's eyes. No, Aerion is truly happy for her. Sansa smiles back before accepting her babe once he's been cleaned up and handed off to her. A healthy baby boy, a prince, the crown prince at that. Finally, she looks to Axel and hums. What should we name him? Axel looks hesitant for a moment, leaning over to stare down at their precious child with her. Well, if it's all the same to you, I'd like to call him John. Sansa hums before smiling and nodding. John it is then, hello John. He was a father. Axel could hardly believe it, but then the proof was literally in his hands. Standing there in the royal nursery a week and a half after Sansa had given birth, Axel holds John in his arms as tenderly and carefully as he's ever held anything. Meanwhile, in the cradle before him lies John's half-sisters, twin girls of Dornish descent who had come out of Aerion just a few days ago. Marwyn had postulated that the stress of watching the first part of Sansa giving birth had caused Aerion to come due a little earlier, in the end. Fortunately, he and Daenerys were there from the start of that one, all thanks to the Seven, really. They'd been the ones to nudge him back to King's Landing the moment Sansa's labor had started. Axel would have gotten there earlier, but he stopped to pick up Daenerys on the way. And he was glad he did too. Truth be told, Axel had long harbored intentions of making sure Daenerys was in the room when his queens finally gave birth. Childbirth was terrifying after all. The prospect of the women he loved dying in a manner that he could do nothing about, all to bring the life he'd seeded them with into the world. It was enough to give Axel nightmares. But with Daenerys, suddenly the fear was greatly diminished. Her healing didn't just diminish the pain of the experience immensely, after all. It also made certain that even in the worst-case scenarios, his queens would come out the other side of the birthing bed fully intact and alive. And now here he was, holding his firstborn, Jon Baratheon, crown prince of the Seven Kingdoms, while Jon's sisters Aelia and Dyria both slept. Axel's only regret was that he'd had to choose between Aerion and Asha when it came to who he could bring Daenerys to. The Seven had alerted him to both of their labors starting around the same time, and in the end, Axel had chosen to prioritize Aerion. Only afterwards, just yesterday, had Axel been able to fly to Pike and check up on Asha, as well as apologize to her. He wasn't going to keep such a thing from the woman, and he was fully prepared to have her angry at him for being willing to sacrifice her. But instead, Asha had just scoffed and held out their daughter for him to meet. Ali's Greyjay was her name, and Asha was so incredibly proud of her. It was funny because Axel had long since figured out that the Ironborn woman didn't really want to be pregnant. She just wanted an excuse to make him keep coming back to her. And yet, that all changed once she actually had her girl in her arms. But then, to be fair, Axel got it. He really, really did. With that, in the span of a week and a half, Axel had gone from childless to having 4 children. 3 was the expected number, but in the end he supposed he couldn't be surprised that Arian had twins. She had seemed a little bit larger than Sansa, but Axel would never have said so out loud. And to think it would be 1 boy and 3 girls as well. He almost wondered if the 7 had put their finger on the scales on that front, along with helping him get to King's Landing in time to help his queens with their births. His succession was secured now, after all. And while Axel was confident he would have more children going forward, both sons and daughters alike, Jon Baratheon would always be the oldest. His son, his heir. Letting out a sigh, Axel slowly sets Jon down in his cradle as he smiles gently. "Don't worry, little guy. I'm not going to let anything happen to you or your sisters. But unfortunately, I'm also not going to be able to stay. I have to go soon, to secure a future for all of you. And once I'm done, we'll all live happily ever after." The Night King was coming. The protections holding back the lion's share of his army were falling. Westeros had come together, the armies of all 7 kingdoms riding north for the wall, but nothing was certain. Nothing was guaranteed. Axel refused to fall, though. He refused to let the Great Other and his champion win. And as he departs from the royal nursery, shoulders squared and back straight, the king feels a faint whisper along his neck. The now familiar presence of the 7. His gods were with him, his people were with him, and Axel Baratheon was long past ready to bring an end to all of this. Chapter 116, Val gets plapped. Val feels like she should probably be angrier than she actually is. It's been almost 2 months since the Kneeler King said he would claim her. 2 months since Axel Baratheon told her she was his woman, and yet, he still hadn't taken her carnally. She definitely should be upset about that. After all, she's free folk. They didn't do that courting shit. They didn't dance around the issue or bother with all that getting to know each other stuff. And yet, Val finds that she doesn't mind as much as she should. It's not like they haven't talked in the past 2 months after all. Not like they haven't had plenty of interactions. Axel has been constantly on the move, flying back and forth across his 7 kingdoms like a man possessed. And yet, with how fast he moves, it doesn't stop him from spending a moment with her here and there whenever he can. It's embarrassing really how much she perks up whenever he shows up outside first her tent and then the hut that had recently been made for her at night. Not every night, not even most nights, but at least once or twice a week. And every single time, they talk, they cuddle, they do not fuck. And it's not because of his other women either, his queens. Apparently, Val had their approval, or so she'd been told. She might have been more irritated at needing the permission of some Kneeler women if it wasn't for how much she could tell that bothered the dragon rider. Daenerys Targaryen? It felt like Val had seen that woman almost as much as Axel these past 2 months. Or not quite, but still plenty. For all that there was this one-sided animosity between them, Val could easily admit that Daenerys possessed a single-minded focus. She had been using her dragons to ferry dragonglass from some island in the south up to the wall practically every single day since Axel had given her the order. Of course, Val herself was not idle either. There was no time for that. Every waking moment of every day was committed to preparing for the others. In spite of her never holding a proper title among the free folk, she had one now that Mance was a Lord Paramount, and she was his sister-in-law. They called her Lady Val more and more with each passing day, first the Kneelers and then the free folk themselves. The latter was mostly mocking at first, but with every day Val could see that changing. Less mocking, more real. And wasn't that a kick in the teeth? Maybe it was all of the supplies and resources Axel was funneling into the gift and new gift. Maybe it was that their neighbors were a lot like them, so-called savages who originally came from the mountains in the south. And maybe, just maybe it was the massive fucking wall that kept out the White Walkers and Whites, and gave the free folk the first true feeling of safety that they'd had in over a year. But whatever the real reason, the truth was, life south of the wall was good. Not just good, it was better than life in the true north had been, in every way. And while some free folk were resisting still, most were becoming more and more engaged with the new way of things. It helped that all of their leaders were still in place. Instead of chieftains and chieftainesses, they were lords and ladies now, but they were still the people. And that had made all the difference. Not that there hadn't been teething pains here and there. Incidents where people had pushed things too far. Mance had even been forced to execute a few of the worst offenders for actions that they probably would have gotten away with if they were still north of the wall. Ultimately, though, things were going well in the shadow of the wall. They'd been set up and given everything they needed to make something of themselves. And every single day, Val went out there and put her all into helping her people reach a point where they could meaningfully contribute to the defense of their new homes, even if it was all supposed to be temporary. They couldn't afford to slack off. Not with the others and their undead army coming sooner rather than later. But at the same time, Val really was reaching the end of her rope. Sure, she had a ton on her plate, and sure she wasn't as angry as she should be, but fuck. She'd waited long enough. And so when she lays eyes on Axel one day while he's talking to Mance and some of the others in their new town square, Val decides enough is enough and walks right on over. He sees her coming before she reaches him, of course. Valem and PH. But all he gets out is her name before she's grabbing him by the front of his clothing and yanking him into a deep, passionate, tongue-filled kiss. And yes, she does so in front of everyone. They can all go fuck themselves as far as she's concerned. When they finally pull apart, Val is not blushing. Definitely not. She is glaring, though, staring at Axel. "We need to talk." Axel stares back at her for a moment before snorting in amusement. He says his goodbyes to those he was talking to and lets her pull him away, all the way back to her new home. As soon as they arrive, she all but pushes him inside, even if she knows she would never be able to do so if he didn't let her. And once they're properly alone, Val doesn't bother mincing words. "Fuck me." Looking at her with some amusement, Axel raises an eyebrow. "How forward of you, no small talk." Val grunts and begins shredding her clothing. "Heard you're a father now. Congratulations. Now get your fucking cock out and fuck me." She hasn't touched another man since Axel laid claim to her. And that was incredibly uncharacteristic of her, Val has to admit. She used to treat men like toys or pets. Her last lover had been a free folk by the name of Jarl, and when he'd gone ahead and gotten himself killed a couple weeks before Axel showed up, Val honestly hadn't even shed a tear. But Axel was different. She could feel it in the very marrow of her bones. He was simply more than other men, and she had waited long enough. Val's eyes widen as Axel is suddenly upon her. She's mostly naked at that point when he seizes upon her form and pulls her into an embrace, returning the favor from earlier and kissing her deeply. She moans at that, all but melting into him, while her hands also scramble at his clothes. They're in the fucking way, but not for long. No, it's not long at all before Axel is just as naked as she is, and they're both laying down on the furs she uses as a bed. Val is on her back, of course, as she always expected she would be. It was always going to be either that or on her hands and knees, but Axel likes cuddling her, and part of that is staring her in the eyes sometimes, so Val figured it would probably be like this. His cock, throbbing and pulsating down between her thighs, presses against her core hungrily. That's okay though, because Val is just as fucking hungry too. Biting her lower lip, her heart hammering away in her chest, she looks up at Axel needily. "Don't make me beg." Axel laughs at that, his blue eyes twinkling as he nudges her with his cock. "I'm so very tempted, but you've been patient for me, haven't you? My own tamed wildling girl, waiting for this cock." Val narrows her eyes, only to let out a keening noise in the back of her throat a moment later when he slips just the first inch inside of her. Fuck, he's huge. Bigger than any other man she's ever been with. She doesn't trust herself to speak, so she doesn't, not even to deny the tamed bullshit. In the end, Axel smiles rather softly at her, and then he thrusts in. Val sees stars, her eyes widening as she's filled up right there on the spot. She's more than wet enough for it, of course, so despite his size, he has no issue sliding nice and deep into her. For a moment they're joined at the hips, the kneeler king her man, stopping briefly with all of him buried inside of her. Val shudders from the sensation and decides then and there, even if she definitely won't admit it out loud, that the wait was worth it. And then he's fucking her properly, and Val isn't thinking of much at all. As he begins to slide in and out of her with increasing speed and depth, all she can do is toss her head back and cry out as she surrenders herself to the pleasure of being one of Axel Baratheon's women. PLAP, PLAP, PLAP. It wasn't like Axel went into this relationship with the intentions of making Val wait this long before he bedded her. Early on, there just hadn't been any time. In the first week or two after Daenerys healed him, Axel had been constantly on the move. First was traveling all over Westeros and making sure everyone was on board with fighting the White Walkers, whether they liked it or not. After that, there was more travel, though, and in some cases dealing with the idiots who thought they could get away with dragging their feet behind his back. Unfortunately, Tywin Lannister wasn't one of them this time, so Axel didn't have an excuse to rip the man to shreds and forcibly install Tyrion as the Lord Paramount of the Westerlands. He was tempted to do it anyway some days, but at least on this front, the Westerlands had mobilized quickly enough that Axel could find no fault in their actions. In fact, most of the great houses had responded to his initial in-person visits by mobilizing as swiftly as possible. It was smaller noble houses that Axel found himself having to deal with personally at times as the weeks went on. But eventually, things had slowed down a bit. Much like his war against Euron Greyjoy, there was a whole lot of hurrying up and waiting for Axel after a certain point. Nobody could move as fast as he could, not even Daenerys and her dragons, so ultimately he could do nothing but bide his time and make sure everyone was on track. Around that point, Axel probably could have lent a moment towards bedding Val. But by then it had become obvious that she was yet another Ashag Rage and was trying to make him come to her, to make him want her more than she wanted him. Now, in all fairness, Axel did want the beautiful blonde wildling woman, but wanting her more than she wanted him, that was a step too far. In the end, it had become something of a game for him, a form of stress relief even as he was preparing Westeros for war. He was often up at the wall due to those preparations, so he made sure to visit Val whenever possible, just to spend time getting to know her a little better. All the while knowing that she wanted more from him, until today, when she finally decided she was going to get it. Axel smiles at the look of pleasure on Val's face as he fucks her silly right there on the furs. The way her eyes roll in her head and her tongue sticks out of her open mouth. It's a beautifully honest and thoroughly delightful expression, especially on a woman as attractive as her. And it was good to have a moment like this, especially since the reason he was back up north like this was because it was almost time. They'd done everything they could, but their enemies had not been idle. 2 months had passed, and maybe they should have had a couple more, but the Seven had let Axel know that it wouldn't be much longer than a couple days more now. It wasn't all bad news, though. Everyone was in position, and best of all, the wall would not fall. That was something Axel had been working with the Seven on throughout these past 2 months. He'd needed to know if the wall was going to physically collapse or not, because if it was, there was no point in manning it only to lose everyone in the process. But the Seven had come through for him. The magic holding back the Night King, his White Walkers, and the army of Whites would fail a little sooner as a result, but the divine foundations of the wall itself had been strengthened by the Seven who are one, meaning that the physical barrier would remain standing for the battle ahead. Not just any battle either, the second battle for the dawn. Axel didn't intend to let there be a third one. This was going to be it, all or nothing. He wasn't going to let his gods throw themselves away for another Pyrrhic victory like the old gods of 8,000 years ago, nor was he going to let the great other turn Westeros to nothing but ice and death either. As he comes deep inside of Val, filling her with his seed and making her cry out and arch her back while orgasming along with him, Axel's determination and resolve have never been stronger. They're going to win. There's no other outcome Axel will accept. Chapter 117. The end begins. Jon breathes and the air immediately turns to frost. His facial hair is also frosted over as he stands there atop the wall, staring out into the true north and standing vigil. The king has made it clear that he expects the others to attack any day now. Indeed, any hour at this point. Honestly, John didn't pretend to fully understand it. Axel had said something about the wall not just being a physical barrier, but a magical one as well. It was what had kept the others away for 8,000 years and kept them at bay these past couple of months, even after they'd managed to nearly kill the king. But no more. The magic was running out, faster now that the champion of the great other, this Night King, was apparently siphoning it. And that meant the wall had to be defended the old-fashioned way, with honest steel. Or rather, honest dragonglass. John's hand drops to the dagger of dragonglass at his side, ready just in case. Good castle-forged steel could kill a wight just the same as anything else, but if a white walker showed up, the dragonglass was the only sure thing. For a time, it had even been up in the air whether the wall itself would stay standing. But that concern had passed. The wall still stood, and the living guarded it. Every castle had been reclaimed now. Even at the height of the Night Watch's power, the entire wall had not been manned. Until now. John. Startling, he turns to see a familiar man striding up to him. His father, Lord Eddard Stark. He does his best to smile through the cold, and Ned returns it as well as he can too. Silence reigns between them for a moment before his father reaches out and grasps John's shoulder. Only then does he speak. I want you to know how proud I am of you, John. No matter what happens next, you have exceeded my every expectation. I am so glad to call you my son. John hesitates for a moment, wanting to bask in the approval, but he can't lie to his father. I'm considering taking the king up on his offer, father, regarding the planned reforms for the Night's Watch, and the annulment of certain parts of our oaths. It's not normal by any stretch of the imagination, but if anyone was going to make it happen, it would be Axel Baratheon. More and more of the king's plans for the future of the wall had come out and permeated their way through the Watch and the North in the last few months. None of John's brothers, nor most of the lords of the North, were happy that the king had given the wildlings so much land in the gift. But Axel had just scoffed and told them if they really didn't want him to populate the gift, they should start populating it themselves. No more vows of celibacy. No more honorable men going to their graves childless. People hadn't taken him seriously at first, but he'd been adamant about what he was going to do. These days, everyone believed him, especially when Benjen Stark, Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, had signaled his support for Axel's proposed reforms. Still, John expects his father to be disappointed in him. After all, even if the king claims he's allowed to annul oaths and vows without repercussion, everyone knows that's bullshit. John is talking about becoming an oathbreaker, plain and simple. Good. What? John whips his head to see his father smiling at him softly. The king may very well be right. We let the Night's Watch fall into disrepair. We let it languish for centuries, if not millennia. We were lucky to have a man like Axel Baratheon on the Iron Throne when the others returned. We may not always be so lucky in the future. John breathes out slowly, completely and utterly flummoxed. For a long moment, Eddard stares at him, almost looking like he wants to say something. But finally, he just shakes his head. You are a good, honorable man, John. I believe you would be a good father too. He doesn't know what to say to that, though his heart is definitely soaring at his father's words. Fuck, Ygritte was going to be insufferable when he told her. Honestly, John still couldn't fully believe she'd waited for him all this time. That thought never finishes as a sudden horn sounds out from along the wall. John jolts and so does Lord Stark. Both of them peer out and see movement coming through the distant forest. Not just a bit of movement either. No, this is like the entire forest has come alive, uprooted itself, and is crawling towards them. It's time, they're coming. John swallows thickly. Winter is coming. Those were the words of House Stark. But as the dead crawl out of the forest and into no man's land, making their way towards the wall, he can't help but think it no longer accurate. Winter wasn't coming. Winter was already here. Axel watches on as the battle for the dawn begins with little fanfare. Flying high over the wall, he gazes down and sees as the undead advance. The wall is 700 feet tall and 100 leagues long. and the undead are coming for the entirety of it. The living are ready, though. From the Night's Watch and the wildlings to the armies of the Seven Kingdoms, to even deaneries unsullied all the way from Bravos, the wall is fortified in a way it has never been before in its entire history. More than that, the supply lines are in place, sprawling back out across the whole of Westeros like tendrils. From Lord Davos commanding what remains and could be rebuilt of the royal fleet, as well as deaneries' ships near Eastwatch by the sea to the east, to Asha and her reimagined Ironborn, along with the Red Wine fleet resupplying via the Shadow Tower to the west. The wall was not just fully manned, it was fully supported. Westeros had answered Axel's call, even if it had not always been entirely willing to do so. He hadn't stopped until every man, woman, and child in his lands was turned to the task of preparing for the others' coming. Everyone could do their part, and so everyone had. Now they were about to find out if it was enough. The undead start to reach the wall, and in turn start to climb it. The magical defenses that once held them and their masters at bay are gone, but the wall itself remains thanks to the efforts of the Seven. And that might just make all the difference. Flaming arrows and burning pitch rain down from the top of the wall onto the masses of undead crawling up over themselves. The whites burn en masse, some falling back and spreading the flames. But even as the fire spreads among them, it's not enough to stop the oncoming tide. Sooner than Axel would have preferred, he can see more and more flashes of green at the base of the wall in both directions. Wildfire, as much as could be produced and gathered in the past 2.5 months. The green flames burn a lot longer than normal fire, especially this far north in this cold of an environment. Where normal fire is snuffed out by the winds in seconds sometimes, wildfire burns and burns and burns. It's still not enough. The mass of undead moving out of the forest towards the wall has never stopped. They're reaching the 100-foot mark in their climb now, huge pillaring towers of corpses slowly but surely scaling the side of the wall like an ant colony. The forest itself is still alive with so much movement too. Truth be told, Axel is starting to think that what he saw when he went to face the others months before, that was just the tip of the iceberg, no pun intended. He'd flown over hundreds of thousands of undead, but now he was seeing millions and millions of the creatures surging forward. However, it was less about what he was seeing and more about what he wasn't seeing. The whites were everywhere and in every shape and size too. It was just as diverse as Axel remembered. Human corpses, giant corpses, animal corpses. Corpses that Axel can't even identify properly. But no walkers. He doesn't see a single other as he flies along the length of the wall, watching to make sure things are, well, not necessarily great, but going all right. Everyone is holding for the time being, but supplies won't last forever and the undead tide is endless. Axel still hesitates for just a moment, half expecting an ice spear to come flying his way at any time now. When it doesn't, when there's still no sign of the others anywhere as he flies faster and faster up and down the length of the wall, Axel grunts and makes his way back to the center, to where he's awaited. Daenerys. The former dragon queen perks up as he comes in for a landing next to her, and all 3 of her dragons. The massive hulking beasts have been used as little more than pack mules for months now, but that doesn't change what they truly are, weapons of mass destruction and death. Our true enemies hide from us, time to smoke them out. A wide and wicked grin spreads across Daenerys' face as her eyes glow bright orange and she begins to transform. Her dragons also begin to glow orange. Daenerys hops up onto Drogon's back and the 5 of them are off, Axel drawing Winter's End from his back as they dip down the side of the wall. Dracrys. Daenerys' voice on the wind signals the impending doom of the white tide. Fire is great, wildfire is better, but dragonfire is best. Massive gouts of dragon flame scorch the side of the wall as the corpse pillars reach the halfway point up the massive fortification. The dragons burn hundreds if not thousands of corpses per second, even as they fly and fly. Axel moves with them and Daenerys, having to hold himself to a slower standard, so he's not overtaking them. But at the same time, the effect on both the battle as a whole and morale cannot be understated. Together, he and Daenerys fly her dragons up and down the length of the wall. 100 leagues flies back in the blink of an eye even at this slower speed. them moving back and forth and destroying undead by the tens of thousands as they go. The cheers of those fighting on the wall, those fighting for the chance to live and see a new dawn, reaches Axel's ears wherever they go. From the Shadow Tower to Eastwatch by the Sea, everyone is bolstered when they see Dragonfire beating back the darkness, slaughtering wights in innumerable amounts. If nothing changes, they'll eventually win this battle simply through attrition. Everyone else might need to be constantly resupplied, but not Daenerys and Axel. The former Dragon Queen and her dragons have almost as much stamina as Axel himself. And while it certainly looks like the others have commandeered every single corpse that has died north of the wall in the last 8,000 years, even they will run out eventually. Which of course is what ultimately forces their true enemy's hands. The attack, when it finally comes, is as fast as it is deadly, and it arrives without warning too. But Axel is ready. There's a reason he hasn't let Daenerys go off on her own with just her dragons for company. There's a reason that Winter's End hasn't cut through a single wight yet, because ultimately, Axel knew that the others wouldn't be going after him this time. No, they would go after the ones destroying their army. They would go after Daenerys' dragons. Winter's End flashes through the air, the colossal Valyrian steel sword cutting down an ice spear, as Axel imposes himself between the magical conception of death and the dragon it was meant for. Viserion lives to see another day, even as more ice spears come flying out of the forest, and Axel cuts each and every single one out of the air, one by one. Finally, Axel makes eye contact with the Night King and his walkers. Finally, the true architects of this madness have been found. A wide and wild rictus of a grin spreads across Axel's features as he points the massive tip of Winter's End directly at the Night King's inhuman face. Round 2, Fuckface. Chapter 118, The Night King. Daenerys. Axel's voice cuts through the air, but honestly he needn't have bothered. Even as he's slicing ice spear after ice spear down from the sky with Winter's End, Daenerys is already doing her duty. They'd discussed this after all. They had a plan. Hopping off of Drogon and summoning more of her power, the last Targaryen is covered in scales in an instant, her wings and tail flowing out of her body along with the claws and draconic horns. At the same time, an unspoken command sends her children flying back away from them, towards the top of the wall. Axel covers their retreat of cover, continuing to deflect and block the magical javelins of the others as the Night King and his White Walkers try to take even one of Daenerys' dragons down. If he didn't know any better, he'd say there's a tinge of desperation to their actions. Almost like their entire plan hinged on managing to turn one of the dragons to their side. The grin on Axel's face only grows as Daenerys' children disappear over the top of the wall, flying down to rest on the other side of the massive 700-foot-tall fortification. As they do so, Daenerys grows noticeably stronger, drawing on more of the power from her 3 dragons and blazing with inner fire on almost the same level as when she and Axel had fought over Blackwater Bay months prior. She can go for about 10 minutes like this without endangering the lives of her sons. But then, they won't need 10 minutes, Axel is confident of that much. He and Daenerys fly forward side by side, and as expected, the Night King along with every other White Walker in the forest clearing down below opens their mouths as wide as they can and begins to scream. Fortunately, the high-pitched sound they're using to harm Axel doesn't have any effect on Daenerys. She's perfectly fine, even as it hits Axel like a battering ram to the chest. However, within a moment of the pain starting, it diminishes greatly as the 7 steps up and does their part. They've had months now to prepare for this, for another round against the Great Other's champion and his secret weapon. The 7 were able to somewhat suppress the debilitating effects of the high-pitched noise even back when the Night King first ambushed Axel with it. Now they were a lot more prepared. Axel likes to think he sees a flicker of disappointment in the Night King's inhuman glowing eyes as he and Daenerys continue to move forward. He bares his teeth in a rictus of a snarling grin, even as he lets out a bark of laughter. Sorry, did we spoil your plan? Such a shame. Guess you'll just have to die disappointed. Unfortunately, the 7's countermeasures aren't perfect. While he's not doing as badly as last time, the screams of the others are still having an effect on him. The 7 can make it so he can still fight and move. But he can't move at his fastest speed right now, otherwise the Night King's head would already be off his shoulders, and his body would have already collapsed into snow. Instead, Axel is limited to around the same speed as Daenerys, and the same speed as the White Walkers as it turns out, because as their ice spears come flying through the air at the two of them, Axel is still able to cut them down with Winter's End, breaking the magical javelins apart. It just takes a lot more effort than it was 5 minutes ago. Axel. Daenerys' concerned voice makes him smile and wave her off. I'm fine, let's finish this, and Daenerys, don't die. Yes, my king. With that, they reach the outer circle of the White Walkers. A row of the inhuman ice demons steps forward to meet their charge, crystal blades raised in defense, only to fall to Axel's sword and Daenerys' claws. Sure, he might be limited in speed right now, but neither he nor Daenerys are nearly as limited in strength. Huh, is this all you have? You're going to have to do more than that. He's reminded of his first encounter with the White Walkers, how he cut through them all so damn fast until the scream started. Well, now he's repeating history. However, this time the scream has already begun, and he's still winning. More than that, every single White Walker they cut, hack, and slash their way through is one less high-pitched scream in Axel's ears. Every other that dies is less pain and more speed. He's picking up momentum by the moment, moving faster and faster in a straight line towards the Night King. Eventually, he starts to leave Daenerys in the dust. But that's all right, he trusts her to have his back. And they need to end this now. Every moment that Daenerys' dragons have to be off the field is a moment where the millions upon millions of undead are able to assail the wall without fear of dragonfire. Each and every second that passes, the living of Westeros are being forced to expend more and more of their resources against what might as well be an endless tide of corpses that want to kill them, and everything that Axel cares about. But if the Night King dies, surely that will all end. If Axel can cut the champion of the Great Other down, then the armies of the dead will cease to operate. Right? At this point, they don't know for sure, but Axel does know one thing. It's the best option they have. And more than that, he really fucking wants to get the inhuman bastard back for that damn ice spear. Narrowing his eyes as he closes in on his prey, Axel flashes out Winter's End and kills 3 White Walkers at once, lessening the pain in his head yet again. The Night King is only a dozen steps away now, and Axel is ready to close that in less than a second. But before he can, the Night King turns to him, revealing what the other champion of a god has been doing all this time. He hasn't just been screaming. He hasn't been chucking ice spears at Axel either. Instead, in his hands, is an orb of pure white energy. Axel's eyes widen and he snarls as he launches himself forward before the Night King can do whatever it is he's trying to do. Unfortunately, as much of his speed as Axel has reclaimed, it's not quite enough. The white orb expands out from the Night King just before Winter's End can stab through the bastard's head and where it and Axel's sword meet. Axel's sword is what's flung back. And so is Axel himself, the white of the orb expanding and buffeting him, throwing him away from the Night King and across the clearing in the process. Axel. Daenerys is by his side instantly, of course, covering him even as he grunts and pushes himself to his feet. The moment he does, Axel comes face to face with their newest problem. The white orb has become a white dorm of swirling magical energy that stretches all the way to the edge of the clearing mere feet in front of them. This was Axel's eyes widen, and he acts on instinct, Winter's End flashing out to cut through an ice spear as it exits the barrier, stopping the damn thing from skewering him again. Oh, that's just fucking dirty. More projectiles are flung at them, forcing Axel and Daenerys to retreat up into the air to put some room between them and the barrier's edge so they can properly see the spears and deflect them before they can be hit. However, that's easier said than done, because Axel realizes the orb, or rather half-sphere, is still growing, still expanding outwards. Fuck, this is their plan for the wall. The wall might not be in danger of collapsing thanks to the Seven, but it also wasn't magically supported or protected anymore. And if this much concentrated magic hit a magicless fortification, Axel knew which would win. And it wouldn't be the 700-foot-tall, 100-league-long wall that has stood for 8,000 years. They'll rip right through it, until that dome of theirs has expanded high enough to carve out an entire section of the wall. And then Westeros will be in far more dire straits than ever before. With a growl, Axel flies down again, slashing at the white barrier with Winter's End. Unfortunately, his sword does nothing. Even punching it, he can't break free. It's fighting him even with his immense, normally unstoppable strength. After a beat, he has to retreat again, the ice spears once more flying out of the white barrier to try and skewer him. Moving back to Daenerys' side, Axel furrows his brow in consternation. "I think this is why I'm still here, my king." "What?" Shooting Daenerys a confused look, Axel grunts. "What are you talking about, Daenerys? By all rights, you should have killed me back on Dragonstone. I was a delusional, easily manipulated girl who sacrificed men, women, and children in the name of power. All because I thought I had a purpose. All because I thought I had a destiny. To rule." Axel frowns as he blocks more of the spears while Daenerys speaks, with the white sphere growing the entire time. "I know better now. I'm no queen and I was never meant to be one. But maybe, just maybe I really am this. Azor Ahai, maybe our Lord didn't just try to prepare me to fight you. He also was preparing me to fight the Night King as well." Another glance over at Daenerys reveals her looking down at herself, and at flames that were beginning to gather in her clawed hands, her entire body glowing brighter and brighter by the second. His eyes widen as he understands. What better to fight ice than fire? It's worth a fucking shot, but Daenerys. She looks at him, eyes glowing a more molten sort of orange than Axel has ever seen. "You're still not allowed to fucking die, you understand me? Your life is not yours to spend. You belong to me." "Why, yes, my king." With that, they move forward. Like before with the dragons, Axel plays defense, and Daenerys lets the fire within her burn hotter than it has ever burned. Gouts of flame explode from her hands and mouth almost the same color as the white of the sphere, and where the flame hits, the sphere buckles. His immense strength couldn't affect the barrier. Valyrian steel couldn't either. But the stolen flames of a beaten god, that's something else entirely, apparently. When a hole appears in the dome's barrier, and through it Axel sees the Night King's inhuman features, he doesn't even hesitate. Lancing forward, he slips past under Daenerys' white-hot flames and soars forward, eye on the prize. At the end, he likes to think that the Night King's eyes widen, and his stupid face is in shock as Axel reaches him and drives Winter's End through the bastard's chest and out the back. For a heartbeat, everything goes still as the scream of the great Other's champion cuts out. Axel sneers into the Night King's dimming eyes and twists his colossal sword before slamming the White Walker down into the snow. The moment he hits, he dissolves like all the rest, becoming nothing but more snow and armor as his corpse collapses on him. From there, slaughtering the rest of the White Walkers is easy. The dome of white, icy energy that the Night King had summoned dissipates on its own, and Axel is able to cut down every single other that remains, moving faster and faster until there's no more screams, no more pain. Then he moves to Daenerys, finding her barely managing to keep on her feet. She'd taken a lot out herself and her dragons with that last maneuver, but the smile she gives him tells Axel that she and her children will be all right. If she'd had to burn out any of the dragons to win, she would be inconsolable right now. "You did good, Daenerys, you did good." Her smile grows wider still as she leans on him for support, letting some of her power flow back out of her. Axel, meanwhile, looks to the wall. He expects to see the corpse pillars collapsed. He expects the undead to have fallen along with their masters. No. But they're still coming. They're still rising up the wall's surface all across the entire span of it. The Night King and his White Walkers might be gone, but the undead are still mindlessly attacking the wall wave after wave. Axel's jaw clenches as he thinks furiously for a moment. In the end, his eyes turn northward, to the lands of always winter. Could they win from here? Sure, probably. Would it be without deaths, without casualties? Axel didn't think so. Daenerys and her dragons were spent at this point and would need time to recover, and the wall would run out of resources sooner or later. In the end, they could clean up the rest of the undead, but it would come with a cost. Or Axel could finish this himself. One last fight. He can feel the 7 pulsing in the back of his mind in agreement. If anyone can do it, if anyone can finish what the first men and the children started 8,000 years ago, then it's going to be him. A starborn just like the great other. Daenerys, can you make it back to the wall under your own power? Why, yes, I think so. Why, what are you going to do? Smiling thinly, Axel rolls his shoulders. Get back to your dragons. Help them, and once they've recovered, help the wall push back the undead. In the meantime, I'm going north. It's time this great other and I had a chat. Daenerys opens her mouth, but in the end, she doesn't speak. Instead, she grabs him by the shoulders and pulls him into a deep kiss, one that Axel happily returns. When they pull apart, the last Targaryen has the audacity to try and look commanding. You're not allowed to die, Axel Baratheon. Of course, she loses it a moment later, when her face drops into full-blown pleading. Please don't die. Smirking, Axel shakes his head. I'm not going anywhere. Now go. Your destiny isn't fulfilled until every last stinking corpse is put back in the ground where it belongs. Daenerys jerkily nods and begins to make her way through the air towards the wall. Axel watches her go for a moment, and then turns himself north, floating up into the air. No more screams, no more pain, no more weakness, just him and everything he is. Westerosi. Starborn, and really, really fucking done with this shit. Chapter 119, The Great Other. Axel flies faster than he's ever flown. In less than a minute he finds himself at what can only be described as the peak of the world. High in the air, he can look around in every direction and see the curve, see the dome-like shape that the world has up here. It's an interesting sensation, but he doesn't let it get to him. He's on a mission, after all. Peering down below, Axel sees nothing but dark, dark ice. At first. Then he looks a little closer and realizes that it's not the ice that's dark. There's something down there. Something black rather than blue, buried beneath the ice. And it's huge. Axel can only see its edges because he's so high up and because he's looking for something in the first place. It reminds him of the shadow Euron's Kraken gave off beneath the waves, except several times larger. For a moment, he can't help but stare. And yet, staring won't get him anywhere. Lips thinning out, Axel points Winter's End downwards, and drops. The colossal Valyrian steel sword drives through the ice a heartbeat later, and so does the rest of him, with Axel pushing his body to its utmost limits. He's not just falling, he's flying downwards, using every bit of his strength and speed to do as much damage as possible on impact. In just a second, he breaks through hundreds of feet of ice and finds himself in the air again, specifically the open air of a truly massive cavern. Within that cavern is the black shape from before but no longer covered up. Axel gets an up-close and personal look, this time around. However, even as he's staring at the glossy black of what he can only assume to be stone, Axel twitches at feeling the seven abruptly cut off in the back of his mind. They've been with him ever since his near-death experience, growing stronger these past few months and offering their assistance and advice whenever he needed it. He'd honestly gotten used to their presence, so to suddenly have it be gone, well, the ensuing silence is somewhat deafening. Right up until something in the black thing below suddenly starts to shift with a loud noise. Flying down, Axel watches as a hole in the side of the glossy black slowly opens up, revealing a tunnel. Eyes narrowing, he floats closer, running a hand across the outside surface. It feels more like metal than stone if Axel is being honest. Strange, he's never seen metal of this coloration before. It's darker than even Valyrian steel. And, was all of this black structure metal? That was more metal than Axel had ever seen in his entire life, all concentrated in one place. But no matter. He knew why he was here, and it wasn't to admire the local architecture. With a scowl, holding Winter's End in one hand, Axel floats closer to the hole to peer into the pitch-black darkness beyond. Just as he's starting to contemplate going inside, however, lights like nothing Axel has ever seen before begin to fill the space. They aren't torches, though. Maybe some kind of lantern, or perhaps it's magic. The lights appear to be embedded in the ceiling, floor, and walls themselves, illuminating the tunnel and revealing it to be a relatively normal-looking corridor. If one ignores the magical lighting and the fact that it's almost perfectly square-shaped. Axel doesn't dare set his feet down on the floor, though, instead flying his way inside and following the hallway deeper into the black structure. He sees some branching corridors on either side of him at certain points, but none of them are lit, and he has no intention of getting lost in here. Instead, he stays within the hallway where he can actually see, until eventually coming to a large chamber. Axel stares around himself in wonder, not quite sure what he's looking at. More magic, perhaps? There are bright lights everywhere, and one particularly large light in the wall that seems to have shapes and colors on it. Axel can't make heads or tails of it, but when a voice suddenly speaks out. Well, he recognizes that much. "Welcome, Viltrumite." The voice is inhuman, scratchy, unnatural. Axel twitches, his eyes narrowing as he growls and looks around to try and find its source. "The Great Other, I assume." "That is what the parasites have named me, yes. Do not worry, I have blocked them from perceiving this conversation. We will not be disturbed." Parasites? He was talking about the 7, wasn't he? Axel frowns, caught off guard a little bit by the Great Other's words. It almost sounded like the Great Other thought he was doing Axel's a favor, or that they weren't enemies or something. And they were definitely enemies. "I understand things might have been difficult for you. Your ignorance has nearly proven to be your undoing multiple times, but you have won and I am helpless before you. So, I would like to make a deal." "A deal?" Axel almost laughs. If he actually knew where the Great Other was, he would already have skewered the bastard and ended this. As things stood, he needed to finish this fast because even if it had been only minutes since he'd left the wall, every second was another second that the undead were assailing the massive fortification and threatening his people. "This planet is nothing to your kind, a mere speck in the greater cosmos. When your progenitor returns for you, it will not matter how you have conquered this world. Only that you do conquer this world. I can offer more to the Viltrum Empire than any of the primitives on this planet. Your progenitor will be pleased if you agree to work with me." The Viltrum Empire. Fuck, now the Great Other had Axel's curiosity. Those on the wall would have to hang on for just a little bit longer. "You keep using words like Viltrumite and Viltrum. Explain what that means." "Of course, the entire galaxy knows the power of the Viltrumites, of which you are one. The Viltrum Empire controls thousands of worlds through the power of each of its members. You are what you are because your progenitor came to this planet and created you with one of the primitives here." His mother, the Great Other was talking about his mother. And thousands of worlds? Axel's head spins a bit just taking it all in. The 7 had talked about the empty expanse above, the abyss where nothing was said to survive. But it sounded like things weren't quite as empty as they might have believed or hoped. If this was just one world of many, and the empire his mother came from had thousands of worlds in its sway. Axel swallows hard, trying to wrap his mind around the concept. It's not easy, not by a long shot. Your progenitor will return. When they do, they will expect you to have conquered this world for the Viltrum Empire. I do not know how much time you have left, but if we work together, it will not be particularly difficult. I will submit to you, Viltrumite. All that I have will be yours. All you have to do is allow me to wipe this planet clean and draw energy from the parasites that linger upon it. He was talking about killing everyone. He was talking about Axel letting him kill everyone. The urge to laugh in the Great Other's non-existent face bubbles up again, but something else that the invisible being has said needs to be addressed first. "Parasites, you keep saying that. What do you mean? What exactly do you even want from this world?" "This world is not unique, but it is uncommon. In the entire universe, the metaphysical phenomenon witnessed here have only been observed in less than 5% of all planets. The energy parasites that the primitives call their gods, that are born from thought and belief and fueled by worship and sacrifice. They can be harnessed and drained. I can harness and drain them. It is why I came here so many cycles ago. It is why I am still here now." Energy parasites. The 7 had said that the Great Other was from the empty expanse just like Axel's mother. Axel was starborn, but the Great Other was truly from somewhere else. Some other place, and it had come here to target the 7 and other gods, apparently, because it sounded like gods and the like did not exist on every world out in the abyss. They were rare if Axel was understanding correctly. And the Great Other had come here specifically for them. He'd been drawn to this world because of gods like the 7. On the one hand, they were to blame for all the death and destruction he'd visited upon this world. On the other hand, the old gods had stopped his first attempt at wiping the world clean and harvesting the divine. Along with the children of the forest and the first men, they'd cut him off and built the wall out of their divine power. The great other called gods parasites, but the old gods had made the ultimate sacrifice to save not themselves, but their worshippers. They had slaughtered themselves on an altar of divine ichor and viscera, all to give the living mortals of this world another 8,000 years of peace. How could Axel possibly spit on their sacrifice by doing anything less than fighting to his last breath? And more than that, how could the great other possibly think that he would ever turn on his people, no matter what his origins were? You truly are other, aren't you? To possibly think for even a second that I would side with you over my people. The lights flash a bit on the walls in front of him. They are primitives, you are Viltrumite, they are not your people. When your progenitor returns, if you have not completely conquered this world in the Viltrum Empire's name, then you will be a failure in their eyes. I am offering you salvation. Acceptance is only logical. Axel sneers, lifting up Winter's End, and looking around for any sign of where this bastard is hiding. Fuck your logic, and fuck my progenitor too. If the bitch who birthed me does come back, she can have my people and my lands over my dead body. Now come out where I can see you so I can kill you and end this. Resisting the Viltrum Empire is futile. I see that now. Even an ignorant, untrained, and all-around weak example of the species, such as yourself, has proven enough to completely disrupt my plans. However, you will die in an instant if you stand against your progenitor. Axel narrows his eyes at that. He's done talking, but it doesn't look like the great other is going to just come out to play, which leaves one option: time to see just how durable these black walls with all their flashing lights really are. Launching himself forward, Axel stabs the biggest light with the most colors and shapes on it first. He's happy to see Winter's End cut through it like butter, even as lightning jumps out at him, a defensive measure that barely even stings. A laugh tears its way out of Axel's lips as he feels a tingle. Who's weak now, bastard? Stop, this is irrational. I am your only hope of survival. Fuck you. Your progenitor. Fuck her too. You cannot conquer this world without me. Just fucking watch me. This world is mine. It's not yours to conquer, and it certainly isn't my mother's. Axel can tell he's getting somewhere. The voice is getting weaker. Rougher. More uneven. Axel's teeth are bared in a feral grin as he continues to tear through his surroundings. The metal walls of this place turn out to be relatively weak to his sword and body, and he rips through them without hesitation, seeking anything and everything that might represent a source of power or life force for the great other. The more he destroys, the faster he moves. Seconds turn into minutes, but Axel refuses to let it turn into an hour. He goes faster, faster, faster. And then he hits something important. How does he know this? Simple, because everything explodes. Axel's eyes widen as he's buffeted but not really rocked by the explosion. He flies up all the same, letting the blast propel him up and away from within the black structure. Up, and up some more, until finally he finds himself above the explosion's massive smoke cloud. It looks faintly like a mushroom as he flies back a bit and just stares at it, and then down at the world below him. Blinking owlishly, he looks around to realize he's in the abyss, the empty expanse above his world. He finds that he can't breathe up here, but he'd already instinctively held his breath when the explosion started, so that's no big deal. For a long moment, he just stares around himself and then at his world. It's not a dome, he realizes, but a sphere. Are all worlds like this? Like orbs floating in the empty expanse of endless night? Then he remembers why he wanted the great other dead so badly. Fortunately, he can actually already see the wall from here. Damn, the thing looks almost like a snake from this high up. Grinning wickedly, Axel flies down, turning into a projectile as he lances through the air and slices his way towards the wall. He needn't have rushed, though. By the time he gets there, it's already over. As he'd expected, or rather as he'd hoped, the great other's destruction has ended the undead threat for good. The army of corpses assailing the wall have fallen to pieces, collapsing into massive piles of bone and rotten flesh that now litter the entire northern face of the huge fortification. The second battle for the dawn is over, and they'd won. Axel grins wider as he gets close enough to see people celebrating down below, and when they see him, they raise their hands into the air, cheering and shouting for him for their king. They've done it. Axel even feels the connection with the seven restore itself in the back of his mind. He hums thoughtfully, considering what the great other had told him. Not just about where his mother came from, but also the true nature of the gods of this world as well. All of that can wait though for another time. Today was a day of celebration, and this date would remain one for as long as Axel lived, so he did swear. It was finally over. Chapter 120, Loose Ends. With one last heartfelt groan, Sansa drops herself down onto Axel's cock for the final time, sinking to the base of his member as her inner walls clench and squeeze along his shaft. Showing mercy on his northern queen, Axel lets himself tip over the edge as she comes for him. The two of them reach mutual climax in that moment as he spills his seed deep inside of her womb. Her breasts, still heavy from post-pregnancy, jiggling slightly as she shudders in abject ecstasy. And then it's over and Sansa is collapsing forward onto his broad chest, gasping and panting for air. Axel holds her close for a moment until she shifts, then he lets her lift herself up off of him so she can fall to his side and cuddle against his body. From the other side, a very naked, recently fucked Arianne does the same, pushing herself against Axel's form with her even larger tits squishing into his chest. Axel smiles at his two queens, luxuriating in their presence for a moment before letting out a low, contented sigh. Although, while he is currently content and satisfied beyond measure, Sansa and Arianne wouldn't be the two most important women in his life if they couldn't tell something was up with him. Something weighs on your mind, Axel. Talk to us about it. Axel hums in thought for a moment, not because he's thinking about keeping anything from them, of course, but rather because there's a lot that weighs on his mind these days. Where to even start? It's been a couple months now since the second battle for the Dawn. The Night King, the Great Other, and the threat they represented were gone. But that didn't mean there were no threats left. In fact, Axel was starting to realize the world was full of more threats than he'd ever anticipated. He decides to start them off with something light. My half-sister Miachella has eloped with one of her Lannister guards. Both Sansa and Arianne's jaws drop open at that. To be fair, the news is fresh. Stannis had only told him about it this morning. All that time ago, when Axel had commanded that Miachella Baratheon be raised at Storm's End, Tywin Lannister had demanded to be allowed to send some Lannister men to the Stormlands to watch over her. She was his granddaughter, after all. Axel just grins as he sees the worry in his queen's eyes, shaking his head in amusement. It's not as bad as you might fear. His name is Podrick Payne, and apparently it's not some Lannister scheme like was initially feared. Their love is true. Sansa, funnily enough, is the one who immediately believes him and softens, even smiling at the thought. Arianne, on the other hand, narrows her eyes in doubt, frowning. How do you know that for sure, Axel? Chuckling, Axel just shrugs. Well, for one, apparently Stannis' own daughter vouches for them. My cousin Shireen has spoken up on their behalf, presenting a strong argument to her father for why they're happy together. And for two, this Podrick Payne has offered to forswear his family name and all ties to the Westerlands and swear new oaths to Stannis as his liege lord. Something I'm pretty sure that my uncle is going to take him up on. All of that mollifies Arianne somewhat, as she sits back and hums before smiling lightly. All right then, if it's true love then, that's sweet, I'm happy for them. Smiling as well, Axel nods. I am too. It was unfortunate that I could never be the brother that Miachella needed, but between showing up right after her father and brothers died and then sending Cersei away like I did, I'm just glad that it sounds like she was able to flourish at Storm's End with Shireen. That was all I ever hoped for her. A comfortable silence falls for a moment, and then Sansa runs a hand along Axel's chest, frowning slightly. That wasn't what had you distracted. You're easing us into things, Axel. Speak. Of course, he could never get one past his queens. Axel snorts in amusement and lets out a sigh as he stares up at the ceiling. Well, I'm currently considering razing the citadel to the ground and killing every damn Meister that bears a chain. That silences both women for another long moment, but finally, Arianne leans in close. I'm sure you'd have your reasons, my love. Sansa hums and nods as well, causing Axel to let out a bark of laughter. You too, you're supposed to be the voices of reason here. Still, you're not wrong. Marwyn has managed to uncover a conspiracy within the Citadel, one directed at me, at us, at our children. Now that gets their attention. Both queens lift themselves up off of the bed to stare at him, their eyes dark and their faces serious. Slaughter them all. Burn the place to the ground. Axel just smirks. Yeah, that was my first instinct too. Second and third as well. But Marwyn has been working hard to block them and put together a list for quite some time now. There's a chance I might be able to limit the destruction and make an example of just the ringleaders. He's helped me in a few ways since becoming Grandmeister, so I'm allowing him to prove himself. He's on a time limit though. I won't wait forever. In fact, he wouldn't wait much longer at all. Letting his enemies have too much time to plot against him had bitten Axel in the ass more than once if he was being honest. He was done with that now. If Marwyn couldn't give him names within the next couple of days, Axel was going to take matters into his own hands. He didn't want to destroy the Citadel or wipe out the Meisters, mind you. They served an integral purpose within his lands. But he refused to let some conniving old men plot and scheme behind his back for any longer than he had to. I don't like it, but I'll trust in your judgment, Axel. Just don't let them touch our children, or I'll never forgive you. Axel's nostrils flare at that, and he nods determinedly. Unfortunately, that brings him to the next thing he needs to talk to them both about. You both should know, I've learned things about myself, things that will translate over to our children. That has Sansa and Arian's attention again with lightning swiftness. Axel just looks into his queen's eyes. Part of him wonders if he should keep it a secret. But no, if he can't trust these women, then who can he trust? My power, my strength and speed, they are not from the gods. The seven themselves have told me they did not bless me with my gifts. Instead, my origins are apparently from beyond the emptiness of the night sky. My mother came from the abyss, fucked Robert Baratheon, and had me, making me, starborn. Starborn, his lips say. Viltrumite, his thoughts say. But he doesn't want to get into everything the Great Other told him just yet, not when he's still trying to wrap his head around it all. He will tell his queens later, but for now, they just need to know the important bits. Starborn. What does that mean for our children? Smiling crookedly, Axel shrugs. It means they will likely inherit my gifts, I imagine, just as I inherited my mother's power and strength. Every single child I have will one day be just like me. His words hang heavy in the air, but they needed to be said all the same. Sansa and Arian needed to know what to expect. One day, Sansa's son would be capable of throwing a house across the city if he felt like throwing a tantrum. One day, Arian's daughters would be able to fly across the narrow sea if they wanted to avoid their etiquette lessons. All in all, raising children of Axel's blood promised to be quite the experience. He could only hope his queens would be up for it. His own mother had been entirely absent. The only other example of a mother he'd ever interacted with was Cersei, and she'd not exactly been stable. Hey. Good. Perfect. Blinking, Axel looks to see Sansa and Arian smiling of all things. If it means our babies will be safer, then I don't see the problem. With a father like you, they'll need all the help they can get. Axel snorts in amusement and pulls his queens back down to his sides, letting them cuddle with him once more. Honestly, these two, and yet he would have it no other way. The silence that follows this time around continues, until both Sansa and Arian fall asleep soon after, held in his arms. It's to be expected, Axel had tired them both out after all. Still, he's glad to see them resting, because the truth is, that wasn't even all of it. There was still plenty more he had to think about and take care of, things that he didn't necessarily want to weigh down their beautiful minds with if he didn't have to. For one, in the same conversation where Stannis had told Axel about Miachella Baratheon and Podrick Payne, he'd also told him that he was ready to give up his position sooner rather than later. Axel had asked for his recommendation, and honestly wasn't surprised when Stannis put forth Davos. Truth be told, Axel was probably going to do it. He was going to make a man who went from smuggler to knight to lord into the hand of the king. People would throw a fit, of course, but nobody whose opinion Axel actually cared about. Yes, Lord Davos Seaworth would be the next hand of the king, and Axel intended to use that as an opportunity to extend an invitation to Asha to become the next mistress of ships. Not only would it allow him to keep a closer eye on their daughter earlier than their originally agreed upon age of 5, but it would also go a long way to show everyone else that Axel approved of Asha's new direction for the remaining Ironborn and those living on the Iron Isles. And thanks to his ability to fly, he could quite literally get Asha from King's Landing to the Iron Islands and back again multiple times a day if he really needed to. The distance would be no issue in helping her keep her rule of the Iron Islands stable. Of course, Davos wasn't much younger than Stannis, and Axel had no intention of keeping the man in the position past the point of good health. Just a couple years of Seaworth as his hand so that he could solidify Asha as his mistress of ships, and then Davos could probably retire and be replaced by... Yes, Tyrion. Tyrion would be Axel's next hand after Davos. Though of course that would then mean Axel would need a new master of coin, but hopefully by that point, Tyrion would be able to name a replacement as well. He would cross that bridge when he came to it, though. Maybe one day he'd have enough children to just take over every position in his small council. For 2, Axel still had a threat to make good on. He'd told Arlor he would wipe out the Red God's worship wherever he could find it, and the bastard had tried to call his bluff when he definitely wasn't bluffing. Axel couldn't let the Lord of Light's slight stand forever. In fact, he would probably start destroying temples over in Essos as soon as he'd cleaned house in the Citadel. Once things were fine in his own backyard, then he could start making good on his promise. For 3, well, Axel was pretty sure he was going to have to conquer the world sooner rather than later. Not because of what the Great Other had said, mind you, and not because he was afraid of his mother coming back and being disappointed in him. Rather, Axel was pretty sure he needed to conquer the world for the sake of his children. If every single child he had was going to be as powerful as him, then it wouldn't do for them to be treated like normal princes and princesses. They would be strong and fast, and Axel wanted them to be able to truly rule as they were meant to. Westeros might be for his heir Jon, but what about his next sons, and all his daughters at that? Of course, that led him into the final thing he was hung up on. The thing that Axel knew he needed to deal with sooner rather than later, but had been putting off ever since he destroyed the Great Other. With a sigh, Axel slips out from between Sansa and Aerion, maneuvering them both so that they're curled up with one another and don't even notice he's gone. Then, after putting on a robe, he floats out through the open balcony and over the city. He needs to have a talk with several someones about what the future will hold. And so, without any further hesitation, he turns himself in the direction of the great Sept of Baelor. It was time to have a candid talk with the 7 who are one. Chapter 121, The Maiden. Even at this time of night, there aren't many people who can command the entirety of the great Sept of Baelor to be shut down for a private visit. But Axel Baratheon is the king. And not just the king, he's pretty blatantly the champion of the 7 at this point. He doesn't even try to hide the purpose of his visit, in fact. He just tells those tending to the Great Sept that he must commune with the 7 in complete privacy, and they all rush to make sure his words are followed. Heth, if only Jon Arryn could see him now. If only the older man could see just how far their little scheme to make Axel appear as a pious and godly king had come. To be fair, it had long since grown past just being a scheme. And yet, as Axel comes to a stop in the middle of the Great Sept's main chamber, staring around himself at the statues that line the room, he does not kneel. He does not even bow his head. He does keep a respectful and polite tone though, at least, even as he closes his eyes. 7 who are one, your champion requests an audience. There's a brief pause. And then light kisses his eyelids, and Axel opens his eyes again to find that the chamber is bathed in sunlight coming down from the open areas at the top of the circular space. Despite knowing that it was night when he came in here, he finds himself basking in the warmth of that sunlight even as he knows it's not real. This is all very clearly in his head, but that's all right. Better this than any eavesdroppers hearing what he has to say, and besides, this is quite the improvement on where you brought me when I was north of the wall. We have more say in a place of worship like this, and more power as well thanks to your efforts. Axel smiles in amusement, sweeping his gaze around the chamber. There's a certain ethereal and unreal quality to this mental representation of the great sept of Baelor, like he's in a waking dream of sorts, but he doesn't mind it. You have been in turmoil since the great other's defeat, champion. We did not wish to press. Grunting, Axel tilts his head to the side. No, I suppose you wouldn't have. Well, you're right. I spoke with the great other. I learned a lot, like the fact that my mother will one day return and expect me to have conquered this world in the name of her empire rather than my own. And that apparently this world is one of many among the empty abyss. The empire she hails from is said to command countless of these planets. That is troubling to hear. We have never reached beyond this world. We do not believe we could even if we wanted to. He's pleasantly surprised by their honesty. Axel had assumed as much, but he hadn't known whether the seven would tell the truth or try to exaggerate their capabilities and knowledge. No, he had hoped they would be as honest with him as he feels they've been so far. The great other also had a lot to say about gods like you as well. He tried to make a deal with me. Allow him to consume this world and every god he could get his hands on, and he would submit to my rule. A world of ice and corpses. You did well to reject such a foolish offer. Axel can't help but smirk a little crookedly. Only time will tell. Perhaps he was right and my mother would have been more pleased with me if I sided with him. But truth be told, I don't really care what she thinks of me. When she returns, I imagine we'll fight, and one of us will lose, maybe even die. We will assist you in preparing for her arrival however we possibly can, our champion. Axel nods sharply. Yes, you will. There's silence for a moment before he lets out a sigh, and finally gets to what he really needed to talk about with them. The great other did not see you as gods. He did not seem to believe in the divine. Instead, he named you parasites and said you born from thought and belief, as well as fueled by worship and sacrifice. He wished to harvest you and claimed that it was your existence and the nature of the world that allowed you to come into being that had drawn him here in the first place. We are appreciative that you did not allow him to have us, champion. Tell us, do you believe we are parasites? Axel frowns, but part of why they were only having this conversation now was because he'd needed time to consider what he truly felt and what he wanted to do next. No, perhaps some gods can be. I can easily believe that entities like the drowned god and the Lord of Light are parasitic in nature. They take, and what they do give back usually comes in the form of death and destruction. But then there are others like the old gods who sacrifice themselves for their mortal worshippers, who gave up all their power to protect the first men. He pauses for a moment before grinning slightly. Of course, we know you all aren't half as altruistic as the old gods were. There's a ripple through the dreamscape at that, but Axel just stands his ground. He's ready for a fight if the seven make it one, if they can't even take a simple observation without being offended. But no, things calm down rather quickly. No, we are not. We refuse to die even when it might have eased our followers' suffering. And when we were exiled to Westeros, we brought the mortals with us, pushing for them to make the great exodus to these god-forsaken lands all for our sake. If it wasn't for you, then the descendants of our ancient followers would have been consumed by the Night King and his White Walkers, just as we would have been consumed by the Great Other. We were selfish. Axel just shrugs. I don't blame you. That causes the dreamscape to go. Still, smirking again, Axel just raises a brow. Did you think I would? Or that I was judging you? Nobody wants to die. Not everyone can be some big damn hero either. I don't think you lot are parasites, but I do realize now that gods, or whatever you want to call yourselves, you're not as above us as you'd like us to think. You're powerful but still quite fallible, sort of like me. You are going somewhere with this. Yep, because at this point we're stuck with each other, aren't we? Maybe I could go it alone without you, try and end all worship of you tomorrow and starve you out, but I wouldn't want the headache. And you all don't necessarily need me to ensure your survival anymore, but you said it yourself. You're selfish. And I've made you more powerful than you've been in millennia, possibly ever. What exactly are you proposing, champion? Simple. We keep going as we've been going, but with an understanding that this is a partnership. You do not control me. You do not own me. We work together as we already have been. And when I finish conquering this world, your seps will dot the landscape, and the 7 who are one will be worshipped on every landmass worldwide. He had seen them after destroying the Great Other. Westeros and Essos were not all there was to the world. There was more, a lot more, and Axel suspected one day he would control all of it, either that or die trying. And what do you require of us to make this a reality? Here, Axel lets himself frown a little before admitting the truth. Honestly, I don't know. I need something from you. We all know it. I need you to prove to me that you won't turn on me. I was hoping you lot might have some way of securing this alliance from your side. It was true, he really didn't have any ideas when he came in here. That alone was probably him putting some faith in the 7, expecting for them to just. Axel blinks as the sound of stone cracking causes him to whip around. He stares in disbelief as the statue of the maiden starts to move, one limb at a time, but eventually she pulls herself off of her dais and steps down to the floor. In the process of doing so, she goes from being made of stone as well as 5 times his size to being made of flesh and of a height with him. The maiden smiles, naked as the day her statue was carved. Her supple breasts bounce up and down as she lets out a breath, her cute nipples perfectly placed by her original sculptor. And her face, she positively exudes gorgeous, pretty, and adorable all in one. As she approaches him, Axel is wordless, right up until she descends to her knees and pulls open his robes. His cock springs forth even though it wasn't held down by anything, nearly smacking her in the face. Rather than getting upset, the maiden coos, nuzzling his length before taking it in her mouth. Axel lets out a shuddering breath as one of the 7 blows him right there in the middle of the dreamscape. An interesting opening. The maiden's eyes flick up to his, her tongue swirling along his cockhead, her lips suctioning down on his length. She doesn't gag or choke despite her supposed inexperience, simply taking him all the way to the base and swallowing as much of his cock as she can. After another moment, though, she pulls back and rises to her feet, her eyes fluttering as she gives him a smile and tugs him backwards by his cock. Suddenly, there's an altar behind her that he's pretty sure wasn't there before. She hops up onto it and spreads her legs willingly for him, her virgin slit on full display. Axel narrows his eyes, even as he steps up and presses the throbbing head of his cock against her sex. "You're the maiden." Smiling, she nods. "I am, and you are the man who will finally deflower me after all this time." She pauses and then leans in and winks at him cutely. "It will be our little secret." Running his hands along her body, his fingers caressing her supple breasts for a moment and then going lower to grip her thighs, Axel grunts. "Explain." Letting out a soft moan as he touches her, the maiden arches her back while giving him a look. "I am the maiden, but once you've had me, I will have no maidenhead left. I will become the maiden in name only. So long as none of our followers learn about this, it won't matter. But if you were to start telling people, if you were to let our worshippers know what you've done and how you've claimed me." She trails off, but Axel doesn't miss the meaning behind her words. He understands what she's getting at. The only problem is, why would they believe me? Sure, he was Axel Baratheon, and that name came with a lot of weight at this point, but even still. To start claiming he'd taken the maiden's virginity would probably tarnish his image as a pious, and just ruler in the eyes of the most devout forevermore. It would not matter if some of them didn't believe you, especially since it would still be the truth, and that truth spreading through our mortal followers would cause irrevocable harm to us. It would change us and bend a part of us to your will. You would be more than just our champion. You would be my conqueror. He thinks he understands, even as he pushes forward into the maiden. As expected, her cunt is quite literally divine. Sure, maybe it's just because it's in his head, but Axel doesn't think so. No, this pussy right here is the pussy of a goddess. He doesn't care what the Great Other said. Thrusting in and out of her formerly virgin cunt, as she gasps and moans in surprise and breathy pleasure, Axel grins a bit, reaching up and caressing the maiden's face. The 7 were giving him the ability to not just destroy them, but potentially claim dominion over them with this act. As far as ways to secure their partnership went, this wasn't a bad one. And not just because Axel had inherited his father's love for women and had never quite been able to resist a pretty face or beautiful body. But that certainly helped, as did all the expressions that the maiden's gorgeous features were contorting into as she tosses her head back and cries out from the feeling of his cock filling her cunt for the first time in all of her existence. Her arms and legs wrap around Axel's powerful figure as he pounds into her right there on the altar. She sacrificed her maidenhead to him, so the least Axel can do is show her a good time. Grunting, he picks up the pace and fucks her with reckless abandon, not holding back even slightly. After all, why should he? They weren't even in the real world right now, and it wasn't like he could harm a goddess, right? PLAP, PLAP, PLAP. Although the way her eyes roll back in her skull and her tongue lolls out of her mouth is certainly interesting, as is the way her eyes start to glow with light the more he fucks her. Until finally, screaming out her release at the top of her lungs, the maiden comes for Axel. And when a goddess orgasms, well, they orgasm hard apparently. Axel grunts as his cock is caught in a vice-like grip. His dick is milked right then and there of its release, his seed filling the maiden's proverbial womb on the spot as she shudders in ecstasy and carnal bliss. Her wanton cries slowly de-escalate to whimpering moans and mewling sighs as she clings to him for dear life, pressing her face into his chest. He holds her like that for a moment, luxuriating in the sensation. There's certainly a power to the claiming, something he can feel tying the seven to him and him to them. It's the partnership he asked for, just not in the way he expected to get it. In the end, he only closes his eyes for a moment, but immediately he feels the change. The warmth from the sunlight of the dreamscape vanishes, and so does the soft feel of the maiden's body. When Axel opens his eyes again, he's back in the center of the great sept as though he hasn't moved a muscle in all this time. Though, there is one sign that everything that just happened was at least somewhat real. Within his robes, Axel currently has a raging erection, his cock standing ramrod straight and very nearly poking out from his garment. With a huff, he shakes his head in amusement and leaves to find Daenerys. She might already be asleep at this time of night, but even if she was, he knew she would want him to wake her up. After all, Axel was in the mood for testing just how durable she could make herself, maybe flying over Blackwater Bay or something. Yes, that sounded like a lot of fun. Chapter 122, The Return Epilogue. She's here. Axel pauses, looking up as the gentle, feminine voice of the maiden whispers in the back of his mind. He rises from his chair right there on the spot, disrupting the meeting and interrupting one of his grandsons mid-sentence. He gives the boy an apologetic smile even as everyone in the room straightens up. Apologies, my mother has finally returned. There isn't a single soul in the room who doesn't know what that means. They all rise to their feet as one, only for Axel to hold up a hand and stop them in their tracks. Just me at first, but be ready. John, his firstborn, steps up, his hands curled into fists at his sides as his jaw sets. There's a determined look on the imperial prince's face, even as his half-sisters Aelia and Dirya flank him on either side with the same exact expressions. We will, father. At the same time, that gentle voice from earlier brushes against his ear. They all will. Axel smiles and makes for the door. He's outside a moment later and rising into the air, following the guidance provided to him as he moves to intercept his mother before she reaches the ground and can make a mess of anything too important. The higher he goes, the more of his world he can see, and it is his world. The last 80 years have not always been easy or perfect, but they have been productive. Axel had made good on his promises, like annihilating the Red God's worship wherever it lay. And then he'd kept going because really, what else was he supposed to do? Knowing that she was coming, it only seemed right to be as prepared for her as possible. Of course, he hadn't realized at first that it would take this long. He'd rushed so much in those early years, conquering all of Essos before his first batch of children had even made it to adulthood. It was then, about a decade after he'd killed the Night King and destroyed the Great Other, that it was brought to his attention that he wasn't aging anymore. As time had gone on and no sign of his mother returning had manifested itself, Axel had come to realize that Viltrumites weren't just incredibly powerful. They were damn near ageless as well. The seven had been able to confirm that he wasn't biologically immortal, but he would still live for thousands upon thousands of years at the very least. The instant a Viltrumite, or part Viltrumite in the case of him and his children, reached the age of physical maturity, everything very nearly came to a standstill, with their aging slowing down immensely. It became clear as more time passed that Axel's mother wouldn't be coming back soon, and that they would have to focus on living just as much as preparing for her eventual return. Whether that would be in another decade, a century, or a millennia. Frankly, when it was put in those terms, 80 years wasn't too bad of a wait. And then there she is. Floating down to meet him, clad in form-fitting white, his mother stares at him as Axel in turn ascends to her level, his own blue eyes focused on studying every inch of her face. He can see the similarities, though it's obvious he took after Robert more than his Viltrumite mother. Still. Hello, mother. He's glad she seems to have come alone. Maybe this can still go well. Of course, as soon as that thought crosses Axel's mind, it's dashed by the narrowing of her eyes and a scoff from her lips. Interesting, you've prepared for me. The primitive I sired you with must have warned you of my return. How exactly did you sense my approach? Axel smiles slightly. He's not going to bother correcting her or answering her questions just yet. That said, he figures he'll at least give her a chance. Why have you returned, mother? His mother's nostrils flare, her eyes sliding past him to the world below them. A world united under his rule, his empire, the empire of the stag. I have returned to see what you have made of yourself, and of this mudball. Your attire makes it clear that you've gone at least partially native. Tell me, have you at least managed to conquer these primitives? Do they worship you as they should? Axel hums, but in the end answers truthfully. I have, and they do. For the first time, he sees a flicker of pride in his mother's eyes. He's glad this is happening now and not sooner, because there was a time when he might have basked in that pride. A time where he might have let himself be influenced by how pleased she suddenly looks. Good, then we can prepare them for joining the Viltrum Empire together. Axel's jaw clenches at that. There it is. And why would I do that? I already have an empire here, my own empire, made with my blood, sweat, and tears. I have a family here. Why would Yerk? She moves fast, faster than he's expecting. Her hand is around his neck in an instant, though not quite before Axel can register her movement. He catalogues how fast and strong she is and comes to a simple conclusion. She caught him off guard, but she's not that much better than him that it will happen again. She's also not trying to kill him, just yet, so when his hand comes up to grab her wrist, he doesn't immediately fight back even as she holds him in place, looking at him with a sneer. You will obey, child. You have no other choice. You speak of family? Don't make me laugh. Have you let yourself grown attached? Have you truly allowed yourself to fall in love with these primitive ants? They are nothing but insects to Viltrumites like us, boy. Their lives are lived within a fraction of our time in the universe. She huffs, shaking her head and loosening her hold on his neck by a fraction of an inch. Surely you must have already seen this. I left you here for 100 years specifically, so you would realize the futility of getting attached. With gritted teeth, Axel squeezes down on his mother's wrist, and is rewarded with the widening of her eyes as her bones grind under his grip. He rips her away from him a heartbeat later, forcing her back a dozen or so feet in the air as she stares, first at her arm, then back at him. Stronger than I expected this mudball to be able to produce. Axel just smiles thinly and shakes his head, responding to her earlier comments. Of course I saw it. I saw the writing on the wall decades ago. I was staying young, they were getting older. But you're right. I did get attached. I fell in love, so I did the only thing I could do. I found a way around it. His mother's eyes narrow and she opens her mouth to respond. But before she can, her entire body goes still as she notices what's coming. Or rather, who's coming. Rising from the world below, brought forth by an unspoken signal sent the moment she attacked him, are first dozens and then hundreds of black dots. But those black dots quickly transform into people as they get closer and closer. In truth, the number at this point is a little over 1,000 when they all finally arrive. 1,000 children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, and that's just counting the ones who are of age. None of his great-great-grandchildren have reached the age of majority yet, so they've stayed home. But it's not just his lineage that rises up to surround him and his mother. Along with them come those who birthed them and those who married them. All of Axel's original women, the women that he'd picked up while conquering the world, and the women of their children and their children's children, as well as the husbands of his daughters. To be joined with the imperial family these days was to become one with power, to become nigh immortal in every sense of the word. The 7 were the ones who made it possible, along with the sorcery of one Daenerys Targaryen, who had in effect become immortal in her own right due to what had been done to her. Sansa and Aerion, his queens turned empresses, placed their hands on his shoulders to let them know that they're there with him. At his back, Axel can feel the heat wafting off of Daenerys as well, no doubt in her full, draconic glory, and ready to unleash herself on the threat in their midst if he just gives the word. They're all ready, truth be told. All he has to do is say it, and they'll stop at nothing to drop his mother. Spreading his arms wide, Axel smiles. I'm rather bad at saying goodbye, you see. I found that out early on, so rather than say goodbye, I made sure to bring the people I loved along with me. They will not die so long as I have a say in things. He can tell his mother is actually rattled by the numbers. Nervous, even. Axel might not always have been the smartest tool in the shed, but he's gotten pretty good at reading people over the years. If he didn't know any better, he would say his mother is feeling fear. Her eyes flicker around herself as she takes in the sight of so many of their kind. Except, Axel's lineage don't go around calling themselves Viltrumites. You've been busy, son, you've created an army. Axel cuts her off. If she thought calling him son now would tug at his heartstrings or something, she had another thing coming. I've created a family. We are House Baratheon, mother, starborn and star-touched alike. There is a place for you among us if you are brave enough to reach out and take it. For a moment, he thinks she might take him up on that offer. There's an almost yearning in her eyes. Then she grits her teeth and narrows her gaze. That's not how it works. That's not how any of this works. Axel raises an eyebrow, making her bristle even more. The Empire will not stand by and allow a resource such as your family to go to waste. If you do not bend the knee to me, someone else will be sent, and I cannot promise they will treat you with nearly as gentle of a touch. Oh, did she actually care in her own way after all? It sounded like maybe she did. Though given he can still feel where her fingers grasped his throat, Axel has to admit, she doesn't seem very gentle. Still, she seems to be intent on changing her tune now, even if in the end she's still singing the same exact song. This world is nothing compared to the galaxy at large. Submit to the authority of the Viltrum Empire, and not only will your family be allowed to continue to rule this pathetic place, but you would rule countless other planets as well. All you have to do is bow your head and bend the knee. Funny, how many times had Axel used similar logic on his enemies in the past? How many people had he convinced to submit so that the bloodshed could end? It had even worked with the free folk all the way back near the start. Lord Paramount Mance Raider and the vast majority of the former wildlings had permanently settled in the Gift even after the Night King was defeated. Only a scant few had gone back past the wall to live as savages once more. Though, in his mother's eyes, they must all look like such savage, uncivilized people. Hell's, maybe in the long run, submitting to her and her empire was the right call. And yet, Axel had long forgotten how to bend the knee or bow his head. They won't just let this go, son. His mother is practically pleading with him now, though not so much that she loses the scowl or the pursed lips or the angry glare. Still, it's interesting to hear her say they like she isn't one of them. Maybe it's his long-buried feelings about wanting a mother being brought to the surface, but Axel latches onto that just a little bit. They will if they never find out about us. They won't know to come looking for us if you never report in. That causes his mother to pause, her eyes narrowing all over again before darting around the encirclement. She tenses up, her hands curling into fists at her side as her lips flatten out into a thin line. Rather than taking that as the olive branch he meant it to be, she's taken it as a threat. Axel just sighs and shakes his head. Oh, you don't have to worry about them, mother. Focus on me. Her gaze snaps back to him even as his queens float back with Axel's cloak and crown in their hands, everyone else moving to form a circle. Axel just smiles, even as he draws Winter's End from his back. I've always preferred settling things with duels over large-scale battles, I'm afraid. It's become something of a centerpiece in my diplomatic strategy, you could say. How many lives had Axel saved over the last 80 years by challenging a champion or a ruler or something to some sort of small-scale duel to decide the fate of everything? He liked to think it was a lot at this point, and it all started back with the trial by the Seven against Renly all those decades ago. Sure, Axel hadn't gone out of his way to extend the lives of anyone except for those closest to him, his family, but that didn't mean he didn't care about the small folk, the peasant, and the farmer. The little guy who cooked his food, the seamstress who crafted his clothes, the blacksmith who forged his weapons. All of them deserved to live in peace, rather than having their lives spent in pointless wars that could be ended with as few as a handful of deaths, instead most of the time. The same held true here, especially since the woman in front of him was strong, stronger than him, maybe, stronger than many of his offspring, definitely. He wasn't about to risk any of their lives ordering a full-scale assault. Even as his mother watches him warily, Axel just rolls his shoulders, loosening his muscles and giving her a tight smile. See, I've gotten a lot of practice at this point in telling which idiots I cross swords with are redeemable and which aren't worth it. I don't think you're completely hopeless just yet. So let's fight, you and me. If I win, you stay here and don't report in, and we'll see what the future holds for us. If you win, then House Baratheon and the Empire of the Stag will submit to your empire's authority after all. For a moment, she just stares at him, processing the offer. Then, her eyes fill with understanding, much of the tension draining away from her frame. After a moment, his mother even lets out a bark of laughter. You may call yourself Starborn, but you are Viltrumite through and through, my son. Strength above all else. I accept your terms. Unfortunately, it seems I must break your jaw to wipe that smug smile off your face and teach you some long-overdue lessons in obeying your mother. However, from the look of things, you have women aplenty to feed you through a straw until the injury heals. She tenses up, but this time Axel is ready for it. He sees it coming even before she blasts herself at him once more. This time around, he matches her speed as they launch forward together in unison, her and her fists, him and his sword meeting in the middle of the sky over his world. Just the latest in a long history of duels in Axel Baratheon's life to prove that he truly is unyielding. At the end,